In the year 2025, the divine domain descended upon our reality. Sleep was no longer a refuge. It was a gateway. The moment anyone closed their eyes, they were dragged into this nightmare realm. In this hell, the only currency that mattered was life itself. Death meant stripping away your very lifespan, while slaughtering monsters was the only way to steal back your time on Earth. But the risks came with a godlike reward. Players could burn their lifespan to manifest their in-game powers within the real world. A true powerhouse could tear through armored tanks with bare hands, slicing fighter jets out of the sky, or tanking a nuclear blast with nothing but physical flesh was no longer a fantasy. It was the new reality. Since the first day of the cataclysm, Qin Feng had carried his deadweight adopted sister on his back, surviving hell to become one of the top 100 strongest warriors on Earth. Yet, at the pinnacle of his glory, just as Qin Feng conquered the ancient god ruins and claimed the divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, the blade of betrayal pierced him from behind, and the hand holding the knife belonged to the one person he had protected with his life. It was impossible to believe. The killer was none other than the ungrateful sister whose life he had saved 1,000 times over. The reason was even more pathetic. She murdered him just to steal the Eye of Judgment as a tribute for some trash celebrity she worshipped. In this life, Qin Feng died with eyes wide open, fueled by a rage that could burn the heavens. But as the darkness took him, the game did not end. Qin Feng gasped for air, snapping his eyes open to find himself back in the past 9 years before the end of the world. Before he could process the miracle, the door was kicked open. That wretched woman stomped in, screaming, "Qin Feng, you are home. Why are you ghosting my calls? Are you trying to disappear on me? Do you have any idea how critical this moment is? I need to go support Song Fei, and you are ruining everything." Qin Feng ignored her tantrums, his mind racing. It was exactly as he remembered. Today was the launch of the divine domain, and he and Qin Xiaoyu were having their massive fallout over that scumbag, Song Fei. Before the apocalypse, Song Fei was just a popular underground idol, and Qin Xiaoyu was his brainwashed fanatic. Behind the glamour, Song Fei was human trash who scammed money and preyed on the bodies of his delusional female fans. To save Qin Xiaoyu from being used, Qin Feng had forbidden her from seeing him, but his protection was only ever seen as controlling interference. "Are you deaf? I am talking to you. Do not pretend you cannot hear me. Because of you, his ranking dropped. If you do not give me money right now, I will." The sound of a brutal slap silenced her instantly. Qin Feng did not hesitate. She clutched her swelling face, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. He had never raised a hand against her before. "Qin Xiaoyu, listen closely. I have neither the time nor the patience for your nonsense today. If you dare provoke me again, I will shatter your jaw." Qin Feng tossed a bank card at her feet. "This is the inheritance Mom and Dad left behind. I starved myself for years to save every cent, but today, you can have it all. Consider it my final act of mercy for our parents' sake. But hear this well. From this second forward, Qin Feng has no sister. We are strangers." Without looking back, Qin Feng marched to his room. In his past life, shielding Qin Xiaoyu cost him everything. He had skipped dangerous dungeons and missed legendary treasures just to keep her safe. He had been a fool. How strong could he truly become without that anchor dragging him down? The potential was limitless. This time, armed with future knowledge of the divine domain, he would stand above all creation. As for Qin Xiaoyu, let her rot in her own stupidity. And Song Fei, I will personally send you to hell. Qin Feng whispered the vow, climbing into bed and closing his eyes. Moments later, his consciousness was pulled into the void, the Hall of Awakening. A wave of nostalgia hit him. He remembered his first time here, panicked, confused, wasting hours just to pick a class. Not this time. In his past life, he chose the warrior class solely to be a human shield for Qin Xiaoyu, but a meat shield was useless now. Without a burden to protect, his solo progression speed would be terrifying. Lethality and mobility were king. Without hesitation, Qin Feng locked in his choice, the assassin. Suddenly, a system notification flashed gold. Divine artifact. Eye of Judgment binding complete. Passive effect activated. Upon entering the divine domain, user automatically receives the highest tier class and talent. The Eye of Judgment followed him back in time, so the legends were true. Once a divine artifact recognizes a master, not even death can sever the bond. Perhaps it was this very eye that rewound time itself. Before he could think further, pitch-black energy erupted around him. Congratulations. Hidden class detected. Job change complete. You have become the Shadow. The Shadow. The supreme, legendary hidden class of the assassin tree. This power was leagues beyond the warrior class he once knew. To think he possessed this strength from level 1. Usually, the odds of awakening a hidden class were 1 in a billion. But with the Eye of Judgment, probability became absolute certainty. The game had just changed. It was the authority of judgment, the most ancient and primal power in the entire universe, dominating all rules and order. Though you lack divinity and cannot actively trigger this ultimate power yet, its passive effects are now eternal. Qin Feng read the notification, awe washing over him. A primal authority that overrides the very laws of the world? In his previous life, it took 7 long years in this god-forsaken land, before a single powerhouse managed to escape to the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn that the power of order even existed. Yet, despite the passage of time, not a single soul ever managed to truly claim the authority of order. But here he was, on day 1, holding a primal authority that surpassed both order and the rules themselves. All he had to do was survive the god-forsaken land and reach the realm of order to unlock his divinity. Then, the true power would be his to command. It seems this second life has given him a legendary new ambition. Class selection complete. Please enter your designation for this new world. Since his class was born from the abyss, there was only one choice: Shadow. Name confirmed. Now entering the god-forsaken land. A desolate wasteland stretched out, teeming with countless demons waiting to tear flesh from bone and steal lives. Leave the town, exterminate monsters, earn tradable lifespan. The rules were simple but brutal. However, death in this world demands a heavy price, half of your total lifespan, both tradable and bound, instantly erased. In this hellscape, Shelltown stood as the only sanctuary, a zone of absolute peace with no monsters. Players cannot attack each other here, and the lifespan drain is slowed. When Qin Feng arrived, the town was already chaotic with confused souls. Where is this hell? What is a class? What do they mean by codename? Panic rippled through the crowd. I just finished the night shift and hit the bed. Is this a hallucination? I don't know. I was gaming all night and fell asleep too. But why were they here? A man nearby pinched his arm hard and screamed. It hurts. This isn't a dream. It looks like we've been dragged into some twisted game. Qin Feng's sudden appearance instantly silenced the murmurs. What kind of class is that? Why does he look so different from the rest of us? Look at the dagger in his hand. He must be an assassin. I chose assassin too. But why don't I look that cool? Check out those special effects around him. Qin Feng ignored the chatter, striding confidently through the mob, his mind racing. Soon, the top players from every nation would emerge to reshape the world's order. If he wanted to stay ahead of the pack, he had to move now. Time waited for no one. Just then, a flash of light materialized in front of Qin Feng. A group respawned, screaming, "Damn it! Dying sends you back to town? Those monsters are insane. One bite took half my health bar. How are we supposed to fight that? It was just a level 1 creep. 3 of us attacked together and barely scratched its HP. My lifespan. It's been cut in half." The men turned to the only woman in their group. "Sister Li Zi, what do we do now?" Qin Feng's sharp gaze shifted to Li Zi, instantly analyzing her gear. Archers start with a short bow, yet she wielded a longbow. Another anomaly. It seems she possesses a hidden class as well. Li Zi looked up, her eyes locking with Qin Feng's. Seeing his unique equipment, a calculated smile crossed her lips. "Hey there, handsome. You look like you have a hidden class. Want to team up? The field monsters are overpowered. You can't handle them solo. Our team has experience, you know." Experience in getting wiped out? Qin Feng thought with a scoff, rejecting them cold before walking away. One of her lackeys snapped. "Hey, stop pretending to be a pro. The 5 of us couldn't do it, and you think you can solo? Don't make me laugh. We warned you. It's dangerous out there. You really want to go alone? You got a death wish?" Another mocked. "Leave him be. He's a noble hidden class. Since he's an assassin, he can just run when he fails." Li Zi tapped her menu to check his details. Shadow. What a pretentious name for a show-off. She closed the interface and signaled her team. "Let's move. We'll shadow him. I want to see exactly what skills he has. Maybe we can get some intel on the monsters. Or just watch him die trying." As they stalked Qin Feng, Li Zi's mind wandered. This god-forsaken land. It was too bizarre, too dangerous. She didn't know why she was here, but her years of MMO experience helped her form a squad instantly. Yet, she never expected the very first monster in the tutorial village to completely annihilate her team. That monster. It is not something a mere level 1 player can handle. Yet, this mysterious shadow user standing before them? His aura is entirely different. Stalking him might be the key to survival. Hiding behind a gnarled tree, Li Zi's teammate peeks out at Qin Feng, whispering urgently, "Look at his weapon. It is nothing like yours. You hold a simple dagger, but he wields a tang blade. And his speed, it is unnatural. As an assassin, my agility should be the peak, yet he leaves me in the dust. Even his gear is on another level compared to our rags." The bald man gritted his teeth in jealousy. Suddenly, Qin Feng snaps his head back. Li Zi freezes, terror gripping her heart. She ducks down instantly, praying she was not seen. Silence stretches for seconds. Slowly, she risks a glance. But the mysterious figure has vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Did he just disappear? Is that a stealth skill right from the start? What kind of legendary class is this? It is terrifyingly cool. They scan the forest frantically, but Qin Feng is essentially a ghost. Defeated, Lizzie and her squad decide to retreat. We need to head back to the starter town. It is too deadly out here. We have already died once, and our remaining lifespan has been slashed in half. Agreed. There might be hidden treasures or secret NPCs waiting in safety. Far better than risking permanent death here. Fools. They have no idea that Qin Feng never left. He is standing exactly where he was moments ago. Cloaked by the supreme art of the shadow walk, he has entered the invisible realm. He only returns to the material world if he strikes or is struck. Breaking stealth amplifies the lethality of his first strike. Shaking off that amateur squad was child's play. Stealth mastery. It doubles the duration and boosts movement speed while unseen. +1 to stealth? This shadow class is truly broken. A normal assassin stealth at this level is a joke easily spotted. But the shadow class possesses true mastery. In this early stage, neither man nor beast can detect his presence. Recalling the squad's naive plan, Qin Feng feels a pang of pity. Those sheep think the town holds power? Wrong. The town is nothing but a shelter for the weak. In this cruel game of Godslayer, most players are nothing more than livestock for the monsters. Qin Feng's form ripples back into existence. The stealth wears off. Its duration is still short at this level. Fortunately, the cooldown begins the moment the skill activates. In just a few seconds, he can vanish into the void once more. He summons his status window. Every player starts with 10 points across the board. Class bonuses are added on top of that foundation. In his past life, his warrior class only granted a meager +3 to strength and vitality. But the shadow class? It is in a league of its own. Bonuses to all stats, and a staggering +8 to agility. 5 free attribute points available, and another 5 waiting to be assigned. Rookies dump points into strength or spirit, chasing raw damage. A fatal mistake. Speed is king. No matter how much health you have, early game monsters hit like trucks. One hit, and you are finished. The only path to survival is agility. Strike fast, dodge faster, kill without ever being touched. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dumps every single point into agility. Snap. A noise breaks the silence. Nearby, a level 1 creep is feasting on stolen lifespan, mutating before his eyes. That beast. It is the executioner that wiped out the previous squad. The monster finishes its grim meal and locks eyes with Qin Feng. It charges, but Qin Feng's gaze is cold, analyzing the creature's injuries. Deep gashes cover its hide. The previous team did not die in vain. They chipped away a massive chunk of its health. But victory has a price. By slaughtering players, the beast absorbs their very lifespan. It is evolving through consumption. Qin Feng leaps back, dodging the lethal strike. In midair, he triggers Shadow Walk. The monster swings at empty air. Confused. Where did he go? Qin Feng is already airborne, soaring above its head. Shadow Break strike. He brings his blade down in a devastating arc. Boom! 174 damage. The level 1 creep is instantly obliterated. 10 experience points gained. An instant kill? Even striking the weak point on the neck should not produce damage numbers this high. A system notification pops up, answering his silent question. Passive. Backstab. If you strike while unseen by the enemy, your damage is doubled. So that is the secret. The legendary backstab mechanic. Stealth bonus. Weak point strike. Backstab multiplier. The synergy of skills created a damage output that is simply monstrous. He chuckles bitterly. In his past life, a warrior's critical hit did a pathetic 40 damage. He would trade blows for minutes, ending every fight bloodied and bruised. Qin Feng recalled that moment vividly. In his past life, despite his own grievous injuries, when the lifespan reward dropped, he had handed it to Qin Xiaoyu without a second thought. But this time, everything was different. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have gained 54 years and 155 days of lifespan. This amount is non-tradable. Those 5 enemies were annihilated. Each must have lost at least 20 to 30 years, totaling over a century. Yet, after the conversion rate, only 54 years remained. It did not matter. Since lifespan was currently non-tradable, it had no immediate use anyway. Suddenly, the Judgment Authority activated. Congratulations. You have obtained the primal rank talent, Infinite Evolution. When you eliminate monsters in solo mode, you have a chance to receive evolution points. These can be used to evolve your skills. Every 24 hours, you will automatically receive 5 evolution points. If you slay a boss tier monster in solo mode, the drop rate for points is 100%. Current evolution points, 5. Infinite Evolution. To think he could actually evolve his skills. In his previous life, he had never even heard of such a heaven-defying ability. Whether it was equipment or skill books, once they dropped, their stats were fixed forever. But this power? It shattered the very rules and order of this world. Fine then, let's put it to the test. With a thought, Qin Feng dumped 4 evolution points into his skills, Hidden Shadow and Backstab. Skill evolution successful. The basic skill Hidden Shadow has ascended to bronze tier. Stealth duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Attacking will reveal your position. Upon breaking stealth, the next attack's power is boosted from 60 to 90. Cooldown reduced from 28 seconds to 26 seconds. The basic skill Backstab has evolved to normal tier. Passive effect. Damage dealt from behind is increased from 10% to 15%. Qin Feng marveled at the stats. The duration of Hidden Shadow had extended to 16 seconds. Combined with his stealth mastery, the duration would double to a staggering 32 seconds. With such a window, he could achieve a state of near-perpetual invisibility. If that upgraded attack landed, even a full health creeper would be obliterated in a single hit. Just then, an arrogant voice broke his concentration. Look at that skinny kid over there. Trying to kill a monster on his own? I told you. This game is simple. Brother Gang Z, you're amazing. With your strength, you could easily take on 10 women at once. Gang Z laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll protect you. As long as I'm here, you're safe. Qin Feng glanced back at the flirting couple, only to spot a nightmare looming directly above their heads. Without a word, he activated Hidden Shadow and silently retreated into the darkness. The couple was still confused by Qin Feng's sudden disappearance when they noticed a massive shadow swallowing the ground beneath them. By the time they looked up to see the gigantic arachnid and the swarm of spiderlings, it was far too late. It was a bronze-tier broodmother, level 1, accompanied by a horde of level 1 spiderlings. Qin Feng watched coldly from a hidden corner, analyzing the enemy. The broodmother was a novice map, boss with 1600 health. It was completely beyond the capabilities of normal new players, not to mention the army of minions under its command. Perfect. I'll use you to test just how terrifying my new skills really are. Qin Feng burst from his hiding spot, rushing the boss. He unleashed the stealth-empowered strike directly into its weak point. Critical hit. 338 damage exploded from the beast. His position was instantly revealed as the stealth faded. The boss shrieked in agony, slashing its razor-sharp legs toward Qin Feng. Fortunately, he reactivated Hidden Shadow just in time. Thanks to the agility boost from his evolution points, he barely dodged. The deadly legs only grazed him. With his current health at a mere 130, a direct hit would have meant instant death. Unable to find Qin Feng, the boss went into a frenzy. It was enraged. But these monsters were intelligent. It wouldn't just stand there and take a beating. It began trashing the environment indiscriminately, while the spiderlings formed a defensive perimeter, making it impossible to approach safely. But Qin Feng had anticipated this. A stone flew through the air, smashing into the boss's weak point. 299 damage. Just as he suspected, his damage output came from the bonus stats of breaking stealth and his class passives. Therefore, even a thrown rock, if it connected, would carry that devastating power. And so, the rhythm began. Qin Feng waited for Hidden Shadow to cool down, then hurled a stone. Each projectile carried the lethal force of a stealth crit backstab. Moments later, a system announcement echoed through Shelltown, updating the leaderboard. Player Shadow has slain the bronze-tier broodmother. They are the first to reach level 2. He had instantly claimed the #1 spot on the rankings. The announcement sent shockwaves through the player base. What the hell? I got killed twice by trash mobs, and someone is already soloing a boss? Is this even the same game? If anyone knows this absolute legend, introduce me immediately. Fighting alone? Impossible. Yet only one name dominates the leaderboard. Lazie's squad stared at the announcement, their minds reeling in disbelief. Sister Lazie, that player, Shadow. It's the guy who just walked out. It has to be him. But how did he reach level 2 so terrifyingly fast? This defies all scientific logic. He even slaughtered a boss solo. Our entire squad can't even handle a normal mob, yet he single-handedly annihilated a bronze-tier boss? Is the world mocking us? Could it be a system glitch? The duo, led by Kang Zi, fresh from respawning, froze as the announcement hit them. That massive spider. Someone actually killed it? But what about the swarm of minions protecting it? Who exactly is this Shadow? The girl beside Kang Zi gasped, a realization striking her. Could it be that stealth assassin from before? Meanwhile, deep within the forest. System. You have slain the bronze-tier broodmother. Reward. 300 experience points. Congratulations. You have reached level 2. Congratulations. You received 2 evolution points. Shelltown leaderboard unlock. Successful. Reputation. +1. Announcement broadcast to the entire town. Loot. 46 days of tradable lifespan. Item: Bronze tier skill book. Greedy hand. Stats: Attack plus 35. Agility plus 4. Requirement: Level 1 equipment. Talent activation: Infinite evolution. 2 points applied. Target: Bronze tier skill book. Greedy hand. Skill effect: Assassin class exclusive. After learning, attacks on monsters have a 20% chance to trigger additional loot drops. Requirement: Level 1. The moment the giant spider collapsed, the smaller arachnids scattered in terror. I got careless, Qin Feng muttered. I should have wiped out the minions first for the extra experience. However, I never expected a bronze boss to drop a divine tier assassin skill. This skill changes everything for equipment farming. In the late game, defeating powerful bosses gives a 20% chance for double loot. The value is astronomical. Memories of his past life surfaced. In the Godslayer Guild, there was a member with mediocre strength. Yet, he relied solely on this skill to secure his position, becoming a VIP everyone courted. He never stepped outside without a personal bodyguard detail. A sharp glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Technically, the skill only has a 20% probability, but if I combine it with my infinite evolution talent, can't I push the drop rate to 100%? The next morning arrived. Qin Xiaoyou headed to school as if the world hadn't changed. On the way, her friend asked with concern, Xiaoyou, didn't you call to apologize to your brother? We skipped the exam yesterday to support Song Fei. Your brother must be furious. At the mention of Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyou's face darkened with anger. I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we would have missed the entrance time yesterday. He's the one who should be apologizing to me. But he treats you so well. Sometimes I'm actually jealous you have a brother like that. Good? Give me a break. He spends all day trying to control my life. Besides, he's not even my biological brother. I have brother Song Fei, and that's enough. Seeing she couldn't get through to her, the friend awkwardly changed the subject. By the way, what happened to your face? I fell. Just a scratch. As they approached their classroom, a massive crowd blocked the doorway. Qin Xiaoyou's friend squeezed through the mass of students, then gasped in horror. What happened to Zhang Wei? Why is his body transparent? A nearby boy answered, voice trembling. I'm not sure. Brother Wei just said he wanted to catch up on sleep. A moment later, he faded into this. The whispers grew into a roar of panic. Zhang Wei's condition wasn't an isolated incident. News was exploding across the internet. It seemed the entire world was falling victim to this phenomenon. Experts speculated that sleeping triggered this phantom state, turning people transparent. However, the root cause remained a terrifying mystery. Qin Xiaoyou's friend immediately whipped out her phone. I need to warn my parents. Xiaoyou, you should call your brother too. Tell him to be careful. Qin Xiaoyou let out a cold snort. I am not contacting him. If a loser like him just dropped dead, the world would be a better place. Meanwhile, back in the game world, Qin Feng's grinding session yielded legendary results. Evolution complete. Greedy Hand has ascended from bronze to gold tier. Effect: Upgrade. Loot drop probability increased from 20% to 70%. You have learned Greedy Hand +2. Skill judgment successful. You receive 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Haha, my luck is insane. To think I'd earn another 2 evolution points so easily. I need 3 points to evolve. Greedy Hand to +3. Perfect. It won't be long before I guarantee a 100% extra drop rate. Come to think of it, the governments of the world must have realized the truth by now. More players are flooding into the game. I must accelerate my plans. First, let's equip this gear. Qin Feng immediately equipped the corrosive dagger. His stats surged instantly, attack power increased by 35, and agility rose by 4. Humanity remained oblivious to the terrifying truth. Soon, they would realize that the powers within this game could manifest in the real world. When that day arrives, a storm of blood and chaos will engulf the globe. But bringing power into reality required 2 things. First, reaching level 10. Second, possessing enough tradable lifespan. Hunting small fry was far too slow to meet these demands. To rise above, he needed prey worth killing. He needed a boss. A sudden commotion broke his train of thought. Amidst the sounds of battle, a desperate voice screamed, "Run! Get out of here!" Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated Shadow Walk. He drifted toward the screams like a phantom and found a group struggling against a ferocious beast, a level 2 bronze tier swift runner. Talk about luck. Just when he felt sleepy, someone offered him a pillow. But wait, that man. It was Wang Meng. The rumors were true. Legend said when the Gods game began, Wang Meng assembled a legendary squad immediately. Every single member of his party possessed a rare hidden class. Wang Meng himself was the Saint Shield warrior. His base stats were double that of a normal warrior, and he wielded the ultimate defense, invincibility. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the rest of the team. The mage was a prophet of elements, dealing double magic damage with her signature prophetic fireball. The archer held the Hawkeye class, firing a relentless barrage of arrows with stats that put normal marksmen to shame. And the healer? A divine roaming priest. Not only was her healing doubled, but she started with a group heal skill, a literal lifesaver. At the start, their elite classes allowed them to barely hold their ground against the Swift Runner, but the monster's speed was overwhelming. The battle turned grim as the archer and mage missed shot after shot, unable to lock onto the blurring target. Even Wang Meng's legendary shield was beginning to crack under the relentless pressure. Healer, keep me alive. The rest of you, kite it from the edges. Wang Meng roared orders, but Qin Feng shook his head in the shadows. Wang Meng was too optimistic. He had forgotten where they were. This was the wild. Prolonged battles didn't just drain stamina, they invited death from the shadows. Right on cue, a new nightmare emerged from the brush behind Wang Meng. The Corruptors. Level 2 common monsters, dripping with filth and specializing in ambush attacks. Boss, watch out. The swordsman panicked, driving his blade into a corruptor, but the weapon stuck fast in the creature's sludge-like body. It wouldn't budge. The monster retaliated instantly, spewing a torrent of brown filth over Wang Meng's squad. It reeks. I can't move. The earthbind effect took hold. Their speed plummeted as the sludge hardened. The female mage watched in horror as a corruptor lunged at her. She screamed, "Help me!" Qin Feng triggered his stealth. In a flash of silver, he dashed forward. One clean strike. The corruptor was instantly decapitated, and the mage was snatched from the jaws of death. The team froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did he just one-shot a corruptor? Is someone helping us? Even a level 1 creeper takes us 10 seconds to encircle and kill. How did a level 2 monster just vanish instantly? That's impossible. While the swordsman gaped, death crept up behind him. Once again, Qin Feng's blade sang, saving the fool from a gruesome end. Another instant kill. Dolly, did you see who it was? The mage shook her head frantically. I saw nothing. Focus, Wang Meng shouted, struggling to hold the line. Whoever it is, they're helping us. Maintain the rhythm. We only have the Swift Runner left. High above on a tree branch, Qin Feng checked his harvest. You have slain 2 level 2 corruptors. Rewards, 40 EXP, 1 evolution point. Loot, skill book, toxic shuriken. Along with 8 days of tradable lifespan, he had struck gold. Toxic shuriken was a mid-range skill, dealing continuous damage. System, evolve it immediately. Evolution complete. Toxic shuriken +2. Silver tier. Assassin class exclusive. Range, 14 meters. On hit, it dealt an explosive 120 bonus damage plus severe poisoning. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The tier 2 poison dealt 50% continuous damage every second and inflicted weakness for 5 seconds. It didn't stack, but it was deadly. Back on the ground, Wang Meng raised his shield, but the Swift Runner's claw bypassed his defense, impaling him. I can't out-heal the damage. The healer sobbed, her mana drained. Everyone. Run. Wang Meng gasped, his life force fading rapidly. Death was seconds away. Suddenly, a cold light flashed through the air. A toxic shuriken pierced the Swift Runner's skull, a perfect strike on its weak point. Negative 845 HP. Half the monster's health bar vanished in an instant. The potent toxin surged through its veins, melting its insides until it collapsed into dust. Damage contribution, over 90%. Loot ownership confirmed. You have slain the bronze tier Swift Runner. Rewards, 600 EXP. Level up. Level 3. System alert. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 evolution points. 55 days of tradable lifespan have been added to your account. Qin Feng suppressed a grin. Who would have guessed? The lethal poison from his darts actually triggered his passive class ability, combined with his hidden proficiency. He could remain invisible while unleashing an infinite rain of death. In the early to mid-game stages, no monster stood a chance against him. It was terrifying. With damage this catastrophic, could he even be considered human anymore? Wang Meng stood frozen in shock. The loot's glowing aura vanished instantly. Someone had already claimed the rewards. He scrambled to his feet, eyes darting through the empty air. My friend, I don't know which divinity you descended from, but thank you for saving my life. Still cloaked in shadows, Qin Feng's voice floated out cold and sharp. Thank me? In this wilderness, trust is a luxury you cannot afford. Wang Meng paused, the weight of the advice sinking in. He bowed respectfully to the empty space. I understand. Thank you for the lesson, great expert. I won't disturb you while you inspect your loot. My name is Wang Meng. If a master like you ever needs assistance, just say the word. Suddenly, the female mage screamed out, desperate for attention. Expert, wait, I'm Black Bloom. Please, let me add you as a friend. Stop embarrassing us. Move. The team's tank clamped a hand over her mouth and dragged her away. Qin Feng watched them fade into the distance, his mind racing. That Wang Meng, he's decent, trustworthy at least. More importantly, he has the backing of the great Xia government and their endless resources. What I need right now is a stable distribution channel, someone to offload my obsolete gear to in the future. Qin Feng crushed the loot sphere in his hand. A cascade of system notifications flooded his vision. System alert. You have received 3 evolution points. 55 days of tradable lifespan acquired. Item obtained. Bronze sprint leather leggings class. Assassin. Physical defense +9. All elemental resistance +5. Cooldown reduction +15%. Requirement. Level 2. Not a bad haul for a single hunt. I'm still carrying a mountain of skill books and gear for other classes. Once my inventory hits the limit, I'll head back to town and convert all this trash into tradable lifespan. My current growth rate. It's already 100 times faster than in my previous life. Song Fei, just you wait. I'll be coming for you soon. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, a desperate group struggled against a horde of polluters and sprinters. Just as they turned to flee, a massive shadow eclipsed the sun. A supersized abomination blocked their path. One strike. That was all it took to send the entire squad back to the novice village respawn point. Panic began to spread through the safe zone. Damn it. The monsters are swarming in packs, and the second they get low on health, they bolt. We need to hit level 3 just to log out of this hell. How are we supposed to reach level 3 at this rate? We need numbers. Massive numbers. If a 3-man cell can't survive, then we form a squad of 6, maybe even 10. A man shook his head, his face pale with dread. I'm afraid that won't save us. I watched a 10-man squad get wiped out by a monster horde. Too many people just attracts the bosses like moths to a flame. Just now, a 40-man raid group drew out the Cursed One. One attack, just one, instantly slaughtered over 30 people. A heavy silence crushed the crowd. Moments later, in a flash of light, Lizzie's team respawned, stumbling out of the portal. If we don't hit level 3, are we trapped here forever? We all arrived here after falling asleep in the real world. That means only our consciousness is in the game. If we can't log out, our physical bodies will starve to death. The bald youth's voice trembled with terror. Lizzie grit her teeth, fury warring with fear. Damn it, why is this game so impossible? Real or fake? We can't afford to die anymore. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the leaderboard. At the very top, a name shone in gold. Shadow. Level 3. How did he level up that fast? He must know a glitch. A secret strategy. We have to get him to carry us to level 3. Escaping this game is the only thing that matters. She turned to her teammates, eyes gleaming with calculation. Spread the word. Tell Shadow that if he helps us reach level 3, I'll wire him 10 million in cash the moment we return to reality. She smirked confidently. 10 million. There isn't a soul on Earth who wouldn't be moved by that kind of money. Back in the wilderness, after a brutal farming session, Qin Feng's skill had evolved. The Greedy Hand had reached a terrifying new tier. Skill. Emerald Greedy Hand class. Assassin. Effect. Can be used on monster corpses. Success rate. 160% chance to trigger bonus loot. Passive effect. 20% chance for the bonus loot to increase by 1 quality tier. A 20% upgrade rate? This effect is broken. Absolutely god tier. If I keep evolving this skill, could I reach a 100% upgrade rate? Or even 200? Suddenly, Qin Feng froze. In the distance, the bronze tier boss, the Cursed One, stalked through the brush. It was devouring glowing blue spheres. It's consuming lifespan essence. That monster. It's on the verge of evolving into a silver tier boss. That's a massive amount of essence. It must have wiped out that 40-man raid group. What a waste. My inventory is completely full. Even if I kill it, I can't loot anything. I'll let you live for now. Qin Feng pulled up his interface. Mark location. Since the boss required time to spawn, Qin Feng made a tactical decision. Return to the novice village, purge his inventory, and prepare for the slaughter to come. Back in the safety zone, he threw open a stall with a ruthless announcement. Selling high-tier gear and skills, 10 minutes only, speed is everything. His presence hit the square like a shockwave, sending the players into a frenzy. Heavens! When did this monster arrive? He's already wearing 2 pieces of bronze gear, and he's selling 2 more? Wait, isn't that the legend who soloed the bronze boss? Look at the ID. Darkness. The absolute ruler of the leaderboard. A confused voice cut through the noise. Why is his face blurred out? I can't see his features. A veteran sneered. He enabled total privacy mode. In this game, your avatar matches your real body. He's hiding his identity. Mysterious bastard. Amidst the chaos, a single figure parted the crowd, stopping silently before Qin Feng's stall. She scanned the goods, her eyes locking onto a specific scroll. This ice spike art. What's the price? This was no amateur. It was Grey Rose, the rank 11 powerhouse of Shelltown. She had also veiled her face, hiding her true beauty. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. 100 days of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose flinched, staring at him in disbelief. 100 days? That's extortion. Can't you go lower? Qin Feng remained cold. For a mage, the ice spike art wasn't just a skill, it was a leveling machine at this stage. Honestly, 100 days was a steal. Grey Rose tried a different angle. Can I pay with real-world currency instead? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. If you're rich, buy lifespan from others first. I only trade in life. If no one bids higher, I'll hold it. Wait here, Grey Rose commanded, immediately opening her party chat. What do you guys think? She messaged. Her team replied instantly. We only hit level 2 this fast because of your command. Do it. I have no objections. With that ice art, we'll hit level 3 inches record time. Let's log out and pool our resources. Agreed. Transfer your tradable lifespan to me, now. I'll wire the cash to your accounts when we return to reality. Once the funds were secured, Grey Rose turned back to Qin Feng to close the deal. A full level 2 squad would have slaughtered at least 40 creepers. Their pooled lifespan easily exceeded 100 days. While Qin Feng calculated the odds, the system chimed. Transaction complete. A satisfying notification flashed. His tradable lifespan jumped from 268 to 368 days. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the stall. Lizzie stepped forward, arrogance dripping from her voice. Finally found you, darkness. I'm giving you a chance. Power level me to rank 3. Do it. And when we return to the real world, I'll wire you 10 million in cash. My father owns Dajiang Industrial. Look it up. Money is merely a number to me. Jiang Li. In his past life, she was a ruthless warlord, eventually executed by the government. The reports were sickening. She used cash to hoard lifespan, treating human lives like batteries. She kidnapped survivors, forced them into labor, and slaughtered anyone who disobeyed. Pure scum. Qin Feng didn't even look up. Refused. Li Zi, now Jiang Li, froze, her brain unable to process the rejection. Darkness. I know you're strong inside this game, but nobody knows the truth of this world yet. Follow me, and you'll have luxury cars, mansions, and women. Anything you desire. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. If you aren't buying, get lost. You're blocking my customers. Cash? Worthless paper. In the apocalypse, the only currency that matters is time itself. Realizing her charm failed, Jiang Li's face twisted. Pa, who do you think you are? I gave you face by asking you to lead. In the real world, I'd have you on your knees begging. Qin Feng's aura turned ice cold. Say one more word, and I'll drain your lifespan into the negatives. Terrifying killing intent exploded from him. Jiang Li went pale, scrambling away with her tail between her legs. Qin Feng calmly resumed his business. Inventory cleared, he returned to the hunt. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway, Jiang Li and her lackeys caught their breath. She stomped her foot, trembling with rage. That bastard. Darkness. He didn't just refuse me, he dared to threaten me. Just wait until I find his real identity. I'll make him wish he was never born. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Greetings, Sister Li Zi. The group tensed up. I am Mao Li Jun. You can call me Old Mao. I'm level 2, and I know a few secrets. I can help you power level. Does that 10 million offer still stand? Jiang Li narrowed her eyes. What kind of secrets? Normally, I keep my mouth shut. But for someone of your stature, I might just break the rules. Listen closely. In this situation, if you want to survive, you need to dump all 5 starting attribute points straight into agility. That is the only way to outrun those monsters when we sprint full tilt. We just need to be slightly faster than the fodder. Do you understand now? Jiang Li's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it works. That is the secret to playing this game. Damn it. I already dumped all my starter points into strength. Whatever. She sighed. Luckily, someone here actually knows the ropes. She smiled at Mao Li Jun, a calculating look in her eyes. You are actually quite interesting. Fine then, take me leveling. You might not be as strong as that shadow guy, but I will give you 5 million. Do you accept? Get me to level 3, and I will wire the cash to you in the real world. Mao Li Jun accepted without hesitation. No problem at all, he thought to himself. That shadow guy is strong, sure, but his brain must be broken. Who turns down 10 million so easily? What a total idiot. While the group struck their deal, Qin Feng had already rushed back to the Cursed One boss. Just as he suspected, the monster had evolved into a silver-rank terror. Gray mist swirled around its body, signaling yet another evolution. But going from silver to gold rank would take at least 7 or 8 hours. I am too lazy to wait for that, he muttered to himself. Qin Feng unleashed a toxic dart combined with a stealth-breaking strike, piercing straight toward the cursed one before instantly vanishing back into the shadows. 659. -29. -29. Damage numbers cascaded over the beast's head. The monster roared in fury, unleashing a massive area of effect attack to carpet bomb the surroundings. Qin Feng silently circled the boss, calculating his next move. A silver boss has 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze one. It is going to take at least 2 or 3 more toxic darts to finish this. This cursed one is a magic-type boss. Most of its skills are wide-range nukes with devastating damage. After throwing a dart, I have to retreat instantly. I need to get out of its attack range the second it lands. With my current health and defense, one hit means instant death. He had to wait for his shadow stealth cooldown to reset. I must wait for the boss's attack to weaken before striking again. Then, he vanished into the shadows again, escaping the blast zone. Moments later, the cursed one suddenly stopped attacking, its body trembling as it crouched low. "Now!" Qin Feng mentally shouted. He repeated the combo, slicing a massive chunk off the boss's HP bar. This time, the cursed one picked a direction and fled. Seeing its health hit rock bottom, the boss decided to run for its life. Perfect. Running away is much better than entering a berserk state. That saves me a lot of trouble. Qin Feng chased it down and thrust his blade into the cursed one's back, with a final stealth-breaking strike, draining the last drop of its life. The system chimed. "You have slain the silver rank cursed one. Gained 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you received 4 evolution points. You obtained 124 days of tradable lifespan." Haha, I actually jumped 2 whole levels? Qin Feng laughed. And I scored 4 evolution points to boot. Still grinning, he used Greedy Hand on the boss's corpse. System notification. Greedy Hand, skill judgment successful. You received 4 evolution points. You received 4 evolution points. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. You received 124 days of tradable lifespan. He got double the supplementary rewards instantly. This silver boss just gave me 12 total evolution points and 372 days of tradable life. System notification. Greedy Hand bonus effect activated. One of your loot items has been upgraded from silver to gold rank. Is this a gold tier item? No wonder it is a jade quality Greedy Hand. A 20% chance to upgrade loot by 1 tier. It dropped 7 or 8 items, but my bag only has 10 slots. I cannot keep running back to town every time I kill a boss. What a waste of time. I hope this cursed one dropped a spatial ring or something to expand my inventory. As he spoke, Qin Feng crouched to gather the glowing orbs scattered on the ground. The moment his hand touched a golden orb, his eyes went wide with shock. This is... Meanwhile, back at Shelltown, Wang Meng and his squad had just teleported in. They had finally returned alive. Thank God for Boss Wang Meng. We successfully hit level 3 and made it back to safety. That is right. Brother Wang Meng is too powerful. This is the result of our hard work. Boo-hoo. It is just a shame we did not get to add that big shot as a friend. He probably rejected me because I was covered in mud and dirt. Sob. Who knows? If you were wearing this new gear back then, maybe he would have said yes. Just as they were chatting, the level rankings refreshed. Rank 1. Shadow. Level 5. Rank 2. Wang Meng. Level 3. Rank 3. La. Level 3. The players stared at the board, erupting into chaos. Shadow is already level 5? What the hell? He jumped straight from level 3 to 5. What kind of monster did he kill to get that much EXP? I saw him selling gear 10 minutes ago. How did he level up twice that fast? My little sister just turned 18. If the boss takes a liking to her, maybe I can ride his coattails to glory. Dream on. He didn't even blink at $10 million. You think he cares about your sister? We're here to level up, not play matchmaker. It's hopeless. We barely scraped our way to level 3, and the boss is already level 5? Does he even want to let us commoners survive? Nearby, Wang Meng cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the squad with grim seriousness. Stop the chatter. Focus. We all return to reality immediately. Warn your families. Tell your friends. The divine game isn't just a game. The world is about to descend into chaos. We need to prepare our loved ones for what's coming. The team nodded. Understood. Logging off now. One by one, their avatars vanished. In the real world, Wang Meng jolted up in his hospital bed, clutching his head as a low groan escaped his lips. His colleagues, who had been keeping vigil, rushed to his side the moment he stirred. Panic was written all over their faces. Look, Captain Wang is awake. Notify the chief immediately. Captain, are you all right? Speak to us. You scared us to death. Do you know what happened? Your body. It started turning transparent. You were fading away. Don't do that again, Captain. I told you to rest yesterday. I promised to keep an eye on the suspect for you. But Wang Meng ignored the concern. His eyes snapped open, sharp and alert. He barked out a command. Emergency assembly. Call everyone in. Now, something massive has happened. Within minutes, the atmosphere at the police station shifted. An emergency war room was established. After Wang Meng detailed his harrowing experience inside the game, the middle-aged chief sitting at the head of the table leaned forward. You reported earlier that your hidden class squad was nearly wiped out. You said, a single player saved you? Wang Meng nodded solemnly. Correct. His codename is Shadow. When he intervened, he was only level 3, just like us. But by the time we extracted, he had hit level 5. He skipped level 4 entirely, a double rank jump in seconds. A male officer gasped. 2 levels? If he's already level 5, that makes him the #1 player in the world right now. How is that even possible? Wang Meng frowned, calculating. He must have solo killed a boss monster. Another officer raised a hand. But Captain, you said he reached level 3 an hour ago. Why hasn't he returned to reality? Does he not know the danger? Does he have no family to warn? No ties to the real world? Wang Meng shook his head. I don't know. But it's a terrifying possibility. The room fell into a heavy silence, until a female officer named Anyu spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension. Could Shadow be a transmigrator? You know, like in the novels? Usually characters who rise that fast are orphans with a tragic backstory. Every head in the conference room turned to stare at her, and Yu shrank back, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I'm just saying, the chief sighed, rubbing his temples. Anyu, I told you to cut down on the web novels. This is a national crisis, not a fantasy story. He stood up, his presence commanding the room's full attention. However, Wang Meng's report confirms the intel from headquarters. The divine game is a lethal threat. New studies show a spike in unexplained deaths among the elderly during sleep. The pattern matches perfectly. We have cross-referenced the data with players who returned. The conclusion is undeniable. Those who die in the game die in reality. If your life counter hits 0 in the divine game, your heart stops beating in the real world. A murmur of fear rippled through the officers. This is beyond science. It's supernatural, the chief nodded grimly. We are facing an invasion from a dimension we don't understand. It is highly likely that an unknown superpower is encroaching upon our reality. High Command has issued a decree. We are establishing vanguard units in every region. Our mission, infiltrate the divine game and gather intel. We must build a professional army of players immediately. This event will reshape the global order. Every nation is scrambling to decode this game. If we fall behind now, we lose our sovereignty on the world stage. We must secure information at any cost. This is a race for survival, and you. Step forward. I am appointing you as captain of Team 1. And you snapped to attention, saluting sharply. Sir, yes sir. The chief turned to Wang Meng. Wang Meng, you will serve as vice captain. You two have full authority to recruit your squad. Wang Meng stood tall, accepting the order. Understood, sir, the chief continued, his voice lowering. Based on your description, Shadow seems rational. Try to befriend him. I appointed Anyu as captain, because her intuition and personality are better suited for approaching a lone wolf like Shadow. Find out his real identity. We need to know who is behind that mask before anyone else does. Ideally, represent the government. Form an alliance. Extract whatever secrets he holds about the system. For everyone else, your priority is maintaining social order. Panic is our enemy. Is that clear? The room erupted in a unified shout. Sir, yes sir. The chief gave a final, curt nod. Dismissed. The war for the future had officially begun. Meanwhile, back in Qin Xiaoyu's dorm, the air buzzed with nervous whispers about the divine game everyone was forced to play. Zhang Wei claimed that players in the same region would spawn in the same novice village. Really? No. I need to go home. My parents need me. My family has never touched a game in their lives. I'm terrified they won't survive a single second in that world. Stop. You can't be a burden right now. We must become strong first. Only then can we hope to save our parents. In the corner, Qin Xiaoyu stared daggers at her phone screen, ignoring them. Something this huge happens. And Qin Feng is silent? Why hasn't he begged for forgiveness yet? His arrogance knows no bounds. He used to crawl back to comfort me every time I frowned. But today, he didn't just ignore me. He struck me. Even my own parents have never dared to lay a hand on me. All I did was skip a few boring classes for Song Fei's concert. That jerk Qin Feng isn't worth my time. If he doesn't apologize 1,000 times on his knees, he is dead to me. I will never forgive him. At least I saw Song Fei yesterday. With this cursed game taking over the world, who knows when I'll see my idol again. We were so close. Oh, Song Fei, I miss you already. Wait, if everyone sleeps and enters the game, Then Song Fei will be there too. I just need to enter the world, and destiny will surely reunite us. Zhang Wei hit level 3 so fast. He must be a pro player. I need to squeeze some information out of him. With a scheming smirk, she typed a message. Zhang Wei, you're such a high-level pro. Can you teach me a strategy? Please? Miles away, Zhang Wei saw the notification and grinned like a predator who had just caught a scent. Well. The high and mighty goddess Qin Xiaoyu needs my help? This is my golden ticket. If I play this right, she's mine. He typed back rapidly. Xiaoyu, you asked the right person. Listen closely. I'll share a secret just for you. When you enter, dump all your initial attribute points into agility. If you aren't fast enough, the monsters will tear you apart instantly. Qin Xiaoyu hesitated. But what if I'm a mage? Do I really need speed over magic power? Zhang Wei didn't blink. Absolutely. Agility isn't useless for mages. It boosts casting speed, which is life or death in the early game. Xiaoyu typed. But what if I'm fast but still can't kill anything? What do I do then? Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Once someone hits level 5, the town teleporter activates. You can team up with anyone you want then. Just wait for the array to light up. I'll come find you and carry you to the top myself. That was exactly what she wanted to hear. She curled up in bed, eyes closing with a satisfied smile. Perfect. These desperate clingers are actually useful. I've found myself a meat shield. Qin Feng, consider yourself lucky. I'm entering the game now. Keep acting tough. By the time you log in, I'll be leagues ahead of you. And when that happens, don't expect me to lift a finger to help you level up. Rewind a few hours. The moment Qin Feng touched the golden sphere, the system interface flashed before his eyes. Cursed golden ring. All classes. All attributes +8. Dark resistance +26. Weakness attack coefficient +0.1. Requires level 4. +8 to every attribute? That is a total increase of 32 stat points, instantly. This single ring gives stats equal to a level 3 player. And that dark resistance. It will be the ultimate defense against the abyssal creatures lurking in the dark. Base weakness damage is 1.5 times. With this ring, it jumps to 1.6. Not bad at all. But there is more. Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the second panel, glowing in the air. Shadow Flash / Silver Rank. Assassin. Dash 15 meters instantly. Enter stealth for 5 seconds. Deal 3 strikes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown. 12 seconds. Reduced by stats to 10.4 to 3 seconds. Requires level 4, /width 2.1 meters. Each hit adds 100 attack power. Strikes count as backstabs but cannot trigger weakness damage. Incredible. High area of effect damage, instant mobility, and a stealth mechanic rolled into one? I'm learning this immediately. Now. I still have evolution points. Let's upgrade Greedy Hand first. The system chimed with a golden glow. Used 8 evolution points. Remaining 4. Greedy Hand evolved to Diamond rank. Assassin skill. Use on corpses. 220% chance for extra loot. Extra loot has a 40% chance to increase by 1 quality tier. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Just as planned. Every kill now guarantees double the rewards. 1 monster for me is worth 3 for anyone else. 4 points left. That is enough to push Shadow Flash / to the next level. System alert, consumed 3 evolution points, remaining. 1. Shadow Flash / evolved to Platinum rank, Assassin skill. The skill allowed him to dash 21 meters in the blink of an eye, instantly entering stealth mode. The invisibility lasted 7 seconds, triggering 5 devastating slashes on any enemy in his path. The cooldown was 10.43 seconds. It required level 4 mastery and covered a strike range of 3.1 meters. Each slash dealt an additional 200 attack power damage. Huh? No cooldown reduction? That's a shame, Qin Feng smirked, calculating the possibilities. However, with the Shadow Blink slash, I can effectively achieve infinite invisibility. He glanced at the other drops with disdain. The rest of this is absolute trash. But this silver tier warrior skill book, Warcry, it should fetch a decent price. Just as he stashed the loot, a strange rustling sound echoed from the shadows. Qin Feng snapped his head up. Several grotesque figures were lunging straight at him from the darkness. Level 4, quadruped crawlers, perfect timing. His eyes went cold. I'll use you filth to test the true power of Shadow Blink slash. In an instant, Qin Feng vanished into thin air. Cold steel sang through the darkness as flashes of sword light dissected the air. The monsters didn't stand a chance. Their bodies were sliced into ribbons before they even hit the ground. The system chimed instantly. You have slain a level 4 quadruped crawler. You gained 80 experience points. You received 5 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng's figure materialized from the void. Farming efficiency has drastically improved, he noted with satisfaction. Previously, using the poisonous darts required at least 2 hits to take down a single beast. The shorter the battle, the lower the risk of accidents. He checked his stats. My current tradable lifespan is now 618 days, but to manifest gear and skills into reality, I need at least 2.5 years of lifespan. His gaze sharpened. To be precise, I need 900 days. Time to head back and liquidate the inventory. With the loot in my backpack, I should be close to the minimum requirement for withdrawal. Once I hit level 10, the game changes. That is when I can finally extract these powers and items into the real world. On the road back to Conch Town, fate intervened. Qin Feng spotted a familiar group, Jiang Li and Mao Lijun, deep in conversation. Congratulations, Miss Jiang, on reaching level 3, Mao Lijun said smoothly. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? Relax. The Jiangdai Corporation never forgets a favor. Jiang Li's voice was cool and businesslike. Let's return to reality for now. Here is my personal number. Contact me directly. Oh, right. Sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 for every day of life. Price is no issue. Mao Lijun laughed, his ego inflating. See? I told you that guy's shadow was a blind fool. Even a big shot like you doesn't rate him. We will wait for you in the real world. As he prepared to log off, Mao Lijun sneered internally. Ha! So what if the game affects lifespan? Lifespan can be bought anytime. Only geniuses like me, who turn gaming skills into cold hard cash, are the truly smart ones. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived back at the safety of the town. His first objective was the town plaza. He approached the ancient stone formation to activate the teleportation array. The system notification rang out. Congratulations. You have ignited the teleportation array in Conch Town. You may now teleport once per day for free. Subsequent teleports will consume tradable lifespan. However, a restriction appeared. No active teleportation array found in Jianghai City. The town's array was originally a two-way channel. Lighting up just one side of the connection was useless for now. Before players could warp between zones, someone in the other towns had to reach level 5 and activate their corresponding arrays. Memories from his past life surfaced. I remember that traitor Song Fei started in Firefly Town. A predatory glint entered his eyes. I'll set a notification. The moment someone in Firefly Town activates their array, I'll be the first to know. Still, inter-town teleportation is trivial right now. My primary goal remains level 10. I need to reach the godforsaken continent. He looked toward the horizon. That place. That is where the true nightmare begins. Lost in thought, Qin Feng walked to the crowded square and set up a stall. The sign read, Selling Equipment and Skills. Open for 10 minutes only. Buy now or miss out. The nearby players instantly recognized him. Holy crap. It's Boss Shadow. The legend has finally arrived. I've prepared 150 days of lifespan just for this moment. I've been waiting for him to sell goods all day. Last time, he sold the ice spike technique and shot Grey Rose straight to number 2 on the rankings. I hope there's a mage skill book this time. Look, there really is a skill book. Wait, it's just a silver tier warcry for warriors. I want that warcry book, a warrior shouted, pushing forward. The system chimed instantly. Transaction successful. You received 300 days of tradable lifespan. The crowd gasped. 300 days for one book? Is it worth it? Short-sighted fools, the buyer sneered. With this skill, my farming efficiency doubles. I'll earn back that 300 days in just 2 days of grinding. I'll take the cloak. Give me those boots. Within moments, Qin Feng's stall was completely stripped bare by the frenzy. He stood up, closing the shop interface. Sold out in under a minute, he thought. A faint smile touched his lips. Total earnings from this batch. 650 days of lifespan. My tradable lifespan has now reached 2,174 days, but it is still far from enough. If I want to extract everything from this spirit game levels, attributes, classes, equipment, and skills, and bring them into reality, I am still miles away from that goal. The players who failed to buy anything wailed in despair. Boo-hoo, I missed it twice in a row. Me too. Hey Big Shot, will you sell here next time too? Please sell a few more rounds, I beg you. Just then, Black Bloom sprinted over, shouting, Big Shot, I have a treasure here. Do you want it? At the same time, she thrust a ring forward, presenting it to him. A spatial ring, with 12 extra slots. It did not occupy a standard equipment slot or backpack space. Qin Feng was secretly astonished. A spatial ring. This is a special storage artifact. Its value lay in the fact that it did not take up space in the backpack or equipment slots, considering each player was strictly limited to carrying only 3 storage bags. Although this item could theoretically drop from any monster, the drop rate was abysmally low. This girl must possess the luck of a prophet to obtain it so early. In the past, a 12-slot item like this could easily sell for over 3,600 days of lifespan. Composing himself, he asked her how she intended to sell it. Black Bloom smiled and replied, I don't want your lifespan, Big Shot. I just want to be friends. And, if it's convenient, Could you take our party to kill a boss? Deal. With a simple affirmation, Qin Feng immediately sent her a friend request. System notification. Player Black Bloom has accepted your friend request. Qin Feng asked, "What kind of boss is it?" Black Bloom replied casually, "Oh, it's just a golden boss." Qin Feng pressed further, "What is its name?" It was too far to see clearly, but it's in a place with a ship on the swamp. It looks really broken and worn down. Hearing this, Qin Feng looked at her in shock, his mind racing. A worn-down ship. Could it be the Golden Ghost Ship? The Golden Ghost Ship was an exceptionally rare special boss that could manifest at any level range. The probability of it spawning was microscopic, and it was known to drop extremely useful special items. Whenever a Golden Ghost Ship appeared, a bloodbath would inevitably erupt between major guilds fighting for control. If the Golden Ghost Ship had appeared in a starter town, its level would likely be around level 5. At this stage, it was at its easiest to destroy. To encounter a Golden Ghost Ship in a small town this early, and to also obtain a rare storage ring. And to top it off, she is a member of Wang Meng's team. Could she be the legendary Lucky Koi from my past life? Outwardly calm, Qin Feng asked, "How did you manage to find this golden boss?" Black Bloom replied, "After logging out for dinner, I wanted to log back in quickly to level up with the captain and the others, but who knew they would be so slow? With nothing to do, I went wandering around to see the scenery and found the golden boss under a cliff." Qin Feng thought to himself, "In my previous life, rumors spread that Wang Meng's team had a member with the constitution of a lucky koi. Just by wandering in the wild, she could stumble upon hidden treasures, bosses, underground palaces, and rare temples. At first, I thought it was just a smokescreen released by the government to hide their intelligence sources. I never expected it to be true. It really is her." Black Bloom blushed and spoke up. "Big shot. Why are you staring at me like that?" Qin Feng averted his gaze. "It's nothing." Afterward, the two of them walked out of the town together. In a shadowed corner, a sneaky figure watching them immediately turned and sprinted in another direction the moment they left the gates. In a deserted spot not far away, a thug boss was bragging to his minions. "Remember back in the day? I led the brothers to conquer the overlord of Sand City. You guys just rest easy and follow me. I guarantee everyone will eat well and dress well." Just then, the spy ran up, shouting, "Boss, that kid just let a girl out of town." The thug boss smirked, a sinister grin spreading across his face. As expected of a brat, he couldn't hold back so soon? Already taking a girl out for a stroll? "Brothers, follow me." Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Black Bloom were chatting as they walked. "I can take the lead. If the boss drops equipment or skill books that you can use, I will give them to you. The rest will be mine." How does that sound? Ah? Then what about Captain Wang Meng and the others? Our team has all kinds of classes. If assassin gear drops, wouldn't my work be in vain? Then, let's do as you say. But can I make one small request? Speak. If you sell the equipment to Captain Wang Meng and the team, could you give them a small discount? No problem. Great. Then we will head out once Captain Wang Meng comes online. Right, big shot. Where are we going now? We are on our way to kill that golden boss. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Black Bloom's face turned pale with fright. Be big shot. You're an assassin. I'm a mage. You can turn invisible. But how am I supposed to survive out there? Qin Feng replied coolly. I am enough on my own. You just need to watch from a safe distance. Black Bloom cried out in shock. Her mind reeled at the absurdity of it all. One person, going to destroy a golden boss? I know, the big shot is powerful, but isn't this a little too exaggerated? In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng vanished into thin air. Left completely bewildered, the girl spun around in a panic. Big boss, where on earth did you go? Lurking in the dense thicket behind them, the ambush squad witnessed the impossible. Voices dropped to a sinister whisper. Boss, that shadow guy, he just evaporated. A cruel laugh cut through the silence. Ha, he definitely played her for a fool. Dumped her all alone in this desolate wasteland. Come on, let's go catch that little stray, and have some fun. His greed spilled over. I told you all, didn't I? Follow my lead, and you'll live like kings. Look there, our prize is waiting right in the open. The leader thought he had it all figured out. But before they could take a single step, Qin Feng materialized directly in their faces. With a deadly shadow shield slash, he sent them straight back to the resurrection point. System notification. You have eliminated 5 players. Reward obtained. 12 days of tradable lifespan. Cheapskates. That's barely the worth of 2 small mobs. With a whisper of movement, Qin Feng vanished again, only to rematerialize instantly beside Black Bloom. Black Bloom jumped, eyes wide with shock. Big boss! Where did you disappear to just now? Qin Feng's voice was calm, almost bored. We had a few rats tailing us. I just kindly escorted them back to the starting village. Black Bloom blinked. Oh! And here I thought you ran off for a bathroom break. Come to think of it, big boss. With that invisibility skill, bathroom breaks must be a breeze, right? You could just let it go anywhere, anytime, and nobody would ever know. Wait, but if the stuff leaves your body, does it stay invisible too? Or does it Qin Feng cut her off, patience wearing thin? Enough. Take me to the boss monster you mentioned. Now. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the starter village, a new player materialized in a flash of light. If Qin Feng were here, his blood would boil. It was none other than the good sister who had stabbed him in the back, Qin Xiaoyou. She gasped, checking her own hands. Incredible. I can actually feel the power. This is perfect. I actually unlocked a hidden class. The Life Priest. This has to be overpowered. With this, I'm finally worthy of standing beside brother Song Fei. Her thoughts drifted to her crush. I wonder how he's doing right now. Does he know the secrets of the starting stat distribution? Her face darkened. Humph. Who knows where that loser Qin Feng ran off to? All he ever did was control me. When it mattered, he was completely useless. Good riddance to him. I have my own power now. A hidden class. Plus, Zhang Wei promised to power level me. A sneer crossed her lips. Qin Feng, you're on your own. Don't expect me to care about you anymore. As she spoke, her gaze drifted upward. There, floating in the sky, was the global leaderboard. Her jaw dropped. Whoa, rank 1 is Shadow? Already level 6? She frowned. Zhang Wei is only level 3, yet he acts like he owns the world. This Shadow. Now that is a true big boss. If I could get Shadow to carry me, I'd level up faster than Zhang Wei could ever dream of. She scanned the crowd desperately. But where can I find this legendary player? Fate intervened. Nearby, the booming voice of Wang Meng caught her ear. Damn it, I can't get through to Xiao Yao. We don't have time to wait for her. He looked at his team. Anyone got a plan? We can't take on elite mobs without a healer. We aren't monsters like that guy, Shadow. We can't just solo everything. I say we find a temporary healer. Fast. Qin Xiaoyou's ears perked up. They mentioned Shadow? They must know him. Her eyes sparkled with opportunity as she approached. Excuse me? Did I hear you say you need a support? She put on her sweetest smile. I'm a hidden class, the Life Priest. Meanwhile, deep in the wilderness, Qin Feng and Black Bloom reached their destination. From the edge of a cliff, they stared down into the murky swamp. There it is, Qin Feng noted. The golden ghost ship. Stay up here and keep your head down. Watch out for ambushers. His eyes locked on the target. I'm going down to slaughter that thing. Black Bloom nodded vigorously. Got it. Be careful, big boss. Without a second thought, Qin Feng leaped straight into the abyss. System warning. Due to the ghost ship's aura, this area has mutated. Current status. Frenzy zone. Lifespan consumption rate has increased by 100 times. Time itself was eating away at life. 15 minutes inside equals a whole day of life lost? Qin Feng scoffed. For a temporary frenzy zone, that's nothing. He landed silently and sprinted toward the swamp's heart. Boss info name. Golden Ghost Ship level. 5 rank. Special gold. Time remaining. 45 minutes, 25 seconds. A time-limited spawn, huh? He cracked his neck. 45 minutes? That's plenty of time to turn it into scrap. He opened with a devastating combo. Shadow Slash. Boom, boom, boom. 5 consecutive strikes landed instantly. Negative 549. Negative 549. Negative 549. Massive damage numbers floated into the air. Qin Feng materialized from the shadows. Eat this. Deadly poison shuriken combined with stealth break strike. He aimed precisely at the behemoth's weak point. A critical hit exploded, but he didn't get greedy. Shadow dive. He vanished instantly, retreating to safety just as the boss roared. The ghost ship swung its massive oars. The swamp water erupted. Torrents of water spiraled into devastating tornadoes, tearing through the marsh. But Qin Feng was already a ghost in the mist. Relying on his supreme agility, he weaved through the chaotic destruction untouched. The attack faded, but the nightmare wasn't over. From the muddy depths, rotting hands clawed their way up. Mummy monsters. A dozen of them surrounded him in an instant. This is why the Golden Ghost Ship is a nightmare for most players. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. First, the mob summon. And second, nobody knows where its true weak point is hiding. Its true weakness wasn't the skeletal hull or the rotting bones. No. The fatal flaw lay in the spectral bell hanging from the ship's bow. Second mechanic. Once that weak point is struck, the boss goes berserk. It seizes control of the surrounding waters, launching a devastating area of effect attack. The damage from those water pillars is catastrophic. At this stage, only a tank fully decked out in silver tier equipment could hope to survive the impact. Fortunately, the agility stats of the Shadow class were brokenly high in the early game. If I were any slower, dodging this would be impossible. Third phase. Once the ranged bombardment ends, the real nightmare begins. The boss summons 12 putrid water ghouls to swarm the battlefield. Every single one of them boasts the power of a silver-tier boss. When 12 of them frenzy at once, most squads would panic and wipe instantly. To make matters worse, the Golden Ghost ship summons a new ghoul every 3 minutes. If you don't clear them fast enough, the mobs will stack up. Eventually, the sheer numbers will guarantee a total party wipe. But thanks to my permanent stealth, they can't even sense me. All I need is the perfect angle, and I can one-shot them into oblivion. With the plan set, Qin Feng decloaked and struck from the shadows. Shadow slash. The blade erupted, cleaving through the ghouls and tearing a massive chunk of HP from the boss. High above on the cliff, Black Bloom's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is this the power of the #1 player on the leaderboard? She stammered. This damage is absolutely broken. He appeared and vanished like a phantom. The boss had already lost a third of its health without even landing a scratch on him. Just as she was reeling from the spectacle, a message from Qin Feng popped up. Little Black, I'm about to die. Black Bloom blinked, panic setting in. Die? What? Qin Feng replied calmly. Don't do anything. Just wait for me to respawn. But why, great God? She typed back frantically. Aren't you dominating the fight right now? She paused, frowning. And wait. What the hell is Little Black? Isn't that you? Qin Feng replied. My name is Black Bloom, she protested. Calling me Little Black makes me sound like a stray dog. Qin Feng didn't miss a beat. Understood. Little Black. Meanwhile, the squad Qin Feng had wiped out earlier had just respawned. Furious and humiliated, they stormed back to hunt him down. Damn it, we were careless! Their leader roared. I used to sweep esports championships back in the day. I'm a living legend. And now I'm getting bullied by some brat? Just then, a minion rushed up. Boss, we found the girl. She's on the edge of the cliff ahead. And that shadow bastard? He's soloing the boss down in the valley. The leader scoffed, eyes gleaming with malice. Let's move. I've called in everyone. I refuse to believe we can't crush one player. Back in the valley, the battle reached its critical point. The fourth phase. The deadliest mechanic of them all. The Golden Ghost ship unleashes a massive soul riot shockwave. It forces a 5-second paralysis on everyone in range. Even I can't dodge this one. While Qin Feng calculated his move, the boss's ultimate skill expanded, engulfing him instantly. System alert. You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have lost 1,087 days of tradable lifespan. The approaching ambush party witnessed the death from above. Ha ha ha, glorious. That idiot got cocky just because people call him a pro. Soloing a golden boss? He was asking for it. But look at that shadow dog. He's loaded. That glowing death orb is huge. It has to be worth hundreds of days of lifespan at least. Brothers, attack. The boss is at half HP. We finish it off and steal the loot. We're going to be rich. That's just half the lifespan he dropped. He deserves it. Today, the small dogs feast on the big dog. Screaming in excitement, the leader led his horde charging down the cliffside. But the moment they stepped into the swamp's aggro range, reality warped. The gloomy, dark sky vanished instantly, replaced by a serene blue expanse. The group froze, blinking in confusion for a few seconds. Then they saw the town buildings around them. Realization hit like a truck they had just respawned. What the hell? The mob erupted in rage. How is that boss so strong? How did that shadow guy get it to half health? Is this a bug? It has to be. It's absurd. We barely touched the swamp and the water pillars insta-killed us. And there were so many mobs. How do we even fight that? Damn it. The death penalty cost us huge. Let's go back. I don't believe it's impossible. A moment later, Qin Feng returned to the swamp. The ground was littered with glowing loot orbs. Surprised, he messaged Black Bloom. I'm back. Little Black, why are there so many lifespan orbs down here? A group of idiots rushed in while you were dead, she replied. The water pillars wiped them out instantly. Is that so? Qin Feng mused. Ignorant fools really don't know their limits. He turned his gaze back to the boss. In his past life, this golden ghost ship had caused him endless suffering, but he knew the secret. The paralysis skill only triggers once. With half its HP gone, the rest of the fight would be a breeze. However, at the 50% health mark, there's a chance for a special mechanic. The boss might vanish and teleport to a distant location, making it nearly impossible for an average player to take this beast down. But its movement patterns? I mastered those long ago. Whispering a silent command, Qin Feng surged forward, launching his final assault on the boss. High above on the cliff's edge, the pack of vultures had returned, their eyes greedy as they watched the battle below. Boss, look, that brat is actually fighting it again. Perfect. We'll wait for him to weaken it, then we strike. Not far away, Black Bloom stood guard. She spotted the intruders instantly. Those idiots are back? Damn it, nothing but trouble. The boss is almost dead. I can't let them ruin Qin Feng's moment. Resolve hardened in her eyes. Black Bloom unleashed a lightning spell straight at their leader, shouting, "The divine decrees. Let there be thunder." The ambushers screamed in rage. Damn it. Who hit us? Boss, it's a mage over there. Huh, that woman has a death wish. Get her. Seeing the mob charge, Black Bloom let out a taunting cry and bolted, luring them away. Stop right there. You're dead meat. The gang roared as they chased her into the distance, completely unaware that another group was lurking in the shadows, silently watching every move. Back in the swamp, the battle reached its climax. Phew. Finally. The golden ghost ship was tough, even though it was only level 5. Soloing this monster was a nightmare. My damage output is still too low. The fight dragged on too long, and now, I've attracted an audience. Qin Feng sensed them. A group on the cliff, likely the ones who died earlier, and another guild hiding near the swamp's edge. They're waiting for me to kill the boss so they can slaughter me and steal the loot. He knew their plan perfectly. Yet, Qin Feng felt no fear. Coolly, he activated his cooldowns and slashed away the boss's final sliver of health. System alert. You have slain the gold tier golden ghost ship. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 8. You received 7 evolution points and 216 days of tradable lifespan. Nice try, vultures. But your math is a little off. With a whisper, Qin Feng activated Shadow Stealth, vanishing instantly. He left the pile of glittering loot on the ground, untouched. At that exact moment, a server-wide notification shattered the silence. Player Shadow of Shelltown is the first on the server to slay a gold-tier boss. Rewards: 3 fame points. The world chat exploded. A gold boss? Already? Holy crap. Is this Shadow guy a demon? How is he so strong? And where the hell is Shelltown? Which nation holds it? The first player to kill a gold boss? It has to be an elite from our great Korea, surely. Meanwhile, at Shelltown, Wang Meng read the notification in awe. Just moments ago, they said Shadow could solo a bronze boss, and in the blink of an eye, he's taking down gold-tier monsters alone? The gap between humans. Why is it so vast? Standing behind him, Qin Xiaoyu frowned, her thoughts racing. This Shadow is truly legendary. If I could get him to help me level up, I might finally be able to reach Brother Song Fei. Back at the swamp, the trap was sprung. Once Qin Feng vanished, the leader of the second group chuckled darkly. Haha, look at that loot drop. That coward ran away without taking a single thing. He must have been terrified of us. Ah, Guang, use your skill. Find that rat. We kill him, and the gold boss rewards are ours alone. Roger that. The player named Ah Guang drew his bow, activating the Spirit Hawk skill and firing a magical flare into the swamp. Hidden in the void, Qin Feng watched them. Spirit Hawk, huh. I didn't expect a hunter to learn anti-stealth skills this early. No wonder they were confident enough to try and rob me. Too bad for them. My class grants stealth +1, while his detection is only level 1. He'll never see through my veil. Exactly as predicted. Ah Guang scanned the area, but found nothing. He turned to his leader, confused. Boss, nobody's here. The kid must have seen our numbers and bolted. Humph. At least he's smart. Come on. Let's secure the loot. Stay sharp. Ready your weapons. The loot protection timer lasts 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it all belongs to us. Giving the order, the leader and his minions rushed toward the glowing treasure pile. But just as they reached it, sword light flashed from the empty air. In a split second, they were sliced into pieces. Qin Feng materialized from the shadows, shaking his blade. Humph. Much quieter now. But where did that little dark-skinned girl go? Forget it. I'll find her later. With my saved points plus the boss rewards, I can finally evolve Greedy Hand one more time. I'll upgrade the skill first, then loot these corpses. In an instant, the evolution was complete. System alert. Successful evolution. Skill. Greedy Hand. Corpse disposal. Assassin-type skill. You now have a 300% chance to receive additional loot rewards. A 100% upgrade rate for all extra loot? That wasn't just a bonus. 100%? This was a total metamorphosis. He stared at the glowing orbs. I'm about to break this system wide open. With a whisper, Qin Feng activated the Greedy Hand. The system went wild. Notification chimes rang out in a glorious symphony. System alert. Greedy Hand activated. You have acquired 21 evolution points. Rewards flooded in. 648 days of tradable lifespan. And then, a rare treasure dropped. Special item. The Demon Spirit Bell. Not just one, but 2. Qin Feng's eyes widened. 2 legendary artifacts in a single haul? The gods of fortune were smiling upon him today. He summoned the bells into his grasp. The Demon Spirit Bells. Rare special items pulsating with otherworldly energy. Item effect. Death penalty nullification. If you die, your lifespan remains untouched. Cooldown. 1,565 seconds. Passive skill. Soul absorb. Lifespan drop rates increase by 20% per kill. But with twin bells, the effect stacks. That meant double the rewards. Active skill. Soul shock. Shake the bell to unleash chaos. All enemies within 100 meters freeze in terror for 3 seconds. Cooldown. 521 seconds. Qin Feng grinned. These weren't equipment slots, they were support tools. They didn't burden his gear loadout. Both bells occupied a single slot in his inventory. Efficiency at its finest. But his celebration was cut short. A distress signal flashed on his interface. It was Xiao He. "Boss, help me, stay back, don't come any closer." Panic laced every word. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he typed a reply. "Xiao He, what's your location?" Before the answer came, a piercing scream tore through the air. "Get away from me!" It was Li Zi. She was cornered. A pack of predators circled her, eyes filled with lust and malice. They stepped closer, their voices dripping with filth. "Feisty little thing, aren't you? But you've got nowhere left to run. Be a good girl, and we'll show you a good time." Li Zi glanced behind her. There was nothing but the abyss, a sheer drop into the unknown. The men lunged, but she didn't hesitate. Silence was her only answer as she threw herself off the ledge. She gripped her staff until her knuckles turned white. Squeezing her eyes shut, she embraced the fall. Impact. One of the thugs peered over the edge, whistling in disbelief. She actually jumped? Tough chick, but Li Zi was already gone. Her spirit form flickered as she messaged Qin Feng. "Boss, don't worry about the rescue. I'm already dead. Respawn back in town. Damn, that hurt like hell. The good news? We didn't lose the loot. Captain Wang Meng is holding all our trade goods." Relief washed over Qin Feng. "Understood. Stay put in the safe zone. I'll bring your share when I return." "Thank you, boss. You're the best. Thanks for the hard work." Disconnecting, Qin Feng checked his stash. It was a massacre of rewards. Tradable lifespan had hit 3,115 days, and the evolution points were stacking up. Time to reinvest. He focused on his core skill. Greedy Hand. The interface hummed. Greedy Hand had reached epic tier. But the next step? The cost skyrocketed tenfold. System query. Consume 27 evolution points to upgrade. Qin Feng paused, staring at the number. 200 points for the next major tier? He scoffed. Nothing comes cheap in this world. The stronger the skill, the steeper the price. Forget it. Offense comes first. More damage meant faster kills. Faster kills meant more loot. It was simple math. He poured points into his offensive abilities. The system window flashed with a new evolution path. System alert. 8 evolution points consumed. Remaining balance, 13. Skill evolved. Shadow Flash Slash. Rank, Platinum. Dash range increased to 27 meters. Instant stealth activation upon cast. Stealth duration, 9 seconds. Attack count, 7 devastating slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown reduced to 10 seconds. Slash range, 4.1 meters. Damage output, plus 300 attack power per slash. 5 more points vanished into the ether. Remaining points, 3. Next target, Backstab Mastery. Rank upgrade, Bronze to Gold. Passive effect. Rear attacks now deal 30% bonus damage. Qin Feng flexed his hands, feeling the surge of new energy. Shadow Flash Slash has evolved twice. He clenched his fist. My damage output hasn't just increased, it's doubled. Even without the stealth multiplier, just a raw hit deals 3,000 damage. But if I strike from the shadows, landing all 7 hits on a blind spot, he calculated the numbers. 7,000 damage. Instantly. Normally a gold rank boss is stingy. Maybe 2 or 4 silver tier items if you're lucky. But with my greedy hand? He surveyed his inventory. 11 gold tier items and skill books. I've broken the system. And the cherry on top? 2 platinum artifacts. 1 platinum skill book. Not bad. Not bad at all. He sifted through the loot. 3 of these are perfect for an assassin class. Item details. Weapon. Nether twin blades. Rank. Platinum. Attack power. Plus 136. Agility. Plus 22. Attack speed. Plus 24%. Armor penetration. Plus 17. Requirement. Level 5. Unique effect. Every basic attack deals double damage. Qin Feng studied the weapon in his hand, his eyes narrowing in assessment. The special effects are negligible since I rely on skills anyway. However, the base attack is formidable, and that 22-point boost to agility is nothing to scoff at. Higher attack speed means faster skill animations and reduced cooldowns. Not useless at all. Throw in the armor penetration, and this becomes a lethal asset. As the words left his lips, a new window materialized on the interface. The surge of power from the equipment was undeniable, prompting Qin Feng to speak his thoughts aloud. I haven't added a single point to Constitution since leveling up. My base health is sitting at a pitiful 350. Yet this armor alone shoots my vitality up by 419 points. With this equipped, no player at this stage could even scratch my defense. I'd be walking iron. Hide equipment effects. Better to keep the low-profile appearance of the default Dark Class Novice gear. Now, no one can gauge my true strength without inspecting my system interface. And finally, remains the skill book. His finger tapped the inventory slot, revealing the prize he had just unearthed. The data streamed before his eyes. Phantom Blur, Gold Rank, Passive Assassin Skill, increases evasion by 15%. Successful dodges grant complete damage immunity. Qin Feng stared intensely at the panel. Finally, an assassin-type skill book. Though, I recall this skill being considered trash in the past. Evasion rates in this game are notoriously hard to stack. Even if you go all in on agility for evasion, your other stats suffer. And if you fail to dodge, you're dead meat. Suddenly, he roared, "Learn!" But behind the shout lay a calm, calculating mind. That logic applies to normal players, but not to me. I possess the power of infinite evolution. I can skyrocket my evasion without sacrificing a single attribute point. For me, this is pure, unadulterated power. Qin Feng turned, muttering as he walked away. Time to head back. The warrior, priest, and archer gear can go to Wang Meng. I'll give him a 10% discount. They can't afford it yet, but Wang Meng is a man of honor. I don't mind letting him buy on credit. This massive haul is all thanks to Little Black. Without that lucky koi fish, I never would have found the level 5 gold ghost ship, let alone destroyed it. I owe her a serious reward. Further down the path, he ran straight into the gang that had cornered Li Zi earlier. Qin Feng's expression didn't flicker, remaining as cold as stone. The mob, however, looked like they had seen a demon, their faces drained of all color. They scrambled over each other to escape, screaming in terror. "It's the shadow! Run! Don't block me, you idiot! Don't leave me behind! Damn it! Don't come over here! Stay away! Help me!" Qin Feng watched them with icy detachment before blurring into motion to slaughter the stragglers. Soon, only the leader remained, the gap closing with every second. Qin Feng closed in. The leader collapsed, trembling so violently that tears streamed down his face. "I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare me. Big brother, boss, dad, please. I only have 1 year of lifespan left." Qin Feng showed no mercy. His voice was a death knell. "Did you think about the consequences when you were hunting others?" Without waiting for an answer, he struck. He walked away without looking back, leaving the man screaming in agony. At that moment, a crimson notification flashed on his retina. Warning: excessive player killing detected. Status acquired. Slaughterer. Penalty: death will now result in a 75% loss of current lifespan. A suffocating bloodlust radiated from Qin Feng, and the red title Slaughterer hovered ominously above his head. He shrugged it off as he walked. "Doesn't matter. I have the ghost spirit pill. Even if I slip up and die, I won't lose a single second of my life." Qin Feng strode back into the small town. The crowd erupted into whispers the moment they saw him. "Holy crap, it's the Shadow. He's back after killing a gold boss? Weird. Why isn't he wearing any high-level gear? I bet he exploited a bug to beat the boss. That's why nothing dropped. What a joke. Yeah, go find a bug and show me then." Suddenly, a figure stepped into Qin Feng's path. "Big brother Shadow, please, wait." Fang Xian held up a book with both hands. "Big brother, Shadow. We were wrong earlier. This is an assassin skill book we bought with our own lifespans. Please accept it and overlook our previous offense." The system interface instantly analyzed the offering. Normal ambush. Assassin skill book. Single target attack. Adds 20 attack points. Inflicts stun for 2 seconds. Cooldown: 22 seconds. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, the man hurriedly explained, "It's a crowd control skill. Very rare." After a tense pause, Qin Feng finally responded, "Fine." With that single word, he took the book and walked away, leaving Fang Xian's subordinates seething with resentment. "Young Master Fang, that wretch slaughtered us, handing him skill books on top of that. Isn't this too humiliating? If we mobilize our connections and rally the clan, a mere flood of spit would drown him. Why should we cower in fear like this?" "Exactly. Since when do we swallow such insults?" Fang Xian sneered, his voice cutting through the complaints. "You fools understand nothing. That player, Shadow, his growth rate is abnormal. Solo leveling at that speed proves he holds a massive secret. We just need to locate him in the real world. Once we cage him, not only will we strip that secret bare, but we will break him. He will become a slave, farming longevity points for us until he rots." A lackey immediately chimed in, oozing flattery. "So that is the plan. Young Master Fang truly plays 4D chess while we play checkers." Fang Xian raised his chin, eyes dripping with disdain. I will have the family dispatch a woman, someone to extract his real identity. His voice earlier sounded unfamiliar. He definitely is not from our elite circle. That proves he is just some poverty-stricken nobody. If I deliver a top-tier beauty right to his doorstep, I refuse to believe he won't bite the hook. Meanwhile, Qin Feng met with Li Zi to finalize their deal. Come, little black. Accept the transaction. Here is the gear I promised. Her face lit up instantly. Thank you, big boss. But I am Li Zi, not little black. She waved the staff, and suddenly, her feet left the ground. Whoa, this is incredible. I am actually about to take flight. This skill. And this necklace. It directly multiplies my damage output. Even my mana regeneration has doubled. Big boss, seriously, thank you so much. Qin Feng cut straight to the chase. No need for formalities. As agreed, hand over the spatial ring. Li Zi quickly produced the item. Right, here it is. Oh, and by the way, big boss. When I was fleeing into the forest earlier, I stumbled upon a cavern. It looked exactly like the entrance to an ancient ruin. Are you interested? Qin Feng remained silent, but his mind raced with calculation. First the Golden Ghost ship, now a hidden ruin. Befriending this girl was a masterstroke. Karma truly exists. If I had not traded those 2 pieces of gold-tier equipment, she likely would have kept this intel to herself. With this new ring, my inventory capacity has finally hit 27 slots. After a brief pause, he asked, "Where is Wang Meng? Once I sell my loot to the others, I will head to that ruin with you." Li Zi replied quickly. Okay. But the captain and the others went to recruit a new healer. They won't be back for another hour and a half. I already marked the ruin's entrance on your map. Look for a stone slab on the ground behind a thicket. I moved the slab and hid inside, but I only took a few steps before demonic screams erupted from the depths. I was terrified, so I scrambled out. That is actually how those other players caught up to me. Qin Feng vanished instantly, his voice echoing back as he dashed away. Understood, I am heading to the ruin now. Wait for my return, then I will trade with Wang Meng and the team. He moved so fast that Li Zi stood there in shock. Big boss, slow down. It is pitch black out there. Qin Feng weaved through the dense forest canopy, his mind sharp. I plan to grind until level 10, but a ruin changes everything. No need for aimless hunting anymore. 3 types of ruins typically spawn in starter towns: tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Regardless of the type, even the mobs are bronze or silver tier. For me, this is an ocean of longevity points and evolution points waiting to be harvested. After a brief search, Qin Feng located the hidden entrance. As he stepped into the darkness, he analyzed his surroundings. Tombs usually have poor loot. They are packed with undead monsters, difficult to clear, and guarded by gold-tier bosses. Cursed ruins are filled with creatures corrupted by ancient evil gods. Those monsters might have once been human, or people driven mad, twisted into abominations after death. But the monsters in a temple of faith? Those are direct followers of the ancient gods. The map layout inside a temple is notoriously complex. However, clearing the latter yields special items or skill books. Glancing at the carvings on the stone walls, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This looks like a temple of faith. The murals felt incredibly familiar. This was a temple of faith dedicated to the ancient gods of judgment. This place shares the same origin as my Eye of Judgment skill. The deeper he ventured, the louder the eerie sounds became. Meanwhile, in another gloomy corner of the world, Wang Meng raised his shield in desperation. The monster before him roared, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. Capitalizing on a split-second distraction, the beast struck with devastating force, sending Wang Meng flying backward. He seized the split second. Wang Meng's focus wavered. With a lightning-fast strike, he sent his opponent crashing backward in a violent heap. Heal me. Cast the heal now. Why are you just standing there spacing out? A desperate roar tore through the chaos. Trembling in fear, Xiaoyu stumbled backward, tears welling in her eyes as she stammered, "Okay, but how do I do that?" The monster did not wait for an answer. With a feral screech, the beast lunged. The remaining vanguard grit his teeth, raising his sword in a frantic attempt to block the incoming strike. Damn it all, it's charging again. Use your skills, hurry. But the command fell on deaf ears. Her legs gave out completely. She collapsed to the ground, burying her face in her hands as she sobbed uncontrollably. "I'm so scared!" Xiaoyu's piercing shriek echoed through the forest, sending a flock of birds scattering into the sky in sheer panic. A long while later, Wang Meng's party trudged back into the small town. The atmosphere was heavy, and every single member wore an expression dark enough to kill. Oblivious to the tension, Li Zi dashed over with a bright smile. "Captain, why are you guys back so soon? The Dark Lord hasn't returned yet, so the equipment shop isn't even open for business." One of the team members snapped. He pointed a trembling finger, his voice exploding with rage. "Son of a bitch! I have never in my life seen anyone as stupid as you. You can't dodge monster attacks, you can't use skills. Tell me, is there anything you actually can do? Li Zi quickly stepped in to defuse the bomb. Hey, why are you being so harsh? Just looking at her, you can tell she is a total rookie. It is her first time. Dying once is perfectly normal in this game, but Si Cheng was not having it. Li Zi, Big Plum, get out of the way. I need to curse this trash to death right now. The other teammates chimed in, their frustration boiling over. Li Zi, it wasn't just once. In less than 1 hour, we got wiped out 3 separate times because of her. Li Zi froze, her smile faltering for a second before she hastily shifted the conversation. How about this? I will join your party this time. I just received 2 powerful items from that high-level boss. I am strong now. With me there, I promise no one will die. Wang Meng, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. All right, that is enough complaining. Big Li Zi's offer is solid. With her joining the raid, things will go much smoother. Who knows? We might even run into that mysterious Dark Lord again when we return. Xiao. You lowered her head, her voice trembling timidly. I'm sorry. I will try my best. But beneath that innocent facade, her inner thoughts were venomous. You useless trash, blaming me for your own incompetence. If it weren't for your connection to that Dark Lord, I wouldn't waste a single second serving you losers. I'm dying of anger here. What a bunch of morons. Meanwhile, back in the ancient ruins, Qin Feng had finally located a massive stone gate. As he stepped into the darkness, the chilling sounds of something lurking within grew louder and more distinct. Deep within the chamber, strange, bald creatures were kneeling on the cold ground. These were the loyal believers of the ancient god, the Judged Ones, silver-tier monsters with terrifying potential. Qin Feng observed them for a moment, his eyes narrowing. Then, moving as swift as the wind, he unleashed a shadow slash, charging straight toward them. Even after that direct hit, their health bars barely budged. Tough skin, he calculated, immediately following up with a stealth break backstab. Yet, their health only dropped to 50%. It was no wonder they were level 10 silver bosses. The combined health of these 2 believers exceeded even the golden dark demon boss. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed something strange. The creatures remained kneeling, bowing in total submission. Their behavior made no sense to him. Why were they prostrating themselves like that? And more importantly, they were facing directly toward him, even though he was currently in stealth mode. Could it be? Qin Feng wondered. Are they sensing the aura of the Eye of Judgment God tool on me? Is that why they refused to attack? Still in stealth, Qin Feng decided to test his theory. You know the path, don't you? Lead the way. Hearing his voice, the creatures snapped their heads up instantly. The answer clicked in his mind. These things had been completely corrupted. They were rotten to the core, stripped of all intelligence. Now, they were nothing but beasts, mindless monsters that existed only to slaughter and plunder humanity. Suddenly, the loyal believers went berserk. They let out a blood-curdling shriek, the sound of predators finding fresh meat. In a split second, their submissive posture vanished as they lunged forward with killing intent. But they weren't aiming for him. A group of players had just entered the corridor. Watch out, monsters incoming. Panic erupted immediately. These are silver bosses. We couldn't even handle one, and now there are 2? Run! Run for your lives! It was the Grey Rose Squad. Seeing the hopeless situation, the leader cast a spell and vanished instantly. The party scattered, leaving behind glowing orbs of dropped lifespan. Qin Feng stepped out of the shadows. These are the people from the group that bought my Ice Spike art skill tome. Grey Rose. Was it? I'm surprised they managed to find this ruin. He shook his head. But with the current equipment standards of players, going deep into this dungeon is a suicide mission. No longer hiding, he materialized and walked over to the dropped loot. Would you look at that? Over 100 tradable lifespan points, he smirked. I didn't realize she was such a wealthy little sugar mommy. Qin Feng pocketed the loot and scanned the room. Is this it? No traps? No treasure chests? Just 2 measly silver mini-bosses guarding an empty room? He sighed, deciding not to overanalyze the game logic. Forget it. In a flash of steel, Qin Feng dispatched the 2 creatures. The system interface flashed before his eyes. System notification. You have slain the loyal believer of the ancient god, the Judged One. Rank: Silver. System notifications flashed before his eyes. You have received 4,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 9. You have obtained 4 evolution points. 188 days of tradable lifespan secured, but he wasn't finished yet. Without missing a beat, he unleashed the greedy hand. The raw power radiating from the skill left Qin Feng in awe. This epic tier greedy hand was truly a force to be reckoned with. The harvest was bountiful. 32 evolution points, 154 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier artifacts, plus 10 silver tier items. There was even gold tier equipment specifically for the assassin class. As he picked up the believer's necklace, its status window instantly materialized. Qin Feng gripped the item tightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he analyzed the loot. This necklace possesses incredible attributes. A massive 20% cooldown reduction. Once equipped, the Shadow Stealth cooldown drops from 22.6 seconds to just 19.2 seconds. The Toxic Dart cooldown is reduced from 4.3 seconds down to 3.7 seconds, and Shadow Slash is cut from 10.4 seconds to a mere 8.8 seconds. Monster farming just became significantly more efficient. As for the other equipment, it was all high-tier loot. At this stage, no one else could possibly equip it but him. He would hoard it for now and sell it when the market was ready. Suddenly, the ground behind him trembled violently. A circular section vibrated, revealing what appeared to be a hidden passage. A strange pillar rose from the earth, topped with a mechanical activation button. Qin Feng understood immediately. Clearing the monsters was the key to unlocking this mechanism. He approached the pillar, eyes narrowing at the hidden device. Before he could even reach for it, the button depressed on its own, with a sharp mechanical click. The floor beneath Qin Feng began to rumble. The center platform descended into the darkness, leaving him to wonder, is this an elevator? The opening above him was swiftly sealed shut by shifting stone plates. Moments later, the descent finally came to a halt. Qin Feng exhaled sharply. Finally. It felt as though he had dropped at least 300 or 400 meters underground. Scanning his surroundings, he recognized the structure immediately. This was a hidden maze buried beneath the Divine Temple. In these ruins, there was always a chance for a hidden maze to spawn. In his past life, he had encountered many of them. They were notorious for their countless deadly traps. However, with a meat shield to take the hits, exploration was safe enough. It was merely a matter of spending time rather than risking life. But with his current attributes, triggering a trap personally would mean instant death. Fortunately, the perfect tool had just dropped. Smiling, he summoned the Believer's Necklace. The status window flickered into view. He immediately activated the summon. A silver rank loyal believer materialized from the necklace's aura. Qin Feng extended a hand, issuing a cold command. Go forward, clear the path. Having a lackey was convenient, but unexpected dangers still lurked. To ensure absolute survival, evolving his passive evasion skill was the only logical choice. The interface flashed as he poured power into the skill. You have consumed 11 evolution points. Remaining balance is 24 points. Phantom Blur. Platinum to Epic rank transformation. This passive assassin skill grants a 15% to 75% evasion rate. A successful evasion grants total immunity to all damage. Qin Feng analyzed the numbers as he ventured deeper into the darkness. A 75% dodge rate was god tier. He still had points to spare, just enough to evolve Shadow Shield Slash to the Epic rank. The energy consumption chart appeared, giving him pause. To evolve a skill from Epic to Legendary rank required 10 times the points. Therefore, the higher the skill's initial quality, the more evolution points he would save in the long run. For example, if a skill starts at Epic rank and evolves to Legendary, it counts as the first evolution. The base cost is merely 1 point. However, the target rank affects the multiplier. 1 point times 10 equals 10 points total. In other words, if he started with an Epic skill, he could rapidly push it to Legendary, Mythic, or beyond, perhaps even to the Ancient or Immortal ranks. But starting with a common skill, he would need 7 evolutions just to reach Epic. By that time, the cost would balloon to hundreds of points due to the exponential multipliers. But his unique advantage allowed him to upgrade any skill, regardless of level, to Epic rank for a negligible cost. Essentially, from this moment forward, Epic rank would be the bare minimum for his arsenal. With only 11 points remaining, his options were limited. He chose to evolve his initial skill, Shadow Stealth. With a 35% reduction, the cooldown settled at 16.3 seconds. It was still too slow. The cooldown window left him vulnerable. Moreover, the damage bonus for breaking stealth was underwhelming. He would have to replace it when he returned. Deep in thought, a notification suddenly demanded his attention. Fate, it seemed, had other plans. As the energy log updated, he saw that his loyal believer had just stepped into a death trap. Qin Feng snapped out of his trance. Ahead, a massive boulder had descended, crushing the summoned monster into paste. He didn't flinch. The summon was dead? Irrelevant. He would simply wait for the cooldown and summon another sacrifice. This labyrinth was a death trap of complexity and hidden perils, forcing one to explore with absolute caution, step by agonizing step. One could only hope the risk would yield a legendary reward. Meanwhile, a suffocating silence reigned over the upper levels of the Divine Temple. The members of the Grey Rose Squad lingered in the shadows, refusing to leave as they peeked nervously through the cracks of the doorway. After a tense observation, the scout turned back, his voice trembling. "Captain, it is confirmed. The 2 silver rank bosses, they have completely vanished." The captain's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. "What? That means our potential lifespan rewards are gone too. Someone hunted them down and claimed the spoils before us." But who? She whispered, the question hanging in the air as the team ventured deeper into the dungeon's belly. The scout answered grimly. At this stage, only one person has the power to slaughter 2 silver bosses with such terrifying speed. It has to be the Shadow Elder. Another team member, silent until now, finally spoke up, the realization dawning on him. The Shadow Elder was actually here? So, the lifespan rewards we lost. They went to that monster? It seems unavoidable then. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. If we had faced those bosses, we would have been wiped out instantly. Grey Rose nodded, the logic sound. She recalled a fleeting image from earlier, a silhouette in the darkness, seemingly communicating with the beasts. Was that him? The Shadow? What kind of skill allows him to charm a boss like that? His strength is an endless abyss. Truly terrifying. The scene shifted to Qin Feng. Ahead of him, a loyal follower screamed in agony as hidden spears erupted from the ground, skewering its body. Watching the trap trigger, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. After 3 hours of hell, this must be the end of the maze. Relying on the bloody experience of his past life, he knew that without fodder to trigger the traps, this path would have claimed dozens, perhaps hundreds of lives. Without hesitation, Qin Feng summoned another loyal follower from the void. The creature took the lead, with Qin Feng following closely along a treacherous, winding path flanked by an infinite abyss. Finally, they reached a massive, sealed gate. Qin Feng issued a cold command. Open it. But no matter how hard the monster pushed, the colossal door refused to budge even an inch. A frown creased his brow. It won't open? Strange. He stepped forward, brushing past the minion, and placed his hand gently on the surface. Instantly, the mechanism groaned to life. The door swung open. Qin Feng immediately leaped back, his body tense and ready for an ambush. But beyond the threshold lay a surreal dimension, housing a solitary treasure chest wrapped in menacing vines of thorns. As he stepped inside, his mind raced. A chest sealed with thorns and locked tight, and there is an NPC standing guard beside it. He focused his gaze, expecting a status window, but the system returned nothing. No name, no level, just absolute secrecy. Qin Feng stared at the figure in confusion. This is the first time I have ever encountered an NPC with completely blocked information. Suddenly, the mysterious figure began to chant an unintelligible incantation. As the spell ended, the NPC dissolved into particles of light. What? Just vanished? As the guardian disappeared, the razor-sharp thorns wrapping the chest withered and faded into nothingness. Qin Feng felt a wave of uncertainty, but quickly analyzed the situation. I couldn't read her data, but my gut tells me she is connected to the Eye of Judgment. The treasure chest before him began to pulsate with a blinding golden light. Gold. That means epic-grade items. But greed did not blind him. I must be careful. It could be a mimic or a trapped chest. He pointed forward. You, open it. The loyal follower lifted the heavy lid, and a brilliant radiance exploded from within, flooding the room. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This is a skill book, and it belongs to the assassin class. It has both active and passive effects. As he identified the item, the system panels materialized in the air, scrolling with delicious data. Item: Grant of Deliverance. Rank: Epic. Type: Assassin Skill Book. Passive effect: Weakness targeting increased by 100%. Damage to weak points is doubled. Effect: Decapitation. Active use: To trigger the decapitation effect, you must deal 100% physical damage per second. Duration: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 44.4 seconds. Qin Feng scanned the text, his heartbeat accelerating. The passive effect directly doubles my ability to judge and strike monster weak points. But the active skill, this decapitation effect, is absolutely broken. If my next attack deals 300 damage, the decapitation effect activates immediately. That forces the enemy to take an additional 300 damage every second for 3 seconds. Total damage, 1,200. It literally triples my output. Even with a multi-hit skill like Shadow Slash, the system counts it as a single strike, triggering the effect perfectly. And the best part? It is an epic skill. I only need 10 evolution points to ascend it to legendary rank. This is a massive harvest. My burst damage potential has just multiplied several times over. All thanks to Little Black's blessing, he smirked. Time to sell the trash loot to the others. We are done here. After sweeping the items into his inventory, Qin Feng messaged Li Zi, "Tell Wang Meng to return to the town. I have goods to sell him." Her reply came instantly, filled with awe. "Big boss, you cleared the ruins already? Understood. We are heading back to the starter town right now." Leaving the silence of the dark dimension behind, Qin Feng returned to the bustling small town to locate Li Zi's team. But the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Qin Feng stood helpless as a sea of players swarmed him from every direction. Darkness is here, brother Darkness. Can we be friends? Oh, mighty big boss Shadow. Do you need a lackey? My rank is 666. Are you really the Shadow? I am the chairman of the Lan Ding group in Jianghai City. Please, join our guild. Big boss, we're from Firefly Town. This is my sister. She's your biggest fan. I have no other intentions, just let her get to know you. Big boss, we're from Boxer Town. Please take us with you. I'll even let you marry my wife. Big boss, we represent Biyun Town. But Qin Feng ignored the deafening roar of the crowd, his focus sharpening on a single detail. It seems the teleportation gates to other beginner towns have finally opened. Now I can reach Firefly Town and hunt down that bastard Song Fei. Without a word, he vanished into thin air, leaving the mob screaming in confusion. He's gone, damn it. Who scared him off? Was it you clinging to him? You ruined everything. You dared to introduce that ugly sister of yours to the big boss? Screw you, I'm gonna beat you to death. You think I'm scared of you? While the mob erupted into a brawl, Qin Feng slipped away in stealth mode and rematerialized next to Li Zi. Little Black. She glanced over, eyes widening as she recognized him. Big boss! Li Zi turned and waved frantically to her group in the distance. Captain, the big boss is here. Qin Feng followed her gaze, but his expression darkened instantly. Standing amidst Wang Meng's squad was Xiao Yu. He frowned, his thoughts turning cold. Xiao Yu? Why has she joined Wang Meng's team? If she stays, Wang Meng and the others are doomed. I need to be extremely careful. The whole world knows. Shadow exists, but my true identity must remain a secret. My powers haven't synchronized with reality yet, and too many eyes are watching. Right now, in the real world, even a simple kitchen knife could end my life. Seeing Qin Feng, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with greed. Is that Shadow? He looks incredibly powerful. Compared to him, Wang Meng and these losers are nothing but rotten shrimp. If he power levels me, I could meet brother Song Fei in just a few days. Shoving her schemes aside, Qin Feng stepped forward to trade. These equipment sets perfectly match your team's classes. I also have basic skill books to skyrocket your combat efficiency. The total price is 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng turned pale at the number. That much? These are all gold and silver rank items. I can't afford this. Qin Feng replied instantly. No problem. Put it on a tab. Wang Meng looked at him, voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you. You've helped us so much. I truly don't know how to repay this kindness. If you ever need us in the future, just say the word. We will put our lives on the line for you. One of the teammates cheered in disbelief. Oh my god, Big Boss Shadow is a legend. I can actually use gold tier equipment this early in the game? Wang Meng dropped his serious demeanor, unable to contain his excitement. A gold rank skill? This is insane. My stats just tripled in a heartbeat. And the big boss let us pay in installments? He really trusts us. Suddenly, Wang Meng realized something was missing. He looked around in confusion. Wait, why is there no gear for the priest? Si Cheng sneered with a look of disgust. Who cares if she gets nothing? She's just leeching experience off us anyway. That's plenty. Xiao Yu timidly approached Qin Feng, lowering her voice to sound pitiful. Hello, big boss. I am the priest of Wang Meng's team. Is there really no equipment for me? A system notification popped up. Player Xiao Yu has sent you a friend request. She looked at him with wet, expectant eyes. Qin Feng stared back with a gaze cold enough to freeze water, then vanished without a single word. Xiao Yu stood there, stunned. Hey, where did he go? Wang Meng tried to smooth things over. Looks like the big boss didn't have priest gear this time. Don't worry, maybe next time. Si Cheng rolled his eyes. I think he just couldn't be bothered with you. Li Zi chimed in with admiration. Big Boss Shadow is like a divine dragon, you see the head but never the tail. So cool. Deep in stealth, Qin Feng slipped into a nearby shop. Away from prying eyes, he smirked. In his inventory sat a gleaming gold rank priest staff. He even had a gold rank priest skill book. But give such precious treasures to Xiao Yu? Absolutely not. As I level up, I'll have mountains of surplus gear. Selling them piece by piece is a waste of time. The government forces, backing Wang Meng, are the perfect bulk buyers. I can't let a liability like Xiao Yu ruin my partnership with them. I need to find a replacement priest for Wang Meng's team immediately. Then, we can kick Xiao Yu to the curb. Qin Feng's mind raced. To secure his future, he needed a legendary healer immediately. The target, Gu Yishui. In his past life, she was a commander of the God Slayer Guild, a holder of the hidden class, Whitebird Divine Cleric. Her healing was potent, her buffs God tier. She was, without question, the most powerful support he had ever known. She could single-handedly kite and destroy a zombie boss that wiped entire squads. Compared to her divine light, Xiao Yu was nothing but useless trash. Fate was on his side. Gu Yishui was currently in Firefly Town, the same starting zone as that idol, Song Fei. He could recruit her for Wang Meng's team right now. Qin Feng stepped onto the teleportation platform. System alert. Destination, Firefly Town. Space warped around him, and in a blink, the scenery shifted. The wind howled through the desolate streets of the town. As he walked, the angry muttering of nearby players caught his ear. "We need to go back. That silver rank boss is already at 50% health. We can't let them steal it. If we die, it's a waste. That scumbag Song Fei is using his fangirls as meat shields again. Who the hell can compete with a horde like that? I don't get it. He's just a B-list celebrity. Why are his fans so brainless? I'm not accepting this. I'm going to kill that pretty boy today." Qin Feng smirked. Perfect. Locating Song Fei was easier than expected. He followed the noise until he reached a desolate wasteland. Qin Feng scanned the area. This was the Weeping Valley, a level 5 danger zone infested with burning stalkers and tortured souls. As he ventured deeper, the sounds of chaos grew louder. "Charge! You dare hit me? Die! Run for your lives!" Ahead, players were desperately clashing with a two-headed burning stalker, a silver rank boss. But the battlefield was a mess. Players were slaughtering each other more than the monster. Suddenly, a wall of players emerged, blocking the path of the freelancers. It was Song Fei's fanatical army. The displaced players roared in fury. "Song Fei, you piece of filth. You stole my lifespan last time. Today, I'm going to end you. Do you think hiding behind women will save you? I have a skill specifically designed to kill mages' throat lock. Prepare to die." But before the attacker could get close, a fan threw himself in the way. "Don't you dare touch Brother Fei." The attacker froze in disbelief. "What the?" Qin Feng watched from the shadows, enjoying the show as memories of his past life surfaced. Song Fei, the self-proclaimed heaven-defying Dharma god, class, mage. In the previous timeline, he brainwashed his fans into choosing the mage class, forcing them to funnel all their gear and skills to him, allowing him to skyrocket in power. But a single mage wasn't enough. So, his obsessive fangirls came up with a twisted solution. Some dumped every point into magic, becoming glass cannon mages. Others went full agility, becoming harassment mages to annoy enemies. Some even pumped all their points into constitution, transforming into meat shield mages. Qin Feng chuckled at the absurdity. Eat my staff. There were even those who went full-strength battle mages who just whacked people with wooden sticks. In the early game, this Zerg rush strategy was terrifying. They plundered lifespan unchecked, overwhelming anyone who stood in their way. But naturally, as the game mechanics deepened, these broken builds were destined for the graveyard. Song Fei put on a performance worthy of an Oscar. "Oh, my dear sisters, seeing you work so hard breaks my heart. If only this boss would die quickly so you could all rest. I dream of a world filled with love, not violence." His crocodile tears instantly ignited the crowd's fervor. A girl named Song Fei Miao Miao stepped forward, eyes burning with devotion. "No, Brother Fei, you work the hardest. You shouldn't have to suffer like this. Sisters, charge, kill that monster. Don't let it scratch our appa." The mob of fanatics screamed in unison. "Winds rise, Song Fei flies. Song Fei is king. We follow you to the skies. Forever." Before the cringe could settle, the boss lunged at Song Fei. A fan immediately threw her body in front of the attack, taking the lethal hit. Song Fei dropped to one knee, feigning devastation. "Oh God, not you." As her avatar began to dissolve, she whispered, "Brother Fei, go crazy. For me." Song Fei Miao Miao rallied the troops. "Sisters, push harder. Kill this ugly beast. We must get Brother Fei to rank 1 on the leaderboards. We have to crush that mysterious shadow player." The fans went berserk. "Shatter the heavens. Defy the wind. We die for Song Fei." They threw themselves at the monster like moths to a flame. Protected, behind his wall of human flesh, Song Fei's expression shifted. His eyes turned cold as he calculated. Finally. It's almost dead. But if a silver boss is this hard, how in the hell did that guy solo a gold boss? That bastard Darkness. He must be using a glitch. I have an entire army boosting me, yet I'm barely level 7. How in the world did that dog Darkness level up so fast? What's his secret? If I can just secure the kill on this silver boss, I'll finally break through to level 8. Darkness has been stuck at level 9 forever. I'll overtake him in a single breath, become the #1 player, and ascend as the god of this game. But right at the peak of his arrogance, a hand clamped over his face from out of nowhere. Faster than the wind, Song Fei's head was severed from his neck before he could even blink. Qin Feng had executed the shadow shift slash. His grip was so intense that black blood sprayed violently from Song Fei's decapitated head. The horror unfolded so fast that the fanatic fans couldn't react. They only had time to scream, "Brother!" But the moment the word left their lips, Qin Feng had already slaughtered them all. The system notifications scrolled endlessly, as if waiting for this moment. "You have slain the twin-headed fire python. Gained 1,500 experience. You have slain player, defying God Mage. You have slain player Song Fei Miao Miao. Forever, following Fei, you have slain, little Fei Hua. Qin Feng moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the chaos to obliterate the monster. Damage numbers exploded into the air without pause. The surrounding players could only stare, their jaws hitting the floor in shock. Panic and awe rippled through the crowd. What was that? Did he just one-shot the boss? How does a single skill deal thousands of damage? This is too overpowered. My strongest skill barely hits for 100, but he's dealing damage in the thousands. He's 10 times stronger than us. And did you see that AoE attack? It wiped out Song Fei and his entire fan club instantly. Who is this assassin? Could it be? Is that Darkness? It has to be the legendary Big Shot Darkness, the first player to slay a gold boss. Who else could possess such terrifying power? Everyone back off. Leave the boss loot for the Big Shot. Big Shot Darkness just wiped out that toxic Song Fei crew. He did us all a huge favor. That's right, don't touch the loot. Darkness is the GOAT. Go Darkness. Big boss, I love you. Ignoring the praise, Qin Feng turned to leave, his thoughts cold and calculating. These people are only cheering because they're terrified. I'll kill them next. If this were my past life, this mob would have torn me apart without hesitation. Leaving Firefly Town behind, the scene shifted to a bustling starter village. A system panel popped up right where Song Fei had just respawned. You have been killed by Darkness. You have lost 1,106 days of tradable lifespan. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. He stared at the notification, muttering in utter disbelief. Did I really die? Did Darkness actually kill me? Why would Darkness come to our lowly Firefly Town? There are hundreds of starter towns in Jianghai City. Why did he come here just to steal my boss? Slowly, his fanatic followers began to respawn around him. Confusion washed over them. I died? How? Brother Song Fei, why did you die too? It was Darkness, but why would Darkness target our brother and us? He must have come specifically to steal the silver boss. That despicable villain, ambushing brother when he wasn't looking. Shameless scum. As the mob raged, a girl named Flying Jewel Cat timidly approached. She hesitated before speaking. Brother Song Fei, can I join your party, please? I'm an archer with the Eagle Eye skill. I can detect invisible units and stealth attacks. But another fan immediately cut her off. Get lost. Move it. Brother Song Fei said he only needs mages. Look at you, your damage output is trash. Your farming efficiency is too low. You'll only drag down brother's leveling speed on the leaderboard. Song Fei stayed silent for a moment before putting on his act. Don't speak like that. Everyone, listen. I still believe that love can conquer all obstacles. I can feel your intense passion. So what if you're an archer? Come here, join us. Let us grow stronger together. Flying Jewel Cat was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She stuttered. Brother, I love you. Seeing this performance, the other girls felt emboldened and rushed forward. Brother Song Fei, I'm an assassin. I have stealth too. I can make that guy taste his own medicine. Brother Song Fei, I learned an area of effect crowd control skill. I can freeze him for you. He spread his arms wide, embracing the adoration. My dear family, we are one big community filled with love. Anyone who wants to join is welcome. Come to me. Our hearts will be united forever. The fanatic screamed in ecstasy at his words. He's so warm and kind. I will follow Brother Song Fei forever without regret. That bastard Darkness only relies on sneak attacks because he's a cowardly assassin. He has no martial honor. He dared to touch our brother. He must pay the price. That's right. We'll use our crowd control to lock Darkness down, and then let brother execute him. Let him see what happens when he messes with our idol. Revenge. We must beat Darkness to death. Avenge our brother. Vengeance for Song Fei. We will hunt down that dog, Darkness. The onlookers on the periphery begin to stir. What's with all the commotion? What is that little celebrity trying to pull now? A bystander notices their confusion and scoffs. You seriously don't know? That guy just slaughtered someone outside. It was brutal. The listener blinks in disbelief. With that many fangirls protecting him? How could anyone possibly touch a hair on his head? The source lowers their voice, eyes widening. His opponent is Shadow. You tell me, is a high-level Shadow player someone to mess with? But does Shadow really dare to provoke this entire mob? I swear, the screws in these fangirls' heads are loose. Song Fei scans the swelling numbers of his guild members. A satisfied smirk tugs at his lips. Excellent. The more witnesses, the better. When I execute Shadow, the whole world will know my power. Solo strength is meaningless against an army, especially a filthy assassin. How can a rat in the dark compare to a noble mage like me? Qin Feng remains blissfully unaware of the scheming nearby. The Hand of Greed activates, harvesting the life force scattered around him. The system interface flashes open. You have received 16 evolution points, acquired 217 days of tradable lifespan. Loot. Silver rank X6. Gold rank X11. Seeing his points pile up, he immediately selects a skill to upgrade. Evolution target. Granting mercy. The numbers shift rapidly before his eyes. Consumed 10 evolution points, remaining 9. Skill. Granting mercy rank. Epic legendary type. Passive effect. Weak point damage correction. Plus 100%, plus 200%. Weak point. Hit coefficient. Doubled active. Next attack triggers decapitation effect. Bleed damage. 100%, 150% per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown reduced. 30 C25S. Qin Feng analyzes the new data with a calculating gaze. Weak point targeting increased from 100% to 200%. That is equivalent to doubling the probability of landing a fatal blow. Original weak points. Pre-evolution spots. With this buff, half the enemy's body is effectively a giant weak point. At this rate, my Shadow Slash will trigger critical damage on almost every hit. Decapitation damage spiked, and the cooldown dropped to 25 seconds. A dangerous glint fills his eyes. I could probably instant kill a gold rank boss with this kind of power. To think the original skill cost 0 points, and now it's evolved all the way to legendary. But the gap between legendary and mythic, the cost jumps 100-fold. It demands 200 points for the next tier. By that logic, evolving the Hand of Greed from epic would cost 210 points. And to reach legendary, 3,400 points? He sighs, looking at his meager balance. What can I even do with 9 points? Might as well upgrade Backstab. As the command registers, the screen refreshes. Qin Feng stares at the final tally. A silver boss plus a bunch of players. Over 1,400 days of tradable life. A massive haul. Time to head back. He reaches to close the interface, but a shadow looms behind him. Killing intent explodes. She moves like the wind, dagger raised high. Die, shadow. The blade bites toward his neck, but an unseen force intervenes. The dagger veers off course, sliding harmlessly past Qin Feng. The assassin freezes, mind racing. Why? How did I miss? She hits the ground, realizing the gap in power is too wide. Damn it, stealth. High on the cliff, Song Fei's fan club lights up the night with torches. Go to hell, shadow scum. We have you surrounded. One fanatic screams with burning passion. We are here to avenge brother Song Fei. Qin Feng instantly triggers Hidden Shadow. Kitty Fei draws her bow, her voice dripping with arrogance. Useless, your stealth is visible to us. An arrow screams into the sky. She spots the shimmering distortion of a hidden figure. Found you. Reveal yourself, Little Fei Miao shouts the command. Sisters, use your ultimate skills, smash him to pieces. Fan Fei moves out. No grass survives. The assassin girl from earlier looks up in horror. The spells are aiming right at her. Wait, it's me. Stop. Her pleas drown in the roar of magic. It is too late. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the cliffside. Smoke billows, erasing all traces of the victim. Little Fei Miao doesn't even blink at the friendly fire. It's fine. She wasn't a mage class anyway. Clearly, her love for Fei Fei wasn't pure enough. This is her divine punishment. Release the eagle. Find the real shadow. Suddenly, a bell chimes. A cold, mournful sound that freezes the very air. Item activated. Ghostfire bell. Rank. Special item active skill. Soul shock effect. Unleashes Ghostfire to paralyze all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Before the fan club can even react, their bodies lock up. Total paralysis. Mao Fei Bao stood frozen, paralysis seizing her body. Suddenly, an unseen force yanked the entire group backward, leaving them gasping in sheer terror. It was Qin Feng. He materialized from the void, unleashing a devastating shadow slash before anyone could react. Moving faster than the wind, he slaughtered the crazed fans while remaining perfectly cloaked in invisibility. He glided silently toward Song Fei's hiding spot, watching the confused target with predatory eyes. Why did they all drop dead? Song Fei panicked, sweat beading on his forehead. Is it the shadow? Impossible. If he attacked, he would have to reveal himself. Qin Feng pressed his face right against Song Fei's ear, slowly fading into existence as he whispered a death sentence. Song Fei, you are dead. The target jumped in fright, frantically screaming as he activated his magic shield. Damn you! But the barrier was pathetic. In less than a second, it shattered like fragile glass under Qin Feng's overwhelming power. Qin Feng struck with godlike speed. Song Fei hit the ground before his eyes could even close, blood spraying in a gruesome fountain. He vanished into light, leaving behind only the glowing essence of his lifespan. Qin Feng sneered at the loot. Not bad. This guy was hoarding over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. But why did those fangirls drop absolutely nothing, he wondered, scanning the carnage. Did they seriously gift every single point of their life to Song Fei? What kind of madness is this? We have been in this hell for so long, yet they still treat this survival game like a harmless simulation? Their stupidity is truly terrifying. It was a tragic waste. Centuries of combined lifespan, now untradeable, and lost, serving only as food for the lurking monsters. Back in the chaotic safety of the small town, Song Fei respawned, screaming in fury. Damn it all. My 2,000 tradable days. I am down to a measly 500. That cursed shadow. He turned on Mao Fei Bao with venomous eyes. Why didn't you use your scouting skills? Why was he invisible to you? I did use them, she cried out in injustice. But I only saw the two assassin sisters. There was nothing else. Xiao Fei Miao chimed in from the side, analyzing her status window. I see the issue. It must be the level of his stealth skill. I have the Eagle Eye skill, but my anti-stealth proficiency is only level 1. I can only detect level 1 invisibility. If his skill is level 2 or higher, he is completely ghost-like to me. Song Fei gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. That bastard shadow. He comes and goes like a phantom. How can I possibly defend against that? After venting, fear crept in. He was terrified of being wiped from existence. I never even offended him. He already stole the boss. Surely he will not come back to finish me off, right? Wait. Unless... Song Fei gasped. Is he jealous of my unrivaled beauty? Is that why he wants me dead? The delusional fans roared with protective passion. For everyone's safety, let us move to a different grinding spot. Wherever Song Fei went, they would follow. Moments later, in Firefly Town, Qin Feng prowled through the streets in stealth mode, scanning the crowd. Strange, he muttered. Song Fei is nowhere to be found. Did they flee to another town, or did they log off in fear? He deactivated his stealth, appearing instantly and startling a passerby. Hey, do you know where Song Fei's group went? The player nearly jumped out of his skin. You scared me to death. Wait, you are Big Boss Shadow. Boss, they went that way. Please, go kill him. But I have one humble request. When you slaughter Song Fei, can you spare my girlfriend? You mean Mao Fei Bao, the hunter? Qin Feng's voice was ice cold. I advise you to get a new girlfriend. Qin Feng mused to himself. So, that hunter who almost detected me is his girlfriend? Interesting. Boss, please! The man begged pitifully. It was so hard to find a girl in this world. But Qin Feng had already vanished into thin air. Moving invisibly in the pointed direction, Qin Feng calculated his odds. I know their general direction, but not their destination. Hunting them down blind will take too long. If only I could find Yi Shui right now. While the desperate boyfriend continued to shout behind him, a familiar silhouette brushed past Qin Feng. The moment he saw her, the name flashed in his mind like a beacon. Yi Shui. Qin Feng materialized instantly, chasing after her. Hey beauty, I need a favor. Yi Shui turned, surprised. Are you... the shadow? Ignoring the pleasantries, he summoned a glowing staff from his inventory, its aura pulsating with power. I know your class has a wide area search ability. Find Song Fei for me. Do that. And I will sell you this gold tier staff at a dirt cheap price. Consider it a reward. Yi Shui's eyes went wide with desire. She opened the trade window but hesitated. Wait, how do you know about my search range? I have never told a soul about that skill. Who are you? Qin Feng dodged the question expertly. Forget the details. Do you want this gold weapon or not? Blindsided by greed, she stammered. I want it, but I cannot afford it. Before she could finish her excuse, Qin Feng cut her off. You don't even have 500 days? The base price is at least 700. She paused, a sudden realization striking her. Wait, actually, I do have it. Let's not waste another second. Deal. A system window materialized instantly. Trade successful. Yi Shui clutched the staff, giggling like a fool. A gold tier staff. Qin Feng flicked her forehead, snapping her out of her fantasy. Get to work, he sighed, voice heavy with helplessness. As Yi Shui cast her spell, a thought drifted through her mind. This was her first time encountering this darkness, yet, why did it feel so familiar? Despite the uneasiness in her heart, she kept her tone light and playful. Hey, big boss, aren't you afraid I'll just take the gear and run without helping you? Qin Feng didn't even process the joke. He answered bluntly. Say what? You hate Song Fei, don't you? Yi Shui blinked in surprise. The boss knows about my grudge against Song Fei? Are you a friend of mine in the real world? But your voice sounds completely different. He gave a cryptic reply. You guess. Yi Shui shrugged, losing interest. I'm too lazy for guessing games. She turned to the white bird soaring above. Let's go. Her playful demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a look of intense focus. The white bird spread its massive wings, leaving the crowded residential zone behind. It arrowed straight toward the towering red stone mountains that pierced the sky. Far away, tucked in a secluded corner, a large group gathered. After a moment of silence, Yi Shui's voice came through. I found Song Fei. She pinged the location. Current coordinates, 386-9527, but I can't promise they'll stay put. By the time you get there, they might be gone. Qin Feng responded immediately. Send a friend request. Keep eyes on them. Update me on their location the second they move. Yi Shui hesitated. How long will this take? If it's too long. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Just a moment. Qin Feng surged forward like a gale. Suddenly, he skid to a halt, sensing something amiss. He ducked behind a massive tree trunk. Watching from afar, Yi Shui was confused. Huh? Why stop now, boss? Qin Feng ignored her, his gaze locked on a strange symbol carved into the bark. Scan the area. Are there any other massive trees like this nearby? She responded instantly. Got it. Give me a second. Boss. Spotted one. 100 meters ahead. Another one. 100 meters to your left. He reached out, fingers brushing the ancient carving. Yi Shui couldn't hide her curiosity about the symbol, but he gave her nothing but silence. You guess. As the words left his lips, the three trees formed a triangular connection. Boom! A pillar of light erupted from the center. Yi Shui gasped as the item materialized, screaming in disbelief. A jade tier treasure chest. Qin Feng examined the chest coolly before speaking. To find a blessing of the ancient gods in the novice village. Well, my luck isn't bad. And a treasure chest to boot. The blessing of the ancient gods could manifest anywhere in these god-forsaken lands. It usually started with strange symbols in a specific zone. Once activated, the blessing unlocks. Sometimes it summons a demon boss, other times a horde of minions. But if you're lucky, a treasure chest, or even unique hidden rewards. Yi Shui heaped praise from afar. Boss, you're amazing. That chest must hold at least 1,000 days of lifespan, right? That converts to tens of thousands in real-world currency. Qin Feng smirked. Her estimate was sharp. In his past life, at this stage, the exchange rate for lifespan was 1 to 10,000. And this was only day 1. By day 2, that rate would skyrocket to 1 to 50,000. Through the white bird's eyes, Yi Shui watched closely. The boss had simply swiped his finger over the symbols. I need to memorize this pattern. With my scouting skills, who knows what else I could find later. Qin Feng threw the chest open. A holographic panel flashed. You have opened the Jade Treasure Chest. Item received. Jade Tier Skill Book. Curse of the Blooming Flower. He stared at the skill name, surprised. Curse of the Blooming Flower? What kind of skill is this? As if reading his mind, the system description expanded. Curse of the Blooming Flower. Jade Tier. General Skill. Effect. Upon casting on a player, if they die within 15 seconds, a cursed flower will bloom from their corpse. The flower will continuously absorb the target's tradable lifespan. If not harvested, lifespan is lost. Cooldown, none. Qin Feng absorbed the information. A dark smile formed. This skill is absolutely broken. He had heard rumors of this in his previous life, so this was the legendary Curse of the Blooming Flower. The name fit perfectly. He learned the skill instantly. His mind raced with the possibilities. With this power, every time he killed a player, he just needed to guard their corpse. The cursed flower would drain every second of their tradable lifespan. Song Fei, your glory days are over. A cold light flashed in his eyes. I will kill you over and over until you're forced to log out. Then, I'll hit level 10. I'll manifest this power into reality. His grip tightened. And then, I will erase your existence from the real world permanently. The scene shifts to a desolate corner of the map, where a lone wolf howls in agony. It collapses under the relentless assault of Song Fei's party. Song Fei smirks, his ego inflating. I've run this far. Surely that shadow nightmare won't chase me here, right? You stole my silver tier boss and killed me twice. That's already plenty of revenge. No need to be so obsessed with me, is there? Just wait until I power up. Then I'll come settle the score with you, Shadow. Suddenly, little Fei Meow Meow shouts out. Brother, look over there. Someone's taking down a boss. Song Fei squints at the distant players. They look disgustingly familiar. Wait, aren't those fans of that wench, Niujachi? Hearing that name, the fangirl snaps. What? The rabid fan club erupts like a nest of angry hornets. Niujachi's trash fans again? Those disgusting insects are just trying to boost her into first place. Little Fei Meow Meow leads the charge, eyes burning with hate. Sisters, slaughter them all. We can't let these losers ruin our Appa's ranking. The innocent players, oblivious to the danger, wave happily. Great. Reinforcements are here. Hello there. The boss is low on HP. Let's finish it, Toge. Boom. A staff smashes into the speaker's face before he can finish his sentence. Little Fei Meow Meow stands over him, her face twisted in a mask of rage. She slams her staff down again. A teammate screams in panic. Ah, long. Misa steps forward, trembling with fury. What is wrong with you people? Have you lost your minds? Little Fei Meow Meow strikes a pose, looking down on them. This is the fate of all Niu Jiachi simps. The victim looks utterly confused. Niu Jiachi? Who is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Misa tries to speak, but thwack! 2 arrows pierce her eye and mouth instantly, silencing her forever. Blood sprays as her teammate howls. Misa! The crazy fangirl chants their cult-like slogan with burning passion. Gold Cape King soars high, clearing the path, sweeping the 8 wastelands. With poison in our hearts, we love Fei until old age. Everything for Brother Song. These rabid fans can't tell players from monsters anymore. They massacre everything in sight in a frenzy of violence. Soon, nothing remains but the glowing drops of stolen lifespan. Song Fei watches the carnage, tears of joy in his eyes. Oh my god, thank you, my babies. You saved me. I was almost victimized by Niu Jiaki's evil fans. I never knew they were this vicious and cruel. The fan club sobs with emotion, shouting in unison. No need to thank us, Appa. South or north, we follow you forth. While they celebrate their slaughter below, they fail to notice the cliff above. A predator has been watching their every move. Qin Feng stares down, his eyes cold pools of killing intent. In a blink, he vanishes into the wind. Down below, the fans suddenly freeze, faces turning pale with terror. Brother Fei. Song Fei turns, and his blood runs cold. A voice like ice whispers in his ear, "You're dead." Slash. Before he can react, Song Fei's head separates from his shoulders. The fans scream in horror. Appa! But Qin Feng isn't done yet. Cloaked in invisibility, he steps up to the headless corpse. Calmly, methodically, he casts a forbidden spell. Curse of the Blooming Flower. A blood-red flower bursts from the severed neck instantly. The crowd gasps, recoiling in fear. What is that thing? Meanwhile, Song Fei respawns back at the starter town. He stomps his foot, screaming in rage. Shadow, are you mentally ill? Why won't you let me go? Is it because I have so many fangirls? Are you jealous of my harem? Damn it. He chased me all the way to Firefly Town. It must be personal. Does the woman he likes stand me? Is that why he's so obsessed? As he rages, a system notification suddenly pops up. Song Fei freezes. His tradable lifespan is plummeting. 400, 390, 380, 370. What the hell is happening? Why is my lifespan draining like water? Is this some kind of death penalty glitch? His crazy fans finally respawn around him, panic on their faces. Appa, it's bad. That shadow guy. He used a skill on your dead body. A blood-red flower is growing out of you. It looks like it's sucking your life away. Song Fei stands there, thunderstruck. What? A flower? 10s on my corpse? Draining my lifespan? The numbers keep falling. 350, 340, 330. The horrific realization hits him. That shadow bastard. He's truly vicious. He doesn't just want to kill me. He wants to zero me out. If I log out normally, my body stays. If I go back, he kills me again. My lifespan will be wiped out. Song Fei makes a desperate call. Everyone force log off. Now, I'm going to use real cash to buy lifespan and legendary gear. We'll overpower him with money and gear next time. The fans roar in approval, energized by his delusion. Wherever you go, we follow. Song Fei grinds his teeth, swearing vengeance. Just you wait, Shadow. This isn't over. I didn't train for 2.5 years to be humiliated like this. I don't believe my wallet can't crush a bug like you. In a desolate corner of the world, red spider lilies bloom with terrifying vibrancy, dyeing the horizon in blood. Qin Feng stands amidst the carnage, having just slaughtered every last one of Song Fei's fanatic followers. The crimson flowers seem to feed on their corpses, growing stronger with every drop of blood. Suddenly, a holographic system interface materializes in the air. The system delivers a cold judgment. Because the player has committed excessive slaughter, the current murderer status carries a heavy price. If he dies on the 4th floor now, he will lose a staggering 96,875% of his current lifespan. But Qin Feng barely glances at the numbers. He simply smirks. Another 1,000 days added to my life. The monsters that Song Fei's group hunted provided a massive harvest. However, the absorption has stopped. It seems Song Fei and his cronies have finally logged offline in fear. High above, the white bird circles silently, its sharp eyes having witnessed the entire massacre from the start. Watching from a safe distance, Yixue is paralyzed with shock. So this is the true power of the #1 ranked player, Shadow. It's absolutely terrified. Qin Feng's voice suddenly cuts through the silence. Little Shui, did Song Fei go offline? Hearing her name, she snaps to attention and responds instantly. Yes, him and all his fans have logged out. Qin Feng isn't surprised in the least. Take note for the future. Once he logs off, notify me immediately. Yixue nods frantically. Understood, big boss. So, does that mean I can go now? But Qin Feng isn't done with her yet. Wait, I have a gold tier skill book here. It's a sword saint ability for the priest class. Do you want it? Yi Shui's eyes practically turn into stars. I want it. Qin Feng replies coolly. Wait for me at the town. She agrees with overflowing excitement. Yes, sir. A short while later, Qin Feng returns to the town. The moment he spots Yi Shui, he pulls out the item. This skill book is worth 500 days of lifespan. However, if you agree to one condition, I'll sell it to you for half price. Yi Shui instantly crosses her arms over her chest, stepping back defensively. What? Big boss, I don't sell my body. I have standards. Qin Feng looks at her with utter exhaustion. What kind of nonsense are you thinking? I need you to join a team and serve as their long-term healer. Yi Shui immediately drops the act and turns serious. Oh, that's fine. But I'm warning you, if they are total noobs, I'm going to file a complaint with you, boss. Qin Feng assures her. It won't come to that. Their strength is decent. I'll contact them right now. Leaving the town, the scene shifts to a gloomier setting under a torrential downpour. A team is in the middle of a desperate boss fight. Wang Meng lands the final critical blow. The team erupts in cheers. Nice. We finally killed the bastard. Wang Meng turns, his face pale purple. Quick, Xiao Yu, cast detox on me. Hurry. The girl hears her name and looks confused. Detox? Wang Meng's health is dropping fast. Yes, all priests have a detox skill. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Xiao Yu fumbles around before her eyes light up. Right, that skill. Watch this. She raises her staff with confidence and fires a purification spell. It's a perfect hit, on the tree standing next to the dying Wang Meng. The missed shot makes teammate Li Zi turn pale with horror, while Wang Meng enters critical condition. Xiao Yu giggles awkwardly. Oops, sorry, I missed. Before she even finishes her sentence, Wang Meng's eyes roll back, and he collapses face first into the mud. A teammate screams in panic. Captain! After that chaotic display, the battered team is forced to retreat to the town. Wang Meng's face is dark as he broods. I have to replace her. But where am I going to find a hidden class healer now? Any support player with actual skill has already been snatched up by other teams. Meanwhile, the optimistic Xiao Yu is scrolling through her interface, completely unbothered. Today wasn't hard at all. See? Leveling up to 4 is easy peasy. If I keep this up, I'll be able to meet my idol Song Fei in no time. As if reading minds, Qin Feng chooses this exact moment to send a message. Wang Meng, I have someone for you. Hidden class, White Bird Cleric. Her skills are solid. Does your team need a spot filled? Wang Meng looks like he just struck gold. Big brother, if you say she's good, she must be a god. Since you're the one offering, of course, we'll take her. Qin Feng sends the coordinates immediately. She is at Chuanghua town. There are fewer people grinding mobs there. Bring your team over directly. You can power level together. Wang Meng replies with frantic joy. No problem. We are on our way right now. There are way too many players at Shelltown anyway. We were just thinking about changing grinding spots. He immediately turns to Xiao Yu, putting on a fake, awkward expression. Ahem. So, Xiao Yu, there are too many people at Shelltown. We're moving to a high-level zone. With your current level, it would be extremely dangerous. So, for your safety, we can't take you with us anymore. She freezes, blinking innocently. But I feel like I can handle it though. Not giving her a chance to argue, Wang Meng's team sprints toward the teleport gate like their lives depend on it. He shouts back over his shoulder. No time to argue. We have to go. Xiao Yu, take care of yourself. The moment they vanish, her face twists in rage. Bastards, if you want to kick me, just say so. Why make up excuses? Fine. I've had enough of you guys anyway. I'm going to find the shadow boss and let him carry me. A short while later, Wang Meng's team arrives and spots Qin Feng. Wang Meng waves excitedly. Big boss! Suddenly, a system notification pings. You have received 800 days of lifespan. Wang Meng starts explaining immediately. That's for the equipment I bought last time. I still owe you 500 days. Captain Ann will come later to pay the rest. Seriously, earning lifespan in this game is harder than ascending to heaven. The name sparked a sudden memory. Captain Ann? Could it be Ann Yu? He kept his suspicion hidden, maintaining a calm facade. All right, this is Yi Shui, and this guy is Wang Meng. You two should get to know each other. A sharp voice cut through the air. Wang Meng, I'm here. A player with the IGN Justice Enforcer approached them from the distance. One look confirmed it. Qin Feng knew immediately. It was really on you. The legendary Justice Enforcer. Holder of the unique hidden class, Dragon Swordsman. In his past life, she was a top 20 global powerhouse, a pillar of the Great Sha Nation, and a living nightmare for every foreign enemy who dared cross her. She stepped forward with a warm smile. Great God, Darkness, it's an honor. I'm in you. I've admired you for a long time, he replied politely. Hello, but his mind raced. This was the first time he'd met a powerhouse who actually outranked him in his previous life. And you didn't waste time on pleasantries. Great God, Darkness, your growth speed is terrifying. Do you have a secret? She laughed lightly. I was joking before, but are you actually a time traveler? Or maybe reincarnated? Qin Feng remained silent, calculating his next move. In his past life, she wasn't on Wang Meng's team. It seems An Yu is holding the lifespan tradable assets for the entire Jianghai city government. Dragon swordsmen possess insane survivability. The government must feel safe in trusting the lifespan to her. And Yu continued boldly. If you find high-level gear, sell it to us. We'll buy everything. Also, I'm carrying the collective lifespan of Jianghai's officials. You wouldn't kill me, right, Great God? Qin Feng finally spoke. Don't worry, I'm not that short-sighted. We need to cooperate to win. She beamed at his answer. I knew you were smart. Qin Feng saw right through her act. Every word was a test, just like the rumors from his past life. And Yu looked innocent, but underneath lay a sharp, ruthless tactician. She would become his bridge to the great Xia officials, a connection that would save him trouble later. The scene shifted, leaving the game world behind for the cold shock of modern reality. A player named Forever Following Fei screamed into her phone in pure panic. Oh my God, sisters, did you see the government announcement? The lifespan in the God's Forsaken game. It's real. If it hits 0, we actually die in the real world. Another fan, Fei Bao Cat, shrieked. What? I thought it was just a game. I traded all my tradable lifespan to brother Song Fei. Little Fei Ua wailed through her tears. I only have a few days left to live. A confused voice cut in. Wait, you die 3 times, right? How did you lose so much? Little Fei Ua sobbed harder. I killed other players. I have red name status. 1 death cost me double the lifespan. The other player panicked. That means I only have a few years left. Little Fei Meow Meow clutched her phone, trembling violently. Damn it, I played a meat shield tank. I charged in every time. I killed people and died over and over. I only have 1 day left. If my lifespan hits 0, I die? Her voice cracked. No, this can't be real. I don't believe it. Absolutely not. Suddenly, a manic idea seized her. Brother Song Fei is buying lifespan. Yes, that's it. I'll find Brother Song Fei. He'll definitely help me. I'll wear his merchandise from head to toe. Right. Even the new ultra-thin Song Fei socks. Moments later, she was fully decked out, covered in fan gear, branding herself a loyal follower for all to see. She sprinted down the street, screaming like a lunatic. Brother Song Fei, I'm coming for you. Meanwhile, in a quiet apartment complex, Xiao, Yu opened her eyes, dazed. Am I back in reality? She checked her phone. According to current exchange rates, 1 day of lifespan sells for 15,000. I have 200 days. That makes me a multi-millionaire? Then, a notification caught her eye, freezing her blood. She gasped in horror. Oh God, darkness killed Brother Song Fei? And he did it 3 times? Xiao Yu shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. She wept harder, the terrifying truth sinking in. That fool warned her if lifespan hits 0 in-game, you die in real life. Even with 100 years of untradeable life, dying 3 times means he only has 12 years left. Brother Song Fei. Why? Why would darkness do this to you? Moreover, according to the group chat intel, he had slaughtered Song Fei 3 times, even while that bastard was surrounded by dozens of guards. It was absolutely terrifying. How could anyone possess such overwhelming power? Suddenly, a notification chimed on the phone from a player named Song Fei Meow Meow, calling all sisters. Attention, beautiful ladies. Our idol, Song Fei, is in desperate need of assistance. Sisters in Jianghai City, please find him and sell your tradable lifespan to him immediately. He is currently located at Dajiang Square. The purchase ratio is 1 to 10,000. Sisters, this is your chance to make a fortune and save our beloved Song Fei. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frantically began to change her clothes. Song Fei was actually at Dajiang Square right now. That was not far from her location at all. No, she could not just stand by and watch his lifespan drain away. She had to go and save Song Fei. Luckily, thanks to those idiots earlier, she had harvested over 200 days of tradable lifespan, just enough to save him. As soon as the words left her lips, she dashed out the door. Meanwhile, back in the game world, a shrimp-headed monster was sliced to ribbons with a few swift strikes. On the pristine beach with its white sand and blue water, Qin Feng decimated waves of sea monsters. A system notification flashed instantly. Congratulations. You have reached level 10. Your basic attributes have increased. You have received 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked the class Ascension feature. You are the first player in Jianghai City to reach level 10. You have received 7 prestige points. You are the first player in the Great Xia Kingdom to reach level 10. You have received 14 prestige points. You are the first player in the entire world to reach level 10. You have received 21 prestige points. When 7 players in Jianghai City reach level 10, the teleportation portal to the abandoned continent of the gods will be activated. The announcement manifested in every starter town, broadcasting the achievement to every single player. Congratulations to player Shadow for becoming the first player to reach level 10. This is a special worldwide broadcast. Players staring at the floating text erupted into chaos. Of course, it was Shadow again. He was the one who slew the first gold boss, and now he is the first level 10 in the world. This boss Shadow is simply too overpowered. Moreover, I just heard that this big shot killed a certain little celebrity multiple times. That guy Song Fei, right? Trash like him got what he deserved. Is this Shadow really from Great Xia? I know he has the only unique hidden class, but the next highest person is only level 8. Just who is this Shadow? Among the 1.5 billion people of India, is there truly no one who can catch up to him? Notifications continued to cascade around him. You have consumed 13 evolution points. Remaining points 0. Initial skill Backstab has evolved to Platinum Jade rank. Passive effect enabled. When attacking a target from behind, damage increases by 40 to 50%. Qin Feng gazed out at the distant ocean and muttered, "Tradable lifespan. I only have a little over 7,000 days. It is completely insufficient." This time, the interface did not show skill data, but upgrade options. Qin Feng mused to himself. If I want to leave the starter town, I need to wait for 7 people to hit level 10 to open the formation to the abandoned continent, but the current highest level is only 7. Therefore, I have no choice but to wait a while longer. This works out perfectly. I can return to reality and solve a certain problem first. His figure slowly dissolved into the cool sea breeze and the sound of crashing waves. Qin Feng returned to the real world. He opened his eyes that were murky, yet shone with a sharp, cold light. A holographic panel appeared in the air. Do you wish to use tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? Qin Feng made his selection immediately. Upon accepting the request, the system displayed the extraction categories. Option 1. Extract class profession. Option 2. Extract equipment. Option 3. Extract skills. Option 4. Extract bloodline. Currently unavailable. Option 5. Extract divinity. Currently unavailable. He scanned the list once before speaking clearly. Extract class profession. Selection received. The system responded. You have consumed 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. You have extracted the unique hidden class, Shadow. Passive class traits are now active. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. But Qin Feng was not done yet. A flood of related information surged through his mind. After reviewing the panel, he decided his next move. Extract skills. Suddenly, Qin Feng realized something incredible. Logically speaking, the higher the skill level, the more lifespan it should cost to extract. The price should increase exponentially, but the lifespan cost for extraction is based on the original rank of the skill. It does not account for my current level. Even better, it ignores the fact that I have evolved them. Hidden Shadow only costs 900 days, yet the extracted skill synchronizes with the platinum rank from the game. This is pure ecstasy. As soon as he finished speaking, the panel flashed again. You have consumed 900 days of tradable lifespan. Successfully extracted platinum rank skill, Hidden Shadow. You have consumed 2,262 days of tradable lifespan. Successfully extracted silver rank skill, Toxic Dart. He felt a surge of terrifying power coursing through his veins as he declared, "The real game begins now." 1,292 days of lifespan remain. For now, extracting other skills is out of reach. Yet, for such a meager price, I managed to extract this platinum-grade stealth ability. What an absolute steal. Dark energy swirls around Qin Feng's hand, a shadowy aura that now engulfs his entire being. My physical strength is now double that of a normal human, and my agility stats have soared to 32 points. I have transcended mortal limits. With unlimited invisibility and lethal poison darts effective up to 14 meters, the chance to slaughter Song Fei is finally within my grasp. Qin Feng grabs his phone, scrolling through the latest updates with a calculating gaze. Song Fei is frantically purchasing lifespan? Is he trying to power up in the game just to come back and settle the score with me? Dajiang Square is only 7 or 8 kilometers away. With my current speed, I can be there in just over 10 minutes. Suddenly, the phone buzzes with a new notification. He glares at the sender's name and mutters, "Hu Qibin, that useless manager who bullies others by relying on the company's power." He opens the message with a sneer. "Qin Feng, have you grown wings now? Why aren't you picking up? It is a blessing that the young miss even looks at you. And yet you dare ignore us? Call back immediately, or I will." Before he even finishes reading, rage flares. Idiot. Without hesitation, he throws the number onto the blacklist. Qin Feng strides forward, his aura surging relentlessly. He tosses the phone aside and activates his stealth state. Before vanishing completely, Qin Feng grits his teeth, emphasizing every word. These fools will soon realize the true horror of this divine game. Meanwhile, at the outdoor venue, the stage is magnificent, the atmosphere electric. A single name echoes through the air. Song Fei. Below the stage, girls scream his name in a frenzy of excitement. Song Fei. Song Fei. On the stage sit a man and a woman, bathing in the chanting crowd's adoration. Zooming in, the man basking in the praise is indeed Song Fei, and sitting right beside him is Jiang Li. She glances over at him, her voice is soft but probing. Brother, I heard that in the game. You were killed by that Shadow character 3 times. But don't worry, I have sent people to investigate Shadow's real identity. Song Fei frowns slightly. Oh? And how is the investigation going? Keeping her smile bright for the audience, she whispers. I sent agents to Firefly Town to make contact with him. We will offer him a sum he cannot refuse, and the moment he returns to reality, to collect the money. Heh. Jiang Li lowers her head, a cunning expression twisting her features. We will capture him, and when we do, I will call you immediately so you can vent all your anger. Song Fei's lips curl into a despicable smirk. Make sure you tell me the moment you have him. He leans in. I heard your Dajiang company uses this method to control players, forcing them into slave labor for the guild. Isn't that right? She covers her mouth, giggling. They are just trash, with hardly any lifespan to speak of. You are the best one, Brother Song. So many women willingly gift their lifespan to you. They are even ready to die for you. Hearing Jiang Li's words, he chuckles with satisfaction, arrogance radiating from his face. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the noise from below the stage. Hey, can't you people control yourselves? Selling your own lifespan to someone else like this? An ordinary-looking man shouts above the crowd. Don't you read the government news? If your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die in reality too. Song Fei is momentarily stunned into silence. Seeing no one respond, the man presses his advantage. And you, Song Fei, you know perfectly well that lifespan equals life, yet you brainwash your fans to harvest their time. You are murdering people. We will sue you. Song Fei rubs his temples for a split second. I knew a troublemaker would show up. In a flash, he stands up, microphone in hand, his voice calm and practiced. Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I am Song Fei. I have noticed the debates circulating recently. My acquisition of lifespan has consumed public resources and caused trouble. For this, I am deeply regretful, and I sincerely apologize. The crowd instantly erupts in defense. No, you don't need to apologize. It's not your fault. He puts on a heartbroken expression, skillfully manipulating public opinion. I am eternally grateful for the love and support of my fans. At the same time, I sincerely appeal to everyone. Let our love be positive and progressive. I hope everyone can support their idols rationally during this crisis of the divine game. While protecting yourselves, let us work together. Let us support things that bring positive energy to society. Song Fei's words slither into every corner of the square. Many girls are moved to tears by his performance. While the whole country suffers from this game, I am actively cooperating with officials and doing my best within the system. So, I emptied my personal fortune, trading it all for lifespan just to become the legendary idol you deserve, to be someone worthy of your love. He buried his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably, his voice choking with emotion. I did this to repay my fans. My only hope was that you would gain something real, something beyond just a game. Please, live happy, peaceful lives. Let us work together for a brighter tomorrow. I never thought my devotion would cause so much trouble for everyone. If my existence is a burden. Song Fei's voice trembled with calculated sorrow. Then I offer my deepest, most sincere apology to you all. The girls below were on the verge of collapse. No. Then, the dam broke. His tearful speech ignited a powder keg of hysteria in the crowd. They screamed until their throats bled. Don't apologize. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so warm, so kind? Appa, Appa. Then, the mob turned on the man who had shouted earlier. You filth. Get the hell out of here. We are helping him willingly. Don't you dare insult his sincerity with your dirty mouth. The man could only stammer, you people. Suddenly, Song Fei meow meow pouted and shrieked. Stop listening to those messy rumors. How dare you doubt him? You brainless pigs will believe anything. How could lifespan in a game affect reality? Are you stupid? The crowd whispered, looking at her. When did she get up on stage? Song Fei meow meow was lost in her own delusion, striking her chest. I've died for him countless times in the game, even when I log off with less than a day of lifespan left. Look, I'm still standing right here. Even if the rumors were true, if you don't even have the resolve to die for him, then you don't deserve to say you love Song Fei. The brain-dead fans below erupted in wailing tears, swept up in the madness. She's right. It's true. Song Fei, I love you. Like a chain reaction of dominoes, they began to scream. I have 20 days of lifespan. Take it all. I have 17. I have 3. Take mine. He stood on the stage, surveying the harvest of souls he had cultivated, hiding his smirk behind a mask of gratitude. Oh heavens, I can feel your love. I love you all so much. The crowd howled in ecstasy. Song Fei turned to the fanatic beside him, holding her hands tenderly. Especially you, to be loved by someone like you. I am truly moved. Song Fei meow meow choked on her sobs, overwhelmed by bliss. Ah, Song Fei, just seeing you look at me with such deep affection. I could die right now and be happy. He looked at the weeping woman and whispered, Suddenly, a streak of azure light tore through the sky. It shrieked across the wind and buried itself straight into Song Fei's skull. The crowd froze, eyes bulging in disbelief at the sudden violence. Adoration instantly turned to primal terror. Jiang Li watched in horror, her eyes locked on the stream of blood erupting from him. His pupils constricted. Blood sprayed from his mouth. A massive, gaping hole had appeared in Song Fei's head. His body swayed, losing all balance, and collapsed forward into the arms of the person in front of him. She blinked, surprised by the warm blood splattering her face. Huh? Then the brutal reality hit. She collapsed to the ground, screaming in sheer terror. Song Fei meow meow stared at the cooling corpse, whispering brokenly. Song Fei, Oppa, what's wrong with you? Chaos exploded in the crowd. Song Fei is dead. He's gone. Bodyguards instantly swarmed Jiang Li. Danger! Protect the young miss! Move out! She vanished into the stampede, running for her life. Her mind raced. Run! Run fast! I have to get out of this place. Jiang Li was paralyzed with fear, cold sweat mixing with her tears. I saw it. When? Song Fei died. A glowing orb of lifespan appeared over his body, but it vanished instantly into thin air. Someone grabbed it. She threw herself into the car, shielded by her guards. The thing that killed Song Fei, that was clearly a divine rank game skill. Is it possible? Can game skills actually be used in the real world? How did they do it? To instant kill Song Fei. To stay invisible and loot the lifespan. There is only one person capable of this. Only him. But before the thought could finish, another shot pierced straight through her skull. Blood painted the interior of the car. Jiang Li's face twisted in her final moment, a mask of grotesque horror. The bodyguard stared at the corpse in shock. Young miss, deep in the chaotic crowd stood Qin Feng. His expression was ice cold, his aura radiating murderous intent. He whispered softly, shadows, nothing more. Time passed. The sky turned a bruised purple as evening fell. Breaking news flooded every channel. Top star Song Fei, brutally murdered at Dajiang Square. A fanatic fan sacrificed her entire lifespan and died tragically beside Song Fei's corpse. Police investigations concluded. Cause of death, supernatural ability. Xiao Yu and Chu Ran stared at the screen, their souls leaving their bodies as they read the news. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't believe it. This can't be real. We literally just saw Song Fei's concert yesterday. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Chu Ran like a bolt of lightning. The invisible shuriken. That was an ability from the discarded divinity game. Xiao Yu's voice trembled, her eyes wide with terror. Are you saying Shadow killed Song Fei? I heard Shadow killed Song Fei 3 times inside the game. As the words left her lips, she couldn't believe what she was saying. But how is that possible? How can game abilities exist in the real world? Xiao Yu stood frozen, her mind spiraling into chaos. Slowly, a terrifying epiphany took root in her soul. Shadow was the murderer. It makes sense. Shadow hunted him in the game. In reality, only a ghost like him could pull this off. Invisible shurikens, stealth mastery, those are assassin skills. Her conviction hardened. There is no doubt, Shadow is the killer. Song Fei was slaughtered by Shadow. Her eyes went dull. My world has lost its only light. Yet, amidst the grief and turmoil, a cold, calculating thought emerged in Xiao Yu's mind. If Shadow could bring game powers to reality, she had to get close to him. She would use him. Snapping out of her trance, she screamed at the driver. Stop the car! In that moment, she made a silent vow. Whatever the cost, I must become stronger. She stepped out of the vehicle, her aura changing completely. Chu Ran rushed over, concerned. Xiao Yu? But she gave no answer. Her gaze was distant, lost in a labyrinth of dark schemes. From this day forward, she had only one purpose. A dangerous plan crystallized in her heart. Kill Shadow. Chu Ran called out again, panic rising in his voice. Xiao Yu, are you all right? You look terrifying. But his words fell on deaf ears. She was already gone, completely submerged in a sea of hatred, living only to avenge Song Fei. Meanwhile, far from the drama, Qin Feng was enjoying a quiet meal at a desolate stall. He chewed slowly, analyzing his situation. In the discarded divinity, players were invincible avatars, but in reality, using those powers drained stamina. Even a god needs to eat when his stomach growls. Suddenly, his phone erupted with notifications. An urgent message flashed on the screen. Qin Feng. Fatty Hu was losing his mind, raging that Qin Feng had blocked him on WeChat. If you don't show up right now, you're fired. Don't expect to see a single cent of your salary. Qin Feng glanced at the sender's name with disinterest. Yang Xiaoya. A girl with a good heart, but too fragile. She was always getting bullied. In his past life, she was a core member of his God-Slayer guild. A diamond in the rough. He smirked, typing a casual reply. Ignore that fat pig. Quit the job. Trust me. Just enter the game and start leveling up. Her reply came instantly. Qin Feng, are you playing it too? I heard it's incredibly hard. People are saying their lifespans are draining away. Qin Feng tapped out the golden rule. Doesn't matter what class you pick. Just dump every point into agility. Xiaoya responded immediately. Okay. I heard game lifespan is selling for a fortune right now. Qin Feng, how about you? Made any money? He replied calmly, masking the truth. Not much. I've already spent it all. She was shocked. Whoa, you bought a house and a car, didn't you? No wonder you blocked Fatty Hu. Hearing that nickname, Qin Feng chuckled. Fatty Hu? He's just a lapdog. The real trouble lay with his owner, Shi of the Qian group. The mere mention of her name unlocked a flood of memories. Shi, the grand heiress of the Qian Corporation. His old company was just a pawn in her empire. This wealthy princess did nothing but hunt men for sport. Rumors of her dragging 6 middle-aged foreigners into hotels, or joyriding in sports cars with 3 athletic men. It was disgusting. And now she has her sights on me? Qin Feng frowned. Her reputation was trash. Shi worshipped anything foreign, despising her own heritage. Not long after the game launched, she would flee Great Xia for North America. There, she would found the Alice Guild in the Wonderland server. It would become one of the top 3 guilds in North America, a sworn enemy of Great Xia. In his previous life, she was a plague upon his homeland and a thorn in the side of his God-Slayer guild. He had to eliminate her. Now, before she left the country, once she reached North American soil, touching her would be nearly impossible. If Shi dies here, the Alice Guild might never exist. A ruthless thought flashed through his mind. Rumor had it the founders of the Alice Guild were all her former lovers. If the queen bee dies, the swarm disperses. The connection breaks. Just as the killing intent solidified, a sudden ringtone shattered the silence. It was Xiao Yu. He picked up instantly. Hello? The moment the line connected, Xiao Yu's voice screamed through the speaker. Qin Feng, you're actually alive? I thought you died in the game. Listen carefully. I've made enough money to buy a house. So from now on, stay out of my life, Qin Feng replied, his voice calm as a still lake. That's great. Is that all? She shrieked one last time, filled with misplaced pride. Don't ever bother me again. I certainly won't be looking for you. And don't you dare try to find out where I live. Qin Feng offered a dismissive hum, his voice cold. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. A furious shriek nearly shattered the speaker on the other end. Qin Feng, you listen to me. From this moment on, I am cutting all ties with you. Without a single second of hesitation, he accepted the terms. Okay. The call ended instantly, cutting her off mid-rant. Qin Feng finished his meal in silence, his mind already shifting gears. Time to continue leveling. It wouldn't be long now. Once the first player hit level 10, the truth would be revealed, game skills would manifest in reality. He gazed up at the tranquil blue sky, a stark contrast to the storm brewing in his thoughts. When that moment comes, he whispered to the wind, this world will never know peace again. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Churan watched her best friend with deep concern. Xiao Yu, was it really wise to disown your brother like that? Maybe you should go find him and apologize. I think he's actually angry this time. Xiao, you lifted her chin, eyes flashing with arrogance. Me? Apologize to him? Never. I've already sold my lifespan to the Qianxi group. 2 million credits are mine now. Churan stood frozen, completely speechless. Xiao Yu grabbed her shoulders, eyes burning with intensity. Churan, I bought a room for us. We'll live together. I'll make connections with Shadow soon enough. Once I have him, why would I ever need my useless brother? Just then, Zhang Wei appeared, waving casually. He walked over and wrapped an arm around Xiao Yu with familiar ease. For you, babe. Here is the assassin's skillbook you wanted. He leaned in closer, voice dropping. Just don't forget the promise you made me, that you'd be with me. Xiao, you forced a sweet smile. I know. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure you're properly satisfied. Yet, in the depths of her heart, she was screaming curses. You disgusting bootlicker. The moment I secure Shadow's friendship, trash like you won't even be worth a glance. Once she managed to chase Zhang Wei away, she eagerly pulled up her contacts. Brother Wang, I have a rare assassin skillbook here. It's even a crowd control type. Could you please ask the Great Shadow if he needs it? If he wants it, tell him. Tell him it's a free gift from me. Xiao, you could barely contain her excitement. That dog Zhang Wei was actually useful for once. This skillbook was perfect. It would be the red string of fate binding her to Shadow. She closed her eyes, fantasizing about Shadow's legendary silhouette. Oh, Shadow. I'll catch up to you soon. You'll stay quietly by my side, healing me, slaughtering my enemies, and leveling up with me. You'll give me infinite support. Xiao, you painted a delusional, beautiful future in her mind. You will slowly come to trust me completely. You'll even become my other half, until I am strong enough. Until you no longer have any value for me to exploit. A thought of pure malice flashed through her mind. And when that day comes, I will kill you with my own hands. I'll gouge out your eyes as an offering to avenge Song Fei. But suddenly, the reply from the other end snapped her back to reality. The boss says that skill is trash. He doesn't need it. You should just keep it and sell it for cash. Xiao, you stood there, jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh? Not long before this, in a desolate wasteland, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He was moving in stealth when a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Watch out, dodge it. Qin Feng immediately activated his stealth and ghosted toward the source of the chaos. Damn it! This isn't a normal boss. Just survive. A tank from the Grey Rose Guild raised his shield, desperately trying to block the razor-sharp claws of a massive golden arthropod. He retreated, screaming, "Run, it's locked onto you." The beast's strike nearly took his head off. Shit. From the shadows, Qin Feng analyzed the threat. A golden arthropod? A level 8 gold tier boss. A faint smirk touched his lips. Interesting. If his memory served him right, this creature possessed level 2 anti-stealth. Qin Feng realized instantly his concealment was completely useless in front of those compound eyes. The golden arthropod unleashed a deafening roar that shook the very atmosphere. Feigning panic, Qin Feng turned and sprinted away. But as he widened the distance, he launched a silent, deadly strike from afar. The attack landed with surgical precision. Damage numbers exploded in the air, minus 9,126. Weak point hit. Qin Feng paused, calculating rapidly. My passive doubles damage when attacking from outside the target's vision. But since this thing can see through stealth, that bonus is nullified. My damage output is significantly crippled. He fell silent for a moment, replaying the massive health bar reduction in his mind. However, the legendary tier Gift of Liberation is still active. It amplifies damage to the head and heart of the golden arthropod by 200%. In a 9-hit combo, 3 strikes are guaranteed to hit vitals, dealing triple damage to those weak points. That massive multiplier directly compensates for the lost stealth damage. An image of a certain girl flashed in his memory. No wonder it's a legendary skill. I really need to thank her for helping me find that shrine of faith. Unbeknownst to him, the Grey Rose team was watching the battle, mesmerized. She whispered, eyes wide with disbelief. How is that dark damage so absurdly broken? Just one skill, and it already wiped out 1/6 of the golden arthropod's health bar. Qin Feng wasted no time. Without a second thought, he unleashed his next move, the toxic dart. The projectile struck true, embedding itself right in the center of the beast's forehead. Critical hit. 1,785 damage exploded from its weak point. Yet, his expression remained icy. This toxic dart is only at the silver tier, he muttered. Its damage output is completely falling behind. I still need to undergo my class advancement to unlock higher tier stealth stats. After the strike, Qin Feng descended gracefully, landing near the golden arthropod to assess the situation. But suddenly, the beast snapped back to life, launching a counterattack with the ferocity of a hurricane. Grey Rose screamed in panic. Watch out! Qin Feng's eyes widened instantly. With superhuman reflexes, he twisted his body, barely evading the lethal strike. He didn't stop there. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, refusing to give the monster a single second to recover. Hiding behind a boulder, Grey Rose and Xiao Yu watched the spectacle in trembling awe. What kind of insane speed is that? It is not just raw speed. His reaction time is godlike. And somehow, he seems to know every single one of the boss's attack patterns. Exactly. In terms of stats, he is nearly equal to the boss. Yet, he effortlessly evades every single blow it throws at him. The two of them spoke in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. It looks as if he has fought this monster 1,000 times before. Qin Feng noticed their gaze. Even while weaving through attacks, his mind drifted to the past. In my previous life, when I traveled with Xiao Yu, she could barely protect herself, let alone heal me. Over time, I was forced to master this style of combat. A true warrior does not rely on brute force or risking their life. No, they must perfect the art of evasion and precision striking. A cold, predatory light flashed in his eyes. This was the very technique that allowed him to dominate the battlefield. This is how I managed to break into the world's top 100, even with just a standard warrior class. The golden arthropod let out a miserable shriek as agony tore through it. Pitch-black blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. Watching the beast clutch its wounds and attempt to flee, Qin Feng felt a rush of satisfaction. The tables had turned completely. Compared to special bosses, like the Golden Ghost Ship and its unavoidable attacks, dealing with this giant bug is practically a walk in the park. Grey Rose cried out in alarm. "Oh my god! Look! That golden boss is trying to escape!" Qin Feng did not hesitate. He flashed forward, cutting off its path. With a single horizontal slash, he severed its life. System notification. You have slain the level 8 golden arthropod. You have received 6,400 experience points. You have obtained 7 evolution points. You have received 497 days of tradable lifespan. The system notifications flooded his vision. Confirmed. You have received 7 evolution points. Confirmed. You have received 497 days of tradable lifespan. The two girls behind him gasped, their voices dripping with envy. That is incredible. Just one golden boss dropped 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. But the system was not finished yet. A holographic panel materialized. Item acquired, Dark Light Shield. Rank, Platinum. Class, Assassin Skill. Effect. Upon activation, all evasion rate is converted into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requirement, Level 8. Conversion rate. Every 20% of evasion converts into 1 layer of immunity shield. Note: evasion rate returns to normal after the effect ends. After reading the description, Qin Feng froze. He could barely believe his own eyes. I cannot believe it actually dropped a skill book of this caliber. If I combine this with a 75% evasion from my corpse rank phantom blur technique, the Dark Light Shield will grant me 3 full layers of absolute damage immunity. Once I master this, countless bosses will be completely unable to touch me. Immediately, Qin Feng issued a command. System: evolve the Dark Light Shield directly to the corpse rank. System: request accepted. Consuming 1 + 2 + 3 = 6 evolution points. Evolution complete. Dark Light Shield. Promoted from Platinum to corpse rank. Assassin Skill. Damage immunity shield. Duration increased. 8 to 10 to 12 to 14 seconds. Conversion rate improved. Requirement lowered from 20% to 15 to 12. And finally, to 10%. Evasion per shield layer. He threw his head back and laughed in pure delight. Haha, this means I can instantly generate 7 layers of damage immunity. With this defense, I can boldly explore high-level danger zones far earlier than planned. Qin Feng pulled out a dart, his mind racing. I still have 22 evolution points remaining. Time to upgrade the lethality of my toxic dart. System: consumed 3 + 5 + 8 = 16 evolution points. Toxic dart evolved. Silver to Jade rank. Range increased. 14 to 17 meters. Attack power boosted. 120 to 240 points. Toxic effect. Inflicts additional 50%. Up to 80% continuous damage every second. Weak point strike bonus increased. Duration: 5 seconds. Effect does not stack. Qin Feng was stunned by the sheer jump in numbers. I evolved it 3 times, but the damage output has at least doubled, since the base cooldown is only 5 seconds. Its DPS capability is no weaker than my shield Shadow Slash. Qin Feng grinned, his harvest overflowing. And it even dropped 2 Assassin class equipment pieces. Equip immediately. System alert. Platinum rank Jewelry Ring of Grace. Assassin class. Agility +20. Movement speed +20%. Attack speed +20%. Cooldown reduction +20%. Requirement: Level 8 Scarlet Leather Gauntlets. Gold rank defensive gear. Assassin set. Physical defense +18. Elemental resistance +15. Vitality +12. HP +588. Requirement: Level 6. Qin Feng smiled, confidence radiating from him. With this gear, his cooldown reduction hit a staggering 55%. The original 12-second cooldown for Phantom Slash dropped to a mere 7.7 seconds. Plus, his stats skyrocketed. 51 extra vitality, 106 physical defense, over 1500 HP. Not bad at all. He could now tank 3 direct hits from the golden arthropod without dying. Combine that with his shield of dark light, and his survivability had just reached a god-tier level. At that moment, Grey Rose stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with absolute awe. "Expert, you really are a legend. You crushed that boss like it was nothing." Her team chimed in, equally stunned. "Too strong. Simply too strong." She batted her eyelashes, looking hopeful. "Expert, did any skill books drop? Something I can use?" "I'll buy it." Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He opened his inventory. "You're a mage, correct? I have this gold rank skill book, Ice Blast. It's an AoE skill that fires up to 10 frost spheres. Fixed price. 800 days of lifespan." Xiao Yu, standing nearby, felt the sting of jealousy. 800 days? That's insane. I saw someone selling a level 5 gold skill for only 400 days. Qin Feng raised a brow, his voice cool and calculated. Ice Blast is a level 7 skill. The damage output is 40% higher than level 5. 800 days isn't expensive, it's a steal. Grey Rose didn't blink. "Deal. 800 days. The transaction was instant. System notification. You have lost skill book Ice Blast. You have received 800 days of tradable lifespan." Her team waved enthusiastically. "See you later, boss." Qin Feng turned and walked away, cold as ice. No time for pleasantries. At this stage, no boss in the starter zone could pose a threat to him anymore. The plan was simple. Return to town, leak the info, and gather coordinates on every silver and gold boss in the area. With an endless supply of bosses to hunt, his leveling speed would be maximized. Suddenly, a private message from Wang Meng popped up. "Boss, our old healer, Xiao Yu, asked me to reach out. She wants to gift you a skill book." Qin Feng paused, a sneer curling his lip. "Xiao Yu? Giving me a gift? Probably some trash, bronze tier skill." He shook his head, disgusted. The rumors were already spreading that the Shadow had killed Song Fei, and now she wants to gift a skill book to the Shadow? Qin Feng typed back ruthlessly. "Tell her to keep her trash." Wang Meng replied instantly. "Got it." Qin Feng laughed internally. Does she want to cozy up to the strong, or avenge her old sugar daddy, Song Fei? Maybe both. Wang Meng relayed the message to Xiao Yu. The expert said, "Your skill is trash. He doesn't need it. Sell it for scraps." She stood there, mouth agape, stunned by the rejection. Qin Feng messaged again. "Wang Meng, head to town. I have loot to sell. Get your lifespan ready." Wang Meng agreed. On it. But then, his tone shifted seriously. "Actually, boss, can I ask you something? Did you kill Song Fei?" Qin Feng froze for a split second at the direct question. Then, he replied calmly, "That's right. I killed him." This time, it was Wang Meng who froze. He had friended Qin Feng early on. He knew that when Song Fei died, the Shadow was listed as being in the wild. The motive and timing matched perfectly. If Wang Meng was asking, it meant the government had already pieced the puzzle together. Qin Feng's voice dropped to a chill. "Why? You planning to arrest me?" His mind raced. In 2 hours, the first player would hit level 10, and game abilities would manifest in reality. There was no point in hiding anymore. Let's see how the great Xia government handles this. Consider it a loyalty test. That afternoon, an eerie silence blanketed the usually bustling city. Clad in a dark cloak that concealed his face, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows to meet Wang Meng's crew. As soon as he arrived, Enyu stepped forward, eyes wide. "Boss, you really admitted to killing Song Fei?" Qin Feng looked up, unwavering. "I did." To his surprise, she beamed a radiant smile. "Honestly? We already conducted a full investigation. You were indeed our prime suspect from the very beginning. But we also know Song Fei and Jiang Li were plotting against you. The Great River Corporation has been kidnapping and torturing players. They forced people into slave labor. You wiping them out, legally speaking, that's just aggressive self-defense. Their casual attitude. It actually caught Qin Feng off guard. It seems their inability to uncover my true identity has forced their hand. They have no choice but to maintain this alliance. In my past life, my record with the government was spotless, but in this timeline, I have personally slaughtered Song Fei and Jiang Li. Perhaps this bloodshed will trigger a butterfly effect I cannot yet foresee." He quietly opened his system interface, eyes dark with contemplation. He wondered just how much chaos his rebirth would bring to this era of the Forsaken Divine game. Qin Feng began retrieving high-tier items one by one, muttering under his breath. "This time, I can offload all the platinum-tier gear I have no use for. Since they are backed by the government, they will hunger for every skill book and piece of equipment, regardless of class. Most importantly, the government's supply of lifespan is virtually infinite." As the platinum items materialized, the eyes of Anyu and her team blazed with greed and awe. Heavens! Platinum tier equipment? And there are platinum skill books too. Did the boss slay a platinum tier tyrant? Impossible. I never saw a world announcement. Qin Feng replied with practiced modesty. My luck was simply decent. I stumbled upon a few chests. Xiao Shui can attest to this. I even pulled a jade tier skill book earlier. Yi Shui smiled gently and confirmed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The boss truly opened a jade treasure chest. However, calling a haul of this many platinum items merely decent luck? That is simply too humble. Standing nearby, Lizzie could not hide her envy. She pouted. You call her Xiao Shui, yet you persist in calling me Xiao He. He replied flatly. If you dislike Xiao He, then I shall call you He Zi, she screamed in frustration. You should just stick to calling me Xiao He. Wang Meng let out a heavy sigh from the sidelines. Truly, one cannot compare oneself to others without dying of frustration. Even in you could not conceal her envy. Indeed, we exhausted ourselves just to take down a single silver-tier boss. Yet the boss casually opens platinum and jade chests like they are nothing. Qin Feng slowly began to list the value of each item. This platinum archer skill book is priced at 2,500 days. The platinum berserker weapon is 1,500 days. The platinum mage skill book is 3,000 days. And this gold equipment set with the golden skill? A package deal for 8,000 days. Adding the remaining skill books and platinum gear, we have a total of 25 items. I will give you all a discount of 10,000 days. Without a second of hesitation, Yu accepted. Deal. Her decisive attitude left Wang Meng stunned, his eyes wide as saucers. Captain An, are you serious? You will simply pay whatever price he names? You are not even going to haggle? Yu replied nonchalantly. Huh? Is bargaining even an option with goods of this caliber? I feel the price is quite fair. While we are at it, I will also settle the debt that Xiao Shui and Wang Meng owe you from last time. The transaction was completed in an instant. As he received the funds, Qin Feng offered a rare compliment. Captain An is truly a heroine among women, refreshingly straightforward. She laughed in excitement. Glancing at his system panel, Qin Feng fell back into deep thought. When tradable lifespan exceeds 10,000 days, the unit converts automatically into years. 60 years converts to roughly 22,000 days. Based on current exchange rates, this wealth equals 400 million in cash. Even for the Jianghai city government, this is a massive expenditure. However, the benefits it brings to the administration far outweigh the cost. Qin Feng looked at Yu's team and calculated silently. With this batch of equipment and skill books, the teams in Jianghai City will accelerate their development far ahead of schedule. The stronger the government becomes, the fewer troubles I will face in the future. They may even secure an advantage in the coming international conflicts. Suddenly, Yu's expression turned serious. Great Master. The Dajiang Corporation has captured several players. We are planning a rescue operation. Would you be interested in joining the fray? He remained silent for a moment. Qin Feng mused internally. Is the government trying to recruit me? Are they offering to whitewash my murder of Song Fei in exchange for my service? Qin Feng coldly rejected the offer. I will not go. However, I can offer you a piece of vital intelligence. His voice dropped, every word striking like a heavy hammer. Your suspicions are correct. I used powers from the game to kill those two. Once you reach level 10 in the game, you can consume lifespan to extract your in-game abilities into reality. Before turning to leave, Qin Feng cast a meaningful glance at Yu. I trust you understand the gravity of this information. Do not waste time. Yu's face hardened as she slowly nodded. So that is the secret. The Dajiang Corporation is also aggressively purchasing lifespan. Once their operatives reach level 10 and manifest their abilities, our rescue operation will face devastating resistance. Qin Feng replied calmly. It is good that you understand. I take my leave. In an instant, he vanished from their sight. She immediately issued a stern command. Wang Meng, we must split up to grind levels immediately. Our team of 6 has reached a high tier. If we stay grouped, we will instantly annihilate any mob, wasting efficiency with overkill damage. However, if we split the forces now, with one person commanding a separate squad, our overall leveling efficiency will skyrocket. Wang Meng nodded instantly, his face set in stone. Understood. Yu turned to the rest of the group, his voice commanding. Listen up. Everyone needs to hit level 10 first. As for you, log off immediately and report this intel to the higher-ups. The man responded with a thunderous shout. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets, whispers erupted as 2 players passed by Qin Feng's location. Hey, look over there. Shadow is setting up a stall again. But this time, he isn't selling anything. He's buying. Qin Feng sat calmly in the middle of the street. His sign was simple yet shocking. Purchasing coordinates for silver bosses, 30 days of lifespan. Gold bosses, 100 days. Suddenly, Li Jun strutted forward, his voice dripping with mockery. Well, Shadow is still playing merchant here? He pointed an arrogant finger at Qin Feng. My young miss has spoken. If you agree to help her power level, she'll give you 300 million, plus shares in Dajiang Industries. Do you have any idea how rare this chance is? Opportunities like this don't come twice in a lifetime. I suggest you get on your knees and cherish it. Suddenly, a bystander cut in, voice sharp with disbelief. Have you been living under a rock? Didn't you log off? Don't you know that Shadow is the one who executed Song Fei? And he already killed your precious young miss of the Dajiang group in the real world? Li Jun froze, his face twisting in confusion. What? What did you just say? The crowd exploded into gossip. The Dajiang heiress. Executed? I saw that girl once. She was beautiful. What a waste. Truly a tragedy. Li Jun's face turned as dark as coal. The young miss brought this on herself. She planned to capture Shadow in reality and force him into slave labor, but instead, she got slaughtered on the spot. Jiang Li is dead. Li Jun's mind flashed back to the moment before he was attacked in the real world. In the beginning, Jiang Li offered 10 million for Shadow's help. Shadow refused. When I saw that money, greed blinded me. I ran to help her, thinking I could snag 5 million. But when I went to collect, her thugs beat me half to death. Dark memories flooded his mind like a nightmare. He remembered waking up in that humid basement, the daily beatings, the abuse, being forced to play this death game just to farm lifespan for her, scamming others to survive. I never thought Jiang Li would be killed by Shadow. That wretched woman. She died beautifully. He realized he was just a dancing clown performing before Qin Feng. I laughed at Shadow for being stupid? No. The only fool here is me. Qin Feng's eyes remained cold as ice as he finally spoke. With that obedient dog act, how many people have you kidnapped for her? Terror seized Li Jun. He waved his hands frantically. No, I didn't. I was forced. Please. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder. Get lost. In his mind, he scoffed. Trash. Not even worth my blade. Government agents silently dragged the trash away. Suddenly, a masked figure emerged from the crowd. I have what you need. Coordinates for a silver boss. 30 days lifespan. Let's trade. The scene shifted. A new group parted the crowd like the Red Sea, causing instant commotion. Look, that's Abby. I heard in reality she is Shishi, the eldest daughter of the Qian group. Stay back. She's a psychopath who kills players for fun. Careful, she targets people just to steal their lifespan. Shishi and her entourage walked with their noses in the air, radiating arrogance. She scanned the area with pure disdain and laughed. I see nothing special about this game. Throw a little money around, and you can buy all the skills and equipment you want. As long as my combat power crushes these insects, I can find anyone with high lifespan and just take it. Simple. The way Shishi trampled on other players to survive was truly disgusting. She was a queen of ashes. Rage flashed in her eyes. This damn game ruined my flight. I was supposed to be in North America right now, partying with Biddick and Imfalk. Shishi's eyes flicked to two trembling male players nearby. Her lip curled in disgust. Now I'm stuck here in the magic city of Great Xia. Look at these Great Xia men. Weak. Like bugs. Tony. Men from your side are so much more appealing. The foreigner beside her smirked. Miss Qian has an eye for quality. Naturally, we are superior to these locals. Stronger. In every way that counts. Later, when we return to reality, perhaps you can experience that strength firsthand? Her face flushed with excitement. Okay, I can't wait. Suddenly, her expression sharpened. I heard that trash Song Fei is dead. Last time I was with him, he couldn't even last a minute. Useless. Her eyes lit up with a twisted idea. They say the one who killed him goes by Shadow. He might be a man of Great Xia, but as the world's #1, I suppose I can lower myself to get to know him. Shishi's mind raced with calculation. If Shadow could take down Song Fei, then, surely, making him kill a regular person for me would be child's play? Yes, I'll use this chance to make Shadow mine. I left immediately, tossing a cold remark over my shoulder. Everyone, I am logging off first to make a call. It is time to send someone to make contact with the Shadow. Tony stood nearby, practically green with envy. 3,000 days of lifespan. Yet, Shishi paid his jealousy absolutely no mind. She was lost in her own calculations. The Shadow would likely have zero interest in mere cash. But surely, he would not refuse 3,000 days of life? To earn such a prize, all he had to do was lift a finger and slaughter one ordinary human. A truly malicious thought sparked in her mind. She cackled internally. I cannot wait to see the despair on your face when he rejects me. No. When you die. Qin Feng. The scene shifted violently. Zhang Wei drove his blade deep into the throat of a corrupted beast. In an instant, its body dissolved into particles, and waves of power surged around him. Zhang Wei hunched over, gasping for air, wiping grime from his mouth. Xiao Yu, next time you act as bait, please do not be so reckless. I nearly went to meet my ancestors just now. She snapped back, her voice shrill. Why are you so aggressive? You did not actually die, did you? Seeing her anger, he panicked and explained. I had no bad intentions. I was just warning you. Xiao Yu ignored him, speaking up. System notification says my fatigue has hit 90%. I want to log out and eat. Churan, let us go. Suddenly, both girls dissolved into light and vanished, leaving Zhang Wei without a chance to speak another word. He gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it. She used to call me Big Boss, but after seeing the shadow just once, she treats me like trash. Just you wait. The day will come when I strip you of everything. Under the golden sun of a peaceful day, in a high-rise apartment. Xiao Yu woke up in her new home, rubbing her eyes amidst a pile of scattered clothes. So hungry, Xiao Yu stared at her phone screen, stunned. What? All the takeout shops were closed. Not a single delivery driver was available to take orders? Had the entire human population entered the game? Memories flooded back. She remembered how Qin Feng used to cook delicious meals for her every day. Back then, she never had to lift a finger or use her brain. Xiao Yu's brow furrowed. She stared blankly at the wall, silence filling the room. She slapped her own cheeks. Xiao Yu, wake up. It is just a meal. Compared to your freedom, this is nothing. She clenched her fists, voice filled with forced determination. Come on, you are the best. You can do this. Without Qin Feng, her life was destined to be better. Blinding sunlight hit the ocean's surface. From a dark, gaping cave, a terrifying roar echoed. A colossal, crab-like monstrosity charged out. Suddenly, a chaotic stream of magical energy hunted it down. Qin Feng descended like a meteor, slamming onto the beast's shell. With one clean strike, he sliced the behemoth in two. The monster fell. He exhaled calmly. In over an hour, I have slaughtered 4 silver rank bosses. His efficiency was undeniable. Eliminating 4 silver bosses yielded 16 evolution points. Radiant light swirled around Qin Feng's form. The average profit for a silver boss can reach 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. All my equipment is now gold tier or higher. He analyzed his stats. Cooldown reduction has increased from 55% to 75%. The base cooldown for Shadow Slash is 12 seconds. Now, it takes only 6.8 seconds. His damage output had skyrocketed. However, there were no platinum rank bosses outside the safety zone yet. For now, gold equipment was the absolute peak. The experience board appeared to grow stronger. His only path was class advancement. Future platinum bosses will possess at least level 2 anti-stealth. He needed to advance his class immediately. I must raise my stealth skill to level 3. I am still short by over 20,000 experience points. Only with stealth at level 3 could he minimize the danger when facing a platinum rank monster. After all, in his past life, defeating a platinum boss required a coordinated raid team of 20 elites. He turned and walked away slowly. First, I will return to town and sell everything to the government contacts. Qin Feng's expression was serious. He had to be ahead of everyone. He would be the first to solo a platinum boss. Twilight draped over the city. A system notification flashed. Tradable lifespan, 105 years. A voice called out from behind. Bye-bye, big boss. If you find more gear, you must sell to us next time. He paid them no mind, deep in his own calculations. The shop requires 40,000 days of tradable lifespan. I can extract quite a few things now. Suddenly, Ye Qian stepped out from behind a wall. Greetings. You must be Shadow. He raised a hand in greeting. I have an assassination contract. Do you want it? It involves killing someone in the real world. Rest assured, the reward is substantial. However, Qin Feng simply walked past him, calm as still water. Ye Qian stepped out, blocking the young man's path with an arrogant swagger. Hold it right there. Don't be in such a rush. I have a job for you. Simply eliminate a nobody named Qin Feng. I'll even provide the coordinates. If you can take down Song Fei, a small fry like this should be a walk in the park for you, right? Or do you hate free money? Ye Qian sneered. The young man fell silent for a moment before repeating the name, his voice unreadable. Kill. Qin Feng? Qin Feng felt a spark of amusement. Someone had already put a hit on him? Ye Qian chuckled, misinterpreting the silence. Don't worry about the consequences. The reward is worth your while. Complete the mission, and I'll transfer 3,000 tradable lifespan days directly to your account. Qin Feng stared him down, his mind racing. 3,000 days? That's equivalent to 50 million in real-world currency. Interesting. Who wants my head this badly? I haven't even made any enemies in the real world yet. It's not a player from my past life. This guy is just a messenger, a pawn on the board. The real mastermind is hiding in the shadows. In my previous life, my enemies only appeared in the late game. This is too early. Seeing his hesitation, Ye Qian smirked. What's the matter? The price moved your heart, didn't it? Qin Feng remained stoic. To be targeted before the game fully unfolds. This is personal rage. And only one person has the wealth to pay this price. A face flashed through his mind. The heiress of the Qian Corporation. Qian Shishi. Qin Feng analyzed the situation coldly. Only that woman has the motive and the insane financial backing to hire a hitman for a petty grudge. But with the Qian family's resources, If they really wanted me dead, they could have done it before the game servers even opened. He looked down, calculating. There's a hidden agenda here. Her true goal is to make contact with my alter ego, the Shadow. She wants to recruit the darkness. Eliminating the real Qin Feng is just a convenient side quest punishment for rejecting her dinner invitation. How amusing. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you deliver yourself to my doorstep? He locked eyes with the messenger, his voice calm but commanding. I'll take the contract, but I want half the payment up front. And I decide when the target dies. Yi Qian blinked, surprised by the audacity. Wait a minute. 50% deposit? I need to ask for authorization from above. He began tapping furiously on his interface screen. After a moment, Ye Qian looked up and nodded. Fine. The boss agreed. Half now. I'll trade with you directly. Once the transaction is complete, you'll receive 1,500 tradable lifespan days. As he pressed confirm, Qin Feng smirked internally. I'll consider this deposit as interest. Qian Shishi, just you wait. I'll be paying you a visit very soon. Yi Qian continued. Here is the address and data on the target. With your skills, finding him won't be an issue. Qin Feng glanced at the address and nearly laughed. Shanshui Apartments. That's literally where I live right now. Qin Feng turned and vanished into the crowd, leaving only a cryptic promise. Good. Tell them to wait for the news. Ye Qian watched him go, a sudden wave of irritation washing over him. What are you acting so arrogant for? You're just a dog working for the Qian family. Same as me, he muttered. Suddenly, a soft voice called out from the side. Expert, please wait. A female player named Snowflake stood before him. I heard you're hunting boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Interested? Qin Feng's expression remained icy. 100 days. Snowflake waved her hand, a charming smile playing on her lips as she saw the payment prompt. Deal, follow me then. It's in the northern outskirts of the town, a bit of a trek, but I'll guide you. Qin Feng followed, though suspicion lingered in his eyes. What kind of boss is it? He asked. Snowflake replied casually. The plague-ridden ghoul. Just saying the name feels toxic. Qin Feng fell silent. She actually found a boss like that? She walked ahead, not bothering to look back. Can you handle it solo? Or should you bring a healer? That thing deals long-range area of effect damage. It's nasty. No need, Qin Feng said calmly. Just lead the way. He lowered his head, his strategic mind taking over. The plague-ridden ghoul. Definitely a golden tier monster. If memory serves, that boss has a permanent poison aura. Just stepping into its range drains health points every single second. Snowflake glanced back, but seeing Qin Feng's unbothered expression, she stayed silent. To kill a boss like that, speed is everything. For me, a few well-placed skills will end it. Moments later, Snowflake stopped in front of a dark, gaping cave entrance. The boss is inside. My party cleared the small mobs, but we couldn't handle the big guy. I'll take you in. They ventured deeper into the gloom. Suddenly, Snowflake halted and pointed into the abyss. Right there, below them, a grotesque creature prowled, surrounded by swirling clouds of noxious green gas that looked like death itself. Qin Feng observed the creature intently. Good. Sending the lifespan now. A system notification chimed. Transaction successful. You have transferred 100 tradable lifespan days. At the same time, his mind dissected the battle mechanics. If I remember correctly, the poison damage counts as a magical attack. My blurry shadow passive gives me 75% evasion. Perfect. Suddenly, Snowflake froze, her voice trembling with guilt. Expert. I have to warn you. This is actually a trap. The moment you start fighting, an ambush squad is coming to kill you. I recall that they possess Tier 2 anti-stealth countermeasures. Qin Feng seemed completely unbothered, acting as if the threat were nothing. But Snowflake persisted, her voice trembling after a moment of silence. They forced me into a script. I was supposed to pretend to stop you as part of their trap. Then, I was to use that chance to learn your secrets, and eventually hunt down your identity in the real world. He shot her a sharp glance, baffled by the absurdity. What kind of trash plan is that? She lowered her head in shame, a flush rising on her cheeks. I had no choice. I want to tell you the truth. Go find the one pulling my strings and settle the score. They are threatening my life in the real world. I want them dead. Qin Feng stared into her soul, his voice ice cold. Who is behind this? Snowflake did not hesitate, desperation fueling her honesty. It is Dongfang Xian. In the game, he goes by the name Idle Cloud. He claims you killed him once before. Qin Feng paused as the memory surfaced. Dongfang Xian, Idle Cloud. The rat who tried to steal his golden ghost ship boss? The coward who handed over a skill book just to beg for his miserable life? Snowflake's anxiety spiked. Boss, you killed Song Fei, so surely you can handle him, right? I have laid all my cards on the table. You cannot betray me now. Please, you must eliminate Dongfang Xian, or my fate will be worse than death. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. To come up with such a childish scheme. In his past life, he had never even heard of this man, likely just cannon fodder who died early on. He turned to leave, dropping one final command. Play along with their scheme, let them come, I will handle the rest. Snowflake froze, reaching out too late. Wait, you are walking to your death. That shadow is suicidal. Dongfang Xian already sent 3 full squads, 54 players against this beast. They were wiped out in 30 seconds. The poison damage is too high. They could not even scratch 5% of its health. No matter how strong shadow is, that toxic gas means certain death. I need to escape while I still can. But Qin Feng wasted no time unleashing his power. Mark of Deliverance. A crimson aura erupted from his body. Weakness amplification active. Beheading effect engaged. He surged forward like a gale, a blur of deadly motion. Shadow slash. -700. -2000. 189. -6345. Critical hit. -67,000. 752. -2000. 180. The monstrous treants were felled in an instant. Snowflake watched, her eyes wide with absolute terror. What on earth? One hit took 2/3 of a gold rank boss's health? Over 80,000 damage? Is he even human? Qin Feng stood amidst the carnage, calm and composed. The enemy was utterly annihilated. He flashed back to her side in a blink. The active cooldown for Mark of Deliverance is 25 seconds. With my 75% reduction, it is ready again in just 14.3 seconds. He decided not to finish the boss just yet. I will wait for Dongfang Xian's goons to deliver themselves to my blade. Just enough time for my skills to reset. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the entrance. Everyone, get ready. We are going in. A horde of armed players charged into the cave like a tidal wave. Kill anyone who stands in our way, no questions asked. Qin Feng, cloaked in stealth beside Snowflake, observed coolly. So, it is him. Is he mixing with Dongfang Xian's crew now? Their plan relied on Snowflake pretending to block this charge. But is she actually capable of that? 10 elites rushing in. Can she really hold the line? Bang! She summoned a colossal shield, slamming it down to intercept them. Qin Feng watched without interfering. A gold rank shield? No wonder they chose her for this role. With that defense, almost no one in the early game can break through. She gripped the shield tight. She must have received the ancient god's blessing to open a gold rank chest this early. Qin Feng glanced sideways. A predator waiting for the perfect split second. The moment arrived. He unleashed the shadow slash. In a heartbeat, the entire squad was erased. His eyes burned with intense light. Flames erupted. The cursed flowers bloomed in a deadly display. Snowflake trembled, unable to process the horror. He is a monster. One move, and they are all dead? And what are those blood-red flowers blooming from their corpses? Thank God I did not listen to Dongfang Xian. If I had, I would be lying there dead, just like Song Fei. Dust settled, and Snowflake retracted her shield. Boss, please add me as a friend. When I have the chance, I will send you Dongfang Xian's real-world coordinates. Qin Feng turned to her, his expression unreadable. Agreed. Suddenly, Snowflake's face turned crimson, her voice dropping to a shy whisper. And boss, if you ever need special services, you know where to find me. For you? My services are free. For life. She paused, realization dawning on her. Ah, so that's why he's being so generous. Without a word, Qin Feng manipulated the crimson aura, shifting it behind her with a mere thought. He lunged. A flash of steel sliced through the enemy line. System alert. You have slain the gold tier. Level 10 plague encircled. Rewards flooded in. You have gained experience points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have obtained 555 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng touched down, calculating the returns. Shh. Draining over a dozen players yields less lifespan than a single boss. Things have already come to this. Instead of farming safely, they came here looking for trouble. He truly had a death wish. He glanced up. The girl was still there. You haven't left? What is it? Snowy waved frantically. Nothing. I'm going. Bye, boss. As she vanished, Qin Feng manifested a massive spectral hand. His eyes widened in pure delight. Finally. I haven't seen an assassin skill book in ages. And it actually dropped. The system interface glowed. Skill book. Dark moment. Rank. Platinum. An assassin skill that channels darkness through the blade. Effect. Blinds all enemies within range. Cooldown. 60.3 to 4 seconds. Requirement. Level 10. Range. 20 meters. Base duration. 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit, the shorter the blind duration. Qin Feng smirked. Blindness? Perfect. Learn it. He straightened up, his blade poised. If I blind them, I don't even need to be in stealth. I can trigger the double damage passive instantly, right to their face. With this, even bosses with high anti-stealth detection won't stop my burst damage efficiency. Qin Feng gazed intensely at the weapon in his hand. Plague Blade. Platinum tier assassin weapon. Attack plus 216. Agility plus 42. Weak point coefficient plus 0.3. Requirement. Level 10. Unique effect. All attacks inflict poison. After 3 seconds, the poison detonates, dealing 50% of the initial strike's damage. Good stuff. He turned, exiting the cave. Another fruitful harvest. Evolution points, at 98. Soon, my Hand of Greed will evolve from zombie tier to legendary tier. Just 10,000 XP left for my class advancement. Time to farm some trash mobs. Fate, however, arrived quickly. Outside, the lesser monsters, scattered in panic, desperate to escape their fate as mere XP fodder for Qin Feng. Chit chit chit, they trampled over each other to flee. Too slow. Qin Feng spun, slicing through the crustaceans with a single fluid motion. A breath of relief escaped him. Power surged through his veins. It is time. Class advancement begins. Golden energy spiraled in the air, forming a halo above him. His golden eyes locked onto the vortex of power. System alert. Your job, Shadow, has evolved. Current tier. First order. The notifications chimed like music. Attributes skyrocketed. Strength, 3 to 9. Vitality, 3 to 9. Agility, 8 to 24. Spirit, 5 to 15. Energy flowed through him. Class passive 1. Stealth duration doubled. Class passive 2. Stealth skill usable while in stealth. Stealth level increased to +2. Class passive 3. Attacks from outside enemy vision now deal triple damage, up from double. Qin Feng unclenched his hand, staring at the raw power coursing beneath his skin. First order advancement. And my base stats have already tripled. I can reactivate stealth before the first one ends. As long as my cooldowns hold, I am permanently invisible. And the damage boost? 3 times the output. First order and I'm already this broken? No wonder this is the strongest hidden class. Suddenly, a global announcement boomed. Notice, 7 players in Jianghai City have reached level 10. The teleportation formation to the Forsaken Land of the Gods will open in 10 minutes. Qualifying players, prepare for transport. Qin Feng checked the system panel, a spark of surprise in his eyes. 8:30 p.m.? I didn't expect so many people in Jianghai to hit level 10 this fast. The leaderboard is full of familiar names. In my past life, this list was dominated by foreigners. The holographic screen displayed the elite ranking, top 1 through 4. Rank 1, Shadow. Rank 2, Gray Rose. Rank 3, Medical Snow. Rank 4, Snow Chill. A gust of wind whipped around Qin Feng. He prepared to exit, a thrill racing through his heart. It seems my massive sales of gear and skill books have changed history already. Perhaps the apocalyptic fate of his past life could truly be rewritten. The anticipation surged within him. Meanwhile, back in the cold reality of night, the city remained awake. Neon lights from towering skyscrapers pierced the darkness, casting long shadows over the bustling streets. Below, a convoy of police vehicles escorted a group of captured criminals toward the station. The squad leader stood at attention, his voice crisp and disciplined as he delivered the status update. Report. All key members of the Dajiang Industrial Syndicate have been apprehended. However, 3 high-ranking targets remain active within the game world. Their physical bodies have entered a phase-shifted state, rendering arrest impossible at this moment. We await your instructions, sir. Song Fei, the commander in charge of this operation, nodded with grim satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. Notify and Wu immediately. Order his team to find a way to force the suspects offline. The police captain saluted sharply. Understood. A colleague standing beside him smirked. It is a solid plan. Even if these criminals hide within the absolute safety of a novice town, their physical bodies in the real world are not exempt from basic human needs like hunger. Song Fei nodded in agreement. Precisely. Starvation will eventually force them to disconnect, and the moment they sever the link, we will be waiting. This smooth operation is largely thanks to the intel provided by Shadow. Not only did he provide critical intelligence on Dajiang Industries, but he also warned us that abilities from the Forsaken Land of Gods could be extracted into reality. According to current reports, massive explosions have already devastated other regions. If we had delayed even a moment longer, the ringleaders, led by Jiang Li, would have quickly reached level 10. Once they extracted their powers, any attempt to arrest them would have resulted in a bloodbath. Small-scale riots have already erupted in other nations, claiming thousands of lives. Fortunately, the special ops squads we sent into the game have successfully reached level 10, one after another. This success is owed almost entirely to the high-tier equipment and skills Shadow provided. Shadow is a talent that Great Xia cannot afford to lose. We must find a way to bind him completely to our cause, no matter the cost. The scene shifts back into the digital realm, where the crimson hues of twilight bathe the landscape. Snowflake's voice echoed through a private transmission, reaching out to Qin Feng. Boss, I never guessed you were a national hero, eliminating evil for the people. My admiration for you is through the roof. Cloaked in invisibility, Qin Feng strolled through the city streets. What is with the flattery? Just tell me what you need. She teased him before delivering the update. No need to be humble, boss. The government just released an official statement. Dajiang Industries and Song Fei were plotting to kidnap, imprison, and murder players. Therefore, your execution of Song Fei and Jiang Li has been classified as a government-sanctioned mission. Qin Feng remained silent, his mind racing. The government was whitewashing his actions, clearing his name to ensure smooth cooperation in the future. After a few seconds of calculation, he finally asked the question that mattered. Have you located Dongfangxian's real-world coordinates yet? Snowflake, with her vast information network, answered without hesitation. He is still ghosting us. Wait a bit longer. I will alert you the second I have a lead. Qin Feng replied with a cold, curt acknowledgement. Understood. He cut the connection and continued moving. Countless questions weighed on his mind, but they were distractions. The urgent priority was reaching the continent of the Forsaken Gods. While many players had utilized the town's local teleportation systems, no one had yet managed to activate the array leading to the main continent. Qin Feng stepped forward and summoned the ancient formation. He was now hurtling toward the vast, dangerous lands abandoned by the gods. His thoughts drifted, ignoring the world blurring around him. The current town was nothing more than a novice village. Only upon reaching the Forsaken Continent would the true game of survival begin. Just as Qin Feng vanished in a flash of light, a group of players materialized nearby. They rushed to the spot, scanning the empty air in confusion. He is gone. Who just teleported? Stop asking stupid questions. Obviously, it was the top ranker. Shadow. Impossible. My anti-stealth detection is already level 2. Why could I not see him? You idiot. That just proves the boss's stealth level has far surpassed level 2. Particles of light coalesced, freezing in the air as he materialized at his destination. Qin Feng frowned as he surveyed the desolate landscape. It was exactly as he remembered from his past life, the ruined, post-apocalyptic remains of Jianghai City. Players from different regions would always spawn in the ruined counterparts of their real-world cities upon first entering the Forsaken Continent. The geography mirrored reality perfectly, a mystery that remained unsolved to this day. Suddenly, a dark, blurry silhouette burst from a doorway behind him, radiating killing intent. Qin Feng's spiritual senses flared, and he whipped around with lightning reflexes. A ground glutton, with its elongated body and gnashing teeth, lunged at his throat. He sidestepped effortlessly, watching the beast faceplant into the dirt. Qin Feng was currently in a phantom state, a blur that no ordinary attack could touch. He activated Shadow Shield Slash. Moving with lethal grace, he carved a zigzag pattern through the air, mincing the ground glutton into oblivion. The system notification chimed instantly. You have slain a level 10 common ground glutton. Just then, the earth trembled. A massive earth glutton erupted from the ground, larger and far more terrifying than the rest. Qin Feng launched himself skyward, effortlessly dodging the beast's clumsy strike. His gaze turned ice cold as he activated his ultimate skill, Grace of Liberation. He didn't stop there. Combining it with Shield Shadow Slash, he unleashed a torrent of lethal strikes against the behemoth. His speed was godlike, a blur of motion, invisible to the naked eye. The monster didn't stand a chance. Qin Feng walked away without looking back as the creature dissolved into nothingness. This wasn't the starter town anymore. There were no safe zones here. Monsters lurked in every shadow, ready to ambush from all directions. Survival depended on one thing: finding a sanctuary amidst the rubble, a stronghold to dominate this chaotic wasteland. And the best location lay hidden within the ruins of Jianghai City, deep in the northwest sector. Qin Feng wasted no time. He leaped across rooftops, moving like a phantom. This location was legendary, the future headquarters of the God-slaying guild from his past life. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape, dominated by a colossal statue standing silent guard over the destruction. Below, shadows flickered. A group of players emerged from the gloom, stepping cautiously into the unknown. It was Li Zi's team. Her eyes went wide with shock. This is the place abandoned by the gods themselves. Wang Meng frowned, scanning the area. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Li Zi paused, the realization slowly dawning on her. It looks familiar. Excitement gripped her voice as she pointed toward the tallest skyscraper, piercing the skyline. Wait! Isn't this the ruins of Jiangnan City? Yishui shouted, stunned. The pieces were falling into place. That's the city landmark right there. Li Zi scanned the horizon, her eyes gleaming. Rumor has it the boss, Shadow, was teleported here. But where is he? Yi Shui giggled, teasing her friend. Oh, little Heidzi, stop looking. You know he's a master of stealth. Suddenly, the ground burst open. An earth glutton lunged. Wang Mang reacted instantly, slamming his shield down. Watch out, enemy contact. Yi Shui moved in perfect sync, raising her staff to summon a protective spirit. Two ravenous earth gluttons charged like starving wolves. Their tails whipped against Wang Meng's shield, dealing a heavy blow. Yi Shui desperately maintained her healing spells, her voice tense. Be careful. The attack power of these common mobs is higher than the silver boss back in town. Don't underestimate them. Si Cheng saw his opening. With a maniacal grin, he unleashed a binding volley. The arrows struck true, chaining the beasts in place as they struggled in vain. He laughed triumphantly. Got him. I put everything I had into that shot. They're sitting ducks. Li Zi raised her staff high, mana surging. Prophecy. Great fireball. The spell hit with explosive force, incinerating the monsters instantly. Li Zi and Si Cheng high-fived, cheering as their enemies turned to ash. We won, but stay sharp. Wang Meng remained vigilant. Little Shui, send your owl up. We need eyes in the sky. She nodded, channeling energy into her staff. On it, through the eyes of the white bird, Yi Shui saw the horrifying truth. The ruined city below was crawling with monsters. We're surrounded. The noise from our battle just rang the dinner bell for every beast in the area. They're converging on our position right now. And guys, I don't see a single safe zone anywhere. What do we do? Wang Meng's face went pale. What? No safe zone? Si Cheng froze, fear creeping into his eyes. What kind of broken continent is this? It just turned into a hardcore survival game. Li Zi gripped her staff, her mind racing for a solution. Little Shui, can you track Boss Shadow? He arrived 10 minutes before us. He can't be far. If we find him, we survive. He is our only hope. Yi Shui focused through the bird's vision. I don't see him. Wait. She paused. To the northwest. There are lights. Those are loot drops, glowing pillars from slain monsters. It has to be him. Only the boss could clear a path like that. He must have left them because his inventory is full. That trail is our lifeline. Suddenly, the ground erupted around them again. More earth gluttons. Li Zi screamed, incoming. There's even more of them, and you didn't hesitate, sprinting ahead. Move. The monsters over there are already dead. Shadow cleared them out. It's safe territory. Follow the trail of dropped loot and we'll find him. The team roared in unison, adrenaline surging. Roger that. Maintain formation. Do not split up. We fight our way to that path. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins, a pack of earth gluttons snarled, their jagged teeth dripping with anticipation. But in a heartbeat, a flash of azure light dissected them. Blood and limbs scattered into the air. Qin Feng stood amidst the carnage, an unstoppable god of war. Even without his ultimate active, the raw power of his shield shadow slash was dealing over 30,000 damage, a complete massacre. Dealing with these mobs is a one-hit kill. This place is strictly a monster farming heaven. He continued his advance. Finally, the hidden sanctuary was within reach. Buried beneath this rubble lay a colossal underground palace. In his past life, it took humanity ages to discover this secret. This subterranean fortress held thousands of rooms and dozens of grand halls. This was the largest shelter in all of Jianghai City, the future headquarters of his legendary guild, Godslayer. Before it was conquered, this sanctuary was akin to a subterranean metropolis, teeming with mechanical beasts and guarded by a terrifying boss. The larger the sanctuary, the mightier the guardian within. Qin Feng stepped into the abyss, his aura overwhelming and absolute. He remembered his past life gathering 3 teams and 18 elite warriors just to stand a chance. Every member had to be at least level 15. Armed to the teeth with top-tier gear, they barely managed to capture this palace. Now, he descended the spiral staircase alone, plunging into the pitch-black darkness. But this time was different. A system notification flashed. You have arrived at the hidden sanctuary. A majestic, ancient space unfolded before him. Timeless architecture rose from the gloom. Colorful spirits danced in the air like willow, the wisps, the land of purified souls. Qin Feng masked his face, revealing only cold, golden eyes piercing through the shadows. In this life, one man was an army. The system's mission chime rang out. Defeat the area guardian to claim this territory. Elemental spirits of various colors buzzed aggressively, warning the intruder. In a split second, the swarm launched a coordinated assault. Qin Feng charged to meet them, analyzing his prey mid-strike. These were gold-tier elemental spirits, level 12. Qin Feng triggered his ace instantly. Dark moment. The world turned monochrome. Pitch blackness swallowed the space, freezing every monster in place. Seizing the moment, he became a blur of death. His blade danced faster than the eye could follow, weaving through the paralyzed spirits. Shadow slash. Wherever Qin Feng moved, sword light erupted. In a single breath, the entire hall was swept clean of enemies. He sheathed his blade, his mind calculating coldly. When enemies are blinded, his damage output skyrockets. Even his basic attacks were now enough to insta-kill these level 12 mobs. 15 elite monsters in the hall. Annihilated. In seconds. But the land of purified souls held dozens of halls and thousands of rooms. A massive undertaking lay ahead. Judging by the mob density, clearing this dungeon would yield enough fodder. His greedy hand was ready to evolve once more. As the last small fry vanished, the atmosphere grew heavy. A massive shadow began to coalesce in the center of the room. The Guardian was coming. Meanwhile, the scene shifted. Two figures materialized from a teleportation array, arriving in a ruined city similar to Qin Feng's location. Yi Lu looked around in excitement. Is this the god-abandoned continent? Man Yan, however, stared at the destruction in shock. Strange. Why does this look so familiar? She froze, recognizing the shattered skyline. Wait, isn't this the ruins of New York? Elsewhere, other duos were being scattered across the map. One team spawned amidst a torrential downpour. The ruins of the mountain city. Another group appeared in a war zone, explosions rocking the earth. The ruins of London. Yi Lu looked up, realization dawning on him. Could it be? Were players being teleported to the ruined versions of their real-world locations? Manyan shouted in confusion. Does the geography here mirror the real world perfectly? Suddenly, two familiar silhouettes rose from the ground behind them. Yi Lu turned, only to see a horde of creatures drooling with hunger. Crap, run! Their screams echoed as the monsters surged forward. Back in the Jianghai ruins, loot lay scattered across the ground. Wang Meng poked his head out from under the rubble, scouting. No monsters here. Let's recover while we can. Yu crawled out, eyes shining with admiration, as expected of the boss of darkness. I thought we were strong, but compared to him, we're just ants shivering in the shadow of a true titan. He coughed awkwardly. Captain An, watch your language. Yu rolled her eyes. What? Am I wrong? Lizzie stared in awe at the trail of glowing loot items ahead. Lucky the boss cleared this area. If we faced that many monsters, we'd be dead meat. But it makes me wonder. If we die here, where do we respawn? Wang Meng's face hardened, bringing them back to reality. Captain An, listen. The six of us. We aren't ready to explore this wasteland yet. We wait until every single member hits level 10. Only then do we move together. Her command was absolute. There was no room to argue, nor any reason to hesitate. Yi Shui borrowed the vision of her white bird, scanning the treacherous path ahead. What she saw was brutal, a monster torn apart, its body scattered in gruesome fragments. Something's wrong. Why does the trail go cold here? It was as if the Shadow Lord himself had vanished into thin air. But he left behind a treasure trove, glimmering with the golden light of high-tier loot. I really want to grab those, Wang Meng muttered, his greed igniting his basic skills. I've contacted the Shadow. Let's see if he still wants this trash. The scene shifts instantly. A streak of azure sword light erupts, cleaving a monster in twain. Qin Feng stood amidst the surging energy, letting out a weary sigh. Finally, the trash mobs are cleared. 40 halls, 1,000 rooms, 400 monsters slaughtered, plus 4 bronze-tier bosses, and 2 silver-tier tyrants, all dead at my feet. Not only did he harvest over 80,000 experience points, but his evolution points soared to 205. Just 5 more points, and the hand of theft evolves. Suddenly, Wang Meng's voice cut through the silence. Big brother, where are you, boss? We found the loot you left behind. Can we pick it up? We'll pay you in lifespan based on market value. Qin Feng received the message, a thought crossing his mind. It seems Wang Meng's government squad has finally caught up. He fired back a signal instantly. Agreed. I'll contact you later. I have gear to offload. Send me the coordinates. Roger that, boss. We're waiting at the ruined bunker. Coordinates 89.554, 66.666. But while his guard was down, behind him, the air began to crackle with ominous lightning. As Qin Feng turned to leave, the electricity coiled and lunged. He twisted his body just as predicted. The Guardian had arrived. A colossal spirit materialized, clad in full plate armor, a massive health bar and info panel hovering above its head. The Spirit Purifier, Fasan. Level 15. Platinum rank. The Guardian of the Pure Soul Land. Defeat me, and become the master of this domain. Qin Feng stood motionless, his analytic gaze dissecting the threat. The level cap in these ruins is 15, meaning this Spirit Purifier, Fasan, is the apex predator of this city. It is the highest-ranking boss in existence here. If my memory serves me right, this beast holds 750,000 HP, divided into 3 phases. In my past life, Its single-target lightning damage was catastrophic. Even a fully geared warrior crumbled under its assault. But in this life, I don't need to tank anything. Qin Feng unleashed his signature move, Shadow Shield Slash. A devastating arc of energy swept forward, dealing massive AoE damage. Fasan froze, the lightning within its body turning chaotic. In a split second, its health bar plummeted by nearly a third. Green blood sprayed from its neck, a critical hit to its vitals. But Fasan countered instantly. Gripping its lightning spear, it summoned a storm of thunderbolts to cage Qin Feng. The protagonist weaved through the destruction, his mind still calculating. One hit from those bolts. With my current defense and resistance, it's an instant game over. Any skill from a platinum tier boss comes with devastating damage amplification. My evasion is 75%, usually leaving monsters with a 25% hit rate, but the Spirit Purifier, its accuracy pushes that risk above 50%. Qin Feng danced through the gaps in the lightning, a blur of motion. However, my agility has already hit 182. My burst speed exceeds 40 meters per second. As long as I focus, dodging this lightning is child's play. Back then, I led my guild, relying on healer shields and sheer luck just to survive. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, predatory light. Qin Feng spun around, resolve hardening into steel. But this time, he raised his blade. He slid the weapon forward, activating his skill to pierce through Fasan. I won't give you a single chance to breathe. He watched the health bar disintegrate. Severing damage. Unleashed. Shadow Shield Slash combined with the Plague Blade instantly obliterated 250,000 HP. Get ready. Phase 2 is starting. Fasan roared, preparing its second assault. Rolling thunder filled the chamber. The Spirit Purifier entered an invincible state, spawning deadly lightning orbs. Priority target. Destroy the 3 orbs. Fail. And the boss goes berserk. A grim memory surfaced from the depths of time. In my past life, that berserk damage wiped my entire team. Xiao, you lost her mind, refusing to ever fight again. That's why, on the second run, I left her behind. And we cleared it on the first try. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He launched a toxic dart with surgical precision. Standing in the shadow of the Colossus, he looked up. Ready to end this. Its health bar had plummeted below 50%. Qin Feng calculated his next move rapidly. For every orb destroyed, the Soul Purifier would suffer devastating feedback damage. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of shurikens. All 3 orbs shattered instantly, pushing the boss into its final phase. Fasan's health dropped to critical levels in the blink of an eye. Fury erupted from the monster. Its eyes snapped wide open, locking a death stare directly onto Qin Feng. Fasan unleashed its ultimate technique. A colossal circle of crackling electricity exploded around it, engulfing the ground. But Qin Feng was already waiting for this exact moment. Here it comes. Phase 3. The Soul Purifier would now spam massive area of effect lightning attacks. In his previous life, this was a nightmare. The guild had to equip every member with full lightning resistance gear. Even with 4 healers rotating shields and heals, they barely survived this phase. But Qin Feng's face showed no fear, only cold determination. He locked eyes with Fasan. In this life, he didn't need a raid team. He launched himself into the air, summoning a golden sphere of energy with commanding presence. His eyes widened with intensity. Floating above the chaos, he chanted the command, his mind razor-sharp. Below him, lightning ravaged the earth without pause. Grace of liberation. Black light shield. The ground is a death trap, Qin Feng thought, looking down from his sanctuary of light. If the lightning commands the earth, then I will rain death from the sky. Suspended in the air, protected by the black light shield, he prepared the finishing blow. Shield Shadow Slash. Qin Feng turned his defense into a weapon, crashing down toward the boss with the weight of a mountain. The Soul Purifier didn't stand a chance. Its body disintegrated into light. Qin Feng landed softly as the system interface flashed. You have slain the Soul Purifier. Platinum rank Fasan defeated. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. Then, the loot notification appeared. Attributes. Ritual and Righteousness increased by 4. You received 10 free attribute points. 20 evolution points gained. You obtained 1,520 days of lifespan tradable. Qin Feng gazed at the floating panel, satisfied. Excellent. But the rewards were far from over. The notifications kept pinging. World Achievement. You are the first player globally to slay a platinum rank boss. Reward. 10 fame points. Congratulations. You are now the master of the Soul Purification territory. He stood amidst the fading particles, calculating. This wasn't just a game item. A territory offered more than shelter, it was a warehouse that could manifest in reality. When the game of gods fully merged with Earth, modern technology would begin to rot. The countdown had started. Qin Feng recalled the chaos. Nuclear weapons, humanity's greatest deterrent, became dud scrap metal on day one. Jets, tanks, and artillery held out for a month or two, but eventually, they all turned into piles of useless rust. In other words, the future belonged to those who could harness the powers of the game. Magic was the new gunpowder. Once this territory was manifested in the real world, its magical defense barrier could be activated. It would become an absolute sanctuary, impenetrable by any force. A golden light illuminated Qin Feng's thoughtful expression. He muttered to himself, "In my past life, the Godslayer Guild used this place as their fortress. We had good times, sure, but I also watched too many friends betray each other, fighting over scraps and power." Qin Feng's eyes hardened with resolve. "I won't walk that path again. This time, I stand alone. I will rise to the peak by myself." Meanwhile, deep in a rainy forest, the situation was far less heroic. A red leopard gripped a massive axe, swinging it down with brutal force. Su Cheng threw himself backward, screaming in panic. "Dodge it! Move!" Xiao, you stared at the descending blade, paralyzed by fear. "Help me!" she shrieked, but it was too late. The axe cleaved through her. Back at the resurrection point, Xiao Yu collapsed on the ground. The system voice was cruel. "You have died. 14 years of lifespan, lost non-tradable. You have died. 2 days of lifespan, lost tradable." Terror washed over her face. I died again?" Su Cheng appeared, eyes red with rage. "Some support you are. The boss's axe is the size of a house. Are you blind? Why didn't you dodge?" "Xiao, you snapped back instantly. Who are you yelling at? You're the tank. You're supposed to hold aggro. Don't blame your lack of skill on me. Go to hell." Su Cheng exploded. "Damn it all. That was an area of effect attack, you idiot. How am I supposed to taunt that?" The party interface pinged. "Player, Grand Wind. Level 8 has left the team." Suddenly, Su Ran's voice screamed over the comms. "Xiao Yu. That tank guy ran away. The boss is on me now. Help." Seconds later, Su Ran materialized next to Xiao Yu, freshly killed. She turned to her friend, trembling. "Xiao Yu, let's just grind small mobs for levels. We don't have enough lifespan left to keep dying like this. I'm scared." Xiao Yu nodded frantically. "Agreed." Suddenly, a massive announcement lit up the sky above them. Player Shadow of Jianghai City is the first in the world to slay a platinum boss. Reward, 10 fame points. A gasp of shock swept through the crowd of players around them. First kill on a platinum boss? And he did it solo? That's insane. Wait, hardly anyone has reached the mainland yet. Who is this Shadow? Does anyone know who he is in real life? Xiao Yu and Su Ran looked up at the sky, stunned by the gap between them and this godlike figure. "I have never even laid eyes on a gold rank boss before. This power level is absolutely insane." She scowled in disbelief, looking at her teammates. Why were they struggling so much? To them, even a silver rank boss was an impossible nightmare to slay. So how in the world did that damned Shadow manage to slaughter a platinum rank boss solo? It defied all logic. Meanwhile, in the safety of a shadowed chamber, Qin Feng meditated to recover his breath. After eliminating the soul purifier, he had successfully ascended to level 11. Surpassing level 10 meant a massive boost. From now on, every level up granted 4 attribute points instead of the usual amount. He dumped all 10 free attribute points straight into agility. With enough speed combined with his infinite stealth, he could massacre endless bosses without ever taking a single scratch. His eyes widened as he gazed at the golden light before him. He never expected a platinum boss to drop a staggering 20 evolution points in one go. This changed everything. Now, he had enough resources to evolve the greedy hand skill one more time. The system screen flashed with a notification. You have consumed 27 evolution points, 15 points remaining. The evolution began instantly. Epic rank ascended to legendary. The assassin system now granted a 300 to 500% chance for bonus loot and a 100% guarantee to increase the loot's tier quality. But that was not all. A new passive effect unlocked. The greedy space. He instantly gained 100 inventory slots to store his spoils of war. Qin Feng grinned as the golden light bathed his face. Perfect. The bonus loot had jumped from 3 items to 5, and the 100 slot storage was exactly what he needed. The phantom image of the legendary greedy hand materialized in the air before him, radiating ancient power. System notifications cascaded down. He received 5 extra loot items and a massive injection of 100 evolution points, bringing his total reserve to 115. Qin Feng muttered to himself as he appraised the drops. 2 pieces of high-tier assassin equipment and a rare assassin skill book. Unfortunately, his current level was too low to equip them. For now, they would have to sit in his hidden warehouse until he grew stronger. He waved his hand, summoning the figure of the devout believer from the shadows to serve him. Qin Feng issued a cold command. Gather every single piece of loot in this palace and pile it up for me. Do not miss a thing. He rubbed his chin, calculating his next move. With 115 evolution points remaining, he could finally push his other skills from standard tier up to the epic rank. Golden light engulfed Qin Feng's body once more. The system chimed incessantly. 42 evolution points consumed. Skill, Shadow Stealth evolved. After 3 consecutive evolutions to epic rank, the stats skyrocketed. Invisibility duration increased to 60 seconds. Attack power while stealth boost hit 500%. Cooldown dropped to a mere 8.5 seconds. Another notification flashed. 34 evolution points consumed. Skill, Enhanced Backstab evolved twice, reaching epic rank. Back attack damage soared from 50% to 75%. He did not stop there. Consuming 6 more points, he triggered the next evolution, Dark Moment. From Platinum to Jade, to Diamond, and finally, to Epic. A burst of black light exploded outward, capable of blinding every enemy within range instantly. The cooldown settled at 34.3 seconds. The effective range expanded to 50 meters, with a base duration lasting 16 seconds. However, the higher the target's spirit attribute, the shorter the blindness would last. He then poured another 33 points into his final ace. The Cursed Flower evolved 3 times, hitting legendary rank. It could now be planted on a player's corpse within 60 seconds of their death. Once the Cursed Flower bloomed and absorbed the nutrients, the corpse would vanish completely, leaving no trace behind. The final notification left him stunned. It allowed him to absorb 50% of the target's non-tradable lifespan. It could even devour lifespan light orbs directly. Qin Feng trembled with excitement. Wait, did that say it could absorb non-tradable lifespan light orbs? This was unprecedented. In high-level danger zones or berserk boss areas, a player's lifespan consumption rate increased by hundreds or even 10,000 times the normal speed. In those hellish places, the system prioritized burning through non-tradable lifespan first. With this ability, he would never run out of time again. It was truly a god-tier skill. Suddenly, a voice message from Snowflake interrupted his thoughts. Congratulations, Big Boss, on securing the first kill of the silver rank boss. Qin Feng frowned, confused. What are you talking about? She giggled. I have good news, actually. Dongfang Xian has finally gone offline. Snowflake continued her report. I heard their family is holding a massive celebratory banquet at the Jiangnan restaurant tonight. Rumor has it they farmed a massive amount of lifespan and are preparing to inject it all into the game to shift their strategy. Qin Feng stared at the fire. You did well, she replied nervously. Boss, just doing my job, but you absolutely have to kill Dongfang Xian. If he survives, I am as good as dead. Rest easy. I will handle it, Qin Feng assured her. He swept his hand, collecting the mountain of loot. Even with everything packed, his inventory was barely half full. The 100 integrated slots from the greedy hand were proving to be incredibly useful. Time to turn this trash into profit. He headed to the meeting point, and Yu spotted him instantly and screamed in excitement. Look, the shadow has arrived. She sprinted toward him, calling out, Big Boss. Qin Feng raised a hand to stop her. Same rules as always. I set the price. You take it or leave it. 30 pieces of trash gear, mostly normal and bronze tier. Since I am feeling generous, I will give you a discount. 1 price for the lot. 950 days of lifespan. And Yu beamed with a business-ready smile. Deal, Big Boss. We estimated the value of the previous batch at over 1,000 days. I will round it up and send you a clean 2,000 days total, right now. Qin Feng nodded calmly, his expression unreadable. Deal. This shipment wasn't ordinary. It contained a treasure trove of silver, gold, and even platinum tier items. The total value? She paused for dramatic effect. A staggering 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. She leaned over the system screen, gasping in shock. Platinum rank? Are you serious? I only possess a single piece of gold gear. She shook her head in awe. A true tycoon is on another level. To think he's selling platinum equipment like it's common trash. This is magnificent. With these resources, Zhanghai City's growth will accelerate beyond anyone's expectations. Boss Shadow? Thank you so much. Qin Feng's reply was ice cold. Think nothing of it. It is merely a mutual exchange. Li Zi rushed over, eyes wide with curiosity. How does your inventory have so many slots? Are you Doraemon or something? Qin Feng ignored the joke, his voice cutting through the mood. Your inventories are full by now, correct? A word of advice. Check beneath the stone wall in the center of the ruins. You will find a hidden staircase. Down there lies a teleportation formation. It will transport you directly back to the starting town. Qin Feng turned to leave, tossing one final warning over his shoulder. However, the first return trip will cost 500 days of lifespan. Subsequent trips are free. Weigh your options carefully. I am leaving. As he walked away, An Yu pointed at his retreating figure, trembling with excitement. See, did you see that? I told you the boss was a regressor. How else could he possibly know such hidden information? Wang Meng looked at her, his expression helpless. Captain Anne, please calm down. That look in your eyes is actually terrifying me. She struck a seductive pose, pouting her lips playfully. Tell me, boys, what do you think would happen if I tried to seduce Shadow? The two men froze, their faces twisted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already vanished into the distance. At that moment, a system prompt materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. Do you wish to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into reality? He reached out, his finger tapping the screen decisively. Sync level, sync class evolution. The system chimed instantly. You have consumed 2,700 days of lifespan. Level synchronization complete. Class evolution synchronization complete. Qin Feng watched the aura of power surge around him. Next phase, skill extraction. He narrowed his eyes. I previously extracted latent shadow, but it was merely grade 1. This time, I will not only maximize latent shadow in the real world, but I shall bring forth an entire arsenal of abilities. Notifications cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. Consumed 1,960 days. Latent shadow increased to level 10. Consumed 900 days. Extracted enhanced backstab. Consumed 1,000 days. Extracted hand of greed. Consumed 3,200 days. Extracted shadow shield slash. Consumed 536 days. Extracted ghostly blur. Consumed 1,699 days. Extracted cursed blossom. Consumed 11,313 days. Extracted shield of black light. Synchronization complete. Current balance, 7,480 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng remained calm, issuing the next command. Now for the equipment. A new stream of data flooded his vision. Consumed 3,600 days. Extracted gold-tier stealth boots. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed the system screen, calculating his next move. The Believer's Necklace. It doesn't just reduce cooldown times. A smirk tugged at his lips. Its true value lies in the ability to summon silver-tier believers. In the current reality, such power is nearly invincible. He sighed, checking his balance. However, a single round of extraction has completely drained my fortune. I have merely 486 days of tradable lifespan remaining. He clenched his fist, feeling the energy hum. But it was worth it. My power in the real world now rivals my strength within the game. Qin Feng's figure faded into the shadows. I must acquire more lifespan. The next offline extraction requires a complete synchronization. Later, in the dim light of his bedroom, Qin Feng sat motionless on the edge of the bed. His mind raced. Shishi knows this location. To ensure my safety, staying here is no longer an option. I must vanish. Extracting the pure soul land requires a massive cost, 1,300 years of lifespan. He shook his head. For now, a temporary hideout will have to suffice. He glanced around the room, raising his right arm. Hand of greed. Activate. He watched as every item in the room was sucked into the void, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Ha ha. The storage space granted by the Hand of Greed is truly convenient. Everything I own is now safely stowed away. Without hesitation, Qin Feng vaulted onto the windowsill and disappeared into the night. Perched on a high ledge, he pulled out his phone, the screen illuminating his face. Target located, Dongfang Xian. Location, Jiangnan Restaurant. Distance, 15 kilometers. Qin Feng gazed down at the city lights, calculating the trajectory. At my current velocity. He leapt into the void. I will arrive in 10 minutes. His body blurred, becoming a streak of shadow that tore through the wind. Meanwhile, inside the brightly lit Jiangnan Restaurant, a voice boomed with praise. The current phenomena confirm it. Abilities and lifespan acquired within the game are undeniably bleeding into the real world. This is a golden era for the Dongfang family. An elderly man looked up, eyes gleaming. Xianar, you have done exceptionally well. Establishing our faction's foundation within the game was a masterstroke. Dongfang Xian smiled modestly, bowing her head. Grandfather, I was merely doing my duty for the family. The Dongfang patriarch laughed heartily, his voice filled with pride. Your growth has exceeded my expectations, Xianer. I am truly pleased. We have harvested a massive amount of tradable lifespan. Every single second of it shall be invested into high-tier equipment and skill tomes. He raised a hand, clenching it into a fist as he outlined the strategy. Our priority is absolute. Propel our core family members to level 10 at breakneck speed. We must seize the first mover advantage to expand our dominion in the real world. His eyes burned with ambition. By conquering both realities simultaneously, the Dongfang clan shall reign supreme as undisputed overlords, establishing an eternal legacy. A dynasty that spans 10,000 years is no longer a mere fantasy. Fang Xian's expression darkened at these words. He cast a side-eye at the Dongfang patriarch, cursing venomously in his heart. Damn old fossil. You have one foot in the grave, yet you still cling to the patriarch's seat? And now you crave immortality too? Just you wait. Once I capture the shadow, I will force the secret out of him. Then, I will be the one to harvest that lifespan. The moment I rise to the top of the leaderboards, every single one of you will die. Suddenly, masking his murderous intent, he asked casually, by the way, regarding our plan to deal with the shadow, how are the preparations coming along? Feng Xian spoke with feigned loyalty. Rest assured, grandfather, I have already planted a reliable woman to uncover the shadow's true identity. We will have news very soon. The Dongfang Patriarch issued a stern command. Remember this. We must capture him alive and force the shadow to serve the Dongfang clan. That is the only way to bring true glory to our family. Feng Xian bowed immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Feng silently dispatched the guards, listening to the chatter within. Come, let us raise a glass to the resurrection of the Dongfang family. Long live the Dongfang family. 10,000 years. Qin Feng analyzed the situation calmly. He had not expected this wealthy clan to possess firearms. His phantom step was elusive, but the pure, dark evasion was not 100% guarantee. Worse, he could not yet manifest defensive items into reality. If a bullet struck his heart or head, death was a certainty. Qin Feng activated the necklace of the believer. Better to be cautious. A loyal believer materialized from the void. He assessed the summon. With razor-sharp claws for close combat and blue flames for range, it was a perfect killing machine. He gave the order. Go. Leave no survivors. As a silver-tier boss, the loyal believer possessed immense damage resistance. Even against a hail of gunfire, it could hold its ground for a long time. Inside the room, the celebrations stopped dead. Horror filled their eyes. As the monster stepped through the door, they screamed in panic. Who goes there? What are you? The loyal believer let out a deafening roar and charged. Feng Xian stood up, his eyes widening in recognition. No. That is a monster from the divinity game. Fire. Open fire immediately. Bullets riddled the loyal believer's body, but it only charged faster. A maddened beast. It groaned, emitting an eerie blue light. In a flash, its claw pierced through the chest of the nearest guard. Feng Xian watched in terror as another subordinate fell. Suddenly, the loyal believer seized the Dongfang Patriarch. The old man screamed, Xian, save me, but Feng Xian turned his back. Damn it all, he fled like a coward, abandoning his grandfather without hesitation. His mind raced as he ran. I must escape. If I can just get out of here and log into the game, I will be safe. Panic twisted his features as he formulated a plan. Once I reach level 10 and bring my powers into reality, nothing will ever threaten me again. Suddenly, Feng Xian saw a blue glow ahead and hesitated. Wait. His vision suddenly flipped upside down. Blood sprayed into the air. Feng Xian's eyes bulged in confusion. Qin Feng walked calmly past his body, which had been cleanly sliced in two. With his dying breath, Feng Xian choked out two words. The shadow. Instantly, crimson higanbana flowers bloomed across the room. The curse of the blooming flowers activated. Qin Feng turned back as the system notifications chimed. Absorbed 27 years of tradable lifespan. Absorbed 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. He smiled. A massive harvest. The spectral flowers withered and vanished. Qin Feng surveyed the empty room. One move. The Thunder Origin flower had performed perfectly. It not only erased the corpses and blood, but also drained every ounce of their lifespan. Nothing was wasted. He watched the red lights fade into him. His non-tradable lifespan had now accumulated to 2,327 years. With this much time, even the Berserk Zone won't feel so oppressive anymore. Suddenly, voices erupted outside. Call the police, hurry! Gunshots and screams had echoed from the private room. Officers rushed the scene. This is the Dongfang family's banquet hall. The captain kicked the door open, weapon drawn. There was a firefight. Expect casualties. Strange. The officer scanned the room. It was a wreck. Clearly the site of a brutal battle. Yet there was not a single soul in sight. Did anyone see a suspect flee? Unseen by all, Qin Feng slipped away in stealth mode, leaving the chaos behind. No one? This is impossible. Where did the entire Dongfang family go? Have they just vanished? Report this immediately. Qin Feng's eyes focused on the road ahead. Target confirmed. The Qian Corporation. He calculated his next move. The Qian headquarters had moved to North America before the game descended. However, the CEO's daughter, Qian Shishi, was still trapped here in the inner city of Magic Capital. I must strike now, he decided. Before she escapes overseas, he needed to move fast. The distance from Zhanghai to the Magic City was nearly 300 kilometers. Even at his speed, running would take hours, a waste of precious time. Back in his room, Qin Feng made a swift decision. He needed a mount, and he needed it now. His consciousness instantly dove back into the virtual world. The familiar system voice echoed, Welcome back to the Divine Realm. Rising to his feet, he calculated his next move. The ruins still held a few silver and gold rank bosses. It was time for a harvest. Just then, a notification flashed in his vision. A message from An Yu. Boss. Big boss. Great news. Qin Feng paused, intrigued. On the screen, An Yu's face was flushed with excitement. Xiao He just stumbled upon a hidden tomb entrance. But watch out, there's a gold rank wraith guarding the door. We couldn't handle it, she admitted, breathless. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. A hidden tomb? How exactly did she find it? An Yu recalled the moment, shaking her head. We were on our way back to the starter village. We took a detour to avoid the trash mobs. Halfway through, I realized we were down one person. She shuddered at the memory. We searched for ages before we found her. Xiao He had stepped into a hidden sinkhole and fallen straight down. Because it's a special ancient tomb zone, the party chat was completely cut off. An Yu regained her composure. We followed the hole down and saw a level 12 gold boss waving a massive blade. We barely escaped with our lives. We're back at Shelltown now. If you want to check it out, boss, I'll send the coordinates. Qin Feng listened, unable to suppress a smile. That girl really was a living lucky charm. Walking through city ruins, she trips and somehow uncovers an ancient tomb. Ancient tombs were like divine temples or cursed ruins, rare, random encounters found only in the wild. Absolute jackpots, he replied instantly. All right. Send me the coordinates. Hearing his agreement, An Yu added a soft request. If you find gear you don't need, please sell it to us first. Done, Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. Internally, he laughed. This An Yu was sharp, she knew how to do business. Moments later, he materialized at the coordinates. Qin Feng stared at the massive well before him in disbelief. This is the entrance? It's enormous. You'd have to be blind to fall into this. That Xiao He woman truly is a genius of clumsiness. Without fear, he leaped into the darkness. As his feet hit the ground, a crimson warning flashed. You have entered the tomb of hatred. Remote communications blocked. He stepped forward. A massive shadow emerged from the gloom, letting out a menacing roar. A level 12 gold rank wraith. Its entire body pulsed with dark, suffocating energy as it locked its gaze onto Qin Feng. Qin Feng analyzed the threat instantly. He hadn't fought this specific boss in his past life, but the form was unmistakable. High physical damage, massive area of effect. The beast charged. Qin Feng stood his ground, finally understanding why An Yu's squad had fled in terror. The gear and skill books he had sold them were useless against power like this. Wang Meng was a holy shield warrior with nearly 5,000 health, yet one strike from this monster would strip half his life bar. As the creature closed the distance, Qin Feng calculated the odds. If he took a direct hit, it was game over. Qin Feng activated Merciful Release, combined with Shadow Shield Slash. Streaks of azure light flashed through the darkness, slicing through the wraith. But the boss's defense was insane. The damage of his slash was reduced to 80%. The cut connected, but the beast didn't fall. It wouldn't survive the next strike, but something was wrong. After taking the hit, the wraith's wounds oozed green blood, and its body began to bloat rapidly. Qin Feng glanced back, his eyes widening. Not good! The corpse detonated into a cloud of poisonous mist, engulfing the area. Qin Feng blurred into motion, barely escaping the blast radius. Corpse explosion. He had been too careless. If he hadn't activated Ghost Shadow in that split second, he would be dead. As he stared at the golden glow of loot within the mist, a memory surfaced. In his past life, a team had killed a rare boss just like this. One eager member had rushed to grab the loot, only for the boss's corpse to detonate. Instant death. Entire guilds had been wiped out by self-destructing bosses in the past, but that was usually a platinum rank mechanic. To think a gold boss in a tomb had it too. He raised his hand. Greedy hand of looting. The system chimed. You have slain the gold rank wraith, obtained 1,000 points, obtained 10 days of tradable lifespan, obtained 20 evolution points. Obtained platinum rank skill book, Dark Knight Ring Blade. Greedy hand activated. Plundered 6,300 days of tradable lifespan. Greedy hand activated. Obtained platinum rank item, Armor of Hatred. Qin Feng grinned. A massive haul. Perfect. Both the equipment and the skill were things he could actually use. He opened the skill description. Dark Knight Ring Blade. Platinum rank. Assassin class. It channeled dark energy into a spinning blade storm, dealing massive shadow damage to all nearby enemies, plus 500 bonus damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Level requirement, 11. Qin Feng tapped the screen, satisfied. Finally, an elemental damage skill specifically for assassins. The Dark Griffin possessed higher spirit attributes than raw strength, meaning its magical attack potency far outstripped its physical damage output. Qin Feng scanned the holographic interface. Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 24, Spirit 15. First things first, he murmured. Let's evolve this skill to the epic rank. Ding! The system chimed incessantly. You have consumed 1, +2, +3 evolution points. 36 points remaining. The Dark Knight Ring skill began to mutate. Platinum to Jade, Jade to Diamond. Finally, it ascended to the epic tier. The area of effect for the shadow damage exploded, expanding from 5 to 7 to 9, and finally to 12 meters. The devastation increased exponentially. Base shadow damage climbed from 500 to 750 to 1,000, settling at a massive 1,300 points. Cooldown reduced to 10.57 seconds. Requirement: Level 11. Qin Feng analyzed the new data with a satisfied nod. After the evolution, the skill's reach had more than doubled, and the damage output had nearly tripled. Qin Feng noted calmly, it is an area of effect skill, after all. The bonus damage is decent, though the total burst is still lower than the shield shadow slash. However, for wiping out trash mobs, it is absolutely god tier. His mind raced, comparing the tactical applications of his two primary offensive abilities. Shield shadow slash has a 5-meter range, but it is linear, easy to dodge. The Dark Knight Ring is circular. If I get surrounded, the clearing efficiency will be leagues ahead. Wasting no time, Qin Feng equipped the new gear. A system notification immediately flashed before his eyes. Platinum rank armor, the Grudge, physics defense plus 55, all elemental resistance plus 45, damage block plus 42, health points plus 77. Equip requirement: Level 1 Grudge. Passive effect: after taking damage, gain 30 points of base attack power. He stared at the panel, muttering, the Grudge effect is mediocre at best, but look at those defensive stats. The elemental resistance and damage block are insane. It is a worthy replacement for the level 5 Ghostfire gold-robbing armor I am currently wearing. Qin Feng stepped forward, tallying his harvest. The other 20-plus items were trash to him, but selling them would net over 10,000 days of lifespan. I am finally ready to delve deeper into the ancient tomb, he thought, eyes gleaming. Hopefully, I find something good. If a mount drops, that would be perfection. Meanwhile, on Meng Xiaoyu's side, disaster struck. The monster swung its massive blade forward. Terror washed over her face as the wave of energy annihilated her and Chu Ran instantly. 3 pillars of light flashed. The party respawned at the revival point. Zhang Wei's face was twisted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. He lunged forward, grabbing her by the collar. Meng Xiaoyu, you brainless flower vase, all you have is looks and 0 brain cells. Every single time. Because of you, the whole team gets wiped. I only have 2 years of non-tradable lifespan left. Zhang Wei threw her to the ground with a violent shove. Do not let me see you at school, or I will end you myself. With that threat hanging in the air, he logged out. Chu Ran rushed over, her face etched with concern. Xiao Yu. She tried to offer advice. Listen, why don't you come with me to the starter town near my parents? I heard there is a community support group there. They help the elderly, and people who aren't naturally gifted at games like us. Xiao Yu's expression darkened with resentment. Zhang Wei. And that lot. Just you wait, she cursed internally. Then she turned her glare on Chu Ran. You dare raise your voice at me? Since when does trash have the right to lecture me? I do not believe it. All those simps who used to chase me. Surely one of them is stronger than this loser squad. She stood up abruptly. Chu Ran, go by yourself. Back in the real world, inside her bedroom, Xiao Yu sat up in bed. She grabbed her phone and messaged a contact. Han Han, honey, can you power level me? Han Han replied with a sleazy emoji. Sure thing. 1 level equals 1 night with me. I have always wanted to see what the school's ice-cold goddess looks like beneath the sheets. Xiao, you gagged, typing furiously. You ugly pig, you think you are worthy of my body? Get lost. She composed herself and sent a sweet message to another target. Zhang Huaiyu. Actually, I have always liked you. My brother, Qin Feng, stood in the way before, so I never dared to accept your feelings. But I have cut ties with Qin Feng now. Finally, we can be together openly. She waited. The reply came moments later. Idiot. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? You cut ties with your own brother? If you can be that cold to him, who knows when you will stab me in the back. Scram. She gritted her teeth and messaged the next option. Young Master Du, my house is empty tonight. Want to come over? Maybe carry me a few levels? The reply was instant and brutal. Xiao Yu? I awakened a platinum-grade talent. I am soaring to the heavens now. I can get any woman I want. Stay the hell away from me. Desperate, she tried one last person. Brother, little ma, I am so bored. Can you take me playing? I am waiting for you at Shelltown. The response was colder than ice. Meng Xiao Yu, everyone knows you got Zhang Wei killed. Do you believe I won't test my new skill on you? Violent egg punch. Right in your gut. She threw her phone across the room, curling into a ball as tears streamed down her face. Damn it. Damn all these useless men. When it actually matters, not a single one is reliable. My non-tradable lifespan. Only 2.5 years left. What am I going to do? She sniffled, silence filling the room before a thought struck her. Qin Feng. She wiped the tears away, hope reigniting in her eyes. That's right. He would never abandon me. He always fixes everything. I just need to go find him. Later that night, the apartment complex was still lit by scattered windows. Xiao. You stood frozen in front of Qin Feng's door. She took a deep breath, calculating her next move. Just apologize. Be soft. Look pitiful. He will fold, just like always. He will definitely forgive me. After all, I haven't done anything wrong, so why should I be the one to apologize? Xiao. You raised her hand to knock, her mind racing with calculations. No, I can't think like that. Xiao Yu, bowing your head is just a temporary strategy. Fake being soft first, then make him power level me. He won't refuse. From childhood until now, the person he loves most has always been me. Her face flushed with determination. Once I level up and my lifespan is secure, I'll cut ties with him completely. Yes, that's the plan. Xiao Yu, you're a genius. With her mind made up, she immediately knocked on the door. Qin Feng, open up. Xiao. You called out incessantly. Qin Feng, open the door. Stop sleeping and open up. Qin Feng, I'm back. Can you hear me? Qin Feng. Rage twisted her face. She kicked the door violently, screaming, I'm giving you face by coming here. Don't be ungrateful. But as the door swung open, Xiao Yu stared into the empty void of the room, confused. Qin Feng, where are you? The bed, the table, his clothes, everything had vanished. She frantically dialed his number, only to hear the cold, robotic voice. Sorry, the subscriber you are calling is currently powered off. Xiao. You stood frozen in place, whispering his name. Qin Feng. The disconnected tone echoed in her ear. Sorry, the subscriber. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Where the hell did he go? Meanwhile, deep within the tomb of resentment, Qin Feng flashed through the blue light, leaving a trail of monster corpses in his wake. He stared at the coffin before him. This was the end of the road. Qin Feng summoned his loyal believer, analyzing the situation. I've slaughtered over 200 mobs and several bronze and silver bosses along the way. I'm nearly level 12. Opening this coffin will summon the final boss. Let's hope it's a platinum tier boss. The minion received the order and reached out to pry the coffin open. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Threads of black miasma erupted from within, instantly ensnaring the loyal believer. The black gas dragged the minion into the coffin. The loyal believer screamed in agony as the darkness invaded its body. A system warning flashed. Your summoned silver tier loyal believer has been destroyed. Qin Feng watched the black aura swirling around him, deep in thought. It's the gold tier boss, the deadly poison skeleton. Damn it. Of all things, I had to run into this disgusting creature. This boss had no physical form, making it completely immune to physical damage. Memories from his past life flooded back. Someone had foolishly released this monster before. The result was catastrophic. It spread to a nearby base, and the civilians, unaware of the danger, suffered heavy casualties. Qin Feng watched the black gas with extreme caution, calculating his next move. If it possesses a human, it's instant death for the host unless a teammate has a dispelling skill or a specific invincible class ability. But Qin Feng was ready. His body glowed with a brilliant white light as he activated the Dark Knight Ring skill. He spotted the true form of the deadly poison skeleton, hiding within the toxic mist. A beam of light pierced through it. The system notification chimed instantly. You have slain the gold tier boss, deadly poison skeleton. Qin Feng looked at the bisected remains of the monster, puzzled. Its power clearly rivals a platinum tier boss, yet it's ranked as gold, and the loot is only gold tier. He scoffed at the glowing yellow orb. Lucky for me, I learned the Dark Knight Ring skill earlier, dealing magic damage. Qin Feng summoned the Hand of Greed to snatch the orb, sighing in disappointment. I worked so hard to clear this tomb, and the spoil of war is just a gold item? Seriously? Suddenly, a bell appeared in his hand. You have received a rare item. Mount Summoning Bell. He gasped in surprise. A mount? For real? Qin Feng stared at the bell, impressed. That Lin Liu's lucky carp effect is no joke. The system panel displayed the details. Ghost Nightwalker Wolf. Upon use, summons a level 11 Ghost Nightwalker Wolf to assist in battle and serve as a mount. Requirement. Level 11. He watched as the creature materialized, eyes widening in surprise. A Ghost Nightwalker Wolf? This is one of the fastest mounts available. The stat window popped up. Ghost Nightwalker Wolf. Level 11. Gold tier. Strength 148. Vitality 155. Agility 191. Spirit 135. The mount shares experience points with the master to level up. If the bell is traded, the mount's level resets. When active as a mount, movement speed increases by 245%. Night Walk. At night, the mount enters permanent stealth level 1. Attacking breaks stealth but deals 120 bonus damage. Stealth cooldown is 60 seconds. Next, the skill panel appeared. Pounce. Attacks a single target 3 times, dealing 267 bonus physical damage per hit. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Roar. Increases attack, physical defense, and elemental resistance by 35 points for all nearby allies. Duration, 1,800 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Qin Feng looked at the beast, exhilarated. A mount? A battle pet? And it has stealth? Not bad at all. I really hit the jackpot this time. As the first rays of dawn pierced the city skyline, Qin Feng mounted the Night Wolf. In the blink of an eye, the beast tore through the streets, leaving the city far behind. He gazed at his loyal mount with cold determination. The goal was set: reach level 15 and harvest enough lifespan to recall the beast into his inventory. The moment he logged out, he would head straight for Demon City. It was time to silence Shishi once and for all. The wolf carried him high above the concrete jungle, soaring past towering skyscrapers. Qin Feng locked his eyes on the colossus below. The Jianghai Arena, a massive structure with 2 subterranean levels hidden beneath the earth. Complex terrain, an endless ocean of monsters. This was the perfect hunting ground for power leveling. The Night Wolf accelerated, banking sharply as Qin Feng confirmed their destination. He ignored the creature screeching from the fortress walls. To him, this wasn't danger. It was a paradise for the strong. The monsters below froze, sensing a predator from above. Qin Feng leaped from his mount, his expression stoic. Shadow Slash exploded, cutting through the air with deadly precision. The next day, back in the city, and Yu danced through the battlefield, her blades singing as she decapitated a monster in a single strike. A golden pillar of light erupted from the corpse. Her eyes lit up. Excellent. Another victory. Standing nearby was Nai Liang. As the son of a high-ranking Jianghai official, Nai Liang clapped enthusiastically, as expected of Captain An. That damage was devastating. But his mind wandered to darker thoughts. The Hidden Dragon Swordsman class is truly broken, he thought, eyeing her greedily. And Yu. She is definitely the woman worthy of my status. She sheathed her blade, her brow furrowed. A level 8 gold boss took us over 10 minutes to kill. I can't fathom how Big Brother managed to solo a platinum boss. Nai Liang raised a hand, scoffing. He's just a petty assassin. He relies on stealth and cheap tricks to cheese bosses. When will a rat like that ever stand in the light? Inside, his jealousy burned. Luckily, this girl has no background. With my status as a second-generation official, crushing her will be as easy as flipping my hand. An Yu looked up, pointing her sword at the sky, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Is that so? Wouldn't a trash-tier archer like you find it even easier to wear down a boss with cheap shots? Nai Liang gritted his teeth, stammering. I am a warrior who fights with honor. I don't resort to underhanded tactics. His face twisted in ugliness. I've heard rumors that Shadow has a rotten character. In the real world, he's probably a psychopath who kills without blinking. I know a hunter in the Demon City police force. He's already reached level 3 in anti-stealth mastery. Nai Liang raised both hands, proposing a scheme. In my opinion, we should set a trap. Expose Shadow's real identity, then force him to submit. A weapon like him can only be trusted if he's on a leash held by the government. Otherwise, tragedies like Song Fei and Zhang Li will just keep happening. Are we supposed to be his janitors forever? And Yu and Wang Meng exchanged a knowing glance. Suddenly, they both burst into raucous laughter. Nai Liang's face turned the color of a tomato, humiliation burning his cheeks. Little Liang, you really don't get it, do you? He isn't begging us to clean up his mess. We are volunteering to do it for him. This is the only way to align ourselves with him. We need to show him that we are on the same side. Nai Liang's face flushed darker, his fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. Damn it all! That Shadow is just a glorious assassin. If my anti-stealth is high enough, are you saying I can't control him? He jumped up, shouting in rage. You people have no backing, yet you dare lecture me. And you, just you wait. Watch me ruin Shadow's reputation and capture him. When that happens, I'll make you kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Wang Meng ignored the tantrum and turned to An Yu. What did the boss drop this time? And Yu checked the loot. 1 gold equipment for a priest, a silver item, and a silver tier skill book. She looked up at the sky, awe in her voice. Big Brother tosses gold and platinum gear at us like it's trash. Just how many bosses has he slaughtered? Or maybe his innate talent is treasure hunting? Is he just opening chests to get this stuff? Wang Meng frowned, his voice lowering. Captain An, I know I might be overthinking, but I'm worried. An Yu tilted her head. About what? Wang Meng thought back to the rumors. You know about the incident at the Jiangnan Hotel, right? The entire Dongfang clan vanished into thin air while they were meeting there, and Yu went silent as he continued. If, and I mean, if, Shadow was the one who did that, should we really be covering for him? We don't know his true nature. What if, in reality, he's a mass murderer who's committed heinous crimes? She stared at the rubble of the battlefield. I know the higher-ups are taking that case very seriously. Everyone suspects Shadow is involved. But right now, there isn't a shred of evidence linking him to the disappearance. And Yu smiled, a dangerous glint in her eyes. However, even if Shadow really did wipe them out, I choose to continue our partnership. Even if the higher-ups refuse to clean up his mess, I will personally handle the aftermath for him. Wang Meng gasped, shocked. Why would you go that far? She placed her hands behind her head, relaxing. Who wouldn't want to ride the coattails of a god? Wang Meng let out a stunned sound. Suddenly, Si Cheng rushed forward, screaming, Captain On! Captain On! I found an arena zone ahead. But every single monster inside has already been massacred. His voice trembled with shock as he surveyed the carnage. Corpses litter the ground like trash. Just what kind of squad is powerful enough to wipe out every monster inside? And Wu stepped forward, his eyes sharp. Let's move. We need to see this up close. As they arrived at the center, the gloom was pierced by the glow of floating loot spheres. Golden orbs, everywhere. Nai Liang stared at the treasure trove, gasping in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This drop rate is insane. There must have been hundreds of elites here. Who the hell has this kind of firepower? And Wu's gaze hardened. She knew the answer instantly. It was Shadow. Only he could leave a mark like this. Stay alert. Watch your surroundings. And Wu commanded. Nai Liang scoffed, his face twisting in annoyance. On what grounds? Why are you so obsessed with this Shadow character? And Wu replied calmly, her voice brooking no argument. Because he sits alone at the peak. Rank 1 on the leaderboard. Our official squad is rank 2, and even we couldn't pull off a massacre like this. It has to be him. Nai Liang crossed his arms, snorting derisively. So what? If I had a stealth skill, I could do the exact same thing. Maybe it would take a little longer, but I'd still clear it. And Wu ignored his jealousy completely, stepping aside to message Qin Feng. Big brother, are you still in the area? You cleared so many mobs, you must have tons of gear and skill books you don't need. Sell them to us. Suddenly, Nai Liang froze. A massive shadow engulfed him, blocking out the light. He looked up, terror seizing his heart as a figure descending on a ghostly Nightwalker wolf appeared. Nai Liang screamed like a child and collapsed onto the dirt, and Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Big brother, is that a mount? Where did you even find something that majestic? Qin Feng looked down from his beast, his presence commanding. I got it from that tomb, thanks to the coordinates you provided. He turned his gaze to Li Zi. I owe you a thanks for that, little black. Li Zi scratched her head, laughing sheepishly at the acknowledgement. Sitting atop the ghostly Nightwalker, Qin Feng cut to the chase. Let's trade. You can sweep up everything on the ground. Same rules as always. And Wu straightened her posture. Respectful. Understood. If the goods aren't up to par, I won't buy. But I know your prices are always fair, big brother. Si Cheng glanced down at the spreading puddle beneath Nai Liang's feet. Hey, you peed yourself. Nai Liang's face turned the color of liver, humiliation burning in his veins. Damn Shadow, filthy animal. You made me lose face in front of everyone. Just you wait. Ignoring the insect, Qin Feng spurred the Nightwalker, shooting forward like an arrow. 3 layers of terrifying power radiated from him, commanding fear from all who saw. Shadow level 13. Justice Enforcer level 10. King of Beasts level 10. Goblin High Lord level 10. Transaction time remaining, 245 years. Evolution points, 255. Qin Feng smirked with satisfaction. Clearing that desolate arena had paid off. A gold tier skill book had dropped. Item name, Silent Concealment. Rank, Gold. Effect, activates instant stealth. As long as the user does not attack or move, the stealth state is permanent. If the user initiates an attack, the first strike deals an additional 300 bonus damage before breaking stealth. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Requirement, level 13. Qin Feng analyzed the potential immediately. This isn't just a game changer. It enhances my stealth capabilities exponentially. But more importantly, if I use this in reality, combined with the invincibility state during game login, I could completely vanish from the real world. He didn't hesitate. System, evolve, to Slayer tier. The notification chimed instantly. Consumed 11 evolution points. The skill screen flashed, showing the evolution path. Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Slayer. The stealth break damage bonus skyrocketed from 300 to 400. Qin Feng wasn't done. I didn't know I could evolve other skills too. The system bombarded him with power-up notifications. You have consumed 34 evolution points. Deadly Poison Dart has evolved to Slayer tier. You have consumed 200 evolution points. Skill Merciful Deliverance has evolved to Mythical tier. Mythical Legend Effect. Weak Point Attack. Bonus increased to 300%. Weak Point Damage Multiplier x2. The relentless chime of system upgrades left even Qin Feng in awe. Mythical tier is absolutely broken. Unless it's a special magic immune creature, every single hit I land will effectively be a fatal weak point strike. Qin Feng's eyes darted to another item in his inventory. I almost missed this. A necklace. It pulsed with hidden power. Deception. Platinum necklace. Assassin-type jewelry. Increases physical attack. As the Nightwalker sprinted, he ran the numbers in his head. Counting my skills and this gear, I now have 4 layers of stealth. At this stage of the game, absolutely no one can detect me. And this cloak. Shadow Veil. My evasion just hit 83%. Shadow Veil, Gold tier. Constitution +5, Spirit +5, Evasion +32%. Requirement, level 12. Suddenly, boom, a deafening explosion tore through the air ahead. Black smoke billowed out, swallowing the corner of a ruined building. Qin Feng reined in his mount, eyes narrowing. From the smoke, a terrifying silhouette began to materialize behind the structure. A colossal monster clad in heavy metal armor, wielding chains and a massive axe. Qin Feng's blood ran cold. The Steel Saintess? Who has the guts to summon a world boss here? Memories of a past life flooded his mind. The horror of the Steel Saintess. She had appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City. Over 1,000 players united to raid her. The result? A massacre. Total death count. Over 400,000 respawns. A name flashed in his memory. She wasn't just a monster. She was the guardian of a hidden sanctuary. The Wind Chapel. The second largest sanctuary within the Jianghai ruins looms ahead. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens, cutting through the gloom with predatory caution. I plan to clear the trash mobs before summoning this boss, but since it has already graced us with its presence, I might as well claim the prize now. Without hesitation, he urges his Nightwolf mount forward, a blur of shadow weaving through the crumbling skyscrapers. Ahead, the Steel Saintess swings her colossal axe, a strike heavy enough to shatter the world itself. An unfortunate soul is reduced to paste beneath the falling blade. A survivor watches in trembling horror, stammering, It is a monster, too strong. The axe shows no mercy, descending again and again. Blood sprays and agonized screams merge into a symphony of slaughter. It is a painting of pure hell, Qin Feng observes silently. Do they really think they can take down the Steel Saintess at this level? Such arrogance. But wait, from the distance, a figure riding a tiger tears through the wind, charging into the fray. Qin Feng recognizes him instantly. Chen Wuming. Memories of a past life flood back. Wuming, the wielder of the hidden class, Temple Knight. In my previous life, we clashed for 9 long years, neither ever claiming true victory. A true old friend. This man is as cunning as he is sinister. Every time defeat loomed, he would pull the dirtiest tricks imaginable to escape with his life intact. In that era, the line drawn between our two powers was absolute. In the previous timeline, it was Wuming's Temple Knights Guild that finally felled the Steel Saintess. A saying spread like wildfire among the new players. The West has the Godslayer. The East holds the Temple. We each controlled half of the ruined Jianghai City, dividing the world between us. But the Temple Knights were built on blood. New recruits were forced to sign the Overlord contract. It promised safety, yes, but at the cost of a staggering 50% life tax. Most members were nothing more than slaves, grinding away their existence to feed the few elites at the top. Qin Feng's eyes turn glacial. Perfect timing, Wuming. This time, there will be no escape. The Saintess's axe swings in a frenzy, tearing the very air apart. Amidst the chaos, Qin Feng materializes in the eye of the storm like a phantom. With zero warning, he unleashes his skill. Dark Knight, Revolving Blade. A crimson bolt of lightning detonates outward. The red energy devours everything in its radius. The system prompts flood his vision in a relentless cascade. You have slain player Sama. You have slain player Zifangfang. You have slain player Chao Yu. You have slain player Bad Friend. You have slain player Lemogoya. Wuming stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as his battlefield turns to ash. What? Who dares? Is that Shadow? We have no quarrel with you. Why slaughter my people? A voice as cold as the grave whispers directly behind him. Because I do not eat beef. Instantaneously, Qin Feng triggers instant flash slash. He lowers his hand, and as falling petals touch the corpses, blood-red flowers bloom from the dead flesh. The curse of the blossoms activates. A magic circle expands, enveloping the dead. The fallen players gasp, reviving in a state of utter bewilderment. Wuming roars in fury. You shadow bastard. What does your diet have to do with killing us? Behind him, His subordinates scream in terror. "Boss, my trading time limit. It has dropped to 0. He points a trembling finger at Qin Feng. It is him. It must be that damned Shadow's skill. Blood rushes to the minions' heads. Guild leader, let's organize and counterattack. Kill him. Counterattack? Wu Ming's face darkens. You morons, do you have a death wish? We are leaving. We need to farm elsewhere to recover the lifespan we just lost. In the corner, Xiao Yu stares at her trembling hands, tears streaming down her face. Shadow. Why did you target me? I had almost no time left. The system rings out coldly. Curse of the Blossoms has absorbed 4 days of tradable time and 1 year of untradable time from Xiao Yu. Qin Feng pauses. Xiao Yu was in that crowd? He catches a wisp of blood-red light, analyzing it. I only absorbed a tiny amount of lifespan from her. She must have been truly desperate to join the Temple Knights as a slave. But that was her choice. She reaps what she sows. Suddenly, a massive axe cleaves the air, hurtling straight for Qin Feng. A deafening boom rocks the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of gray dust. Reaction. Instant. Skill. Phantom shadow blur. Qin Feng flickers in and out of existence beneath the blade. He scoffs internally. Phase 1 of this boss is pathetic. The Steel Saintess scans the area, her eyes glowing with rage. She thrashes her chains, the axe chopping wildly at the empty air. The space distorts with every strike, but amidst the frenzy, a pattern emerges. Qin Feng's eyes gleam. She is just repeating the chain blade swing animation. He launches himself into the sky. Combat analysis complete. Prepare fixed-point physical strikes and area of effect suppression. Activate. Grant of release. The next attack carries the decapitation status effect. Decapitation triggers massive burst damage. Follow up with Plague Blade. Poison Burst activates in 3 seconds. Her health bar plummets. This is the art of weak point devastation. A streak of lightning bisects the Steel Saintess as Qin Feng roars. Decapitate. Crimson energy floods her form. With a wet crunch, her entire upper body detonates. The Steel Saintess shrieks in agony. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the beast before him. He knew exactly why this creature was chosen as a guardian. It was all because of its terrifying second phase. As he watched demonic arms erupt from the creature's back, Qin Feng's mind raced with calculations. Once her health dropped below 50%, the demon sealed within her body would awaken. From that moment on, every ounce of damage she took would be reflected right back at the attacker with equal force. A hazy memory surfaced in his mind. There was a rumor that a teleportation gate existed within that demon's stomach. Anyone swallowed whole would be sent to an unknown dimension. Legend said it was the depths of an active volcano. However, in his past life, not a single player had ever succeeded in confirming it. Qin Feng scoffed internally. He suspected some fool had simply confused this game's lore with the settings of a completely different RPG. High above the battlefield, Hao Bo watched the chaos unfold, his voice trembling with awe. That shadow figure is ruthless. Just one skill was all it took to force the boss into its second phase. Beside him, a skeptic voiced his doubt. Are you sure Shadow did that alone? We're talking about a platinum rank boss here. Hao Bo nodded, his expression dead serious. I watched the whole thing from start to finish. That boss was originally unleashed by the Temple Knights. But then, Shadow appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered them all. He unleashed a single attack, and instantly, half the boss's health bar evaporated. The rooftop erupted into heated whispers, every eye glued to the showdown below. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's gaze remained sharp as a blade. He was deep in thought, dissecting the enemy's mechanics. The Iron Maiden's second phase was formidable, but it had one fatal weakness. The moment she launched an attack, her damage reflection shield would be nullified for a split second. After a quick analysis, the solution was clear. He had to strike exactly when she attacked to bypass the reflection. However, there was a problem. His Shadow Slash, Decapitation Strike, Plague Blade, and Toxic Darts. All his most powerful skills dealt continuous damage over time. If he used any of those abilities, the lingering damage ticks would trigger the reflection mechanic while her shield was active. At his current level, he would kill himself instantly with his own power. Qin Feng glanced toward the upper levels, a devious plan forming in his mind. Those players hiding on the terrace had been spectating for far too long. Perhaps it was time to make use of them as cannon fodder. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. A burly man shoved his way through the crowd, his voice booming like thunder. Out of my way! Let me see what's happening! Cheers erupted immediately. Boss and Quan, you're finally here. Safety is number one. Hao Bo rushed over to report the situation. We've been observing for a while, boss. We've already memorized all the creature's attack patterns. Little Rabbit chimed in, eager to help. But something strange happened. After losing half its health, the boss froze. Its body started mutating. It likely unlocked a new skill set. And Quan crossed his arms, his gaze intense. Was that guy, Shadow, fighting this thing alone? She nodded immediately. That's right. But the moment the boss entered Phase 2, Shadow vanished. We haven't seen him since, and Quan frowned, calculating the variables. Little Rabbit, activate your red eyes. Check if Shadow is still lurking around. She responded without hesitation. Understood. Instantly, Little Rabbit's form shimmered and shrank, transforming into a small black and white bunny as she hopped gracefully toward the ground. In her animal form, she scurried past the Iron Maiden, scanning every corner for traces of Qin Feng. Remarkably, she remained completely undetected by the boss. After a few minutes of thorough scouting, she returned to her human form to report. I can't find Shadow anywhere. He must have fled the area. If my level 3 anti-stealth couldn't detect him, he's definitely gone. There's no way a player at this stage has level 4 stealth. Satisfied, and Quan leaped from the high ledge, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Little Rabbit, keep watch. If Shadow returns, warn me instantly. She was startled by his boldness but quickly bowed. You got this, boss. Go get him, boss and Quan. But not everyone was optimistic. One onlooker gasped in horror. Is he insane? Does he have a death wish? He's trying to solo a platinum boss. A player beside him suddenly squinted, realization dawning on his face. Wait a second. I recognize that guy. Whispers spread through the crowd like wildfire as all eyes focused on Quan. Back in the starter town, he took down a gold rank boss, without taking a single scratch. That's the legendary, safety first and Quan. Rumor has it his class is the soul martial artist. When he executes a roll, he gets 100% evasion frames. I heard he used to be a top-ranked speedrunner in global soul-like games. His reaction time is god tier. Down below, the Iron Maiden locked onto her new prey, her eyes flashing crimson. She swung her massive axe with earth-shattering force, but Quan's gaze remained rock-steady. The instant the blade descended, Quan slid across the ground, narrowly evading the devastating blow. The Iron Maiden didn't let up, thrusting her skeletal hand forward to crush him, but he was faster. With a lightning-quick combat roll, he slipped away, leaving her claw to pulverize nothing but solid bedrock. Quan pressed the offensive, and the monster roared, chasing him down. On the walls, the spectators watched with bated breath, erupting into praise. The legend is real. Look at those invincibility frames. That rolling technique is absolute perfection. Even Huang Yuan couldn't help but admire the display. That safety-first guy is no joke. He's dodging every single attack with frame-perfect precision. Beside him, Yeshu frowned, noticing a strange detail. But have you noticed? Every time he rolls, the boss's health bar drops a tiny sliver. Huang Yuan squinted, realization striking him. You're right. It's wicked. I see faint flashes of light on the boss. Is the soul martial artist class really that broken? Little Rabbit's eyes shone with absolute faith. Perfect evasion was merely child's play for him. The true terror of safety first lay in his devastating offensive power. The Iron Saintess lunged, her steel claws grasping for him, but a confident voice cut through the chaos, steady and unshakable. Watch closely. A successful dodge triggers the kill switch. My next attack ignores 50% of the enemy's defense. Safety first swung his blade, azure energy spiraling around the steel like a dragon. He smirked. Just you wait. Haobo couldn't hide his awe. Those special effects are legendary. Little Rabbit nodded frantically. That single strike must deal 4-digit damage. He shot forward like a streak of blue lightning, a smile of pure arrogance plastered on his face. Steel sang against steel. Every strike pierced the Iron Saintess. His incantations danced with his movements under the moonlight, one sword becoming 3, striking like a meteor shower. Under the barrage of dozens of consecutive stabs, the Saintess's arms were severed, falling uselessly to the ground. The final act. His blade thirsted for blood. Power condensed for one world-ending strike. Little Rabbit cheered wildly. Look, the boss is already down to 1/3 HP. Safety first turned his back with theatrical flair, arrogant Yang style. Moon slash. This is my way of the sword. He smiled calmly, acting as if he hadn't just shaken the heavens. But suddenly, blue spikes erupted from his own chest. Critical hit. -101. Reflection damage. -1299. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. Boss safety first? Panic exploded. Why did their invincible carry just drop dead? He dodged every single attack. Exactly. And all his skills landed perfectly on the boss. The boss didn't even bleed, yet her health bar plummeted. What kind of impossible logic is this? Qin Feng watched from the shadows, a flicker of mockery mixing with gratitude in his gaze. Thankfully, that narcissist safety first loved to show off. His grandstanding forced the boss to spam her skills continuously. Recalling the battle, Qin Feng calculated coldly. While he danced around, I was the one attacking from the void. I'm the reason she's at 1/3 health. His eyes turned icy. That martial artist had high damage and flashy moves, so the damage reflection melted him instantly. His class was fundamentally useless against the Iron Saintess. He couldn't attack while rolling, and attacking meant suicide by reflection. A truly tragic build. Suddenly, the Iron Saintess let out a low, guttural roar and turned away. Watching her retreat, Qin Feng realized the danger instantly. Damn it. Her HP is critical. She's retreating to the holy sanctuary to regenerate. If she reaches the altar, her health will reset. All our blood and sweat will be for nothing. He glanced at the observation deck. That fool's death terrified the mob. They won't dare attack. But if the boss disengages, her reflection state will deactivate. I'm running out of time. Determination hardened in Qin Feng's eyes like diamond. Brute force it is. He flickered into existence, blocking the Iron Saintess's path. You aren't going anywhere. Ye Shu screamed, pointing at the figure. Look, it's Black Shadow. Wait, were all those invisible attacks actually him? That kind of power is terrifying. Huang Yuan gasped. I thought safety first was the carry, but he was just a clown. Black Shadow is the true monarch. Little Rabbit stood frozen in shock. It's really Black Shadow. My level 3 anti-stealth didn't even ping him. Has his stealth mastery reached level 4? Or even higher? Meanwhile, on the cliffs, a player named Clean Hands eyed the loot with drooling greed. The dead guy's drops are still on the battlefield. I need them. Down below, Qin Feng activated his ultimate defense, Dark Light Shield. Multiple layers of black energy materialized. The Saintess hurled her massive axe straight at him. The spinning blade was inches from the crowd. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. Now, he utilized the opening, Shadow Dash. He phased through the axe with Shield Shadow Slash, but the impact shattered his defense down to 7 layers. My 9-hit combo landed, but the final 3 strikes triggered the reflection curse after the boss's attack animation ended. If not for the Dark Light Shield absorbing those blows, I would be a corpse right now. The Iron Saintess, stunned by the counter, roared. She leaped high into the air, putting every ounce of power into a gravity-crushing smash. Qin Feng dodged frantically, but the shockwave obliterated his remaining shields. 0 layers left. Though he avoided the direct hit, a sea of fire engulfed him. This flame damage implies an insane output multiplier. Even with 80% evasion, 7 layers of absolute defense broke in a blink. A split-second delay meant instant death. Clean Hands crept toward the loot like a rat. Suddenly, wham! A stray attack blew his head open. Blood sprayed everywhere. Qin Feng had already anticipated the rat's move. Trying to steal my war spoils? Not in this lifetime. System alert. You have received 612 days of tradable lifespan from Safety First, and 67 years of untradable lifespan. Curse of the Blooming Flower. The numbers floated in the air, a grim ledger of stolen time. The tradable lifespan absorbed from Shijian Sa totaled 355 days. As for his remaining untradable lifespan, a staggering 20 years. Qin Feng watched the figure dissolve into nothingness, a faint smirk playing on his lips. This guy. Safety First, was it? He's certainly interesting. For that reason alone, I'll spare him the full brunt of the curse of the blooming flower. Still, with that much lifespan in reserve, dying just once won't kill him, right? But there was no time to rest. A piercing shriek tore through the air. The Steel Saintess roared, her massive claw swiping viciously toward him. Qin Feng's expression hardened instantly. His mind raced, calculating every variable. I have to rely on the Black Light Shield and basic Shadow Shield slashes. It would be a battle of attrition. He had to wear her down, piece by piece. The monster unleashed a torrent of lethal strikes. Yet, Qin Feng danced through the chaos, dodging with effortless precision. His body moved on instinct, leaving his mind free to strategize. The efficiency is low, but it's the safest path. High above, Little Rabbit watched the spectacle, eyes wide with disbelief. That guy. Shadow. He's insanely strong. What kind of hidden card is he holding? Beside her, Huang Yuan couldn't stay silent, voicing the thought burning in his mind. I used to wonder how Shadow secured that first clear record. But now? Now I understand everything. At that exact moment, Qin Feng made his move. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With one final, decisive strike, he blurred past the Saintess. Behind him, the air itself seemed to shatter, leaving only the devastating trails of his blade. System notification. You have slain the Platinum rank Steel Saintess. You have received 48,000 experience points. You have received 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you have obtained the key to the Sanctuary Church. The spectators gasped, their voices trembling. He actually soloed a boss? So this is the power of Shadow, the #1 player on the leaderboard? With the enemy fell, Qin Feng activated his mythical skill, Greedy Hand. He stood with crossed arms, analyzing the spoils of war. Gift of the Black Flame, Assassin's Bone Armor, Rank, Jade. Class, Assassin. Physical defense, plus 95. All elemental resistance, plus 120. Damage resistance, plus 77. Constitution, plus 77. Requirement, level 10. Incredible. A single Jade rank item. Yet it boasted higher defense stats than an entire set of standard defensive gear. His left eye surged with new energy. Assassin's Intuition, Jade rank. Effect, you can perceive the outlines of stealth units to a certain degree. Bonus, plus 2 levels to anti-stealth. Requirement, level 13. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. An anti-stealth skill? Perfect. Let's not waste time. I'm pushing this straight to legend rank. System. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points. Remaining evolution points, 97. Assassin's Intuition evolution path. Jade. To Diamond. To Epic. And finally, to Legend. Effect. Enhanced perception of stealth units. Anti-stealth level. Plus 2, 3, 4, 5. New Legend rank effect unlocked. Combined with the passive stack from Gift of Liberation, the total detection range has reached 350. With this, I could strike an enemy's fatal weakness with my eyes closed. But he wasn't done yet. 97 evolution points remained. Time to upgrade Blurry Ghost Shadow to Legend rank as well. System consumed 80 evolution points. Remaining, 17. Blurry Ghost Shadow, Epic to Legend. Passive effect. Evasion rate increased from 75% to 85%. New effect. Successful evasion triggers immunity to all Tier 5 damage. Just then, a commotion broke his focus. In the distance, An Yu was sprinting toward him, leading a breathless group of players. "Boss! Big boss! I'm here!" she shouted, waving frantically. "Did anything good drop?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "And you? Was this girl a bloodhound in her past life?" Oblivious to his thoughts, she beamed at him, practically vibrating with excitement. "Great God! I didn't check the leaderboards before, but you hit level 13 in a single night?" Her eyes sparkled. "That's not just strong, that's God tier." Wang Meng chimed in, shaking his head in awe. "We grinded our asses off all night and barely scraped halfway to level 11. Your leveling speed is monstrous." Whack. And you smacked the back of his head. "Shut it. You never tell a man he's fast. Have some class." Then, her face flipped like a mask, smiling sweetly at Qin Feng. "Right, great God?" Qin Feng ignored the comedy routine. He opened the trade window. "Perfect timing. I actually do have something for you. I've set the price. If you want it, buy it." She didn't hesitate for a second. 45,000 days, all inclusive. System notification transaction complete. Deal closed. Qin Feng leaned in, his tone dropping. "I have one more item, something special." He paused. "Tell me, what do you know about shelters?" And Yu raised her hand, brimming with confidence. "Shelters? We've heard the rumors. There are no safe zones in the ruins of Jianghai City. Instead, player factions have to capture shelters to establish a base of operations. It's a sanctuary. You can store supplies there, and in times of crisis, it generates a magical defensive barrier to repel outside invasions." Qin Feng nodded, impressed by her knowledge. "Is your information based on the small shelter dropped by the gold rank boss?" Her eyes widened. "Exactly. The Jianghai city government hasn't managed to secure one yet. But word is, the authorities in the demon capital already conquered a medium-sized shelter. That's how the intel leaked." Qin Feng smirked. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a glistening golden key. "Since you're so well informed," he tossed the key in the air and caught it. "You understand exactly how much a shelter is worth, don't you? This is the key to the sanctuary church shelter. Fresh loot. Ripped straight from the carcass of the boss I just killed. It covers an area of 800 acres. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with business intent. "Go back, discuss it with your superiors. Come up with a price that doesn't insult me, and maybe, just maybe, I'll sell it to you." And Yu and Wang Meng's jaws hit the floor. They screamed in unison. 800 acres? Her mind raced instantly. A sanctuary that massive? The defensive potential would be impenetrable, the infrastructure unshakable. 800 acres was enough to house every high-ranking official in Jianghai City with their own private quarters. And Yu knew she had to secure this territory. She swallowed her nerves and asked, "If I may be so bold, what is your asking price for a fortress of this magnitude?" Qin Feng didn't rush. His expression remained unreadable. "Go back and discuss it with your superiors first. I'll consider your offer based on what you can bring to the table." He had his own calculations. In his past life, a sanctuary like this was worth 2,000 years of lifespan. If he could sell it to the government and combine it with his current reserves, he'd finally have enough. He could manifest every single one of his skills and equipment into reality. And Yu nodded instantly. Understood. I will arrange a report immediately. Great one. There is one more matter I must ask of you. Qin Feng signaled for her to speak. She didn't hesitate. We've just received critical intel. 7 gold-tier bosses have gathered at Dark Moon Town. Countless lives have already been lost. We are willing to offer 10 years of lifespan if you help us exterminate them. Qin Feng didn't agree right away. His eyes narrowed, analyzing the situation with razor-sharp precision. 7 gold bosses? Even if they grouped up, the government's forces should be able to crush them with just a little time. If you're coming to me, you've hit a wall, haven't you? And you gave a thumbs up, forcing a flattering smile. Truly a great one. Nothing gets past you. Those bosses are hideous monstrosities. We tried to pick them off one by one, but who could have guessed? The moment we killed one, it resurrected. Not only did it revive, but the stats of all 7 skyrocketed instantly. Our entire squad was wiped out in seconds. Qin Feng latched onto the keywords. A group of bosses that could resurrect each other? A memory flashed through his mind. Could these be the puppets created by the cursed tablet of the ancient god? If it really was the ancient god tablet, he couldn't let it slip away. The system chimed. Transaction successful. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Qin Feng turned to leave, accepting the quest. Send me the coordinates. I'm heading out. An Yu waved goodbye, beaming. Good luck, great one. He calculated silently. And Yu was pragmatic. The drops from 7 gold bosses could sell for 45 years. Add the extra 15 years of lifespan as a reward. Truly generous. Qin Feng leaped onto his netherwolf, man and beast tearing through the wind. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Below him, 3 women were ruthlessly beating another girl into the dirt. Xiao Yu took a brutal slap from a girl with red eyes. You little slut, you just joined the guild and you're already trying to seduce the guild leader? Her face swollen and tear-stained, Xiao Yu sobbed. I didn't, but the girl with twin horns gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm blind? I'm warning you, stay away from him, or I'll tear you to pieces. Qin Feng hovered above, silent. He watched them kick Xiao Yu over and over, their vile curses filling the air. Cheap trash. You filth, he recalled his past life, looking down with cold disdain. It seemed Xiao Yu faced harem politics the moment she joined the Paladin Temple. In his past life, he dealt with this nonsense for her, but now? Qin Feng ignored them completely. He opened a portal, a cold sneer hidden in his heart. Enjoy your reality check. The bullies were too engrossed in their violence to notice him. Screams of pain echoed without end. Stop, please, it hurts. I'm going to die. Die then, you little vixen. I bet you've seduced countless men. Qin Feng stepped into the portal. Beneath the ruins of Jianghai lay a secret chamber, a shortcut back to the beginner town. It was top-tier intel. The vast majority of players had no idea this route existed. Stepping through, Qin Feng stood before a massive formation. He calculated the cost. Teleportation was never free. First trip, 500 days. Second, 1,000. Third, 2,000. The price and lifespan doubled every time, but it was worth it. Over time, the beginner town would evolve into a high-level zone. Small fry would evolve into bosses. Hidden artifacts would surface from the depths. Qin Feng made his choice. The ancient god tablet was a treasure he absolutely could not miss. The system queried, "Do you wish to teleport to the god-forsaken land, Dark Moon Town?" The name struck him as odd. Dark Moon Town? Isn't that a late-game map? Why didn't I hear about this in my previous life? Teleporting. The system accepted his command. Flash of light. Consumed 500 days of lifespan. Teleportation in progress. Qin Feng stalked through the streets, eyes scanning the perimeter. The area buzzed with unexpected life, yet something felt off. Why was this place swarming with the elderly? Ahead, a drama unfolded. A group of 3 caught his attention. An old woman slumped over, whining incessantly. Finally, back in the safe zone. The young Carrie held her up, his voice tight with frustration. "Grandma, the deal. We power-leveled you to level 3, his partner chimed in. Urgent. You gained 72 days of lifespan during the hunt. Hand over the agreed portion. Now, the crone tore herself free, face twisted in ugly rage. What? You want payment? You're supposed to be a charity service. Are you trying to rob an old woman? The young men tried to reason, desperation creeping in. Grandma, please. We aren't asking for money. When we formed the party, the system allocated the lifespan drops we earned from killing those monsters. We already split a portion with you. You just need to hand over our share. That was the agreement from the very start. But kindness was met with venom. She shoved them back, shrieking like a banshee. To hell with your agreement. Young brats like you begging a senior for money? You have no shame. Still, the boosters held their temper, trying to explain the harsh reality of the system. Grandma, you're being unreasonable. We leveled you up for free. The lifespan drops belong to the carry team. Exactly. If we hadn't partied up, You wouldn't have gotten a single point of XP or lifespan. Be fair. But the woman only grew more vicious. Don't touch me. I'll call the guild. You dare bully a member of Meng Shahi? Meng Shahi? You insolent trash. She opened her mouth to curse again, but a hand clamped onto her collar like a vice. Insolent. Before the boys could react, the old woman was hurled to the pavement with bone-rattling force. She gasped. The wind knocked out of her withered frame. A shadow descended. Qin Feng. He pinned her down, dagger gleaming with cold intent. A true reaper claiming a soul. Slash. Blood sprayed across the stones. The two boosters stood frozen, minds unable to process the brutality. What the? Qin Feng rose, his expression bored as he wiped his blade. Done. Her lifespan drops are on the ground. Pick them up yourselves. 666. That was hardcore, the green-haired boy gasped. His partner stammered, eyes wide with awe. Excuse me. Which high-level expert just saved us? Qin Feng didn't even look back. Just passing through. As the boys scrambled to collect the loot, bowing in gratitude, the reality set in. 72 days of lifespan, not a day more, not a day less. Qin Feng frowned as he walked away. Tisk. Can't kill directly inside the town. Too inconvenient. Thank you, boss. The name echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Meng Shahi Guild? So. This legendary organization started right here, in Dark Moon Town. Memories of the future flooded back. Since its inception, the Meng Shahi Guild was different. They vowed to protect the weak, launching public welfare campaigns to help the elderly survive in this god-forsaken wasteland abandoned by the gods. Eventually, they would earn official government backing. In terms of raw numbers, Meng Shahi would become the largest guild in all of Huaxia. Qin Feng mused in the silence. In a chaotic apocalypse where humanity crumbles, we need more fools like them if we want to survive. Nightfall draped the forest in shadows. Vines erupted from the earth, binding a struggling beast. Chu Ran shouted, voice cutting the tension. Now! Mom! Hit it! Mom, use your skill. Lightning strike. Energy crackled as her mother unleashed the spell. Boom! The bolt slammed home, stunning the monster. Instantly, Chu Ran's father surged forward, blade flashing. A single, clean cleave split the beast in two. As the corpse dissolved into data, the father grinned. We did it. Mom, Dad, you guys are amazing. Chu Ran cheered. Her mother beamed, adrenaline fading. See? Even we can hunt small fry if we just learn the mechanics and work together. As they packed up, the father's face grew serious. By the way, Ran. Your friend, Xiao Yu. Did she really join the Temple Knights? I heard their membership tax is extortionate, Chu Ran sighed. Yeah. I tried to convince her to join Meng Shahi with us. Chu Ran recounted the conversation. I told her Meng Sha, he is a welfare guild. I said there are people like us, not pro-gamers, but we help each other. We even have mentors. But she wouldn't listen. Her mother shook her head. She hit level 10, so the knights took her away immediately. The father scoffed, sheathing his sword. Level 10 or not, to them, she's just a farming tool. Exactly, the mother added darkly. I heard their contract binds you for 3 years. 3 years of slavery. If you don't have elite skills, it's better to stay low, kill small mobs, accumulate lifespan and XP slowly, just like us. If a boss shows up, we run and call for help. Isn't that a better life? Chu Ran fell silent, a shadow crossing her face. Finally, she whispered, but Xiao Yu feels different. She awakened a hidden class. In this world, that power makes her superior to us. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A sudden rain of arrows whistled through the air. Argh! The father crumbled, shafts burying deep into his weak points. Critical hit. His HP bar plummeted in an instant. Chu Ran screamed, horror seizing her heart. Dad! Her mother gasped, hands trembling as she pointed. Honey, that player, it's Black Dragon! A mocking laugh echoed from the trees. Ha! Witness that damage? 1 shot, 1 kill. Too easy. Beside the murderer, a lackey sneered. Told you, Meng Shahi members are nothing but trash waiting to be collected. Another thug chimed in with a sneer. Exactly. No one with real power drags dead weight like that around. Perched high above, the bandit looked down at Chu Ran and her mother like they were insects. His command was absolute. Hand over every second of your lifespan. Now. Terror seized her chest as she clutched her clothes. But the Federation forbids killing in the safe zones. You can't do this. Wanted? Laws? He scoffed, his arrogance radiating like a toxic aura. The Black Dragon Guild answers to no one. Do you have any idea who I am? Save your breath. You have 3 seconds. Chu Ran shoved her mother behind her, steeling herself for a fight she couldn't win. Mom, run! I'll hold them off! She cried out, desperation in her voice. Use the guild channel. Call for help. Hurry! The bandit's laughter was a jagged sound. He signaled his minions with a cruel grin. Tired of living? Fine. Kill the old hag. Keep the girl for entertainment. Two lackeys lunged from the shadows. But before they could touch her, crunch! A massive beast intercepted them, jaws snapping them in two instantly. Chu Ran froze, eyes wide. The leader didn't even have time to process the slaughter. A blade flashed. His head separated from his neck. His last word hung in the air. Wah! Qin Feng stood amidst the carnage, an unmovable mountain. In his hand, he casually gripped the severed head of the so-called Black Dragon. Panic. Pure panic. Back at the safe zone resurrection point, the Black Dragon members respawned, collapsing to their knees in sheer terror. Agonized wails filled the air. Damn it, why is my lifespan gauge empty? My tradable time. It's all gone. Every second. Is this the penalty for dying while Red named? One of them stammered, trembling. Impossible. Even PK status doesn't drain everything. The leader staggered up, trying to deny the nightmare. If I don't act fast, I'll truly die. I need to hunt. Rats, slimes, anything. I need to steal back some time before I fade away. Boom. A pillar of golden light descended from the heavens. An irresistible force crushed all three men into the dirt, immobilizing them completely. Official boots stepped into view. An officer read from a holographic scroll. Black Dragon, burnt rice chicken, flying bison. You are under arrest for serial player killing. The figures loomed over them, badges gleaming cold and hard. We are Federation hunters. Provide your real-world identification immediately. You are being detained under martial law. Resist, and we will extract every remaining second of your life right here and now. Back in the wild, red spider lilies danced around the headless corpse. Chu Ran turned to her savior, eyes shining. Thank you. Truly. Mr. Shadow. If you hadn't arrived, my mother and I would have lost everything. Qin Feng observed her, impressed. Chu Ran. Not bad. Unlike most, she has a kind heart and the spine to back it up. Hard to believe she was best friends with a snake like Xiao Yu. Destiny works in strange ways. Better that they parted ways. Without a word, he dissolved into particles of light, teleporting away before they could even blink. Chu Ran's mother stared at the empty space, then at the golden orb on the ground. Where did he go? And, is this the lifespan that Bandit dropped? She turned to her daughter, voice trembling with awe. Ranner, why would a godlike figure like that help us? Chu Ran stood mesmerized. The number one ranker, Shadow. He wasn't the cold monster rumors made him out to be. Scene shift. The Dark Zone. In the gloomy depths of a dungeon, a player checked his watch. Didn't Captain Ann say Shadow would be here minutes ago? It's been 30 minutes. Is the top ranker too scared to show up? The team leader sneered at his companion. Do you really think Shadow can kill these bosses? No way. They have the infinite revive mechanic. Infinite respawns. Does he actually think he can brute force this? Unseen in the darkness, Qin Feng watched them. He was calculating. The Ancient God tablet adds 1 buff, removes 1 debuff. With enough luck, I can modify the very nature of my class. It's a gamble worth taking. They say the rank 7 player sacrificed 7 tablets just to summon a phantom of the Ancient God. But this is a legendary boss raid. These cluster mobs spawned by the tablets. Their mechanics are a nightmare. Invisibility, perfect stealth. Casual players walk in and die without ever knowing what hit them. And the real trick? The true body is a summoner hiding in the shadows. Kill the puppets, and they just rise again. Intel says they revive instantly, and every death stacks a berserk buff on them. The Federation guide is clear. Kill one, it revives stronger. It's a death spiral. But what if they all die at the exact same microsecond? Can the system revive a total wipe? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Time to test the hypothesis. He raised his hand, equipping the believer's necklace and summoning a loyal servant. The summon shrieked and charged. Razor-sharp claws raked against the massive bosses, but the health bars barely moved. Suddenly, a giant head snapped around. Burning eyes locked onto the small summon. In a heartbeat, black smoke erupted. The servant didn't even scream as it was consumed, leaving nothing but a severed head and a torso hitting the floor. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he assessed the threat. All 7 targets were level 10, immune to damage reflection, and boasted stats double that of a standard gold boss. Fine then. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed the Dark Knight Phantom Blade, a crimson aura instantly enveloping the monsters. Die. In a split second, heads rolled. Every single boss was decapitated before they could even react. Qin Feng stepped forward to loot, but there were no drops. Instead, the severed corpses began to fuse together, morphing into a colossal, nightmarish abomination. The creature was a grotesque giant, covered in blinking eyes, with a mouth so twisted and massive it looked like a gateway to hell. Qin Feng shifted into a combat stance, analyzing the beast. Killing them simultaneously was the trigger. Now, the real battle begins. Glowing runes surfaced on the giant's skin. It was the script of the ancient gods. Rearranged and translated, it spelled out a single name: Utos, the god of calamity. He dodged a massive strike, his eyes locking onto the glowing symbols. I need to destroy the runes in the specific order of their spelling. All that time spent raiding the ancient god ruins and pouring resources into decoding their language was finally paying off. Without hesitation, Qin Feng launched himself forward, slashing a rune on the creature's arm. Next, his blade struck the symbol near the wrist. Then, he pierced the rune on its chest. Utos roared in agony, vomiting a massive pool of blood as its giant form collapsed and reverted. The boss returned to its original state, but its body was tattered and broken. Suddenly, stone coffins rose from the earth, trapping Qin Feng as the monster awakened once more. But something was wrong. Utos's body began to melt, its limbs detaching and slithering away in different directions. Qin Feng watched them scatter. Symbols on the coffins began to glow, each one corresponding to a specific piece of the monster's separated body. I see. I have to kill the specific parts near their matching coffins. He had seen this ritual on the ancient stone tablets before. This was the final phase. The monstrous fragments turned and lunged at him in unison, but Qin Feng just smirked, his confidence unshaken. Come at me. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a deafening boom echoed through the trees, sending flocks of birds into a panic. The group of players outside froze, staring at the valley. Was that an earthquake? Or did the boss just go berserk? We should check it out. They sneered, mocking the solo player. That damned shadow guy hasn't shown up yet? I bet even he couldn't handle a boss this terrifying. He probably ran away. But suddenly, one member pointed a trembling finger ahead. Wait, look at that. Before them lay a pile of rubble and empty coffins. The boss was gone. The three players stood in stunned silence. Did the ground crack open? Was it really an earthquake? Did the boss die from a natural disaster? Just then, their system interfaces pinged with a message from Anyu. Everyone retreat. The boss has already been eliminated by Shadow. The two players froze like statues. What? They snapped out of it, their voices rising in disbelief. We were just debating if Shadow could even handle 7 bosses. And he's already done? It's only been 10 minutes. How is the boss dead? We didn't even see him enter. They stared at the notification. Cursed tablet of the disaster god. Now I understand why the higher-ups are so obsessed with him. Back in the ruins, Qin Feng held the stone tablet, muttering to himself. Not a bad haul. I've hit level 14. Between the 7 bosses and the Hand of Greed, I farmed 294 evolution points. But the real prize is this ancient god's stone tablet. With its complex mechanics, the government would need at least a month to figure this out, likely suffering heavy casualties in the process. He opened the system interface. The tablet pulsed with the cursed power of Utos, the ancient god of calamity. Item effect: Utos's activation. Actively applies a curse to any piece of equipment. The curse grants a powerful random buff based on the item's type and class, but it also inflicts a negative attribute. A double-edged sword. Qin Feng summoned his armor. I'll apply it to the Black Flame Ritual Bone Armor. This Emerald tier gear already possessed the Black Flame Rite effect. Currently, it could reduce a target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. A surge of ominous power engulfed him. System alert. You have applied the Curse of Utos to the Black Flame Ritual Bone Armor. Curse of Utos. Buff. The maximum stack limit of the Black Flame state is increased to 15 layers. Debuff. Reduces the equipment's base stats by 31%. Qin Feng analyzed the results, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The Black Flame stacks increased to 15 layers. With this, I can shred a boss's defense and resistance down to negative numbers. As expected of an ancient god's buff. Compared to that, a 31% stat reduction is a joke. He raised his hand. Time for the next step. Skill evolution. Evolving Flash Shadow Slash to Legendary tier. Let's see what new powers await. System. You have consumed 27 evolution points. Remaining 175. Rank up. Epic to Legendary. Dashes 30 to 40 meters towards a target and enters stealth state. Stealth now lasts 15 seconds, up from 12. Deals 9 consecutive slashes to all enemies in the path. Cooldown reduced from 12 seconds to 8.8 seconds. The slash width increased from 5 meters to 6. Each strike now deals an additional 500 to 700 physical damage. New legendary effect. Each successful hit generates a shield equal to 100% of max HP. Stacks up to 9 times. Invincibility. The shield's duration has extended to a staggering 60 seconds. Qin Feng calculated coldly. If my Phantom Shadow Slash connects all 9 strikes, my effective health pool will multiply tenfold. That margin for error is exactly what I need. Perfect, with my current grinding speed. Just 5 more hours to hit level 15. Then, the road to Demon City finally opens. Meanwhile, back in the main game space, the humiliation continued without mercy. You vixen, you little homewrecker. The blows rained down relentlessly. Die, you piece of trash. Qin Feng watched from a distance, indifferent. They're still going at it. These women are truly ruthless. Finally, the attackers stopped, panting heavily. Oh God, I'm exhausted. My back is killing me. I hit her so hard my hands are practically smoking. That's enough for today. Consider this a lesson. Before leaving, they spat on her broken form one last time. Filthy slut. Xiao. You lay there, trembling from the beating. She struggled to sit up, hugging her legs as tears streamed down her face. It's all Qin Feng's fault. Does he really think I believe he doesn't care? Doesn't he know girls always say the opposite of what they mean? Whatever. I've already signed the contract with the Temple Knights. My survival for the next 3 years is guaranteed. Sure, I had to trade 50% of my lifespan, but I have plenty left. I will definitely grow faster than Chu Yan and her squad. Xiao. You raised her staff, chanting with renewed delusion. Holy light healing. Just wait until I get stronger. Everyone who looked down on me, you will pay a blood price. Holy healing art. Consume all mana. Restore full health instantly. Qin Feng, you crazy women, just you wait. But in her rage, her aim faltered. The spell completely missed her and slammed into a nearby tree. Xiao. You collapsed, drained of all mana. It missed again? Strange. Where did I aim? The scene shifts to the desolate ruins of Demon City. Amidst the rubble, a raid party was engaged in a desperate battle against a boss monster. The tank raised his shield, blocking a devastating blow. But they were oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. 3 figures watched them from a hidden corner. Shishi pouted, her voice dripping with disdain. Great Xia men are so weak. 18 people just for one boss? Are they that afraid of dying? The man beside her winked, soothing her ego. My precious treasure, don't say that. They are working hard for our sake. We should be thanking them. On the surface, she smiled, you're such a gentleman. But inside, she sneered, these great Xia pigs. Their damage is pathetic. It's taking them forever to kill a mere gold boss. Meanwhile, the raid party was close to victory. Faster! Pour in everything you have. It's almost dead, the mage screamed. One last hit. Suddenly, a spear tore through the air and pierced the mage's throat. Tony rested his spear on his shoulder, feigning politeness. Thanks for the hard work. We appreciate you weaklings delivering this gift to us. The raid party panicked. Damn it, it's the Black Peach Group, that gang formed by traitorous Great Xia women and foreigners. How can there be such animals, leading outsiders to slaughter their own compatriots? But shock quickly turned to resolve. Don't be afraid, there are only a few of them. Charge, kill them all. Shishi laughed, a sound full of arrogance. Trash, daring to resist? I'll torture you before I end your miserable lives. Prepare to die, you great Xia pigs. The man beside her moved like lightning. Thunder shock. The ground exploded, creating a massive crater. Shishi drew her twin blades, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. In the blink of an eye, her blades danced, slicing through the survivors effortlessly. Shishi stood over the corpses, sneering. Great Xia men. Truly useless. It seems the Great Xia government has already spread intel about us. But so what? This entire country is just a garbage dump. These normal players can't compare to us. We are backed by true power, even though my identity isn't exposed yet. For safety, we should leave Great Xia soon and head to North America. Once there, we'll start a guild dedicated to hunting these pigs. The 2 men applauded the idea. Brilliant. What shall we name this guild? She tilted her head, a wicked smile playing on her lips. We'll call it Alice. She then lay back on the ground, relaxing. That's enough for today. Time to log off and have some real fun. She sat amidst the burly men, surrounded by muscle. To celebrate the founding of Guild Alice. Let's make this a night to remember. Back with Qin Feng, An Yu waved from a distance. Great God. I've reported the hidden dungeon coordinates. Can we discuss the terms? Qin Feng remained calm, his voice steady. How much? 1,500. That was too low. I told them that was an insult to you. So, I argued on your behalf and secured 2,000. Deal. Meet at the central ruins statue. Qin Feng analyzed the situation internally. And you, that sly fox, trying to squeeze the price on me? Dust swirled through the ruined cityscape. Waiting for him was not just an Yu, but a squad of fully armed soldiers. And Yu smiled sheepishly. Brother Shadow, don't take it the wrong way. I'm carrying too much lifespan currency. The higher-ups were worried, so they sent a military escort. You don't mind, right? It doesn't matter. The government still has no idea of my true power. These guards, they only know a few basic skills. A system notification chimed in the air. Transaction successful. Item removed. Key to the hidden dungeon of the Holy Church. System alert. You have received 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng turned his back on the transaction, his voice cold and commanding. Let's move. The soldiers behind him couldn't suppress their whispers. 2,000 years for just one item? Is he insane? But they were the ignorant ones. You know nothing of its true value. That shelter can house nearly 1,000 souls. Who else but Shadow would be generous enough to yield it? They bowed in respect as he walked away. Farewell, Boss Shadow. As he strode away, a smirk touched his lips, and Yu's tribute came at the perfect moment. Now, fully armed and loaded with lifespan, the journey to the capital begins. Ding! You have consumed 71.2 years of tradable lifespan. A surge of power coursed through him. Level 15 reached. The notifications didn't stop. 161 years consumed. A mythical grade skill, Merciful Release, was now his. Another 71 years burned away in an instant. Qin Feng scanned the holographic interface. Beside the equipment he hadn't extracted yet, his level and skills had perfectly synchronized with reality. The barrier between worlds had shattered. His power in the real world now rivaled his avatar in the game. He was becoming a god in the flesh. Warning: hunger level at 90%. Yet his expression remained unfazed. It's been too long since I ate. He closed his eyes. Time to log off and fuel this body. The scene shifts to a desolate hotel room. Qin Feng sat alone, his intense presence making the heavy air feel even more suffocating. A thug, oblivious to the Reaper before him, nudged his partner. Boss, the brat is awake. He hefted a metal bat, a cruel grin on his face. Listen up, kid. Hand over all your tradable lifespan, or end up like the rotting corpses in the other rooms. His eyes gleamed with madness. Ah, the apocalypse is paradise. Killing whoever we want, whenever we want. Beside them lay a woman, motionless and cold. Qin Feng's gaze darkened. He stared at them, silent as the grave. What are you looking at? Hand it over. Why are you just standing there? One of the lackeys spat on the floor, his patience wearing thin. Boss, let me just hack him to pieces already. Damn it, he's scared stiff. Whatever. The boss waved his hand dismissively. Kill him. Make it quick. In a split second, a crimson aura erupted. Before they could even blink, a thunderous boom shook the foundation. Dark Night Ring blade. The entire building fractured, shattering into dust. Amidst the rubble, Qin Feng sat calmly, slurping noodles. The more power I extract into reality, the more energy my body devours. He frowned at the empty bowl. With my current strength, this common food is nothing but trash. It can't sustain a god. First, I'll annihilate Qian Shishi and her wretched Alice Guild. His eyes narrowed. Then, I must secure the Tome of the World Tree. He tossed the bowl aside and mounted the Dark Night Wolf. That woman, Shishi, she's a viper. Far more cunning than Song Fei ever was. That's right. I accepted the mission to kill Qin Feng, didn't I? A plan formed. I'll use my own death as bait to lure her out. She won't be able to resist. I'll head to the magic capital first. He gripped the reins. And find something actually edible on the way. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the magic capital, Qian Shishi flushed with pleasure, her voice dripping with honey. Baby, you guys are so amazing. I'm so weak. I can barely stand without you, she cooed, clinging to a man. But as she drifted into sweet sleep to enter the game, her mask didn't slip. Inside the virtual world, she reveled in the sensation. This power, it's intoxicating. My dear money, my skills are unrivaled. So bleeping amazing. You're hot as hell. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Her expression shifted instantly. Miss Qian, Shadow sent word. Qin Feng is dead. The message continued. He wants to meet in the real world. He'll hand over Qin Feng's head and collect the bounty. But Shishi wasn't a fool. Meeting Shadow in reality? That's a death wish, she scoffed. No. Tell him to send a photo as proof. I'm not risking my neck. He claims he doesn't use phones to avoid government tracking. Her eyes widened slightly. Does that mean Shadow is an enemy of the state too? The authorities are hunting us like dogs lately. A wicked idea bloomed. If I can recruit Shadow into the Alice Guild, those pigs from Great Xia won't stand a chance. Coordinates 67228331. Tell Shadow I demand a meeting in-game first. I'll stage a little play. Let's see whose side Shadow is really on. She switched chats. Tian Xingjian, baby. Are you there? I miss you so much. I have a tiny favor to ask. Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper. Help me, and the rewards will be endless. On the other side, Qin Feng activated silent concealment, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Meet in-game? As expected, Qian Shishi is a cautious fox. This skill grants permanent invisibility while standing still. He checked the map, her coordinates. the Evil Spirit Academy. It's close. Without hesitation, Qin Feng dove into the virtual world. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Location: Magic Capital Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. Perched high on a rooftop, he looked down with icy indifference. Below, a standoff. Black Spade A, the government has surrounded you. Your Black Spade group is finished. Surrender now, or we open fire. Down below, Qian Shishi placed a hand on her chest, feigning innocence. She giggled, a sound that chilled the air. Tian Xingjian, go tell all those lonely single men of Great Xia. Remember this well. The Black Spade is dead. We are now the Alice Guild. Without a shred of shame, she tore open her top, stunning the government forces. And the Alice Guild specializes in hunting the men of Great Xia. The soldiers froze, torn between fake righteousness and primal lust. Black Spade A. Damn it. The Great Xia government will punish you, you shameless witch, but their eyes betrayed them. Baby, you're too bold. Shishi caressed herself, taunting them. Come here, you little Great Xia piggies. Do you like what you see? She whispered to her accomplice. Play your part well in this show, and tonight, I'll let you do whatever you want. Qin Feng observed from the shadows, his gaze devoid of emotion. Is that him? Chu Haonan. Codename: Tian Xingjian, the infamous mole who fed intelligence to the Alice Guild. It took 7 years after the Gods game descended for him to finally expose a flaw and get purged. Down below, the performance continued. Ace of Spades. Stop resisting. You are coming with us today. Qin Feng found their little theatrical performance amusing. Interesting. It seems Shishi and Chu Haonan were in bed together from the very start. This entire charade had only one purpose: to test where his loyalties truly lay. If he aided Shishi, he would become an enemy of the government faction. But if he refused, she likely would not agree to the meeting in the real world. Qin Feng smiled, his body plummeting from the high ground like a hawk. If that is the game, then let me show you my sincerity. Minus 42,357. A critical hit on a vital point. The Dark Knight ring triggered. System alerts flooded in. You have slain player Tian Xingjian. You have slain player Cloud Knight Rain. You have slain player Flying Fish. You have slain player I Am Justice. You have slain player Charge Warrior. The slaughter was instantaneous. The corpses had not even turned cold before the confusion set in. What just happened? Qin Feng stepped forward calmly. Greetings, Ace of Spades. I am Shadow. Shishi stared at him, her heart betraying her composure. So handsome. I have a weakness for strong men like this. Internally, she ground her teeth. Pity he is just a pig from Great Xia. Why? Why must the powerful ones always be from there? Damn Great Xia trash. You are not worthy. Her entourage stood by, chattering in confusion. Over 40,000 damage in one hit? Is this the power of the world's #1? Hi, Mr. Shadow. Good to see you. Bro, in a flash, their heads separated from their necks, and the system displayed the massive damage numbers. Qin Feng flicked his wrist, shaking off the invisible blood. I did not understand a word they were saying, but I assumed they were insulting me. Shishi panicked, waving her hands. No, they were not cursing you. They were just saying hello. His voice dropped to absolute zero. My apologies then. To avoid future misunderstandings, speak the language of Great Xia in my presence. Qin Feng immediately initiated the trade window. Now, put some clothes on before we continue. She adjusted her outfit and asked for the target's head, thinking to herself, this Shadow is a freak, but I am strangely into it. He replied coldly, I have it, but I cannot bring it into the game. If you want proof, see me in the real world. Shishi opened the system menu without hesitation. No need. I have seen the power of Shadow. I trust you would not lie to me. The notification chimed. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng turned to leave. Good, I am off. But her voice hooked him back. Wait, you have power, and I have money. Why not form a long-term partnership? I have a new target in mind. If you are interested, come to my place tonight. Whatever you desire, I can satisfy you. Qin Feng did not refuse. Assassination? What is the bounty? Shishi promised. Let us discuss it in person. The reward will be exponentially higher than this time. Tonight, at the Demon Port. I will be waiting, Qin Feng muttered to himself as he walked away. A house at the port? It must be her yacht. Once the monsters left, silence reclaimed the area. Finally, the government players respawned. Haonan cursed under his breath. Damn Shadow. I knew that bastard would betray the government. But inside, he was gloating. Success. Shishi had taken the bait and allied with Shadow. Now, her reward would be his. Haonan barked orders. Those idiots in Jianghai City only know how to rely on Shadow. We need to demand an explanation. Qing Yue, take everyone to collect lifespan for now. We might have another operation soon. Qing Yue wondered. Was Shadow truly in league with the Ace of Spades? If so, even if it meant death, she had to find a way to destroy him. Yet, the gap between them was an abyss. She had died before she could even glimpse his shadow. Night fell. At the demon port, Qin Feng arrived at the pier as promised. He spoke into the darkness. I am Shadow. I am here for the Ace of Spades. The subordinates bowed instantly. Lord Shadow, the young miss has been expecting you. Please, right this way. Shadow has arrived. Prepare to set sail. They led him onto the luxury yacht drifting on the dark sea. Inside the cabin, Shishi waited in a seductive red dress, a wine glass in hand. Brother Shadow, we finally meet. I did not expect you to be just as mysterious in reality. Qin Feng cut the small talk. Speak. Who do you want dead? She stepped closer, her eyes sultry. Straight to business? Where's the romance? With such beautiful scenery and such beautiful company, Cleed, let us forget the boring stuff. Let us drink to this spring night first. Qin Feng anticipated the trap but downed the glass in one gulp anyway. She beamed. That is more like it. She pushed him onto the sofa, wrapping herself around his arm. Well, how does the great Shadow feel? Confused? That wine contains my family's secret formula. Anyone who drinks it becomes my obedient puppet. Shishi smirked with triumphant arrogance. As expected, even the legendary Shadow is merely a man in the end. Well, you are strong, aren't you? She gazed at him with bewitching, seductive eyes. Do not rush, just relax and enjoy the moment completely. When we both reach the peak of this wave, I will lift your hood and finally admire your face. I am certain you must be incredibly handsome. For now, maintain your mystery. A sudden scream tore through the air. Heavens! Does the great Xia really possess such a magnificent man? No wonder they call him Shadow. My God, why is he burning up like this? So this is the true heat of the Shadow. It is overwhelming. I can feel it. It is getting a bit too hot. Come to me. I am ready. Let it out. Shadow, hurry up and release it. Just as Shishi reached the height of ecstasy, she realized something was terribly wrong. The body of Shadow suddenly erupted into a roaring inferno. She screamed in terror. It is too hot. This is actual fire. Yet, Shishi survived the blast, shouting in disbelief. What is happening? Qin Feng looked on, slightly impressed. A crystal guardian necklace? I did not expect you to possess such a high-tier artifact. It seems it saved you a life. That is a common gold-tier accessory, capable of creating a shield that completely nullifies fatal damage. Catching a clear glimpse of the man standing nearby, Shishi panicked. Qin Feng, why are you here? You were supposed to be killed by Shadow. He revealed his true identity without hesitation. The reason is simple, because I am Shadow. She stared in horror. You are Shadow? Then who was that? It was merely a loyal puppet, a happiness version I created to take my place and drink your poisoned wine. Upon learning the terrifying truth, Shishi immediately slammed her head to the ground. Brother Qin Feng, no, Qin Feng, Daddy, I am sorry. Daddy, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will give you my entire lifespan. I will be your slave forever. You can use me however you want. Qin Feng ignored her pleas and asked, Where are the 5 foreigners who were with you? Shishi looked up with a pathetic, fawning expression. Daddy, if I tell you, will you let me go? In the blink of an eye, her head was twisted 180 degrees backward. He looked disappointed and decided to finish her off. It seems those 5 are not here. The system announced the acquisition of 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng thought to himself, I originally wanted to catch them all in one net, but what a pity. First, I will use Shishi's phone to contact the government. Under the dark, vast sky, silence reigned over the ocean. Suddenly, a rescue boat tore through the waves, responding to a report of a serial murder on the yacht. Among the deceased was the precious daughter of the chairman of the Qin Corporation. According to the caller, the killer's skills matched those of the player known as Shadow from the game. The identity of the suspect was all but confirmed. The investigation team immediately set out for the crime scene. Upon receiving the news, Haonan was consumed by rage. This Shadow has become completely lawless. My beloved Shishi. Killing people indiscriminately like this is a direct challenge to our nation's laws. He made a solemn vow as he boarded the boat. I will use my investigation skills on the corpse. Once I lock onto Shadow's position, we will open fire with everything we have. I guarantee he dies today. I will avenge you, my love. The forensic report came back with preliminary results. Cause of death was a fractured cervical vertebra. We found traces of unknown DNA in her mouth, accompanied by severe burn marks. Haonan gritted his teeth in fury. That bastard Shadow. Not only did he kill her, but he also defiled her corpse. To use the dead in such a way, Haonan swore an oath. I, Chu Haonan, will bring you to justice no matter the cost. The moment he received the location data, his pupils constricted. Haonan ordered the team, Careful, Shadow is here. 6 o'clock direction, open fire. Before the order could be fully executed, something pierced the air. His glasses shattered instantly, and blood sprayed into the wind. Hao Nan collapsed to the deck. The team members screamed in panic. Captain Chu! The squad quickly deployed a collective defensive barrier. Qing Yue shouted angrily, Shadow, you just killed an investigator. Do you want to be an enemy of the state? Qin Feng calmly announced. There is no need for alarm. The reason I executed Hao Nan is that he has been selling government intelligence to the Qian Corporation for a long time. He was a mole trading secrets for benefits. The evidence is undoubtedly in his mobile phone. Feel free to investigate it yourselves. Moments later, a team member reported, Captain Lin. We found the communication logs between Captain Chiu and the Qian family in his phone. Wait, Shi was actually the player Abby in the game? Qing Yue immediately ordered, Show it to me. The subordinate blushed and tried to block her view. Wait, inside is. But she cut him off. Wait for what? Is there something I cannot see? But even Qing Yue was taken aback, for the phone was filled with intimate photos of Hao Nan and Shi. She looked flustered. What? What are all these things? I told you to wait. Qing Yue finally sighed, realizing the truth. Everything Shadow said was real. It turns out the time Shadow killed us in the game was just a show for Shi to see. He waited until he gained Shishi's trust, then hunted her down in reality to deliver the killing blow. He ruthlessly used the police to lure Hao Nan out, eliminating him with borrowed hands. In the blink of an eye, he solved 2 massive problems at once. This man is truly terrifying. Lin Qingyue stared at her phone screen, lost in a trance. Her squadmates whispered, What is she looking at? But she ignored them, her mind racing through the implications. Thank God he isn't an enemy of the state, she thought. If such a monster turned against them, the consequences would be apocalyptic. I fired shots at him earlier. Hopefully, he doesn't hold a personal grudge. But that is manageable. However, if the government's relationship with him sours, we are all doomed. Making a split-second decision, she called out to the darkness, Shadow, thank you for your aid, and I apologize for my earlier hostility. Bang! Without hesitation, she fired a bullet straight into her own leg to atone. Captain Lin! Her team screamed in horror. Fighting the agony, she looked up, addressing the unseen presence. I hope you continue to cooperate with us. Her teammates rushed to support her crumbling figure. Was that necessary, Captain? We don't know Shadow's true nature, she gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. Caution is the only path to survival. High above on a rooftop, Qin Feng watched the scene unfold under the cold night rain. Lin Qingyue, crippling herself just to avoid a feud? No wonder she becomes the legendary commander of the magic capital in the future. The scene shifts to the game world. Amidst the ruined cityscape, Xiao Yu's party was under siege by a headless monstrosity. Cheng Tian roared, Xiao Yu, cover me. She stammered a reply, but her hesitation sparked his fury. What are you doing? You useless trash. Instead of healing him, she panicked and cast her recovery spell on the monster in the distance. Instantly, a beam of energy obliterated them both. Flash. Xiao Yu and Cheng Tian respawned in a different location, disoriented. Dead again, she wailed. But I didn't see anyone. It must be Shadow. Why does he keep targeting me? Does he know I want revenge for Song Fei? Smack. Cheng Tian slapped her across the face. You idiot. Shadow doesn't have time for a nobody like you. That was the Platinum boss. Headless Assassin Shura. Didn't you read the system log? The boss was triggered because you healed it, you moron. If the Guildmaster teams me up with you again, I'll delete my character. Damn it. Suddenly, the air grew cold. Shura had appeared again. Panic erupted. We are doomed. The boss followed us all the way here? Run for your lives. Meanwhile, at the Dongfang family estate, crash. A crystal fruit platter shattered against the floor. The matriarch was shaking with rage. Useless. A golden opportunity to kill Shadow, and the government just lets him walk away? She shrieked. You've been embedded in the government for years. Why are you so incompetent when it matters most? I don't want to hear excuses. He slaughtered the entire Dongfang clan. The blood of my family cannot be spilled in vain. I don't care what method you use. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Your father-in-law died by his hand, yet you hesitate? Suddenly, a child's voice cut through the tension. Mother, I have a plan. A plan to kill Shadow. She turned, surprised. Nantian, what can you do? The God's Domain game is for adults only. You can't even enter. The boy's eyes gleamed with a sharpness beyond his years. Mother, I may not be in the game, but I have a brain. Shadow likes to kill, doesn't he? We will give him what he wants. We hire bait to provoke him, leading him to Father's fireworks factory. We prep the site beforehand. The moment he strikes, boom. The entire factory goes up in flames. Countless fireworks will serve as his funeral pyre. The whole world will witness his death, and even if we fail, the Shadow can't reach us here. A cruel smile spread across her face. It seems we raised you well, my son. She lifted the phone again. Did you hear that, Chu? Your son has more spine than you do. The voice on the other end sighed. Fine. But this must remain absolute secret. The government's stance is to recruit Shadow, not kill him. My brothers won't support a rogue operation like this. She hung up abruptly. I will handle the arrangements. Turning back to the boy, her voice dropped. So? Did that peasant woman refuse to hand over her lifespan? Nantian scratched his head, feigning innocence. Sorry, Mom. I got a bit angry. I accidentally beat her to death. Back inside the ruins of Mao City in the game, Xiao Yu's group was still scrambling for survival. Terror seized the crowd. Did you see that? People over there just dropped dead. Invisible insta-kills. It has to be Shadow. Invisible energy blasts tore through the players. Screams echoed in the ruins. Run! Shadow has gone insane. He's slaughtering everyone indiscriminately. But elsewhere, the real Qin Feng stood calmly in a secluded corner. He surveyed the area with satisfaction. Not bad. I'll extract my safe house right here. The system's voice echoed cold and absolute. Do you wish to sacrifice 1,315 years of lifespan to manifest the soul-purifying land into reality? Without hesitation, Qin Feng pinpointed the coordinates on his map. Once extracted, every resource originally in that hidden sanctuary would vanish from the virtual world forever. Are you certain? The prompt flashed again. Qin Feng confirmed instantly. Beneath his feet, a mysterious glowing formation began to swirl. The extraction was complete. The waters parted like the Red Sea, revealing a majestic fortress rising from the depths. Qin Feng smirked. Time to claim the Book of Revelation. Just then, a frantic message from Wang Meng flashed across his interface. Boss, someone reported you for player killing, but I know you were offline, so it's clearly a setup. I'm launching a full investigation now, but there's a bigger problem. A platinum tier boss is slaughtering players. It's Hala, the headless assassin. Her stealth is god tier. Nobody can see her coming. Boss, can you intervene? The death toll is skyrocketing by the second. Meanwhile, a player named An Quan was trembling. What kind of heaven-defying monster is this? I have level 3 anti-stealth, and I still can't see a thing. The psychological pressure was crushing. Even the Iron Saintess had been overshadowed by the legendary Shadow before, making everyone feel inadequate. He whispered to his teammate, Little Rabbit, even I can't track this boss. Honestly, not even Shadow could handle this thing alone. This monster. Even the darkness itself would be bound by it. She hissed back. Keep your voice down. You'll draw it right to us. We need the high ground, and Quan signaled. Better vision up there. Suddenly, a banana peel flew out of nowhere, smacking them with lethal force, and Quan dodged with pure instinct. What the hell? Who throws a banana peel in a death zone? But his teammates weren't so lucky. In a flash of blood, the headless monster Hala materialized, and Quan screamed in horror. Rabbit! Uncle Hao! And Quan landed softly, adrenaline spiking. He glared at the invisible terror. Damn you! You want to fight? Come get some. The air shrieked as Hala rushed him, her blade descending like a guillotine. Panic flooded An Quan's veins. Crap! I dodged too early! He rolled frantically, barely escaping the invisible slashes. Dust flew as he shouted into the void. Haven't you chopped enough yet? He kept rolling, a desperate ball of motion. But his stamina was bottoming out. He was reaching his limit. Suddenly, Hala's silhouette blurred and vanished, and Quan stood up, head spinning, vision swimming. Where did she go? Stealth break strike! A voice roared. Hala reappeared instantly, launching a fatal ambush from directly above him. There was no escape, and Quan was obliterated. But high above the carnage, a terrifying surge of energy descended. Qin Feng dropped from the sky like a meteor. With a single devastating kick, he shattered Hala's defense and executed her instantly. He scoffed. So, you're the famous Hala? Minutes before Qin Feng's arrival, a brutal scene was unfolding elsewhere. Xiao Yu was being ruthlessly shamed by her team. Her mistake had triggered the headless boss, causing it to lock onto her and massacre them all the way back to the spawn point. Xiao Yu stood with her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. I didn't mean to, but the crowd only offered scorn and rejection. Guild leader, my team refuses to carry trash like this. A captain spat. She dies constantly and doesn't even know why. Wu Ming, the guild leader, silenced them. Quiet. Do you want to attract the boss again? He turned his cold gaze to the girl. Xiao Yu, you are unfit for combat. From now on, your sole duty is finding hidden realms. Find a gold tier shelter, and I will reward you with 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum tier shelter, and I'll give you 10 years. Wu Ming sneered internally. He thought her hidden class was a treasure, but she was useless. I'll give you 1 day of life daily. Can't have you dying permanently and wasting my investment. A system notification pinged for Xiao Yu, received. 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her interface showed the grim reality. Remaining tradable lifespan, 2 days, 13 hours. Xiao, you stammered. Thank you, guild leader. The surrounding players watched with burning jealousy. Damn it, she's actually profiting from this? She gets to see the guild leader every day? I get it now. That little vixen planned this. Hey, maybe we should act useless too. Great idea, someone laughed. But their mockery was cut short by a terrifying sound. Hala had found them. Simultaneously, the corpse of the Hala that Qin Feng killed dissolved into particles. Qin Feng suddenly appeared in the guild's vicinity, shocking everyone. Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He smacked the subordinate next to him, thinking he was hallucinating. The very space around them began to warp. The guild members stared at Xiao Yu in horror. Without a word, Wu Ming ruthlessly kicked her away, sacrificing her to the incoming threat. Qin Feng, having dealt with the first body, spotted a familiar figure flying through the air towards him. At that moment, Hala shattered into multiple clones, surrounding the helpless girl. The players gasped. Wait, there are 4 of them? No, look. There are 5. The boss, Shadow, killed one, but there are still more. No wonder she felt like she was everywhere. Xiao Yu, mid-air, saw the figure of Qin Feng. It was like seeing a god. It's Shadow! I'm saved! She screamed with every ounce of hope she had left. Shadow, big bro, save me, please. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. Phantom blade slash. His blade danced, unleashing a shockwave that decimated the clones before they could even touch her. The system notifications flooded his vision. Victory. The monster and every single clone obliterated. But there was collateral damage. Xiao, you had perished in the blast, leaving behind a string of rewards. A curse escaped his lips. Just my rotten luck. The hand of greed materialized, snatching everything in sight. 1,520 days of life from the boss, plus a cascade of glowing life orbs scattering the ground. This beast had been feasting on other players. Their stolen time, undigested and trade-locked, was now his for the taking. And you and the crowd swarmed him, eyes wide with envy. Big boss, if you don't need those, sell them to us. Name your price. These guys are like leeches, he thought. But aloud, Qin Feng smirked. You're actually just in time. I know a place with even better loot. If the price is right, I'll lead you there. The group agreed instantly. He turned to the men. Wang Meng, grab your team and follow me. Not you on you. She blinked, confused. Huh? Why not? He shrugged. Trust me. This is a place women absolutely cannot go. And you stomped her foot, pouting. What? Is the big boss sexist? That hurts. I was planning to seduce you, but I guess you prefer men after all. Bonk. Qin Feng rapped her on the head to shut her up, then turned to guide the chosen few. There's a divine boxing tower outside the northern gate of the ruins. Clear the challenge, and the rewards are legendary. But there's a catch. The NPC inside despises women. If a female enters the party, the difficulty spikes 10 times over. And you fumed, fists clenched. Trash NPC, sexist garbage. Just wait until I level up, I'll grind that tower into dust. Come on, Xiaohei. Let's go massacre some monsters over that mountain to vent. She waved aggressively. See you later, big boss. A party invite from Shadow pinged. Stick close. The group buzzed with excitement, their first time partying with a high-level legend. I'm so nervous, one whispered. This is our chance to learn pro mechanics up close. But then, confusion struck. Wait. What's happening? The boss looks like he's walking, but he's moving faster than our full sprint. How are we supposed to learn anything at this speed? Shadow's agility was simply in a different dimension. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sifted through his inventory. Over 20 items dropped, including 2 perfect for an assassin. The system window popped up. Pale Jade Bone Dagger. An assassin-class weapon. It boosted movement speed and drastically increased evasion rates. Qin Feng analyzed the stats. Attack power is nearly 80% higher than my Disease Blade's 216 points. Plus armor penetration, strength, and agility? Not bad. Next came the Shadow Blade. A platinum-tier weapon. It dealt damage and cleansed 1 random debuff. He frowned, slightly. The dark elemental damage on a single target is mediocre, but that buff cleansing effect has potential. He activated his skill, Evolve. The weapon glowed, ascending to legendary tier instantly. Qin Feng's eyes widened at the new description. If I hit a weak point, it refunds 3 seconds of the skill's cooldown? He ran the numbers. My cooldown is already low. With this, the effective cooldown drops to 0.7 to 8 seconds. It's infinite spam. Caught in his thoughts, he finally sensed something wrong. He spun around. The road behind him was empty. Wang Meng's team had vanished. 2 kilometers back, the team was collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Si Cheng wheezed. Shadow. He moves like a ghost. Who can keep up with that? The other members groaned, clutching their chests. Captain, I'm done. My legs are jelly. Wang Meng gritted his teeth. Get up. We can't lose this chance. Eventually, they dragged themselves to the tower where Qin Feng stood waiting. We're here. Inside is an NPC who controls the trials, Qin Feng explained. But listen carefully. This guy is a scammer. The stronger you look, the higher his prices go. That's why I'm suppressing my aura. I'll only use 1% of my power. You guys just need to help take down a gold rank boss. He turned to check on them, only to find the entire squad looking like corpses. Wang Meng panted, giving a shaky thumbs up. Don't worry. We guaranteed mission success. Qin Feng nodded and led the way. Good. Once we clear this, the shop opens. Trust me, the gear is worth it. Don't let me down. And from now on, silence. Communicate only through the party channel. The NPC has ears everywhere. Qin Feng pushed open the massive tower gates. Floating above them, a mysterious figure shrouded in a dark hood awaited. Welcome, visitors from the Blue Star, the figure rasped. The descent of the god-forsaken game has left you trembling, hasn't it? Behold, the divine boxing tower. Prove your worth in the trial, and I shall grant you the privilege of trade. Speak when you are ready to die, or ascend. Si Cheng's jaw dropped. This game actually has NPCs? Then panic set in. Wait, big boss, what kind of monster are we fighting? Qin Feng remained cool as ice. Just follow my lead. It's a simple run. But the cautious old dog wasn't satisfied. He unleashed a barrage of questions. Details. We need details. How long is the fight? How many phases? What's the skill rotation? Is it a mechanic-heavy boss or a stat check? Does it have movement abilities? Any AoE wipe mechanics or instant kill moves we need to iframe? What's the enrage timer? Does it aggro randomly? Where's the hitbox? Wang Meng grabbed Qin Feng's shoulder, whispering frantically. Ignore him, boss. We call him steady as an old dog for a reason. He lost 2 teammates in a raid gone wrong. Since then, he overthinks everything. Qin Feng didn't even blink. He turned to the NPC. We're ready. Start the trial. The teammate panicked. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. But the NPC sneered, bowing low. Let the nightmare begin. A dimensional rift tore open before their eyes. From the void stepped a monster, the level 20 obsidian split skull puppet, a gold tier calamity. Level 20? The team recoiled in terror. We're barely level 11, but Qin Feng's command cut through the fear. Wang Meng, take point. You can handle this. Wang Meng didn't hesitate. He slammed his shield forward, the impact stunning the beast in its tracks. But the counterattack sent him flying. He crashed hard into Qin Feng. Boss, ignore me. Focus on the fight. Qin Feng barked orders with military precision. Archer, star snipe, swordsman, triple slash on the landing. Now. Yes, sir. Arrows rained down while the swordsman struck. The puppet roared in fury, its aura crushing the very ground beneath them. Qin Feng saw the shift immediately. He shouted, the boss has entered berserk mode. Leave it to me. Avoid the black oil. The team scrambled back, barely escaping the deadly splash zone. That was too close. Qin Feng leapt, unleashing a hidden blade. Shadow strike. Critical hit to the weak point. 4,500 damage. The berserk state shattered instantly. Did Big Brother unequip his gear? The damage was too low. He's acting weak on purpose. Look, he's cornering himself. That NPC definitely thinks he's a rookie now. Si Cheng drew his bow. Stronger players get charged higher prices, right? But seriously, how does the boss know all this hidden info? Qin Feng smirked, his eyes cold. This god-forsaken game is full of secrets buried in the ruins. Ask yourselves, do you try to explore or just survive? Knowledge is power. The team fell silent, awestruck by his wisdom. Suddenly, the monster gathered golden energy in its maw. Qin Feng shouted, clockwise fire breath incoming. Dodge, now. The black oil plus fire equals instant death. You have 3 seconds to move. The formation broke in the panic. Old dog, you're running the wrong way. No time to dodge, Qin Feng switched tactics instantly. Wang Meng, activate Undying, block it. The tank charged in, raising his shield against the inferno just in time. Quart. Good, the fire is out. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Unleash your ultimates. Burst it down with everything you have. With a roar, the team unleashed hell. A flurry of skills tore the monster apart until it crumbled into dust. System alert. Level 20 obsidian puppet defeated. Qin Feng analyzed calmly. The danger was the 70% HP rage mode. Dispel that, and it's no tougher than a standard silver tier boss. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Greetings, players of Blue Star. Congratulations. You are the first to pass my trial. Trade your lifespan, and the tome of the divine tree shall be yours. The NPC's name finally appeared above his head. Old dog looked up, squinting at the figure. His name is Wickley? Wait, he has 6 fingers. Flash. The star on Wickley's hat blazed, and old dog was blasted into nothingness. Wang Meng gasped, staring at the empty spot. Old dog? Why did the NPC attack him out of nowhere? Qin Feng didn't flinch. Old dog was too loose with his tongue. Don't worry. NPCs cannot attack players unless a specific taboo is broken. It's a fundamental rule. His taboo is his extra finger. Never mention it. Wang Meng whispered, "Boss, could you beat him in a fight?" Qin Feng calculated the odds. Right now? Impossible. These NPCs are powerful entities bound by eternal rules, forced to serve the system as merchants. They exist only to harvest our lifespan. Wickley scowled impatiently. Choose your sacred books, pay the price in life force, and get out. Wang Meng trembled. What is this dark magic? We can trade life for reality-altering materials, food, water, resources. With these books, no matter what disaster strikes the real world, survival is guaranteed. No wonder he's the shadow boss. He always leads us to the ultimate treasures. Xicheng cheered along with him. Has the boss ever let us down? Never. Wait, a robotic-made tome? I'm taking that. Qin Feng initiated the trade. Transaction complete. 9,000 days of life deducted. He acquired the divine books of Jianghai City. 9 tomes in total. Qin Feng smirked. These 9 books. My daily resources are officially secured, but the real prize is the Tower of God achievement. The reputation reward is a must-have. Qin Feng turned to the NPC. I want to challenge the highest difficulty. Solo, Wickley scoffed. You? Based on that pathetic performance? You couldn't even handle floor 1. And you want the nightmare difficulty? His words sparked a dangerous curiosity. Just what does the ultimate difficulty look like? The trial is divided into 5 tiers, with the 5th being the absolute peak. The final boss remains the golden obsidian skull puppet. However, its attack power, health, defense, and cooldown recovery are amplified by a staggering 500%. Wang Meng and Xicheng dropped their jaws in horror. 500%? We were sweating bullets just dodging its normal skills. Can the boss even survive this? With health and defense multiplied by 5, how long would it take to even scratch that thing? One slip-up during that marathon meant instant death. The NPC issued a grim warning. If you die during this challenge, your remaining lifespan becomes mine. Are you certain you wish to challenge fate? Qin Feng answered without a heartbeat of hesitation. Absolutely. Wickley did not try to stop him. If you wish to donate your life, I will gladly accept it. This is merely the tutorial phase of the game. Yet these Blue Star players are already this arrogant. You are truly courting death. Instantly, the beast materialized. It was the golden obsidian skull puppet at 500% intensity. Qin Feng drew his weapon, eyes locking onto the prey. But Qin Feng knew the truth. Wickley could boost summons far beyond this. 500% was not the limit. In his past life, by the time Qin Feng killed him, the buff was 2,000%. This was child's play. A perfect chance to test his new weapon. Qin Feng blurred into motion, launching a lethal toxic dart. Impact. The Dark Flame gift activated, shredding the target's elemental resistance by 7%. He triggered the Bone Blade's special effect. Speed doubled. 100% boost for 5 seconds. He became a phantom, weaving through the puppet's attacks with terrifying ease. In a blink, Qin Feng was directly above it. A ruthless strike to the skull. The Bone Blade triggered again. Another 100% speed burst. He vanished from sight completely. Xicheng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Is he invisible? Wang Meng shook his head. No. It is not invisibility. He is moving so fast the human eye cannot track him. Qin Feng unleashed the release seal. The next strike guaranteed a throat-slitting critical effect. Phantom Slash exploded forth. Combined with the Dark Flame, the boss's defense crumbled, reduced by a massive 64%. Qin Feng smirked. Perfect. The Ancient God's tablet was worth every bit of effort. Without those buff layers stacking on the Dark Flame, the damage from Phantom Slash would be pathetic. It would cap at a mere 10,000. Xicheng tried to track the movement but failed. This is the first time I have seen the shadow fight for real. It looks like Phantom Slash, but that technique only holds 3 strikes. This is something else. Wang Meng gasped in disbelief. 1/3 of its health, gone in a blink? What kind of god-tier skill is that? Above them, Wickley watched in horror. This divine game had just launched on Blue Star. How can a human possess such might? What kind of monstrous talent is this? Qin Feng's eyes blazed with killing intent. Throat cutter. 200% damage per second for the next strike. Blood sprayed like a fountain. The puppet crumbled, unable to withstand the barrage. As Qin Feng landed gracefully, the system notifications went wild. Congratulations, you have conquered the 5th tier of the Tower of Divine Power. 5 reputation points acquired. Achievement unlocked. Cumulative rewards for all previous tiers granted. 1, +2, +3, +4 reputation points. World first. Solo clear of the Tower of Divine Power. You have made history. Reputation explosion. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 points added. Player Qin Feng has conquered the ultimate difficulty. A global announcement shook the world. Players everywhere stopped in their tracks. The Tower of Divine Power? What is that? My city is a ruin. I have never seen a tower. Heavens! Has the shadow surpassed us again? Wickley roared in fury, his face twisted. Damn you, cheater, filthy cheater. You blue star rats are too cunning. If I had known, I would have charged 10,000 lifespan. No, 100,000. Light erupted from his body. Get out, be gone. I never want to see your faces again. Scram. The group shielded their eyes in terror. What is the NPC doing? Is he unleashing an ultimate attack? Wickley summoned a blinding four-pointed star. The radiance was overwhelming, swallowing the entire space. When the light finally faded, Wang Meng blinked in confusion. Looking around, he stammered. We are outside the tower? We are not dead? Qin Feng sighed, his voice bored. I told you to relax. NPCs cannot attack players without cause. We have the loot. Dismissed. I need to log off and eat dinner. Wang Meng and Si Cheng bowed frantically. Thank you for the carry, boss. You opened our eyes today. If another opportunity arises, you must call upon us. Do not be a stranger. With that, they bid their respectful farewells. Until we meet again, Big Boss. Qin Feng returned to the real world. The system chimed instantly. Extraction complete. 9 sacred tomes. The cost? A mere 90 days of tradable lifespan. Without hesitation, he went on a spending spree. 106 years of lifespan vanished in an instant. In exchange, luxurious furniture fit for a palace, premium supplies, gourmet food, and the ultimate prize. An omnipotent android maid. A sweet, beast-eared girl materialized before him. Master, it is an honor to meet you. I am programmed to handle all domestic affairs. Whatever you desire, simply speak the word. I exist only to serve you. Qin Feng lounged back, completely at ease. Do a full sweep of the house, and then prepare a feast fit for a king. She sprang into action immediately. Understood. In a blur of motion, the cleaning began. Meanwhile, in the reality of Jianghai City, a grim scene unfolded. A body lay on the cold ground, shrouded in white cloth. Nai Liang read the report with a dark expression. This is the 3rd female victim found this week. The modus operandi was identical to the others. Limbs severed, eyes gouged out. There was no doubt. This was the work of a single, deranged serial killer. Su Fei's voice was ice cold. Did the investigators find anything? The subordinate shook his head in frustration. The killer knew exactly how to evade detection. He timed his exit perfectly, just outside the effective range of our retrospective skills. Su Fei barked an order. Contact NU immediately. Find out how long until the search team can breach the perimeter. We cannot afford any more delays. We must catch this monster. The subordinate nodded sharply. Understood, sir. Suddenly, Nai Liang spoke up, his voice dripping with hesitation. About that. Su Fei turned sharply. What is it? Have you discovered a new lead? Nai Liang put on a serious face. Could this be the work of Shadow? I cross-referenced his online and offline activity. It aligns perfectly with the time of each murder. Su Fei rubbed his chin, skepticism written all over his face. You are basing this solely on timestamps? That is hardly sufficient evidence. Nai Liang pressed on urgently. But surely, we can investigate from this angle. Rumors are already spreading like wildfire. People say Shadow is the butcher, and that the government is covering up his atrocities. Su Fei raised a hand, silencing him. Enough, little ma. I know Shadow humiliated you in front of An Yu, but do not let your personal grudge cloud your professional judgment. I will assign the identification technology team to assist you 24/7. Solve this case immediately. We must bring justice to the victims. Su Fei turned away, dismissing him. But behind his back, Nai Liang's face twisted into a mask of pure malice. He gritted his teeth. Understood. The next day, inside the Divine Game, amidst the ruins of the Demon City, Qin Feng stood atop a towering skyscraper. He gazed at the structure below, the Evil Spirit Academy, a platinum-rank shelter. Its location is no longer a secret, but its defenses remain absolute. The strongest barrier in all of Huaxia, the system notification flashed. You have consumed 2.7 to 4 years of tradable lifespan. Guild creation. Successful. Qin Feng smirked with satisfaction. He claimed the shelter instantly, registering it under his new guild's banner. Now I possess a stronghold within the ruins of the Demon City. And the best part? Shelters allow for instant teleportation. Traveling between here and Jianghai will be effortless from now on. He strode through the grand hall. Stepping into the vast corridor, Qin Feng frowned, sensing something amiss. Strange. I have reached the depths of the 3rd floor, yet I have not encountered a single monster. Someone has already cleared this area, a team with considerable power. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed through the hall. You have nowhere left to run, little mouse. Ahead, 3 men had cornered a lone girl. Her voice trembled with fear. No. Stay back. Do not come any closer. They backed her against the precipice. Relax, sweetheart. We aren't going to kill you. Yet. Madame Dongfang gave us strict orders. We are to deliver you to her alive. Her son wants to show you plenty of affection. Tell us your real-world coordinates. Now. Or we will spawn kill you until your lifespan hits 0. He grinned maliciously. And don't bother trying to self-destruct. It would be pointless. The members of the Asura Hall Guild are already camping your respawn point. One of the thugs stepped forward with a lecherous sneer. Tell you what, let's make a deal. You killed Madame Dongfang twice in-game. You must have looted a significant amount of her lifespan. I'd wager, at least 30 years. Hand over those 30 years. Then, entertain us for a while. If you do, we might just let you walk away. What do you say? Tears welled up in her eyes. Play? What do you mean? The leader laughed darkly. He unbuckled his belt and dropped his trousers right in front of her. He pointed shamelessly. We are going to play with this, of course. The girl choked back a sob. She seemed to struggle internally before her shoulders slumped into feet. Fine. But you must promise. After we are done, you will let me go. They roared with laughter. Of course. Now, get on with it. Start with me. Hey, save some for me. The girl knelt, inching closer to the leader. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. Her eyes turned razor sharp. She lunged, a poison dart materializing in her hand. But they were ready. One of the thugs activated Golden Bell Shield instantly. The force of the barrier crushed her into the ground. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The leader sneered. You really aren't very honest, are you? Pinned and helpless, she could only watch as the leader squatted before her. He licked his lips with predatory hunger. I will give you one last chance. Open wide. She offered a calm, deadly smile. See you in hell. In a flash, her white silk ribbon decapitated the thug cleanly. The goon pinning her down froze. Chains? No. The silk had already become his noose. Squelch. One tight squeeze sliced his torso in two. Watching from the shadows, Qin Feng analyzed her technique. That's the hidden class. Yellow Spring's blade. She crushed the corpse beneath her heel, cold eyes fixed on the lifespan, orbs dropping. Rot in hell, you animals. Qin Feng confirmed it instantly. The legendary Yellow Spring's blade. Then, her voice dripped with venom. Just you wait, Dongfang Yue. I will slaughter you myself. Guiling. Her Yellow Spring's blade technique moved like living darkness. It was the only hidden class in the entire assassin system. In his past life, she was a Titan ranked number 10 globally. But after defying the Chu family in the Demon City, her identity was exposed. She slaughtered thousands in a final siege before exhaustion finally claimed her life. Back then, even Qin Feng's guild had mourned the fall of such a magnificent warrior. To think destiny would cross their paths here. Qin Feng stepped out of the shadows. Guiling, but who was this Dongfang Yue? Hadn't he already exterminated the entire Dongfang bloodline? The moment she saw him, killing intent exploded. Humph, another rat? Qin Feng raised a hand. Wait, I'm not with them. But she didn't listen. Her deadly silk lashed out towards him. Save your breath and die. The Yellow Spring's blade danced through the air. Yet, Qin Feng stood completely motionless as the steel storm approached. The silk shredded his image and afterimage. Fine then, a voice whispered from behind her. Let's play. Guiling's eyes widened in shock. She kicked off the ground, creating distance in a heartbeat. She activated Hidden Shadow, vanishing instantly while scanning for her enemy. But Qin Feng just smirked with pure amusement. Ha! You call that stealth? He activated his own concealment, but his was on a god-tier level. Cold sweat ran down Guiling's back. Nothing. Her skill had level 4 anti-stealth detection, so how was he completely invisible? Wait, is this guy one with the darkness itself? Suddenly, a whisper right in her ear made her jump out of her skin. Hi. Over here. Panic took over, and she lashed out blindly. Damn it. Her mind raced. I have level 4 stealth. How can he see me so clearly? Desperate, she unleashed her ultimate technique. Soul-chasing demon. The blade developed a will of its own, darting toward Qin Feng. But he didn't even flinch. As the lethal energy grazed him, he merely let out a casual, "Oh?" Qin Feng analyzed the attack in midair. Interesting. It locks onto the target's position? Her eyes might be blind to me, but her weapon isn't. Once the soul-chasing demon locks on, there is no escape under the heavens. The blade screamed as it hunted him down. He dodged effortlessly, assessing her potential. To think a class skill could track targets automatically. It even ignores stealth mechanics. How amusing. Qin Feng began to sprint in tight circles around Guiling. The homing blade tried to follow him, but only succeeded in wrapping its master in a cocoon. Qin Feng leaped away at the last second. Powerful skill, poor execution. Guiling was now trussed up by her own ultimate. Qin Feng grabbed the silk line and hoisted her into the air. Guiling, ready to listen now? I am Qin Feng. I have zero connection to that Dongfang woman. If I wanted you dead, you would have been a corpse 5 minutes ago. She struggled uselessly in midair. Okay, I believe you. Just put me down. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Answer me. This Dongfang Yue, is she from the Jianghai City Dongfang clan? Defeated. She spilled everything. Yes, but she married into the Chu family years ago. She barely had any contact with the main Dongfang house. The puzzle pieces clicked. So, the one fish managed to slip through the net. It seems when I massacred the Dongfang family, she wasn't home. Guiling's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. What? The Dongfang family. You wiped them out? Her shock turned to pure delight. That's perfect. If she's your enemy too, then we're allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let me down. We can team up. Thud. Qin Feng dropped her unceremoniously. We'll talk about teamwork later. First, tell me why you want Dongfang Yue dead. The question struck a nerve. Her expression darkened, teeth grinding in pure hatred. To avenge my father. Before this hellish game began, that witch drove drunk and killed him. Smashed right into him. Yet she still walks free. The Chu family bought a scapegoat to take the fall. My father. He refused to accept the injustice. He had found the evidence to convict her. And for that, tears streamed down her face, washing away the bloodlust, leaving only grief. But the very next day, my father's cold body was pulled from the river. The authorities dismissed it as a nervous breakdown. They claimed he simply chose to log out of life forever. I stormed Dongfang Yue's estate, demanding answers. But the Chu family bodyguards beat me within an inch of my life. Despair swallowed me whole. Death seemed like the only escape. But then, the game descended upon our world. My first objective upon entering? Slaughter Dongfang Yue. But the system had cruel rules. To kill her permanently, I had to drain her lifespan to absolute zero. She revived and put a bounty on my head. Hunters chased me relentlessly. You can guess the rest. Guiling sobbed, begging Qin Feng through her tears. Boss Shadow, I beg you, please help me kill Dongfang Yue. Her voice was desperate, but her heart was drowning in blind hatred. Qin Feng replied coldly, I refuse. Guiling prostrated herself, emotions overflowing. Boss Shadow, please, help me end her life. His answer was sharp and instant. No need to think. I refuse. However, she offered a trade. Don't worry. I won't ask for charity. Name your price. I will work like an ox, toil like a horse for you. I'll give you all my earned lifespan, my gear, my skills. Tears streamed down her face as she made her pledge. Just help me kill Dongfang Yue. Even if I must be your slave, I will do it willingly. He was stunned by the depths of her resolve. Qin Feng shook his head. No, I cannot be the one to kill her for you. This is your vendetta. Only your own hands can end this grudge. He emphasized his point. I will guide you until you are ready, but your fate depends on your own potential. Guiling looked up, trembling. Help me? How? Qin Feng made his move. Join my guild. Become my person, and I will ensure your vengeance is fulfilled. A system window popped up. Shadow invites you to join the Guild of Shadows. Guiling scanned the details. The Guild of Shadows. Currently, he was the only member, but that was enough. She made her choice. System notification. Guiling has joined the guild. Qin Feng's status updated instantly. Friend request accepted. He began his instruction. It seems you have agreed. Now, you have one task. Complete your class advancement. He explained the concept of tiering up in detail. But finding the method? That is a puzzle you must solve alone. Come find me once you succeed. Guiling listened in silence, absorbing every word. Qin Feng turned to leave, dropping one final truth. If you cannot manage even this, then you should give up on revenge. He knew better than anyone. The potential of the Yellow Springs blade is infinite. With a little guidance, her future is limitless. Once she matures, she might even become a valuable asset to me. He returned to the deepest depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. Hovering in the air was the platinum rank boss, level 15, mutated witch Stana. Qin Feng smirked. So this is the Academy's guardian? He launched a fearless assault. Dark Knight Ring Blade, minus 26,348 weak point damage. Qin Feng knew the mechanics perfectly. Phase 1. Only one of the 4 heads activates, and it is immune to physical damage. Therefore, I can only use lower damage elemental skills. But I have the White Bone Forest Blade for speed. Combined with Shadow Blade's critical cooldown reset, I become a human Gatling gun. Blade after blade shot forward. Movement speed maximized. The witch took hit after hit to her weak points. Her health bar plummeted. He calculated the next phase perfectly. Stage 2. All 3 heads will activate simultaneously. Rage mode initiated. She will leap aside and unleash indiscriminate destruction on the environment. Exactly as predicted. Energy beams blasted from the eyes of all 3 heads. He weaved through the chaos effortlessly, dodging attacks like a phantom. His counterattacks shredded the witch's remaining health. They were critical. Qin Feng decided to end the show. This disco dance is over. The hovering witch exploded into particles. System notification. You have slain mutated witch Stana. 50,000 experience points gained. Obtained. Key to the Evil Spirit Academy secret shelter. New update available. Class advancement is now possible. He selected the upgrade immediately. Notifications flooded his vision. Class, Shadow, Status. Advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. Attributes skyrocketed. Strength, 9 to 27. Constitution, 9 to 27. Agility, 24 to 72. Spirit, 15 to 45. Level 15. Untradeable lifespan, 4,515 years, 233 days. Tradable lifespan, 566.2 years. Strength, 129 to 147. Constitution, 184 to 202. Agility, 268 to 316. Spirit, 101 to 131. Health points, 2,608. Physical damage, 535. Recovery speed, 85%. Damage resistance, 77. Physical defense, 330. Physical damage reduction, 24.8%. Lightning resistance, 458. Lightning damage reduction, 31.4%. System alert. Dark elemental resistance is now 304. Dark damage reduced by 23.3%. Ice resistance is now 278. Ice damage reduced by 21.7%. Fire resistance matches ice. New class passive unlocked. Shadow Arts, 4th stage. New effect. The Veil of Silence. Attacking while in stealth mode no longer breaks your concealment. Your cover remains absolute. Qin Feng clutched the golden key, a smirk playing on his lips. My class attributes have tripled in a single instant, and now I can attack without revealing my position? The Tier 2 shadow has finally undergone a qualitative evolution. I am a ghost in the flesh. Meanwhile, mere minutes earlier, outside the Evil Spirit Academy, the thugs of Asura Hall had Guiling cornered. You think you can still show your face here? Their mockery echoed in the air. We didn't know you hid such deadly chain blades last time, but you were careless to reveal your hand. I've summoned the entire Asura Hall guild just for you. There is nowhere left to run. This time, I won't be holding back. The enemy launched a devastating earth smash. Guiling activated Hidden Shadow, dissolving into a mysterious black mist. But they were ready. A flash bomb exploded. Arg! Blinding light seared her eyes. Before she could recover, a heavy boot slammed into her waist, crushing her into the dirt. The leader ground his heel into her back. Stupid woman. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson you won't forget. A vial appeared in Guiling's trembling hand. She grit her teeth. Don't come closer. But the vial was snatched away before she could use it. One of the thugs inspected the green liquid. Suicide poison? You'd rather lose half your lifespan and return to the respawn point than deal with us? Hang Yu, the gang leader, laughed with twisted delight. She's got a fierce temper on her, doesn't she? He pinned Guiling down, his face inching closer. But I like them feisty. He licked her cheek, savoring her humiliation. Guiling could only tremble in silent rage. Suddenly, a global announcement shattered the atmosphere. System alert. The Platinum Shelter Evil Spirit Academy has been conquered by the Shadow Guild. Warning, defensive barrier activated. All non-Shadow Guild members are now classified as hostile intruders. Before they could react, lightning tore through the sky. What the? Boom! The entire group was vaporized in an instant. System. Cleanup complete. Guiling stared at the ash piles, her mind racing. The Academy. It was a shelter all along, and now it belongs to us? That means, in just a few minutes, Shadow killed the Guardian and claimed the key? He's a monster. Back inside, Qin Feng reviewed his loot. Item, the Witch's Jade Ring. Class, Universal. Attributes. All stats plus 22. Cooldown reduction, 30%. Requirement. Level 14. Unique effect. Skill range increased by 25%. AoE damage increased by 10%. Skill book. Platinum Venom Trap. Class. Assassin and Hunter exclusive. Mastery. Stealth level 5. Effect. Enemies triggering the trap take 500 bonus damage plus poison element infusion. Debuff. Movement speed slowed for 5 seconds. Continuous poison damage applies a 50% slow. Poison damage equals 100% per second. Max traps. 3. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Trap duration. 3,600 seconds. A perfect tool for territory control. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. 2 items perfectly tailored for an assassin. The gods of fortune are smiling on me. This ring is incredible. My Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Harmony are both area of effect skills. This is a massive power spike. He checked his resources. I still have 363 evolution points, just enough to ascend backstab to the next realm. System, 340 evolution points consumed. Skill, backstab has evolved to legendary rank. Passive effect updated. New passive. When attacking a target from behind, damage output is increased from 75% to 100%. Legendary special effect. While in stealth, all damage dealt is calculated as a backstab. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This is broken. Guaranteed critical backstab damage, combined with my new permanent stealth. My burst potential and survivability just skyrocketed. Just then, a voice call came through. It was Dali. Boss, big boss, you won't believe this. I found another ruin. Do you want to come check it out? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Location? The Jianghai City remnants, she replied. Near the temple entrance, the murals on the rocks. They look exactly like the ones from the Novice Town ruins. Qin Feng paused. Why haven't you explored it yourself? With your current gear, a platinum boss shouldn't be a problem. Or are you telling me you've hit a wall that even you can't break? Dali sighed. We wanted to fight. But while clearing the mobs, a teleportation sphere appeared. We touched it, but nothing happened. The inscription says, only the destined one may enter. So, boss, do you know anyone who fits that description? Qin Feng smirked. Understood. Wait for me there. Oh, and prepare your wallets. I found some new gear for you. Get your lifespan currency ready. He cut the link. With 2 shelters now under his command, teleporting from the mist ruins to Jianghai was instant. Dali quickly added, Boss, just a heads up. The officials in Jianghai are low on lifespan currency. You might want to sell the gear to the officials in the Mist City instead. Moments later, the outskirts of the Jianghai City ruins. The sky burned a desolate, apocalyptic orange. Dali stood alone in the wasteland. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind her. So, where is this ruin? She jumped back, letting out a terrified shriek. Boss, you nearly gave me a heart attack. He smirked, his eyes teasing but his tone serious. I did it on purpose. But I promise to be careful next time. Dalizi led the team to the cliff's edge, peering into the abyss where the ruin entrance awaited. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. How exactly did you find a place like this? She sighed dramatically. That is a very long story. Dalizi glanced at the fluffy creature beside her. I have another mount stationed here. This little sheep right here. She recounted the nightmare. I was just playing with him when a silver rank boss materialized out of nowhere. It scared the soul out of us. In the panic, I slipped and fell right off the cliff. Luck was on my side, she continued. I got snagged on a tree growing out of the rock face. That's the only reason I spotted this hidden cave. By now, Dalizi had guided him to the cavern entrance. Here we are. Please be careful, boss. One slip and you'll fall to your death. She shivered at the memory. After I died and respawned, I immediately called Captain An Yu and Uncle Wang Meng to come explore. Qin Feng leaped, landing silently beside her with godlike grace. You really have a talent for finding the most impossible locations. She stared in awe. Boss, your movement technique is insane. Big brother Wang Meng tried to jump like that. He slipped and splattered on the rocks below. The two of them stepped into the shadows. Dalizi gave her report. There is a maze ahead. We already cleared the trash mobs and mapped the entire route. Qin Feng's expression turned grim. If you can avoid dying, then don't. Do not let your lifespan drop unnecessary. Otherwise, things will get dangerous very quickly. She nodded obediently. Understood. I know a skill that allows players to absorb lifespan from others. If our lifespan gets critically low, we can just harvest it directly. We have precautions, she added confidently. We can restore ourselves using non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng looked surprised. You guys have a stable supply source? She lowered her voice to whisper. We lured specific monsters, ones that absorbed non-tradable lifespan, into a hidden spot within the city ruins. After slaughtering them, we hoarded every single drop of non-tradable lifespan that dropped as loot. Whenever we run low, we just go back and withdraw from the bank. Qin Feng understood immediately. Not a bad strategy. Was it An Yu's idea? Dalizi gasped. Boss, your intuition is scary accurate. Qin Feng smiled internally. Actually, in my past life, it was you who invented that farming method. Now everyone is using your genius. She pointed toward the darkness ahead. The teleportation sphere is right there. When Dalizi touched the swirling energy, a cold system message popped up. You are not the fated one. The mechanism remained frozen. She sighed in defeat. See that? The notification is clear. I am not the chosen one. Boss, why don't you give it a try? We suspect this shrine is connected to the one back in the town. It seems only you have the authority to unlock it. Qin Feng approached the pulsating sphere of energy. He raised his hand, placing his palm directly against the core of the light. Instantly, the orb erupted with blinding radiance. The glare was so intense that Delisi had to shield her eyes from the flash. When the light finally faded, she blinked in confusion at the empty space. The boss and the sphere were gone. I knew it. The boss really is the fated one. Meanwhile, a system alert rang in Qin Feng's ears. Welcome to the Glacial Tide Cave. Long-range communications have been severed. He immediately activated his stealth skill, Shadow of the Glacial Cave. The quest log updated with a new objective. Mission: defend the Glacial Tide Crystal. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. I remember this artifact. If it takes even a single hit, it detonates a freezing tidal wave that kills everything. He walked briskly toward the crystal, hovering in the center of the chamber. So that's the mechanic. Monsters will pour out of these tunnels, doing everything in their power to smash the crystal. If they succeed, there is only one outcome for me: death. A grim determination settled over Qin Feng. Dying doesn't matter. The real problem is that this mission can be failed. If I fail here, I can never return to this dungeon. The rewards will be lost forever. He made a split-second decision. Time to evolve the poison trap. System notification. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points. You have 17 points remaining. The skill transformed rapidly. Platinum tier. To emerald. To diamond. To epic. He placed a trap. Stealth level increased from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. When an enemy triggers this, they take 500 to 700 to 900 to 1,200 bonus damage plus poison element. Movement speed crippled for 5 to 8 seconds. Continuous poison damage active. Slow effect 50%. Poison damage per second 100%. Max trap count increased to 3, 5, 7, 9. Trap duration is now a massive 3,600 seconds. A blue aura flared around his ring. Notification. Effect of the heteromorph witch ring activated. Skill range increased by 25%. He surveyed his work. The enhanced traps covered the entire path perfectly. Anything that tries to pass is guaranteed to trigger death. Deep within the tunnels, hundreds of glowing red eyes pierced the darkness. They are here. Monsters surged from the shadows of every tunnel, screaming in a frenzy. But their charge was cut short by a wall of energy. Deadly vines erupted from the ground, intercepting the horde. One by one, they were strangled, thrashing desperately to escape the inevitable. Their health bars melted away instantly. The cave echoed with their agonizing howls as the slaughter began. Qin Feng ran the numbers in a split second. As long as he remained in stealth, every strike counted as a backstab. Enough damage to one-shot these monsters into oblivion. Protecting Athena? Interesting challenge. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. An arrow, aimed straight for him. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. Reacting on instinct, he conjured a defensive barrier. The shield flared to life, stopping the deadly projectile in its tracks. Qin Feng stood firm before the ice crystal, letting out a cold huff. His gaze locked onto the attacker in the distance. A monster wielding a bow? Qin Feng was genuinely surprised. They have ranged units here too? Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Demon City, a battered squad returned to report to Feng Yue. Her voice dripped with ice. Let me get this straight. Your guild is giving up on hunting the spirit. Simply because she is allied with the Guild of Shadows? The messenger didn't flinch. Correct. We can't handle this. Find someone else. Feng Yue's face twisted into a sneer. So, you believe the threat from Shadow is greater than the threat from me? Listen here, you peasant. Don't forget I hold all your real-world data. I can snuff out your miserable life in reality whenever I please. Feng Yue frowned, expecting submission. Instead, bam, a fist smashed directly into her face. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she flew backward. The mercenary drew his blade, rage burning in his eyes. You witch! I've held back long enough. Maybe I can't beat Shadow, but killing you? Easy. You open your mouth and nothing but trash comes out. Do you think you can insult us freely? Ha! He unleashed a torrent of curses before striking the final blow. System alert. Player Fu Yi Jutian has been slain. Back in reality, Feng Yu screamed in pure rage. Rebellion. They're rebelling. She sat on her bed in the Dongfang estate, cursing like a sailor. Those trash from the Asura Hall dared to kill me? Me, Dongfang Yue. Husband. Send people to capture them immediately. The man on the phone was stunned. Asura Hall? Didn't you hire them to catch the spirit? Feng Yue confirmed through gritted teeth. Yes, but the spirit and Shadow have joined forces. Those cowards are too terrified of Shadow's retaliation to continue. The voice on the other end turned cold. We'll deal with those peasants after we kill Shadow. I've already arranged for the Black Dragon Hall to pressure him in Demon City. The plan is already in motion. Your family's vengeance will be swift. Feng Yue's eyes burned with malice. Shadow. And those traitors. Just you wait. I swear on the Dongfang name, I will wipe you all from the face of the earth. Back on the battlefield, Qin Feng delivered a lethal sword strike to the archer's skull. Watching the monster fall, he scoffed. Ranged attacks? Is that the best you've got? My Shadow Blade resets its cooldown whenever I hit a weakness. I can slaughter every single one of you without breaking a sweat. System announcement. Defense mission successful. Please accept your reward. Qin Feng blinked, surprised. Huh? It's over already? Crack! The crystal before him shattered into a million glittering fragments, and from the debris, a magnificent, glowing chest appeared. Qin Feng grinned. An epic tier treasure chest. Last time, an epic chest gave him a divine blessing. He couldn't wait to see what wonders awaited him this time. He threw the chest open. Brilliant light flooded the area. Slowly, a figure began to materialize within the glow. Qin Feng paused. Wait, I know this silhouette. It was the NPC from the previous epic chest. She began to chant, her voice weaving an ancient spell. Qin Feng recognized the tongue immediately. Ancient divine language. You have passed 2 trials. You are the chosen one. Qin Feng frowned. Strange. I don't speak this language, yet I understand perfectly. Is this the power of the Eye of Judgment? She continued, her voice resonating in his mind. The old gods have fallen, and you have inherited the authority of judgment. The light intensified, blinding and pure. Her form solidified limbs, skin, and flowing white hair, revealing a divine beauty. She floated closer, bowing respectfully to Qin Feng. I am Asasis. I shall follow you until you ascend as the true god of judgment. Asasis extended her hand, offering a bell. Please accept this gift I have prepared for you. System panel, Bell of Summoning, Asasis. Description: crafted by the Arbiter Asasis, using the power of law. Usage: summon Arbiter Asasis at levels 25, 35, and 50. Each summon grants access to a special ruin challenge. Complete all 3 trials, and Asasis will permanently join your sanctuary. Unlocks. Skill Ascension function. Qin Feng grasped the bell, realization dawning on him. I see. The first shrine was level 5, this one is level 15, and somehow, Dali Si found them both. He shook his head in disbelief. Her luck attribute is absolutely broken. Asasis spoke again. Please select a skill. You have 1 free opportunity to ascend a skill of your current tier. Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Skill Ascension? In this world, skill books were judged by 2 factors: quality and level requirement. As far as Qin Feng knew, a skill's quality was fixed forever, but a smirk played on his lips. With my infinite evolution talent, I can force them to evolve beyond their limits. Even the most pathetic, low-tier skill like Hidden Shadow can ascend to the realm of mythology if I simply will it to be so. But in this world, level requirements are absolute law. They dictate not just who can wield a skill, but the devastating ceiling of its true power. A level 5 Hidden Shadow versus a level 50? The difference is like comparing a candle to a supernova. High-quality ancient skills are already treasures beyond price. But finding one with high-tier potential? That is a feat nearly impossible for mortals. However, for me, the impossible is about to become a triviality of the past. My lifespan is the currency, and power is the purchase. I've made my choice. I am upgrading Grace of Deliverance to its absolute zenith. Asasis drops to her knees, reverence shining in her eyes as she kisses his hand. Thy will be done, Master. The system explodes with notifications. Grace of Deliverance evolves from mythical tier 10 to 16. Weak point lethality skyrockets to 410%, but the active ability is the real nightmare. The next strike triggers Throat Slit, inflicting over 300% damage every second for 3 agonizing seconds. With a cooldown of merely 6.9 to 7 seconds, death is always on speed dial. Time to say goodbye, she whispers. I look forward to our next meeting. A shimmering portal manifests before Qin Feng. It is the exit, the gateway back to safety. But his sharp eyes catch something, a floating orb hovering near the treasure chest. Hold on, the loot isn't finished yet? The system updates instantly. Jackpot. He has obtained the equivalent exchange protocol of the Corpse King. It's a piece of assassin leg armor with physical defense hitting 198. Elemental resistance and damage reduction are off the charts. It requires level 15, but the stats are god tier for this stage. And the special effect? Equivalent exchange. By sacrificing a piece of gear, you can gamble for power. Sacrifice an item of epic tier or lower, and the box will grant a random piece of equipment specifically for your class, matching the sacrificed item's rank. The cooldown is only 1 hour. Qin Feng stares at the manual in disbelief. I can swap trash for treasure? This isn't just good. It's broken. His warehouse is overflowing with useless J-tier gear and spellbooks. Now, every single one of them can be transmuted into top-tier assassin equipment. He steps toward the portal, a grin plastered on his face. What a legendary harvest. I definitely owe Delisi a huge favor for this one. Back in the ruins, Delisi is leaning against a wall, yawning her jaw off as Qin Feng materializes. He frowns, confused. You stood here for an entire hour? Why didn't you go grind some levels? Her eyes light up. Big boss, you're finally back. She puffs out her chest proudly. I had to stay on guard. What if someone tried to ambush the big boss the moment he exited the dungeon? Touched by her loyalty, Qin Feng tosses a magic tome to her. Thanks for the cover. It's a platinum tier spellbook, dropped from the ruins, perfect for her. Her jaw drops. Thank you, boss. With this platinum defensive spell, her survival rate just skyrocketed from likely dead to invincible tank. Transaction complete. She hops onto her donkey and waves cheerfully. See you later, boss. Don't miss me too much. As Qin Feng fades out to log off for dinner, the scene shifts to the desolate ruins of Jianghai City, the new hideout for the Temple Knights Guild. Wu Ming stands before his guildmates, his voice booming with pride. Brothers and sisters, mark this date in your calendars as the day we rose. The Temple Knights finally have a sanctuary to call our own. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips. It may be small now, but it is a glorious beginning. No more sleeping with one eye open, fearing a boss monster will spawn and wipe us out in the night. Wu Ming raises his fist. With this base, we finally have a safe haven to rest our weary bones and recharge for the battles ahead. But none of this would be possible without one person. We owe everything to Xiaoyou. The entire guild turns their gaze to the girl standing shyly in the back. Wu Ming gestures to her. She was the one who discovered this paradise. Let's give her a thunderous round of applause. Xiaoyou, get up here and take your bow. The crowd erupts, chanting her name. Xiaoyou steps into the spotlight, looking like a deer in headlights, but she takes a deep breath to speak. First, I must thank my mentor for his tireless teachings. Without his guidance, I would be nothing. Next, to my friends who stood by me when I was at rock bottom. And yes, I even want to thank my haters. Your mockery and insults only added fuel to my fire. The crowd chuckles warmly. Tears well up in her eyes as the emotion hits her. Finally, I want to thank my parents. It's a shame they're dead, or they could see how awesome their daughter has become. I know they'd be so proud. She wipes her tears, sobbing loudly. Why are there so many people to thank? Wu Ming gently interrupts the Oscar-worthy speech. Xiaoyou, tell everyone, how did you do it? How did you overcome the dangers and locate this hidden sanctuary? She blinks, wiping her nose. Well, I had a dream. A flashback flickers in her mind. In the dream, a mighty, shadowed warrior guided her through the darkness to this very spot. It was blurry, but it felt so real. I just ran here on a whim to check if it was true. And it was. The guild members exchanged glances and burst into laughter. A dream? Is she serious? This girl is a comedian, Wu Ming chuckles, shaking his head. Thank you, Xiaoyou, for that creative speech. So, tell me, did you dream of anything interesting last night? Absolutely. In my dream, I saw a colossal sanctuary, a fortress teeming with survivors. It radiated such majesty it had to be a legendary platinum-tier shelter. The crowd erupted in laughter. Keep dreaming. Looks like we're moving to a castle in the sky. But the guild leader smiled. What a magnificent vision. Here, take the reward you so rightly earned. System alert. You have received 1 year of tradable lifespan. Her eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Wu Ming draped an arm around Xiaoyou, addressing the crowd. I hope every one of you takes a page from Xiaoyu's book today. Witness her dedication to our collective survival. If we unite like this, our guild won't just survive these dark times. We will conquer them. His expression hardened instantly. All right, dismissed. Go grind levels. Go explore. And Xiaoyu, you keep hunting for that sanctuary. We're all counting on you. Understood, guild leader, she beamed. Later, amidst the desolate ruins of Jianghai City, Xiao, you stood alone, scanning the crumbling wasteland. I followed the intuition from my dream. It has to be close. So why does it feel like I'm walking in circles? In the shadows, 3 figures stalked her every move. She headed straight here after the meeting. Is she actually onto something? You think she's actually hunting for that platinum shelter from her delusions? Shh. Look, she's entering that structure. Let's move. Inside the dark corridor, Xiao Yu shivered. This place. It's terrifying. It resembles my dream, yet something feels wrong. And why can't I shake this feeling? Like eyes are burning into my back. She slapped her cheeks. Pull yourself together, Xiao Yu. You are a hidden class holder, a life priest. Nothing here can touch you. Suddenly, a hideous visage materialized inches from her face. A scream tore from her throat, shattering the silence. Her vision went black, and she slumped to the floor in a dead faint. But the beast wasn't finished. Its gaze shifted to the 3 spies lurking at the entrance. What on earth is that thing? It's repulsive. Kill it. Now. But before they could strike, a tentacle lashed out. It coiled around a man, dragging him toward a gaping maw. In seconds, his essence was drained, leaving only a husk. System alert. Target lifespan dropped to 0. The survivors scrambled in terror. Run! That thing devours life itself. Xiaoyu stirred awake just as a desperate cry echoed out. No, please. She bolted upright, eyes darting toward the horror. The beast was consuming the last 2 spies at once. Terrified, she scrambled backward and plunged straight into a hidden abyss. She hit the ground hard. Ouch. My head. As she struggled to rise, a familiar sight froze her in place. Her eyes went wide. This is it. The entrance from my dream. I actually found it. The Platinum Tier shelter is real. I have to notify the guild leader immediately. Fingers flying, she sent the message. Guild leader, I found it. The Platinum shelter. Wu Ming froze. What? Stay put. I'm mobilizing the elite team now. Accept my party invite so I can track your coordinates. Understood. I'll wait right here. System, you have joined the party. Suddenly, a wet clicking sound chilled her very soul. She turned slowly. The monster's head hovered right before her eyes. Her knees knocked together in uncontrollable terror. No! She had to be brave. A flicker of determination sparked in her eyes. Gripping her staff, she began to chant a mantra of courage. Do not fear. Xiaoyu, you are strong. You can defeat this thing. Yes, you can take him down. You are not the weakling you were yesterday. Mana surged around her form. I am the holder of the noble hidden class. The Life Priest. Take this. Toxic bind. Venomous vines exploded forth, entrapping the beast. Its health bar began to tick down. It's working. The corrosion is eating it alive. She didn't stop there. Now for the finisher. Rotting miasma. A thick, putrid fog engulfed the monster. This was no ordinary poison. It was a high-tier decay toxin capable of melting flesh. But the purple haze began to expand rapidly. She clamped her hands over her nose, eyes widening. Wait. This is a sealed chamber. The gas. It has nowhere to go. Her lungs burned. She was suffocating in her own ultimate move. Desperate, she clutched her staff. Think, Xiaoyu. Think. That's it. I'm a life priest. I have purification. She spun around, aiming her staff and shouting the incantation. A divine light enveloped. The monster? The beast looked confused as its health regenerated. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu collapsed, succumbing to her own poison. System announcement. Player Xiao Yu has perished due to sheer stupidity. Wu Ming's message pinged urgently. Xiao Yu? What's happening? Why are you back at the spawn point? She hung her head in shame. Guild leader. There was a monster. And, well, it got me. Wu Ming stared in disbelief. A monster? He had already crushed one beast, but she spoke of something far more sinister. Are you talking about the silver banshee that devours souls? Zhao Yu shook her head. No, that creature may be slow, but its curse is fatal. Its attack power is deceptive. One touch drains your entire lifespan. How are you even breathing right now? Wu Ming's eyes widened in admiration. Xiao Yu, you're incredible. You actually found the only way to survive. She lowered her voice, revealing her secret. Guild leader, I knew capture meant true death. So, I chose to self-destruct first. Shock washed over him. By the gods. Xiao Yu, you're a tactical genius. A bright smile lit up her face as she approached the group. Thank you for the praise, guild leader. I'll rejoin the squad now. But behind that innocent smile, a dark satisfaction brewed. Those 3 wenches trailing her, dead and gone. This was the ultimate price for crossing Qin Xiao Yu, a perfect victory. Moments later, they stood before a massive structure. She pointed to the looming entrance. Guild leader, behold. Behind this gate lies a platinum-grade sanctuary. Greed flashed in Wu Ming's eyes. Excellent work. Secure this for me, and you'll live like a queen. Xiao, you bowed deeply. Your generosity knows no bounds. Wu Ming immediately barked orders. Big head, take a squad and lock down the perimeter. No witnesses, no interlopers. The minion thumped his chest. Rest easy, boss. Anyone who dares approach gets slaughtered. Even if the legendary Shadow shows up, I'll bury him. Wu Ming raised his weapon, voice thundering. Brothers, slaughter the guardian inside. This sanctuary belongs to us now. A roar of approval erupted as the mob charged forward. Victory to the Holy Knights. Charge. Tear it down. But time passed, and the massive doors remained immovable as a mountain. Murmurs of impatience rippled through the ranks. What's the holdup? Break it down. A subordinate rushed back, sweating profusely. Report. Guild leader, the stone gate. It won't budge. Wu Ming stroked his chin, his gamer instincts kicking in. Every dungeon has a guardian. His eyes widened. Of course, the gate is the guardian. A warrior stepped up, swinging a massive axe. Let me handle this. Crack. A damage number floated up. -320. The guild erupted in cheers. It bleeds. The gate is taking damage. Guild leader, you're a genius. Wu Ming roared with laughter. A free platinum sanctuary. Don't hold back. Tear it down, brick by brick. Dust and debris filled the air as spells and steel rained upon the entrance. System alert. Your territory, the Purifying Soul Land, is under siege. Gate durability, 99.3%. Status, taking continuous damage. Magic barrier integrity, 100%. Standard teleportation, blocked. Activate war teleportation, remaining uses, 1 out of 1. Qin Feng's eyes snapped open. Someone found the entrance to the Soul Land? He made his choice instantly. Initiate return. Judging by their pathetic damage output, it would take those fools a year to scratch the paint. Still, better to see for myself. Summoning his wolf mount, he raced toward the coordinates. But as he neared the perimeter, a scene below made him pull the reins hard. A pack of thugs was hunting down a lone girl. Halt! Take another step and you're dead meat. An assassin flickered in front of her. Nowhere to run, little rabbit. Smash! His hilt slammed into her gut, sending her flying backward across the dirt. Before she could recover, a binding spell locked her in place. A sword slammed down, pinning her fabric to the earth. The thugs sneered, towering over her. We told you. This zone belongs to the Holy Knight Guild now. You got a death wish? Barging in here? Xiao Ya gritted her teeth, defiant to the end. I was just passing through. You're just looking for an excuse to rob me. Watching from the shadows, Qin Feng stiffened. That was young Xiao Ya, his kind-hearted colleague from the real world, the girl who had warned him about danger before. His gaze turned icy as he realized the truth. The Holy Knights were nothing but glorified bandits. The leader smirked, his eyes wandering over her body. If we say you trespassed, you trespassed. Qin Feng clenched his fist. So, these were the trash attacking his home? 2 of the goons stepped forward with lecherous grins. Old rules. I get first taste, you guys take seconds. Shing! A silver light sliced through the air. In a split second, 2 heads separated from their shoulders, spinning into the dust. Qin Feng stepped out from the sanctuary's shadow. Xiao Ya gasped. The shadow? She squinted, her heart racing. No. Those eyes. They feel so familiar. Qin Feng? Qin Feng didn't speak. He simply snapped his fingers. Snap. The blossom curse ignited. Crimson spider lilies erupted from the headless corpses, their roots feasting on the blood. The red mist swirled around him, crowning him in an aura of mystery. Xiao Ya's voice trembled. Qin Feng, is that you? But silence was her only answer. The figure vanished into thin air. Staring at the empty space, she shook her head. Gone? No, it can't be him. She tried to rationalize the impossible. That man is the legendary Shadow. And besides, she recalled seeing Qin Xiao Yu with the Holy Knights earlier. If Qin Feng possessed such godlike power, he would never let his own sister serve as a lowly pawn for those scum. Meanwhile, back at the shelter entrance, the atmosphere had shifted from arrogance to terror. Wu Ming was on his knees, head bowed low. Lord Shadow. Oh, great Lord Shadow. May your reign last 10,000 years. Desperate, he kicked a trembling minion forward to take the fall. This trash. It's all his fault. These idiots dared to rob people on your road. I deserve death for their stupidity. Please, forgive my lack of discipline. Big Boss Shadow, thank you for the harsh lesson. We truly needed that wake-up call. Wu Ming pounded his chest, swearing loyalty. Ever since the Lord of Shadow saved them from the headless monster Hala, his entire guild had become a fan club for this supreme existence. We solemnly uphold the righteous energy of Lord Shadow. We strive to be the happiest, most wholesome guild in the game. We say no to all dirty tricks. That's right. Oh Lord Shadow, I love you. Please, slow down. Let us bask in your glory. We will follow you for eternity, Wu Ming fawned, stepping closer with an obsequious grin. May I ask what brings the Great One here today? Qin Feng replied coolly. Nothing major. I just heard a rumor that you people are raiding a hidden shelter. Wu Ming confirmed immediately. That's right. Did the boss have his eye on that spot too? Could it be that the Great One also fancies that location? His eyes flashed with cold fire as he dropped the bomb. That shelter belongs to me. Wu Ming froze. His entire body turned to stone. He had poked the dragon. Behind him, the guild members stood paralyzed, their screams trapped in their throats. What? Cold sweat poured down Wu Ming's face like rain. Impossible, boss. Rumor has it your base is in the demon capital. A ruler can only have one throne, right? A minion chimed in nervously. Guild leader. If you establish a guild, you can own a second property under the guild's name. The realization hit him like a truck. Say what? Qin Feng confirmed the nightmare. Correct. Both the demon capital and Jianghai city belong to my domain. The truth finally shattered their minds. They were currently invading the Shadow's home. The sky had fallen. Xiao Yu, the mastermind behind this raid, burst into tears. This shelter belongs to Shadow? How could the heavens be so cruel? In all her calculations and dreams, she never imagined the Shadow would stand here. Wu Ming clasped his hands together, begging desperately. Great boss, we truly didn't know. This was your territory. Please, tell us what to do. How can we make amends? Qin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. You destroyed the gate to my shelter. Repairs won't be cheap. Here is my price. Pay me 500 years of lifespan, and I will consider this matter settled. 500 years? The number hit Wu Ming like a sledgehammer. His soul left his body, and he fainted on the spot, stiff as a board. A quick-witted minion stepped up to act. Boss, look, our leader has fainted from shock. Can you give us a little discount? Qin Feng stared him down. Do you have any idea how much raw material costs to fix that gate? The minion stammered. I don't know. Qin Feng cut him off. Then prepare a coffin. Suddenly, Wu Ming, having his pressure point pinched, gasped back to life. 500 years? What sins did I commit in a past life? Desperate, he grabbed Xiao Yu by the collar and dragged her forward. This is all your fault, you witch. Xiao Yu, you wanted to destroy me. You wanted to annihilate the Paladin Temple Guild. Xiao Yu lowered her eyes, playing the victim perfectly. After a long pause, she whispered, You're right, it is my fault. I have burdened everyone. She looked up, feigning immense courage. One should bear the consequences of their actions. Brother Shadow, if you want to punish someone, punish me. I will do anything. I am willing to be your beast of burden, your slave for a lifetime. Every second of lifespan I earn in the future, I will hand over to you until I have compensated for your loss. Staring at Qin Feng's cold silhouette, she continued her performance. You can beat me, scold me, or even abuse me, whatever pleases you. Just please. Spare the guild. Spare these innocent people. Her tearful speech moved the guild members to their core. Wu Ming felt a pang of guilt. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Qin Feng's voice cut through the air like a blade. Chen Wu Ming. The guild leader trembled. Huh. How do you know my real name? Qin Feng glanced at Wu Ming with eyes full of death. Do you really think this woman is worth 500 years? The sheer killing intent nearly stopped Wu Ming's heart. Realization dawned. Wu Ming punched Xiao Yu, sending her flying. Get lost, you useless trash. He finally understood. You dragged us into the boss's territory, and now you play the martyr? You're just trying to get close to him. You want to be his slave? You think a good thing like serving the boss would fall to you? Keep dreaming. Xiao Yu lay in the corner, feigning death, her mind racing. My plan to seduce Shadow failed again. Meanwhile, Wu Ming knelt and begged. Big boss, we are a small guild. We really can't cough up 500 years. Please, be flexible. We will do anything else. Qin Feng decided to pivot. Fine. I won't make it impossible for you. 100 years of lifespan. For the remaining 400, gather every member of your guild who currently has a red name status. One head deducts 1 year. Killing a murderer clears my own PK value. This is a perfect opportunity for me to wash away my bad karma using your people. Wu Ming accepted with joy. That works. We have over 2,000 members. I'll transfer the 100 years immediately. System notification. You have received 100 years of lifespan. Wu Ming shouted to his subordinates. Wait right there. Gather everyone. Bring all the murderers here now. Assemble. Move it. Wu Ming organized the slaughter efficiently. Don't keep the great boss waiting. Meanwhile, the system displayed the repair cost. Repairing the shelter requires 7 years of lifespan. A profitable exchange. Qin Feng decided to fix it immediately. System prompt. Deducting 7 years of lifespan. Confirm. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. In an instant, the lifespan was paid, and the shelter was restored to its former glory. System alerts flash before his eyes. Your killer level has dropped from 4 to 3. Wu Ming claps enthusiastically, his face a mask of shameless flattery. Beautifully done. Absolute perfection. These traitors dared to violate guild laws in secret. It is only right that the boss, the Shadow himself, teaches them a bloody lesson. Qin Feng cuts through the noise with a cold command. From this moment on, this hideout is under your guild's protection. Wu Ming freezes, his smile faltering. Huh? The Shadow's voice drops, heavy with menace. A grim reminder for anyone daring to break the rules. Behave yourselves. Organize shifts and guard this place with your lives. If another attack slips through, I will come for you personally. Wu Ming bows, shouting his agreement to the boss's orders. But deep inside, curses scream through his mind. This damn Shadow. Does he intend to chain my people to this godforsaken rock forever? Suddenly, red alerts flood Qin Feng's vision. His hideout, the Evil Spirit Academy, is under siege. The magical defense barrier takes heavy damage, durability dropping to 99.8%. System prompt. Do you wish to activate war teleportation? Daily limit, 1 of 1. Qin Feng's eyes widen in surprise. It never ends, he thinks. Now, they target the academy? Without hesitation, Qin Feng activates the war teleportation. As he fades away, his resolve hardens. The world knows that ruin is his territory. I need to see exactly who has the death wish to provoke the shadow. The moment Qin Feng vanishes, Wu Ming's demeanor flips. He shouts to his crew. The shadow is gone. Move out. We are leaving, now. A subordinate hesitates, voice trembling. But boss, didn't the shadow order us to stand guard? Wu Ming sneers, pointing a finger directly at her. Of course we are guarding. Miss Xiao Yu is in charge here. She freezes, pointing at herself. Me? Wu Ming nods. Exactly. Isn't this the place you always dreamed of? Then stay here and guard it to your heart's content. Do not move a single inch. If anything happens, report it immediately. Xiao, you can only sit in silence, forced to accept his cruel command. And if you dare abandon your post, I will drain every second of your lifespan. Meanwhile, at the desolate demon city's evil spirit academy, the destruction is in full swing. Pour it on, brothers, strike harder. Blow this gate to pieces for me. High above, 2 observers watch the chaos. Barrier durability falls below 51.7%. Do those fools have a death wish? One whispers. To provoke the shadow. That is suicide. The attackers look like foreign players, outsiders to this server. Yet, they fly the banner of the Demon City Black Dragon Hall. Qin Feng materializes on the scene, hidden in the shadows. Confusion strikes him. Black Dragon Hall? I have no history with a guild like that. Why in the world would they target me? The enemy leader roars. Now, combine your strength, unleash a full-power strike. Dark energy swirls, condensing into a massive sphere of void. Give me everything you have, the leader charges. Black Flame Demon Dragon Blast. A blinding light explodes. The raw power slams into the gate. The shockwave ripples outward, knocking observers off balance. Spiderweb cracks fracture the gate's surface. System alert. Barrier durability decreases by 13%. The mob cheers in excitement. One more hit and it shatters. 100 years of lifespan is as good as ours. Easy money. Qin Feng narrows his eyes. Puppets on a string. The only enemy I have left alive with the means to orchestrate this is Dongfang Yue. Suddenly, a deafening roar tears through the air behind them. The attackers freeze. A colossal dragon ascends from the depths. A dragon? Panic sets in. The beast's roar generates a physical sonic boom, slamming into them and scrambling their senses. The leader stumbles, vision swimming. I can't move. Terrified minions point tremblingly towards the heavens. Look up, the sky. They stare at a massive fireball descending. What kind of skill is that? A meteor summon? No. Something is wrong. That shape is too strange. The meteor crashes down, radiating waves of scorching heat. Flames engulf them, swirling violently. Yet, they remain standing. One attacker blinks in disbelief. He checks his body. I'm alive? That meteor only dealt 3,000 damage? I thought it would be an apocalyptic strike. Guess stacking HP was the right move after a swing. A blade flashes. His head flies from his shoulders before he finishes the sentence. The severed head rolls across the ground. His headless corpse sways, then topples backward. Amidst the dust, confused voices rise. Wait, their leader is dead? Strange. We didn't attack. A girl voices a terrifying theory. Could it be the shadow? But I don't see him anywhere. Her companions warn her immediately. You cannot use common logic to predict the shadow's capabilities. For all we know, he has achieved eternal invisibility. They are right. Qin Feng stands directly before them, unseen by the naked eye. He recognizes their insignias. Members of the Heavenly Vault Guild. His gaze locks onto the girl. A hidden class, unique in all the world. The Soul Painter. It is Zhang Jinshuan, known in-game as 10 Miles Green Mountains. Qin Feng recalls the brushstrokes she made in the air moments ago. No wonder those skills felt so familiar. The dragon's roar and the meteor. She didn't cast them. She drew them. Unlike mages who chant, the Soul Painter replicates summoner and mage skills through art. To unleash a skill, she simply needs to paint it into existence. The greater the quality of the art, the more devastating the power. A class designed to shatter defenses. In team battles and fortress warfare, their power is absolute, but their fatal weakness? Single combat. An ambush means certain death. Zhang Jinshuan addressed the empty air. I have a matter to discuss with you. Senior Shadow, are you present? Qin Feng's voice echoed from the void. What is it? Her companion's eyes went wide with shock. The shadow is actually here. She composed herself. I need to enter your shelter. There is a specific item I must retrieve. It is crucial for my class ascension. Rest assured, I am prepared to pay a heavy price. Qin Feng smirked in the darkness. It all makes sense now. In my past life, the Evil Spirit Academy was the stronghold of the Sky Guild. Zhang Jingxuan must have discovered this shelter during her Ascension quest back then. Too bad I beat her to it this time. The Guild Master of Sky, known as Old Man Zhang, was a legend. Formerly the president of the Mado Chamber of Commerce, he retired to become a top-tier gaming streamer. A 73-year-old crushing games with his granddaughter. They were internet sensations, renowned for their elite mechanical skills. They didn't just play for fun, they dominated minor tournaments, consistently taking home the gold. Since Jingxuan lost her father at a young age, Old Man Zhang doted on her endlessly. Where she went, he followed even into the virtual world. When this game became our terrifying reality, Old Man Zhang established the Sky Guild immediately. Using the Evil Spirit Academy as their base, they rose steadily, becoming one of the top 10 powerhouses in Great Xia. Qin Feng's face flushed slightly. The reason he knew them so well? In his past life, he was a die-hard fan of their streams. He cleared his throat, pushing the embarrassment away. Permission granted. The massive gates of the shelter groaned open. Jingxuan stepped inside, standing tall before Qin Feng. My class is Soul Painter. To ascend, I require a special material that spawns only within this academy. We heard rumors that you sold a shelter to the Jianghai authorities for 2,000 years of life force. Her eyes lit up with ambition. Since my class relies heavily on materials here, I wish to purchase the Evil Spirit Academy entirely. What say you, Senior Shadow? Qin Feng paused, calculating. The Sky Guild. To farm thousands of years of life force this quickly? As expected of Old Man Zhang, their efficiency is terrifying. He replied calmly, apologies. The academy is not for sale. However, I can grant you guest rights. You may access the ground floor freely. Jingxuan hesitated. Just a rental? 500 years of life force to lease the first floor for 3 years. Is that acceptable, Senior? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. I already granted her access for her quest. Her Ascension issue is solved. Yet she insists on a lease? And she's willing to pay a fortune? 500 years is no small sum. The Sky Guild clearly has a deeper objective here. Their true goal is to forge an alliance with the Shadow, she quickly added. To show our sincerity, we offer one more condition. If you agree, the Sky Guild will handle the Black Dragon Hall, the very group that dared to attack your shelter. We will wipe them from existence for you, Qin Feng asked bluntly. That is a declaration of war. Do you not need to consult Old Man Zhang first? Jingxuan blinked in surprise. Senior, you know my grandfather? Do not worry. He listens to whatever I say. Besides, Black Dragon is a bug. We will simply crush it. Qin Feng grinned. Young, yet ruthless and decisive. I appreciate that style. Deal. Sign the contract. Jingxuan beamed. Understood. The system chimed. Contract. Signed. You have received 500 years of life force. He waved a hand dismissal. The first floor is yours, and ignore the damage to the defensive barrier. The magic array in the basement will auto-repair it shortly. Jingxuan bowed excitedly. Understood. We won't disturb you further, Great One. Her retreating figure made Qin Feng blush again. Unbelievable. She's even more energetic in person than on stream. But playtime was over. He opened his system interface. It was time to check the inventory. I've been using equivalent exchange consistently. The stockpile is looking good. The cooldown had finally reset. Let's roll the dice again. Energy surged from Qin Feng's palm. The skill, equivalent exchange, activated, sacrificing one item to receive a random replacement of the same tier. The system updated. You have lost Will of Training. You have received Scarlet Bloodblade. Scarlet Bloodblade. Rank. Emerald. Class. Assassin Finisher. A short blade that condenses blood with every close-range strike. Effect. Adds 4,800 blood element attack. Damage scales inversely with the target's remaining health. Maximum damage increases by 200% when target HP drops below 30%. On kill, restores health equal to 200% of damage dealt. Excess healing converts into a shield. Qin Feng's brows shot up. A finisher skill? I actually pulled one? He knew exactly what this meant. Limit Break. A technique where power accumulates during combat. Once the gauge is full, it unleashes an instant kill execution. The destructive power of this final ultimate skill was catastrophic. Used correctly, it could flip the entire battlefield upside down in a single heartbeat. Qin Feng stood frozen in awe. Before him lay the Scarlet Spirit Blade. This was the ultimate execution move. A single target nuke of the highest order. Even at Emerald rank, it added 4,800 elemental attack and health points. It was a tier above even his epic grade skills. The system chimed in. You have consumed 1, +2, +30 evolution points. 55 points remained. The Scarlet Spirit Blade evolved, from Emerald to Diamond, and finally, to Epic rank. Pushing to Legendary, the stats skyrocketed from 4,800 to 6,000, 7,200, all the way to 9,000 blood elemental damage. On impact, it restores 200% to 600% health. Any overflow becomes a blood shield. A wild grin spread across his face. With enough damage buffs, a single hit could deal over 100,000 damage. He checked his balance. 555 points left. Enough to evolve another skill to the mythic realm. The notification flashed again. You have consumed 500 evolution points. 55 points remain. The skill, Deep Shadow. Evolving from legendary to mythic. Passive effect gained. Stealth level plus 2 to 3. Duration increased by 0.3 to 1 second. This skill now grants a maximum of plus 5 to 7 stealth levels. A true legendary effect. For every level of stealth, breaking cover deals an extra 200 to 300 damage. But the mythic upgrade was the real game changer. While in stealth, lifespan consumption is reduced by 90%. Qin Feng had struck gold. A 90% reduction in life drain? Perfect. Entering the Berserk Zone would no longer be a death sentence. New data updated. Current level, 17. It was time. He could finally equip the full Emerald set he had been gathering. First, the Emerald rank Sharp Blindfold. Assassin type, Constitution, 20, Spirit, 20, Anti-Stealth level 2. Critical rate corrected to 88%. Requirement, level 17. Unique effect, Sharp Gaze. Activation increases. Critical correction by 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 120. Reduced to 55.8 seconds. Next item, the Fragile White Gauntlets. Emerald rank, Physical Defense, 75. All Elemental Resistance, 60. Strength, 25. Agility, 20. Special effect. Sacrifice 12% health to boost base attack by 30%. Third, the Emerald Stealth Boots. All attributes plus 18. Movement speed up. Stealth level 2. Special effect, Ghost Walk. Removes collision for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 27.9 seconds. Fourth, the Emerald Damp Ring. All attributes plus 15. Water resistance, 88. Special effect, adds 179 water elemental damage to all attacks. Qin Feng was fully deck out. He sighed in satisfaction. Aside from the leggings, he was rocking a full Emerald tier set. The ultimate combo was ready. The Shadow set, in all its glory. Head, Emerald Sharp Blindfold. Weapon, Emerald Pale Bone Blade. Right hand, the Damp Ring. Body, the Black Flame Armor, a gift from the Skeletal Exchange. Hands, Emerald Fragile White Gauntlets. Feet, Emerald Invisible Boots. He toggled his appearance settings. He had to admit, the low-level gear in this game looked absolutely hideous. Better to switch back to the default Shadow class skin. Done. Qin Feng's blood boiled with anticipation. Time to raid the next hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, in the real world, the outskirts of Madu City. The sky burned with the dull orange glow of the setting sun. A vehicle screeched to a halt outside the Madu headquarters. 2 guards exchanged whispers. How many did they bring this time? The driver replied, 4. The guard blinked. That's it? So few? The driver shrugged helplessly. Hardly anyone is willing to sell their lifespan these days. A voice barked from the back. We're here. Move it. Get out. Junjie stepped down, scanning the area. So, this is the buyer's place? Qin Feng sneered. Rich people really know how to live. Look at this mansion, the guard ordered. You 4, wait here. I will inform Madame Dongfeng. One of the captives grumbled. You won't even let us sit inside? Junji laughed coldly. Look down on us, poor devils. Do you? Qin Feng shouted. Hurry it up, I have a match to catch. The guard sneered internally. Bunch of morons. You'll find out soon enough. Fang Yue stepped out, her eyes sharp. You are the ones selling lifespan? Convert it into light orbs and drop them on the ground. Now. Scarface's expression went cold. Are you joking, lady? We haven't seen a cent. And you want the goods? Her voice dropped to absolute 0. Are you deaf? I will not repeat myself. Unless you want to die, convert your lifespan into light orbs, and throw them on the ground. Behind her, a dozen soldiers raised their rifles in unison. Junjie didn't flinch. He smirked arrogantly. Oh? What's the meaning of this, madam? Planning to rob the robbers? Before the sentence ended, he moved. He instantly executed her subordinate. Fang Yue dashed forward, shielding Nan Tian. Junji revealed his true power. Hidden class, Insect Master. Controlling a single bug was enough to level up. He could even empower his insects with equipment. With a cruel laugh, he launched a parasitic beetle straight at them. Looks like we found ourselves a fat sheep today. Junjie grinned with malicious intent, addressing his crew. All right, boys. Let's strip this beautiful lady clean. The guards opened fire instantly, but a platinum-grade shield, the golden wall, materialized from thin air. The guards cursed in frustration. Damn it. Our bullets can't even scratch his defense. Suddenly, a scarred villain descended from the sky like a meteor. He unleashed Golden Peak Earth Smash. The desperate guards poured everything they had into the chaos. Qin Feng moved like a phantom, blurring with insane speed. He leveled a deadly finger directly at the defenders. Boom! A torrent of concentrated firepower erupted from his fingertip. The devastating blast consumed the opposition in an instant. Qin Feng possessed the hidden class, Gunner. His very hands were lethal weapons, each finger loaded with different ammo types. Meanwhile, a shadow lunged toward the remaining guards. One guard frantically radioed for backup. We have a class user breach at the main gate. Send reinforcements immediately. Too late. Her silhouette flashed past him. Guiling charged at her with a twisted smile, closing the gap. She screamed out in fury. Die, Dongfang Yue. But before the blow could land, a foot smashed directly into Guiling's face with bone-crushing force. Guiling was sent flying back like a ragdoll. The savior was Chen Yi, standing stoically beside the lady. He issued a cold warning. Stay back, madam. These are class users. I will capture them alive. I need eternal slaves to farm lifespan for my son, she hissed. They are strong. Capture probability is only 50%. The scarred man shouted, alerting his crew. Look, they have a high-level user guarding her. Chen Yi stepped forward, his eyes analyzing their stats. Instant kill skills and anti-ballistic gear. You must be bandits who specialize in hunting the wealthy. Looks like you've pulled off quite a few heists, he smirked. Magnificent. I hope you've extracted enough levels and skills. Otherwise, this slaughter won't even be entertaining. He stood alone against the entire gang, radiating the pressure of a mountain. Fear was non-existent in his eyes. The enemy scoffed. Arrogant brat. Junji unleashed his insect summon from the shadows. The battle has begun. Die. Chen Yi dodged the deadly venom spray with godlike reflexes. As the insect's razor tail stabbed down, Chen Yi dropped low and performed a reverse handstand. His legs snapped shut like a vice, trapping the beast. The bandits gasped in disbelief. He caught it? Impossible. My bug flies at 200 kilometers per hour. Ignoring the shock, Chen Yi executed a complex martial arts maneuver. In a display of absolute dominance, he forced the creature's own stinger to pierce its body. Junji never saw it coming. Chen Yi released his grip, and the insect fell to the ground lifeless. He landed gracefully and strolled toward them. I set up a sensory barrier long ago. Every movement you make, I feel it. Chen Yi held a unique hidden class, the Plague Origin. He could spread corruption through the most basic human functions, eating and training. Murderous aura exploded around him. My turn. He vanished, reappearing instantly in front of Scarface. So fast. Scarface gritted his teeth. He raised his shield, activating Iron Wall defense. Come and try me. But confidence turned to terror in his eyes. As energy rippled from the shield, Chen Yi soared above it. His leg raised high, like an executioner's axe. Boom! The heel came crashing down on Scarface's skull. The villain staggered, his consciousness fading as he toppled backward. Junji screamed in panic. He's coming! Shoot him! Use your gun now! Qin Feng unleashed a barrage of bullets. Stay away from me! But Chen Yi weaved through the hail of gunfire like a ghost. Qin Feng sneered. Idiot! Jumping in the air against a gunner? That's just begging for death. Nowhere to run now. Die. Suspended upside down in midair, Chen Yi triggered his skill. Resonant scream. Visible rings of sonic destruction blasted forward. Qin Feng's tactical glasses shattered into dust. He collapsed instantly. Chen Yi looked down with disdain. Killed by a mere sonic vibration? Pathetic. Your extraction level was far too low. Realizing his entire squad was wiped out, Junji trembled in terror and turned to flee. Chen Yi grabbed him by the skull and yanked him back. Junjie fell to his knees, sobbing. Mercy, big brother, please spare me. Chen Yi replied coldly. Relax, I won't kill you. 2 dead, 2 alive. That fulfills the madam's 50% quota. Oh, right. Chen Yi paused. Where is your invisible friend? He should be unconscious by now. Junji stared in confusion. Invisible? We don't have a stealth user. You already killed both of my brothers. Then, a memory struck him. Wait. Do you mean the short kid who got off the bus with us? We don't know him. We just happened to be selling lifespan at the same place. Meanwhile, at the Demon City ruins. Near the Leaning Magic Tower, Qin Feng teleported in. He scanned the area, surprised by the silence. He approached the desolate entrance gate. The gatekeeper monsters are gone. Someone beat me to it. Activating stealth, Qin Feng slipped through the portal. Massive bookshelves towered above him like skyscrapers. This wasn't just a library. It was a colossal, three-dimensional labyrinth of magic and traps. Deep within the library's forbidden depths, a terrifying monstrosity lay sealed away. Legends whispered of a princess, twisted into a beast by the white dragon. Qin Feng scanned the chaos. The area had been thoroughly ransacked. It seemed the previous explorers had ventured dangerously deep into the dungeon. Qin Feng recalled the secret mechanism to reach the top floor. His hand darted to a bookshelf, pulling out a specific volume. Got it. To trigger the teleportation magic, he only needed one specific title: Postpartum Pig Care. In a flash of light, Qin Feng vanished. He materialized inside the boss room. A group of players stood frozen in terror. Looming before them was the manifestation of pure hopelessness. The Despair Princess. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. They made it to the Guardian already? And with these numbers? He watched as the formation shattered, players sent flying by the boss's power. Their equipment was trash, and their mortality rate was skyrocketing. How did they even survive this far? Then, Qin Feng spotted a familiar face commanding the chaos. It was Hui Fen. She roared orders. Rearguard, move up. Don't be afraid. If you die, revive and rush back immediately. It clicked. This mob was the Fei Heavy Industries Guild. Qin Feng recalled their history. Fei Heavy Industries used to be a massive industrial conglomerate in Mo City. When the Divine Game descended, leader Huang Hui Fen reacted instantly. She liquidated the corporation's assets for lifespan points and reformatted her employees into a guild. Her class was rare, the illusionist. Her signature move was the teleportation gate. She could link an entry point at A to an exit at B, tearing a stable rift through space. Once established, anyone could traverse the void through her portal. As long as the gate wasn't manually cancelled or destroyed by an attack, it would remain open indefinitely. By placing the gates near the respawn point and the boss room, fallen soldiers could revive and rejoin the fray in seconds. It allowed them to reclaim their lost lifespan immediately. This infinite respawn tactic made their guild's strategy terrifyingly persistent. In Qin Feng's previous life, this very tactic catapulted them into the top 20 guilds of Great Xia. However, against the level 18 platinum boss, the Despair Princess, this strategy was suicidal. The princess possessed a terrifying passive ability. She absorbed and digested lifespan 100 times faster than any ordinary monster. In other words, every time she killed a player, she didn't just take their life, she devoured their lost lifespan to fuel her own power. If they kept feeding her like this, she would soon evolve into an Emerald tier boss and fully regenerate her health. When that happened, it would be a total massacre. The astronomical loss of lifespan would bankrupt Fei Heavy Industries instantly. Qin Feng stepped out from the shadows, his voice cutting through the noise. Guild leader Huang, pay me 1,000 years of lifespan, and I will handle the boss. In exchange, all assassin class drops belong to me. Hui Fen's eyes widened. You are Shadow? He nodded. Qin Feng decided to offer a piece of genuine advice. You cannot defeat this boss. If you don't accept my terms, I suggest you retreat immediately. A young man pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng's face. Hey, who do you think you are? Saying we can't win? Opening your mouth to ask for 1,000 years? Are you so poor you've gone insane? Get lost. Hui Fen tried to intervene. Ziqing, stop. Do not be rude. Too late. Qin Feng's hand clamped over the boy's mouth like a vice. With a casual motion, he hurled the boy straight into the teleportation portal. A system notification chimed. Only half of Ziqing's body had made it through the gate. Hui Fen screamed as the upper half of the boy vanished. My son! She turned on Qin Feng, fury in her eyes. Shadow! My son was rude, and a lesson was deserved, but why did you destroy my teleportation gate? Qin Feng's reply was ice cold. You will understand soon enough. Remember my offer, 1,000 years, and the boss dies. With those final words, he vanished into thin air, leaving the crowd stunned and confused. Qin Feng smirked internally. They were clueless. The boss was on the brink of evolution. If he hadn't severed that portal, every single one of them would have perished. He snapped his fingers. Snap. Mounting his spirit wolf, he dashed down the tower, his mind racing. Fei Heavy Industries being wiped out is a tragedy, sure. But me missing out on 1,000 years of lifespan earnings? That would be a disaster. He landed gracefully on the ground floor. The wolf skid to a halt. He looked up. His prediction was dead on. The remaining players were the final sacrifice needed. A blinding light erupted above the sign of a boss evolution. Perfect. Once it ascends to Emerald rank, the loot from killing it will be legendary. Suddenly, a message from Gui Ling popped up. Senior, I found Dongfang Yue. She is hiding in a manor beyond Fenyan Mountain. But be warned. A powerful awakener is guarding her. I barely escaped with my life. He shot back a reply. Explain everything in person. I will be waiting for you at the Drybone Cemetery. She didn't hesitate to agree. Internally, he was impressed. The demon capital was vast, yet she actually tracked the target down. This girl, Gui Ling, was truly capable. Moments later, amidst the silence of the dry bone cemetery, they met. He wasted no time. Speak. What are the characteristics of this class? She began to recount every detail she knew. He is a close combat specialist, terrifying speed and immense strength, but his main method of attack is releasing toxic gas. He can see right through my stealth. There is a constant 10-meter radius of smoke and fog around him. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise. Toxic gas? It all makes sense now. That man holds the unique hidden class, the source of plague. That 10-meter zone is merely his infection range. The disease domain around him acts as a sensory web. It detects any physical presence, which perfectly counters your invisibility. He uses the plague to enhance his physical body. His regeneration capabilities are nothing short of monstrous. Rumors say a high-level source of plague can achieve true immortality. Gui Ling trembled with fear. Immortal? Does that mean he has no weakness? Does this mean I can never take revenge? Qin Feng cut her off instantly. No. The plague strengthens his body and amplifies his desires, but it corrodes his mind. Therefore, his fragile mental defense is the fatal flaw of the plague source. As for you, your Netherworld Blade class. Once you break through to the second tier, it can evolve into a terrifying new form. He revealed the true name, the Netherworld Demon. Suddenly, an eerie green light flashed in Guiling's eyes. Qin Feng urged her, evolve your class to the second tier immediately. That is your only path to victory. Guiling was stunned. So that's it. But senior, how do you know my class so well? He replied with a stern warning. Divine secrets are not to be questioned. The world is vast and profound. Ask yourself this. During your leveling, did you ever seriously explore the depths of your own power? Focus on your cultivation. Keep your feet on the ground. Greatness comes from accumulating small steps. Guiling accepted the rebuke. I understand, she thought to herself. Applying effort to reality. That is the true secret behind the boss's overwhelming strength. He stood atop a gravestone, looking down like a monarch. This dry bone cemetery is the perfect hunting ground for your ascension. The demonic creatures here not only spawn rapidly, but slaughtering them will allow you to upgrade your unique weapon into the netherworld chains. However, the price is danger. Every monster here is an elite. Their health, defense, and attack power are triple that of normal beasts. Qin Feng leaped down from the tombstone, his voice steady. But with the right technique, he demonstrated a few swift moves for Guiling. If every strike lands on their weak points, annihilation will be effortless. Her cheeks flushed red with excitement, mesmerized by his display. Strong, truly strong. Qin Feng patted her shoulder, his touch grounding her. Risk your life. Go all out. Only by betting everything can you complete your path of vengeance. She stood frozen, digesting his heavy words. By the time she looked up, he was already gone. Guiling felt a wave of confusion. Was it just her imagination? For a split second, when he spoke of revenge, she felt something different. Meanwhile, in the desolate city of Jianghai, Dali Zi leaned against her sheep mount, sighing loudly. I am absolutely exhausted. She studied the map, her stomach rumbling in protest. But this zone, no one has fully explored it yet. I guess I have to persevere. Suddenly, a ripe fruit fell right at her feet. She picked it up, eyes widening. What is this? A fruit? It was bright red, resembling a massive dark plum. Without a second thought, Dali Zi took a bite. Sweetness exploded in her mouth. Delicious. Then, a system notification chimed. Experience points plus 50. Dali Zi gasped, as if discovering a new world. What kind of fairy fruit is this? To think eating could grant experience. She looked up to see a long trail of these fruits leading into the distance. Dali Zi didn't hesitate. She picked them up, eating as she walked. The notifications flashed continuously. Experience plus 50. She praised it. So obedient. What exactly are these things? Just then, Anyu's voice cut through. Little Black, where are you? Get to the corrupted coast immediately. She blinked. Huh? Sister Anu? The news was urgent. What happened? Ma Nai Liang has been captured by a boss. That idiot is carrying over 500 years of lifespan. We need to rescue him now. Dali Zi checked her map. I am actually near the corrupted coast. Anu commanded, Is that so? Then wait right there. We are on our way. Dali Zi resumed her unfinished business, savoring the juicy fruits. Ma Nai Liang, that fool. If we weren't family, who would bother teaming up with him? Still, she had to admit, these plums were divine. Before she knew it, the trail of fruit had led her to a strange, unfamiliar location. Before her lay a gloomy, oppressive coastline, and, sitting there, was a monster. This was the corrupted coast. The creature's back was turned to her, covered in grotesque, gaping mouths. Dali Z hid instantly, not daring to make a move. What kind of boss is that big fat guy? She squinted, spotting a familiar figure lying next to it, life and death unknown. Wait a second. That is Ma Nai Liang. Dali Z realized the truth. So, that thing is the boss Sister An Yu was talking about. Target locked. Spirit Swallower Andras. Level 20. Bloodline. Jade rank. The countdown to its existence ticked away mercilessly. 10 hours, 52 minutes. Right now, a gruesome feast was underway. Dali Z covered her mouth, trembling in horror. This boss. It was devouring other monsters alive. Its massive hands kneaded the victim's flesh like dough. Fresh, crimson meat squelched between the spirit swallower's fingers. A wave of nausea hit her. The creature was molding the monster's corpse into perfect, round spheres. And Yu whispered from the shadows. Xiaohei, we're here. I see Ma Nai Liang and the boss. She couldn't hide her disgust. That thing is using other monsters as cattle. Is that really a Jade rank entity? Strange. Why hasn't it attacked any players yet? And Yu's voice was tense. Observe for now. Do not make a move. We can't handle a Jade boss alone. We need backup immediately. She stared at the seated beast, her body shaking uncontrollably. Curiosity warred with fear. What exactly was the boss doing? That posture. It was incredibly suspicious. Watching the objects dropping from the beast, and Yu analyzed the situation. Is it defecating? Dali Z squinted. That shape looked terrifyingly familiar. The realization struck them both at the same time. They turned to look at the fruit in Dali Z's hand. Yu gasped. The black pear. Dali Z retched, spitting out everything in her mouth. No. What have I been eating? Her scream pierced the silence, startling the others. Hey, keep your voice down. Calm down. Too late. Xiaohei's scream had done the damage. The boss whipped around, eyes locking onto them. Panic set in. The beast had been aggroed. Instantly, it activated the bewitchment of the gluttony ancient god, and Yu's face went pale. We are doomed. The boss unleashed a deafening roar in their direction. Sonic waves hammered against them, threatening to shatter their eardrums. Suddenly, their eyes turned blood red. I'm so hungry. Dali Z stared in shock. What is wrong with you guys? Like possessed demons, they sprinted toward the boss's cauldron of flesh. They shoved the vile contents into their mouths. Ma Nai Liang ate like a starving beast. More. I need more. His body ballooned instantly, expanding into morbid obesity, and Yu continued to stuff her face without stopping. Dali Z crouched above, paralyzed by fear. God, they've lost their minds. They're eating themselves into obesity. Wait. Why am I the only one unaffected? The boss's hand descended toward Ma Nai Liang. It hoisted his bloated form into the air and dropped him straight into its gaping maw. The truth dawned on Dali Z. The boss eats the fattest ones first. I need reinforcements now. But this is already the elite squad. There's only one person who can save us. She dialed the number of the Shadow Lord. Qin Feng, big shot, save us. His voice was calm amidst the chaos. Xiaohei? What's the situation? Dali Z rushed out the details. We encountered a Jade boss, Spirit Swallower Andras. Sister An and Captain Wang Meng are next on the menu. Hurry. Qin Feng's mind raced. Spirit Swallower? The very bloodline monster I've been hunting? That Xiaohei really was his lucky star. Send me the coordinates, Qin Feng commanded. I'm on my way. He vanished, moving with godlike speed. He had already secured the keys to the Leaning Tower of Magic and 3 platinum rank refuges. Perfect timing. I'll handle the bloodline monster. The Despair Princess is nearly finished with her evolution as well. The moment Qin Feng arrived, Dali Z collapsed in relief. Big shot, you're finally here. Where is the target? He asked. She pointed a trembling finger. Right ahead. Sister An and Wang Meng have been eaten. Please save them. Qin Feng looked at the beast. It was assuming that familiar squatting position again. A round sphere shot out from the boss's rear. Dali Z turned green. It pooped out Ma Nai Liang. Does that mean Sister An will come out the same way? Qin Feng explained coolly. Andras is a servant of the gluttony ancient god. It devours all living things indiscriminately. Its roar bewitches players, forcing them into a state of gluttony. The more they eat, the fatter they get. Then, it consumes the obese players to digest their lifespan. There is only one way to be immune to the ancient god's bewitchment. He paused. You have to eat the boss's excrement. Disgusting. Yes. But I hear the taste isn't half bad. He glanced at her. Xiaohei, you aren't under the status effect. Does that mean you already? Dali Z covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Don't speak of it. The past is the past. Just save them. Understood. Qin Feng flew toward the trapped Ma Nai Liang, grabbed the flesh ball, and hurled it aside. The boss froze, confused by the sudden interference. Qin Feng telekinetically slammed the Ma Nai Liang ball straight into the monster's gut. The impact was devastating. The boss gagged, its stomach churning violently. The victims it had swallowed came pouring out in a flood of fluids. Qin Feng smashed the beast into the ground and activated his skill, granting release. Immediately following up, he unleashed Shadow Shield Slash. The boss's health bar plummeted as the attacks connected. The execute bar is full. Let's test this out. A blade of crimson energy slashed down, cleaving through the monster's defense. System announcement. Player Shadow of Great Xia is the first in the world to slay a Jade boss. Reward: 30 reputation points. Dai Lizi's jaw dropped. Holy. Damage in the millions? That is just too tyrannical. The news hit the global channel like a bomb. Players everywhere froze. Shadow of Great Xia had just secured the world's first kill on the Jade boss. 30 reputation points echoed across the server. The chat exploded in chaos. It's over. Xia has Shadow now? Their rise is unstoppable. But of course, the trolls were already typing. Who said Shadow is from Xia? Our investigations show his ancestors are clearly from the Great Kingdom of Korea. While the world argued, Qin Feng stared at his own rewards. A golden notification flashed. Congratulations. You have received 50,000 experience points. The numbers kept climbing. 60 evolution points added. Then another 300. His total balance skyrocketed to 696 points in an instant. Loot drop rate multiplied by 5. Skill drop rate multiplied by 6. And then, the jackpot. Congratulations. You have obtained the Spirit Swallower bloodline. Do you wish to activate? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. In God's abandoned game, bloodlines were the holy grail of power. Only specific nightmares, once slain, yielded such a prize. A bloodline matching your class meant a massive spike in combat power. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. System. Activate. The interface shimmered as the fusion began. Spirit Swallower bloodline. Strength reforged. Each point of strength now converts to 3 points of physical attack. Constitution reforged. Your body is now a fortress. Massive boosts to health points and physical defense for every stat point allocated. Agility reforged. Effectiveness increased by 32%. Movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed have all surpassed human limits. Spirit reforged. Elemental attack power and magic resistance are now scaling off the charts. The details of the Spirit Swallower skill appeared before him. It was terrifying. He could absorb any skill and receive permanent stat corrections based on its quality. Side effects included a hunger increased by 200%. But the trade-off? A passive 15 points of absolute magic resistance. Next came the active skill, Gluttonous Mouth. It allowed him to conjure a blood-red maw to devour incoming projectiles. Whatever he swallowed would heal him instantly. Cooldown: 67.9 seconds. A perfect defense and recovery tool rolled into one. Qin Feng analyzed the data. Stat correction was the key here. It meant the value of a single attribute point could be multiplied indefinitely. For example, 1 point of strength usually meant 1 attack power. But with this, it could mean 3, 5, or even 10. He glanced at his inventory. The boss had dropped a bronze-tier poison blade. Useless as a weapon, but perfect as a test subject. Let's see what you can do. System. Use Spirit Swallow on the poison blade. The weapon dissolved into light. His strength stat refreshed immediately. The conversion rate bumped up slightly. From 3 to 3.3. Qin Feng frowned. A bronze skill? Only gives 0.3? That's pathetic. But then, a thought struck him. The swallowed skill was now a passive ability in his own status bar. And in this game, passive skills could be evolved. He dumped 242 evolution points into it. The bronze poison blade skill mutated. It became the legendary Venomous Edge. His strength stat flickered again. The conversion rate exploded. Each point of strength now granted up to 5 points of physical attack. A chaotic grin spread across his face. It worked. If he kept swallowing skills until the endgame, his stats would be hundreds, thousands of times higher than any other player. He would be absolutely invincible. Sir, Wang Meng gasped, interrupting his thoughts. Boss, thank you for saving us. And Yu was still trembling with fear. If you hadn't shown up, we would have been monster chow. Dali Z rushed over, hugging An Yu's chubby frame. Don't worry, Sister An. Even if you gain weight, you're still beautiful. It's undefined beauty, and Yu ignored the joke and turned to Qin Feng. Boss, regarding the Jianghai government reward, Qin Feng cut her off. Keep it. Just find me some assassin-class skill books. That's all the payment I need. Before they could blink, he vanished into the shadows. Okay. We'll do our best. And Yu took a deep breath, her voice shaking. The mission is technically complete. Let's get out of here. She turned to her team, her expression dead serious. Listen to me. No one speaks a word about what happened here today. Do you understand? Dali Z nodded vigorously. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Magic Tower dungeon, let's rewind to the moment Qin Feng leaped away. The despairing princess boss was still unleashing hell. Hui Fen screamed orders to her team. Hold the line. The boss is at 1% HP. Little Kui, activate the Tree of Life. On it. Little Kui chanted the spell. The Tree of Life erupted from the ground, pumping healing energy into every team member within range. The teleport gate is destroyed, someone yelled. Don't die on me now. Pour everything you have. Victory is right there. The healing energy surged, revitalizing their exhausted bodies. Morale skyrocketed. They unleashed a final barrage of attacks at the despairing princess. Hui Fen grinned. We've got this. Thanks to Little Kui's Life Priest class, we're actually going to clear this hidden dungeon. But suddenly, a massive tentacle lashed out. It slammed into the shield bearer, instantly deleting his health bar. Logged out. Dead. The despairing princess wasn't dying. She was absorbing their healing energy to resurrect herself. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a horrifying, unearthly light. Hui Fen froze. They had underestimated the dungeon. A blinding light erupted from the princess's body. The entire top of the tower trembled under a catastrophic explosion of power. A wave of scorching heat washed over them. In a split second, their bodies were vaporized into ash. And in the center of the destruction, a mysterious egg began to pulse, cradled by grotesque roots. System notification. The target status has updated. Despair embryo. Level 30. Emerald rank. HP. 10 million out of 10 million. Location. The hidden sanctuary. Outside in the courtyard, the silver rank elite team had been decimated. A survivor gasped. What the hell happened? Everyone. They're all dead. Did we kill the boss? Hui Fen report. Hui Fen's voice trembled with terror. We almost had her. Her HP was down to the final sliver. But then, a miracle turned into a nightmare. Her health instantly recovered to full. She transformed into an egg and unleashed a massive AoE nuke. The entire squad was wiped out in a single breath. The survivors' eyes widened. Full recovery? That's impossible. A boss only heals fully when it evolves. Hui Fen froze. The image of Qin Feng flashed in her mind, his cold warnings echoing in her ears. Shock paralyzed her. Shadow. He knew. He knew the boss was on the verge of ascension from the very beginning. That's why he mocked our human wave tactic. If a platinum boss evolves, it becomes emerald rank. That is a calamity our guild simply cannot handle. She slumped in defeat. Is he truly our only hope? Must we beg for Shadow's help? Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood alone, analyzing the pulsating egg, his brow furrowed. An emerald rank boss. The despair embryo. This is bizarre. Usually, when a monster ascends to emerald, its physical form undergoes a drastic metamorphosis. But this? It looks harmless. Does it need to hatch to unleash its true power? Deciding to test the waters, he hurled a hidden blade straight at the shell. The blade struck true. A damage number floated up. Minus 28,765. Yet, the health bar barely flinched. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Barely a scratch. 10 million HP. That's even tankier than the zombie lord. This egg of despair is too eerie. I can't let it hatch. His killing intent surged. Time to crack this open. Its defense is absurd, but the solution is simple. It lacks true sight. It has no idea I'm even here. I just need to unleash a continuous stream of DPS and finish it with my ultimate. A crimson star blade slashed through the air. Critical hit. Minus 100,767 HP. Another slash followed. And finally, a crack appeared on the surface. A storm of crimson blades rained down, shattering the shell completely. Qin Feng stepped forward, ready to claim his loot. No matter how much HP you have, you're just a stationary target. But as the smoke cleared, he froze. His gaze locked onto what lay inside. Curled up on the ground was a young woman, unconscious. The system tag read, Princess of Despair, Level 1, HP, 10 out of 10. Qin Feng was thunderstruck. A human girl? This is the true form of the despair boss? The legend of the White Dragon's curse. Was it real? She only has 10 hit points. Does this mean I have to execute a defenseless girl to clear the dungeon? He activated his shadow eye, confirming her fragile state. 10 HP. One touch would kill her. Hesitation gripped him, but suddenly, the sky darkened. Roaring black clouds swirled violently above as a massive claw tore through the heavens. A dragon descended. The interface screamed danger. White Dragon Arthas, level 100, mythic rank. The atmosphere turned blood red. Lightning crackled around the dragon's majestic scales. Qin Feng stepped back, his instincts screaming. Mythic rank? Why is a mythic boss spawning here? This confirms it. The tale of the White Dragon and the Cursed Princess is true. This is a hidden boss event. Suddenly, the princess's body began to float. Drawn by an invisible force, she drifted up toward the Leviathan. A rhythmic thumping filled the air, the sound of a beating heart. The princess opened her eyes, unleashed a wave of pure energy. Suspended in the crimson sky, the girl and the dragon locked eyes. A moment of silence amidst the chaos. In a heartbreaking embrace, the princess wrapped her arms around the dragon. Her physical form began to dissolve, leaving behind only a glowing, frantically beating heart. Her lower body faded into light. The white dragon's massive head began to disintegrate as well. They were merging, consuming each other until their HP hit 0. Consumed by the flames of sacrifice, they vanished. Only the floating heart remained. Qin Feng watched in awe. They disappeared? What on earth just happened? The heart drifted toward him, and the system chimed with a notification. System, you have interrupted the resurrection of the ancient god. Lexus. Reward, the cursed heart. The curse is frozen in time, beating eternally until the prophecy is fulfilled. Option A. Consume the heart to become a kin of Lexus. Warning, you will constantly lose lifespan until the master descends. Option B. Destroy the heart. The sealed time will flow again, and you will receive a mythic grade item. Qin Feng weighed the options instantly. Use it or destroy it. Using it might grant godlike power, but the description screams, trap. It's a parasitic curse. I won't risk my body being hijacked by some ancient god. I don't need borrowed power. His grip tightened. I choose destruction. He crushed the heart in his hand. A blinding flash of light exploded, engulfing everything. Qin Feng shielded his eyes as the world turned white. The light swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes, the scenery had changed. Or had it? What is this? I've been teleported? No. This is still the magic tower. But my body, it feels different. Did I trigger a memory echo? Before he could react, a young girl ran toward him, her face beaming with joy. Arthas! You're back! It was the Princess of Despair, trapped within the loop of her own memories. Her voice trembled as she asked the figure before her, Must you really leave for the battlefield again today? Atis turned back, a shadow of guilt crossing his face. Forgive me, Your Highness. The enemy has suddenly summoned a colossal deep-sea kraken to lay siege to the harbor. As the guardian of the kingdom, I have no choice. I must descend to the front lines immediately. She covered her ears, refusing to listen. Liar! You clearly promised to teach me the wind control art today. Ate smiled gently, trying to soothe her. Don't be angry. It's still early dawn. I'll return and teach you before the sun sets. The princess wasn't buying it. Do you take me for a 9-year-old? I'm 10. Father said the coast is a 7-day journey, even at full speed. How could you possibly return in a single day? She shouted right in his face. Father always lies to me, and now you're doing it too. Men are all the same liars, deceivers, and oath-breakers. It has always been this way. Hades landed softly on the ground. Enough. Where did you learn such harsh words? He handed the princess a shimmering object. Here, take this. He introduced the artifact solemnly. This is the scale of covenant. Under its witness, whichever side breaks the agreement shall lose their wings, grounded for eternity. The princess blushed, shoving it back. No, take it back. I don't want you to lose your wings. He laughed confidently. Don't worry. I never break my word. Do not underestimate my wind control art. Massive wings unfurled from Ada's back, blotting out the sky with their majesty. Her eyes sparkled with awe. No matter how many times she witnessed his transformation, it was always breathtakingly heroic. He gave a final instruction. Wait for me. We shall have dinner together tonight. Until then, let my 3 shadow clones keep you company. As Ates soared into the heavens, the princess waved goodbye, praying for his safety. She clenched her fists. Fine then, if Ates is working that hard, I can't fall behind. Shadow guards, follow me. I will gather the finest ingredients. When Ates returns, a legendary feast will be waiting for him. The observer watched silently. So these two are the Princess of Despair and the White Dragon. It seems I've stepped into the timeline sealed by the cursed heart. The princess worked tirelessly, hunting mushrooms deep in the forest. From foraging to hunting rabbits, she drove the guards without rest. Seemingly immune to fatigue, she switched to fishing next. She didn't stop until twilight draped over the castle walls. Finally, she looked at the table, exhaling a heavy sigh. I'm dead tired. The princess stared blankly at the mountain of food. Poison mushroom chicken soup, molten rock steamed buns, volcano pizza, stir-fried dark crystal jelly and cold shark fin, scrambled eggs with tomato, all of Atits's absolute favorites. She watched the door expectantly. He must be back any minute now. She waited until exhaustion claimed her right at the dining table. Lewin shook her gently. Your Highness, please wake up. It is late. You should rest in your chambers. The princess rubbed her eyes groggily. I fell asleep? What time is it? The scholar replied. Vespers have passed. When the bell tolls again, it will be midnight. She shot up, panic seizing her heart. What? It's that late? Where is Ates? Has he not returned? Lewin's expression was grim. News from the front lines is grave. The war situation is critical. It is possible that General Ates may not return anytime soon. The princess slammed her hand on the table. Impossible. Ates is the kingdom's guardian. Any enemy before him is nothing but cattle awaiting slaughter. Lewin sighed heavily. I heard the enemy sacrificed 10,000 lives to summon an ancient terror. A beast from the abyss. Its body as massive as a city, covered in thousands of tentacles and countless eyes. Mere mortals go mad just by looking at it. If the intel is correct, even a warrior as mighty as Ates is facing a battle for his life. Fear finally crept into her eyes. No, Ates would never. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room, freezing her blood. The princess looked down. The scale of covenant in her palm had shattered. She grabbed Lewin, bolting for the door. If he doesn't return by midnight, he loses his wings. Scholar Lewin, take me to father. He is a dragon knight. He must know how to undo the curse. She dragged the old man mercilessly. Wait, my waist. Sorry, scholar, but if he loses his wings, everything ends. She burst through the heavy doors, only to freeze at the sight of a familiar silhouette. Atet stood there, bewildered. What are you doing? Why do you look so panicked? The princess stood in shock. Ates. She flew into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank goodness. You're back. You're really okay. Ates patted her head gently. Of course I'm back. We made a promise, didn't we? She stammered, wiping her tears. But they said the front lines were a disaster. Lewin gasped for air. General Ates. The war situation? Ates shrugged casually. A bit troublesome. Took some effort. But the threat is neutralized. The army can handle the cleanup. Lewin bowed in awe. Truly the guardian of the kingdom. Ates walked toward the dining table. I'm starving. Did Her Highness prepare all these delicacies? She beamed through her tears. Yes, but it's all cold now. He sat down, digging in voraciously. Nonsense. It is perfect. Absolute perfection. The shark fin soup is rich and savory. The mushrooms melt in the mouth. And the dark crystal jelly? The crunch is simply divine. She chuckled softly from the side. Slow down, or you'll choke. The very next day, they headed straight for the Leaning Tower. Ates announced, All right, today we master the art of wind control. But the princess could barely keep her eyes open, a long yawn escaping her lips. He leaned down, concerned. What is wrong? Sleepy? She snapped back with a ridiculous excuse. Do you know I spent the entire day preparing that feast for you? Ates sighed. Then let us reschedule for tomorrow. But the princess clung to his leg like a koala, refusing to let go. But I still want to experience wind magic right now. I have a better idea. Ates, reveal your true form. Take me to the skies. He hesitated. The king had strictly forbidden such dangerous stunts. The princess played the victim card instantly. This is all your fault for coming home late. I slaved away making delicious food for you, and this is how you repay me. You ungrateful, heartless traitor. Defeated, he surrendered. Stop, please. I agree. But only this once. And you must never tell the king, or my head will roll. Ates unleashed his aura, channeling raw power into his wings. In a flash of light, he transformed into a majestic white dragon. The princess's eyes sparkled with worship as she rushed to embrace his massive head. You must hold on tight, Ates warned. Gentle energy lifted her body, depositing her safely onto the white dragon's back. Sensing she was secure, his telepathic voice echoed. Sit firm. We are departing. Let's go! The princess cheered. Ates beat his massive wings, launching them into the night sky for the ride of a lifetime. He glided over the ancient forests. Far below, Lin spotted the pair breaking the rules. The princess lay flat against the dragon's shimmering scales, pure joy on her face. She gazed down at the kingdom, glowing in the darkness. So this is what the world looks like from the heavens. Ates asked. Beautiful, is it not? Not just beautiful, she whispered. It is breathtaking. A bell tolled through the silent night. She hesitated, then asked, Ates, you will protect this place forever, right? Of course, your highness, he vowed. Exhaustion finally took her. Thank you, she murmured, drifting to sleep. He carried her back to her room, tucking the blanket around her with gentle care. Then, he tiptoed toward the door, opening it with agonizing slowness. The king was already waiting. You are hurt badly, Ates. That monster was far more cunning than we anticipated. I survived, Ates replied grimly. I just need time to recover. As for that octopus beast, I reduced it to ash with dragon fire. The king's expression darkened. The Mara Empire is conducting a forbidden ritual. That monster was merely a gift from their summoning. I sense a terrifying wave of darkness about to sweep across the continent. We must prepare. Even a dragon like you is not safe, Ates. I understand. I will follow your command. Ates bowed. Late that night, He returned to the leaning tower. Ates removed his armor, and fresh blood splattered onto the cold floor. He covered his mouth, hacking violently. Red liquid gushed from between his fingers, pooling beneath him. A glowing crimson mark pulsed on his chest. He touched it, his trembling hand smearing blood across his skin. The infection was spreading. Veins bulged and blackened, crawling across his torso like spiderwebs. 5 years later, hell descended on Earth. Monsters swarmed the walls, pounding the fortifications to dust. Panic screams tore through the air. Enemy attack! Monsters! Their entire army is monsters! Civilians scrambled in terror. Run! Save yourselves! A titan raised its foot to crush 2 helpless children. A massive hand snatched them up just in time. They looked like ants in the monster's grip. The king and Ates stood silent, watching their beloved kingdom burn. The king watched the slaughter with trembling eyes. So many. The Mara Empire has truly lost its mind. They intend to drag the whole world into the grave with them. Meanwhile, the princess sprinted toward the tower, desperate. "Ates!" she screamed. "The enemy has breached the walls." She found him sitting calmly on the ramparts. "Their army is full of inhuman beasts. Ordinary soldiers cannot stop them. Why aren't you fighting? The kingdom needs you." Ates slowly turned his head. "Your Highness, I was just coming to find you. The magic tower is secure. Please, stay here. Do not leave." "Fine, I will stay," she agreed hastily. "Now go. Drive back the enemy, Ates." He shook his head. "No, Your Highness. I am staying right here to protect you." The princess froze. "Ates, what are you saying? You are the guardian of the kingdom. Your duty is to the land. The capital is falling. Our people are being slaughtered. You must transform. Burn the enemy to ash. I only need your shadow to keep me safe, just like always. Isn't that enough?" Ates sat immovable as a mountain, a dark, terrifying aura rising from his back. His voice was calm. Too calm. 5 years ago, we uncovered the Marga Empire's darkest secret. They were conducting a forbidden ceremony known as the Abandoned by God ritual. The mechanics of the ritual were simple yet terrifying. One must sacrifice their own lifespan to summon an entity from the abyss. The more years sacrificed, the more horrific the monster summoned. Though this magic was ancient, it had long been forgotten. After all, no one was foolish enough to trade their precious time on Earth for a hideous abomination. However, for the beleaguered empire of Marega, this desperate act was their only remaining hope. Marega was isolated on an archipelago in the inland sea, completely encircled by hungry superpowers waiting to strike. Their land was a treasure trove of resources, but their true crown jewel was a magical flora found nowhere else. The blood flower. Rooted only in Marega soil, these crimson blooms radiated mana that defied nature, drastically extending the lifespans of the local people. The average citizen lived for 700 years. But this blessing became a curse, sparking a vortex of war that ravaged the continent for millennia. Desperate to end the endless slaughter and power struggles, the Empire made a fateful decision. Marega dispatched envoys of godlike power to foreign lands. Bound by blood contracts, these warriors swore loyalty to weaker kingdoms, hoping to balance the scales. The strategy worked instantly. With these juggernauts on their side, the oppressed nations turned the tables on their aggressors. Marega believed this fragile balance would bring peace, but they severely underestimated the infinite depth of human malice. The sheer power of the envoys terrified the nations. They realized the true threat wasn't the war, but the Marega people themselves. Shadow alliances were forged with a single brutal goal: the total extermination of the Marega bloodline. Curses, plagues, discord, and brainwashing were unleashed. Wave after wave of catastrophe crashed down upon the empire. Even the once loyal envoys were twisted into puppets for foreign kings. As the land was ravaged by endless greed, the blood flowers began to wither and die. Without the flowers, the global balance shattered. Marega lost its final value to the world. The falling petals signaled the end. Like a sudden avalanche, the united human armies launched their most savage assault yet. The homeland was reduced to ash. The people were slaughtered like cattle in a brutal genocide. The invaders vowed that no resource would remain. Even if they had to burn it all, they would not let a single scrap fall into rival hands. In the encroaching darkness, the dying citizens of Marega instinctively grasped for that final, forbidden straw. They were truly abandoned by the gods, their bodies shriveled like dry husks. Ates spoke, his voice trembling. "This isn't a ritual. It is a curse marked upon every soul of Marega. As their lifespans drain away, monsters take root within their flesh, sprouting like malignant tumors. Countless beasts tear through their skin to be born. They have only one instinct: the absolute annihilation of humanity." Ates choked back his pain. "So, Your Highness." The princess stared blankly at the nightmare unfolding before her. When he turned, grotesque red growths covered his face. His voice was light, yet tragic. I can no longer ascend as a dragon. I am destined to become a monster. Panic seized the princess. Ates, what is happening to you? Why do you look like this? He smiled sadly. The truth of our people is known to very few, but the world knows us by a different name, the Dragon Clan. The so-called envoys of Marega, humanity calls them the guardians of the kingdom. The princess fell silent, her mind reeling from the revelation. Eights declared the inevitable. An unstoppable wave of darkness had already begun to swallow the continent. Your Highness, the apocalypse is here. In my final moments, I wish only to protect you. Below them, the transformed citizens tore the invaders apart without mercy. Soldiers were crushed under massive boulders, unable to scream. The beasts slammed giant rocks into the earth, shaking the foundations. The kingdom vanished behind a curtain of smoke and fire. Judgment Day had arrived. Lind cried out in terror. Your Majesty, the monsters are multiplying. The capital has fallen. We must retreat. There is nowhere left to run, the king replied grimly. The magic tower is the heart of our power. If it falls, our mages will lose their connection to the mana. Without them, we have zero chance of stopping this horde. The king gazed sternly at the hellscape below. He gripped his great blade and charged into the fray. With a roar, he cleaved a beast in two. Exhausted, he slammed his blade into the ground, gasping for air. His mind drifted to the past. Time is a cruel mistress. Ates, I remember when we first met. We looked like we were the same age. But the truth was, you were already a century old. For your kind, 100 years is merely the dawn of adulthood. All those years, we stood shoulder to shoulder. We bled together, drank together, and shared our deepest secrets. Suddenly, a blade of light slashed toward the king. But while I withered with age, he thought, you remained eternally young. You could never understand the heavy choices I had to make once I donned this crown. A chasm opened between them. You could not comprehend humanity, and humanity could never truly understand you. The king stood alone amidst the ruins of his legacy, the flames of destruction rising to scorch the heavens. Memories flooded the king's mind the day he first held the princess, swaddled in cloth. He watched Ates look at her, his eyes filled with a tenderness that defied his warrior nature. Seeing the general cradle her, the king finally understood the bond they shared. But realization came too late. A colossus stepped forth, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The beast gathered energy, a storm of destruction spiraling outward. A gale-force wind slammed into the king, signaling the end. A torrent of power erupted from the monster's maw. The blinding light swallowed the king whole, consuming him in its radiant fury. In his final moment, the king admitted his grave sin. I was wrong. Then, silence. A cataclysmic explosion from the castle tore through the horizon. From the tower, the princess witnessed the devastation. That blast. Ates knew it instantly. The imperial capital had fallen. And now, the horde was coming for them. The sky blackened with winged nightmares. Hades roared a warning. Incoming. Monsters approaching. The beasts slammed into the magic tower, only to be repelled by a shimmering barrier. The tower's defenses are impenetrable, the princess declared, though her hands trembled. Access was impossible for the enemy, but from the shadows, Scholar Lewin approached, leaning heavily on his staff. Your Highness, he called out. Covered in blood and wounds, the old man spoke. General Ates, by His Majesty's final decree, I am here to evacuate the princess. Fear gripped her heart. Scholar Lin. Your injuries. My God, she gasped. Ates didn't hesitate. Understood. I will use my wind arts to transport you both to the extraction point. Contact the reinforcements, Ates ordered. Wait, what is happening? The princess demanded. Lewin's voice was grim. Preparations are complete. Then, the crushing blow. Princess, His Majesty has fallen. The world spun around her. You are taking me where? It was arranged beforehand, Lewin explained. With the capital lost, we seek asylum in the neighboring kingdom. Panic rose in her voice. But what of General Ates? Is he not coming? The general shook his head, a sad smile on his lips. Where would a monster like me go? These horrors outside. They are my kin. I am Maria. My very existence makes me a target for the entire world. No matter where I run, humanity will hunt me down. Ates sat upon the high rampart. This place, where nights fall. This is the dragon's tomb. I belong to the shadows of this tower. I will stand guard here until my last breath is spent. His words struck her like a physical blow. She refused to accept it. Defying gravity, she flew to hover directly before him. Then let me stay. Let me be your dragon knight, Ates. I was born here too. This is my home. We will protect it together. Do not underestimate me. My mastery of the wind arts has reached the realm of perfection. Form the pact with me. Now. Ates looked up at the brave girl, his hand gently meeting hers. The tragic resolve in his eyes was heartbreaking. He placed a dragon scale in her hand. "You truly are stubborn," he sighed. "Very well. As the old laws dictate," she clutched the scale of covenant tightly. "Is it this simple? Good. Then we are bound. Forever." "Yes," Ates whispered. "Bound to never meet again." The princess froze. What did you say?" Suddenly, Lewin yanked her backward. Ates assumed a battle stance. "Scholar Lewin, I entrust her life to you." She struggled, screaming his name. "Ates!" But he turned away. "Go! A princess belongs with humans, not with a dragon. You have a place to belong." Schluck. From behind, Lewin's hand didn't hold her. It pierced straight through her chest, grasping her heart. Horror paralyzed Ates. The princess gasped in silent agony. In that split second, time itself seemed to die. The old scholar's face contorted, veins bulging, eyes burning with a demonic crimson glow. "General Ates." "The thing that was," Lewin rasped. "You aren't the only one cursed." Tentacles burst from his flesh, the monster within revealing itself as it squeezed her heart. "Such a delicious vessel," it sneered, "so full of vibrant life force to consume. If I kill the one you love, Ates, will it settle the score for the flames that burned me?" A maniacal laugh echoed through the heavens. "Ha ha ha, white dragon Ates, does crushing her heart pay for my suffering?" It tightened its grip. Squelch. Without hesitation, he crushed it. Crimson blood sprayed into the air. Ates moved instantly, 3 shadow clones flashing forward. Shadow slaughter strike. The blade of wind and shadow minced the monster's tentacles into ribbons. It shrieked in pain. "Useless!" the entity, Cetus, mocked. A shadow clone caught the falling princess. She clutched her ruined chest, whispering, "Ates." Her strength faded, eyes closing as a single tear escaped. From the ground, the abomination known as Cetus spoke again. "Arrogant white dragon. The life force of these humans is merely the tip of the iceberg needed to summon my true form. This body, just one of thousands. My seeds have already scattered to the winds. They are parasiting every living thing, waiting to hatch. Just like they did inside this old man. Soon, your entire human race will birth monsters. My vengeance will sweep this world clean. And you are sinking deeper into your own curse. You could turn into a beast at any moment. You knew this, didn't you? That your beloved princess was doomed to a tragic end. You were powerless to stop it. Perhaps you would have become the monster that killed her yourself. You hate your weakness, but you hate the humans who caused this even more. Deep resentment, regret, sorrow, rage, and despair filled your heart to the brim. Such intense, such beautiful emotions. But what if I told you that I could change all of this? The voice whispered seductively. I can hear your heart trembling violently within your chest. I am Cetus, the weaver of the old world, an omnipotent god. Not only can I help you repel the monsters and protect the kingdom, but I can also resurrect the princess so you two are never parted again. However, all this requires a single trade. Give me your heart, that is all I ask. Ates sat in stony silence, unable to speak. Cetus offered him a cruel choice. Die here with the princess in this tower, devoured by beasts, or let her become your dragon knight. Together, you will guard this realm forever as true protectors. My vessel's life force is nearly drained. You have no time left to hesitate. As the white dragon's physical form blurred into transparency underground, a shadow cradled the princess, watching quietly. The heart was offered up. Cetus exclaimed with glee, "My dear white dragon, it seems you made the right choice. I shall grant your heart a supreme blessing and ensure it beats for all eternity, never stopping." A beam of energy shot from the heart into the princess's chest. The one you love so deeply will receive this heart, receive my power, and awaken once more. Though you have lost your heart, you will not die, nor will you become a monster. It declared, you shall become a guardian dragon and remain by her side forever. The tower erupted in blinding light. Power flooded the sky. Ates transformed into a majestic dragon and let out a heaven-shaking roar. He stood atop the spire. Wings spanned the dark sky. Dragonfire rained down from his maw, drowning the world below in an inescapable sea of flames. Ates continued to unleash hell, devastating every corner of the kingdom beneath him. Cetus smirked with arrogance. With my power boosting you, cleansing this entire kingdom is child's play. Ates ceased his breath, incinerating those below. The inferno rose high, a fire that would never fade. Cetus's voice rang out in ecstasy. Lightning crackled from the tower's peak as he absorbed the life force. The princess's body began to rise. Cetus slowly infiltrated her form. Tentacles writhed, claiming the lower half of the princess's body. Cetus declared, "Everything belongs to me now." Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. My current power is too weak to parasitize a mighty dragon directly, so this human vessel must suffice. But that matters not. As long as I control this white dragon, gathering enough lifespan is only a matter of time. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong. The kingdom is destroyed. So why is the white dragon still lingering in the sky and not returning? Before him floated 2 white dragon scales. He realized the truth. A scale of eternal separation. A scale of eternal guardianship over the tower. This was the oath the white dragon swore before making the deal. Realization struck Sidus like a thunderbolt. He predicted my plan. He trapped himself and me within this magic tower forever. That damned white dragon. He would rather become a mindless undead corpse than be used by me? Fine then. I will turn this tower into my lair and hunt the life force of anyone foolish enough to enter. One day, I will fully revive and rule the world again. Eras passed. Stars shifted. Oceans turned to dust. Qin Feng snapped back to reality, staring at the leaning tower. His heart was a storm of mixed emotions. Was that vision? The true backstory of this game. Qin Feng realized something chilling. No. That felt too real. It connects to the very origin of the monsters. It feels like true history. He stared at the black mist swirling before him in shock. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations! You have obtained a mythical grade skill, Shadow of Slaughter. Create 3 shadow clones that exist for 7 seconds. These clones mimic the original skills perfectly. They deal 100% damage. Cooldown, 27.9 seconds. These were the pitch-black shadows created by the white dragon. Maintaining them required massive spiritual power to protect what mattered most. For 15 years, the white dragon never abandoned them. Qin Feng searched his memory. This is the signature skill of Ates, the white dragon. Just this one skill quadruples my damage output instantly. This is a terrifyingly powerful epic tier ability. System update. Congratulations, you have received the key to the Magic Tower's hidden zone. Congratulations, you gained 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Congratulations, you received 360 evolution points. Congratulations, you obtained 7 pieces of equipment. Congratulations, you obtained 3 skill books. Congratulations, you received the key to the Skull City Ruins Gate. Congratulations, you obtained the level 20 Skull City Ruins map. With burning curiosity, he opened the map to see what lay ahead. Skull City? Is this a new map expansion? I've never even heard of it. Where exactly is this place? Qin Feng frowned, his gaze locking onto the red circle marked on the digital map. An isolated island located in the inland sea. Could this territory have once belonged to the fallen Mariga Empire? He deduced this might be linked to Maria, the legendary homeland of the White Dragon. A location like that is bound to hide ancient secrets and treasures far surpassing the norm. The entry requirement is level 20. He was currently level 19, so close to the threshold. But before venturing into the unknown, he had a little business to attend to. It was time to sell this key. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Fake Heavy Industries, gloom hung over the survivors as the lower-ranking members looked to Hui Fen. President, what is our next move? There is no way we can defeat an Emerald Tier boss with our current strength. One member despaired. Someone suggested we contact Shadow. Maybe he can take action. Hui Fen sighed, realizing she had no other options. I have no choice. I will reach out to our contacts in Jianghai City immediately. Rumor has it that the guilds there have a good relationship with Shadow. I will ask them to pass on a message for us. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air right beside her. President Huang, no need for such trouble. We can deal directly. Ziqing jumped back, eyes wide with shock. Shadow? When did you get in here? You creep around like a damn ghost. What are you planning? Qin Feng stepped out of the gloom, his expression calm. Relax. If I had malicious intent, you would all be corpses by now. He smirked. Just a friendly tip. You might want to upgrade your hideout's barrier. If I can stroll in this easily, anyone can. Hui Fen ignored the taunt, her business instincts kicking in. Shadow, what transaction are you proposing? Qin Feng produced a shimmering item. The key to the Platinum Tier Leaning Tower hidden dungeon. What? Ziqing gasped, his jaw dropping. The dungeon key? President Huang, are you interested? Qin Feng asked coolly. Shadow actually killed the Emerald Tier boss? Disbelief rippled through the room. Impossible. I want it. Hui Fen didn't hesitate for a second. We definitely want it. Name your price. Qin Feng held up a finger. Same as before. 1,000 years of lifespan. Deal. She accepted instantly. Thank you. You shameless scumbag. Ziqing roared, stepping forward. You planned this whole thing from the start, didn't you? He pointed a trembling finger at Qin Feng's face. First you attack me, then you use the chaos to destroy the teleport gate. You crippled our combat power and got our whole team wiped out. And now you act like a saint selling us the key for 1,000 years? I have never met anyone as vile as you in my entire life. Ziqing, stand down. Hui Fen's voice was ice cold, sensing the danger her foolish son was courting. But the young master was on a righteous crusade. Mom, don't let Shadow scam us. That key belongs to us by right. The guild paid a heavy price for it. We can't let him steal it from under our noses. Qin Feng tilted his head, amused by the aunt's struggle. Oh? So, what do you suggest? Ziqing smirked triumphantly. Give us the key back, and compensate us with 1,800 years of lifespan. Do that, and we won't pursue this matter further. Qin Feng laughed, a dry, sharp sound. President Huang, you raised quite a son. His eyes narrowed. Fine. Let's go with his number. The price is now 1,800 years, not a day less. Ziqing beamed, turning to his mother. See, Mom? You have to be tough with these lowlifes to make them realize their place. He froze. Wait, what did you say? Hui Fen's face turned the color of ash. I came here with sincerity to do business, Qin Feng said, his aura darkening. But since I've been insulted, the price has changed. Current price, 1,800 years. If it is missing a single day, I walk. Hui Fen didn't say a word. She simply turned and unleashed a backhand slap that sent her son flying. Smack. Blood trickled from Ziqing's mouth. Xiao Kui, Hui Fen barked. Drag him out. Take a team and power level him. If I don't say stop, he doesn't come back. Understood, ma'am. Xiao Cui grabbed the young master by the collar and dragged him away. Wait, Auntie Huang, I wasn't finished. Ziqing struggled vainly against the grip. Why did you hit me? Hui Fen turned to Qin Feng, bowing her head in shame. Shadow, I failed to discipline my son. I let you see a joke. She hesitated. About what you just said. Surely we can. Qin Feng remained stone-faced. 1,800 years. Do I need to repeat myself? She sighed, defeated. Agreed. Even at that price, it is fair. I heard you sold dungeons in Jianghai for 2,000. However, our guild took a heavy loss recently. Can we pay in installments? Qin Feng nodded. Fine. Pay 1,000 now. I will collect the remaining 800 in 10 days. Thank you. I accept. Ding. System. You have lost the arcane leaning tower key. System. You have received 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. The deal was done. Qin Feng turned to leave. I'm off. Feka Heavy Industries still has potential, he mused as he walked away. If they secure a good base and develop properly, they could become a key pillar of power for Great Xia in the future. Back in the hall, Hui Fen addressed her subordinates, her voice steely. Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, Feka Heavy Industries will establish our base at the Platinum Tier Leaning Tower Dungeon. To cover the cost, the guild will levy a 50% tax on all members for life until the debt is cleared. It was a brutal rate, but necessary for their survival. I expect everyone to double their efforts for our future. The members bowed in unison. Yes, President. We stand united. Meanwhile, Xiao Kui was busy educating the young master elsewhere. Don't you dare lecture me. If anyone is at fault here, it's you, Ziqing snapped, his stubborn pride flaring up. Just stay out of my way. That damned Shadow. Sooner or later I'll make him learn his place. But his grudge was cut short by a frantic cry from the vanguard. Watch out. Enemy ahead. It's a silver rank boss, the human-faced arachnid. It's entering combat mode. Healer, get over here now. Roger that. Xiao Cui incoming. The team shouted desperate commands over the roar of battle. Stay sharp. The boss spews venom. Healer, keep your dispel magic ready. Got it. Don't worry. But while the team fought for their lives, Ziqing turned his back, sprinting in the opposite direction, leaving them behind in the dust. A sneer twisted his lips as he ran. Bunch of morons. Go die for all I care. Just seeing Xiao Cui's face makes me want to puke. What was my mother thinking? Trying to matchmake me with her. This entire guild is filled with cowardly mice. They only know how to grind slowly like turtles, afraid to take risks. They simply don't understand the truth of this god-forsaken game. To survive, you have to seize every opportunity by any means necessary. That is the only righteous path. That bastard Shadow definitely uses underhanded tactics to stay ahead of the pack. He reached into his inventory, pulling out a sinister jar swirling with ominous purple mist. Do those idiots really take me for a fool? Did they think I'd dare to challenge Shadow without an ace up my sleeve? Behold the treasure I pulled from the emerald tier chest. The item description glowed before him. Abyss Vase. By simply reaching inside, one can draw out terrifyingly powerful skills. Cooldown. 48 hours. Forbidden spell. Abyss Puppet. A necromantic art that transforms a corpse into a puppet under my absolute control. The puppet retains every single ability it possessed in life. Ziqing gripped the eye-shaped artifact, his voice trembling with manic excitement. This power is absolute. All I need is one chance to kill Shadow. Once I enslave him with this skill, I will be invincible. However, the vase bore a chilling inscription. The abyss holds infinite, extraordinary power. But remember, when you gaze into the abyss, The abyss also gazes into you. Meanwhile, in the desolate dry bone graveyard of the Demon City ruins, Guiling unleashed a barrage of attacks, finally shattering the skeletal monstrosity before her. A massive damage number floated up, -5,608. System alert. Your weapon has evolved from silver to gold rank. Experience threshold met for class advancement. Do you wish to proceed? Guiling let out a heavy breath, relief washing over her. Finally. Enough experience to evolve, she shouted, eyes burning with determination. Advance! A torrent of energy exploded outward. Crimson light pierced the sky, signaling a massive magical breakthrough as power surged through her veins. System. Gold rank Yellow Springs Chain Blade, the exclusive weapon of the Yellow Springs Swordmaster. Freely shapeshifting. Armor penetration +2. Passive stealth +2. Unlocks. Eye of the Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs Eye. A mental attack that traps the target in a terrifying illusion. Duration scales with spirit stats. Yellow Springs Touch. Tracks enemies by scent alone. 50% chance to deal double damage to lower-level targets, inflicting the pale fire burn effect. Guiling clenched her fist, feeling the upgrade. Higher damage. Blinding speed. And mental attacks that directly counter the source of the Plague King's power. Dongfang Yue. I am coming for you. Blood will pay for blood. She sent a quick message. Teacher, I reached Tier 2. I will repay this kindness one day. Qin Feng didn't need to guess her next move. So, Guiling succeeded. That girl is nothing if not persistent. She went offline immediately after sending the message. She's going straight for Dongfang Yue. Qin Feng sifted through his memories of the previous timeline. In my past life, she successfully took her revenge. But in a moment of weakness, she spared a pet dog. That one mistake allowed a beast tamer to trace her true identity. What followed was a total siege. Enemies from all sides cornered her, hunting her down like an animal. The manhunt lasted for days, costing the government countless elites. In the end, Guiling didn't lose a fight. She died of sheer exhaustion. Her death weakened the government's grip, throwing the Demon City district into months of chaotic instability. The girl has limitless potential, but she is too young. Her mind is unstable, her methods messy. She walks a fine line between justice and corruption. Qin Feng made up his mind. I need to log off. I have to watch over her to ensure history doesn't repeat itself. Meanwhile, in the real world. Outside the luxurious grounds of Dongfang Yue's manor, the guards sighed heavily, bored out of their minds. When does this shift end? I'm dying to go downtown and find a girl. The other guard nodded in agreement. You know, I've always thought Madame Dongfang still has it. She's aged like fine wine. I've been thinking the exact same thing. One guard smirked, lost in fantasy. Just wait. Once we level up, we'll kill that Plague King, take over, and have our way with Dongfang Yue. His partner nudged him urgently. Hold on, look. From the thick mist ahead, a familiar silhouette emerged. It was Dongfang Yue herself, waiting for them, draped in an outfit that was dangerously seductive. The guard stammered, eyes wide. Madame Dongfang, why are you here, and dressed like that? She smiled, her voice dripping with venomous charm. I simply couldn't stand my useless, weak husband for another second. I need someone to fill this void inside me. Her voice dripped with seduction. Can you two help me? Lust instantly clouded their minds. Drool practically hit the floor. Madam, are you serious? They shoved each other aside, desperate to be first. Me, I'll go first. No, get back. She wants me. Fang Yue giggled softly. You fools, why fight? You can both come at once. As they rushed forward with hungry eyes, a cold blade flashed. In a split second, both their heads flew from their shoulders. The seductive figure of Fang Yue began to fade into mist. It was never her. It was a ghost spirit, a deadly illusion baiting them into their graves. With the guards dispatched, she vanished into the shadows. Guiling moved swiftly toward the source of the poison gas. Inside, Chen Yi lay in wait, sensing prey entering his domain. His eyes snapped open. A little mouse has scurried in. Guiling remained silent, descending to the ground as light as a feather, her presence almost erased. Guiling frowned, her senses screaming danger. Suddenly, Chen Yi launched himself from above. He moved with explosive speed, intercepting her before she could react. A blast of toxic gas erupted from behind him, propelling him downward like a human rocket. The sheer force accelerated his descent, turning him into a living projectile. He slammed Guiling into the earth, pinning her down. This manor is surrounded by my barrier, he sneered. My ammonia gas fills every corner. I can feel anyone who dares to step close. I wondered who it was. His hand tightened around her throat, choking the life out of her. Turns out, it's just that little runaway clown from back then. He lifted her effortlessly into the air, thick poison gas swirling around them. You've gotten stronger compared to the past, haven't you? Maybe if I let you ripen a bit longer, you'd actually be a worthy opponent. His eyes gleamed with twisted excitement. It makes my blood boil just thinking about it. I want to kill you right now. No, I must resist. I have to wait until you become delicious. His insanity began to leak out. But I don't think I can hold back. He was losing control, teetering on the edge of madness. Damn it. To kill or not to kill? Kill? Don't kill? Snap. A sickening crunch echoed. Guiling's head fell limp. Chen Yi froze. He had squeezed too hard. He accidentally crushed her neck. No, what have I done? Terror filled his face. Damn it, you useless trash. But suddenly, from behind, 3 razor-sharp claws pierced right through Chen Yi's chest. The real Guiling stood behind him, driving her claws deep into his heart. Chen Yi looked down, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Weren't you already dead? Guiling whispered coldly into his ear. Eye of the Yellow Springs. You were under my illusion the moment we met. Die, you fool. Chen Yi coughed up blood, stammering. Illusion technique? Since when? Guiling's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. The second you looked into my eyes, your fate was sealed. The realization hit him like a truck. The moment he thought he grabbed her throat, he had actually lost. Chen Yi's body slumped to the ground, accepting his defeat. I lost. You really are a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, in the room above, Fang Yue threw the windows open and screamed in a rage. What is all that noise outside? Can't a woman get some sleep? Do you want me to execute every single one of you? She glanced down and froze. Her eyes locked onto Chen Yi's corpse. Isn't that him? Panic seized her throat and she shrieked. Emergency! We have an intruder! Guards! Get over here now! The alarm spread instantly. Every soldier in the East Manor began a frantic search for the assassin. Nantian sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Mom? What's going on out there? She rushed to him. It's an enemy attack. Nantian, stay here and don't run around. I'm calling your father right now. Nantian smiled calmly. Don't be scared, Mom. I'm 18 now. I'm an awakened professional. I'll protect you. Fang Yue hugged him, tears welling up. Oh, my son. I'm so moved. If only your trash of a father had even half your talent, life would be perfect. Click. The door handle turned. Fang Yue spun around, terrified. Who's there? Nantian cowered under the blanket. The corpses of her bodyguards toppled into the room, revealing the dead body of Luo Lia outside. Fang Yue gasped. The guards, they're all dead? How is this possible? Could it be the shadow? Did he find out our plan? A cold voice answered from the doorway. What plan? Guiling stepped into the light. Fang Yue demanded, Who are you? We have no grudge. Why are you attacking us? Guiling laughed darkly. No grudge? Look closer, Fang Yue. Don't you recognize an old friend? She pulled back her hood, revealing her face. Open your eyes wide and look at me. Do you remember who I am now? Fang Yue recoiled in shock. It's you, that damn wrench? You're actually still alive? Without hesitation, Guiling lunged, stabbing her through the chest. Her voice was pure ice. Die, you devil. You slaughtered my parents. Now, I'll make your son watch you die. Fang Yue coughed blood, begging. I surrender. I admit defeat. Just one request. Please, don't hurt my son. Guiling lifted her into the air. Ridiculous. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Fang Yue gasped. This is between us, my son. He is innocent. Guiling roared. Shut up. When you butchered my parents, did you spare a thought for me? Die. With a surge of power, she obliterated Fang Yue's body. Flesh and blood exploded across the room. Nantian watched the gruesome scene, trembling in fear. Guiling scoffed, exhaling a breath of relief. The vendetta was finished. She glanced at the boy cowering in the bed, watching her with wide eyes. Seeing him shrink back in terror, she decided he wasn't worth the effort. She turned and walked away. Her footsteps faded into the silence of the night. Guiling had spared the child. But the moment she was gone, Nantian stopped trembling. A twisted, arrogant smile spread across his face. The boy sat up, his voice changing completely. I was getting sick of her controlling my life anyway. I've been bored for so long. I really should thank you, big sister. His eyes gleamed with malice. Hey, Wang Kai. Looks like you get to eat fresh maiden meat tonight. Guiling froze as 3 ominous shadows materialized ahead. She spun around, senses on high alert. The figures moved unnaturally, jerking like marionettes dancing on invisible strings. It was Nantian, manipulating the threads to capture her alive. Let's have a little fun first, he sneered. This was the terrifying power of his unique hidden class, the Corpse Dancer. The Corpse Dancer possessed 0 physical combat ability on its own. However, their innate spiritual force was monstrous, allowing absolute control over the dead. Once enhanced, these cadavers retained every ounce of power they held in life. Guiling didn't stand a chance. A heavy blow sent her flying through the air. A pained groan escaped her lips as she crashed into the dirt, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. The undead puppets swarmed toward her helpless form. The lead attacker raised a weapon, firing a lethal round without hesitation. Guiling braced herself for the cold embrace of death, but the agony never came. Instead, the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground echoed around her. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, confusion clouding her mind. Why were her executioners lying motionless in the dirt? A cold voice sliced through the silence. Consider this a lesson. Standing there was a figure holding Nantian's severed head like a trophy. Mercy to an enemy is simply cruelty to oneself. Her eyes went wide, staring in shock at this terrifying new arrival. It was Qin Feng. He had stepped in to teach Guiling the ultimate rule of survival. Against a foe, one must never harbor a single shred of pity. Recognition dawned on her instantly. Thank you, Master. The forbidden spell, Blossom, activated. Beautiful higanbana flowers erupted across the battlefield as Guiling broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Mom, Dad, I finally did it. I avenged you. Qin Feng approached the weeping girl. The blood debt is paid. What will you do now? She shook her head vacantly. I don't know. Perhaps I should die too. Then I can finally be reunited with my family. Qin Feng understood that void well. When the fires of vengeance burn out, only cold emptiness remains. If she had chosen this path of no return, she must have prepared for this end. If eternal silence is truly what you desire, he said coldly, then I have nothing left to say to you. However, he paused, his voice carrying a strange weight. There is one piece of information you deserve to know. This apocalyptic game holds infinite possibilities and unexplored mysteries. Hidden within its depths is a method to resurrect the dead. As long as you keep moving forward, miracles are possible. But if revenge was your only reason to exist, then treat my words as the ramblings of a madman. But if you still have the will to forge ahead, he extended a hand, then stand up and follow me. The choice lies entirely with you. His words struck her soul like a bell, awakening a spark within Guiling's dead eyes. She pushed herself off the ground, stumbling forward before breaking into a run to catch up to his fading shadow. Back in the real world, at the Demon City Sanctuary, the spirit cleansing land, she looked around in awe. Master, is it safe to reveal this place? Qin Feng nodded. This is my sanctuary, in reality, the spirit cleansing land. The gates groaned open, revealing a palatial interior. You will live here from now on. Guiling gasped. The sheer luxury was overwhelming. A maid gracefully stepped forward. Welcome home, Master. Guiling's jaw dropped. You even have a maid? Prepare dinner for two, he commanded. She was created using the Tome of Divine Authority. Guiling blinked. The Tome of Divine Authority? As you wish, Master, the maid bowed. Qin Feng explained. That tome can manifest various items and life forms. It is an indispensable tool for survival. Rest now. Tonight, I will take you to challenge the Divine Tower in the virtual realm. Accepting the tome with trembling hands, she bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, at the Chu family estate in Demon City. After Qin Feng vanished, Chu Kunshan, the military advisor and husband of Dongfang Yue, stormed onto the scene. He screamed at his bodyguards, panic twisting his face. Hurry up, search everywhere. I won't let a single hair on my wife or child be harmed. His mind raced. Yue called me for help. Who would dare attack us in the middle of the night? Could it be the shadow? Fear gripped his heart. Did he discover our secret plan for the fireworks factory? No. That's impossible. The elite guards scanned every inch of the floor and the master bedroom, analyzing the chaotic scene with professional precision. A guard reported, Sir, there are clear signs of a struggle, but no targets found. Kunshan grabbed his collar. What? Where are my wife and son? You can't find them? What about the guards? The servants? The guard shook his head, pale. Gone, sir. No survivors. And no corpses. Nothing? Kunshan cursed under his breath. Damn it. It's exactly like the Dongfang family massacre. Alive, no person seen. Dead, no corpse found. The grim reality settled in. Yue and Nantian. They were likely erased from existence. Tears streamed down his face as rage took over. It was the shadow. He butchered my family. Issue a Class A wanted order immediately. I want him hunted down. Qing Yue, standing calmly beside him, frowned. Advisor Chu, how can you be so certain the shadow is the culprit? Because the modus operandi is identical to the Dongfang massacre, he shrieked. My wife's entire family was wiped out by him. The Dongfang case was never conclusively linked to the shadow, she countered coldly. And now, with your family missing, there is even less logic connecting him to this crime. Her voice dropped several degrees, sharp as a blade. Unless you possess some inside information the rest of us don't. For instance, she pressed, did your family provoke the shadow, triggering a vendetta? Kunshan's face darkened through his tears. Watch your tongue, Inspector, Qing Yue. Are you actually daring to cast suspicion on the military advisor of Demon City? She replied coldly, save your threats. They won't work on me. Qing Yue laid out the facts. Not long ago, the Sky Guild captured members of the Black Dragon Guild. We handed them straight to the Magic City authorities. After a little interrogation, they sang like birds. They confessed you ordered the hit on the player known as Darkness. You planned to lure him to the fireworks factory and blow him to smithereens. Our original plan was to catch your men red-handed at the factory, but Dongfang Yue has vanished. We suspect she fled to escape judgment, leaving you to take the fall. She flashed her warrant card at him. Staff Officer Chu, you are under suspicion of abusing power and plotting acts of terror. Come with us quietly for the investigation. As the officers grabbed him, Chu Kunshan screamed, what the hell are you doing? Qing Yue, you have some nerve. You conspire with those trash guilds, and now you dare arrest a government official like me? She didn't flinch. Official or not, it makes no difference. I only stand on the side of justice. He struggled violently. Let me go, she sighed. Staff Officer Chu, I suggest you cooperate. If you are truly innocent, you can file a complaint against me later. But for now, we are taking you to the special prison in the Magic City. In that place, time flows 100 times faster than the outside world. You better prepare yourself, old man. Chu Kunshan cursed vilely as they shoved him into the transport vehicle. Damn it, you can't do this to me. I'll report this to the high command. But the doors slammed shut. Perched high on a nearby branch, Tony watched the scene unfold. Found him. That noisy man is our target, isn't he? His partner nodded. That's him, the Magic City military staff officer, Chu Kunshan. He signaled his team. Time to move. The convoy, carrying Chu Kunshan, sped down the highway, headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside the car, Chu Kunshan was still ranting. Qing Yue, I will have your badge for this. You can't just throw me in prison. She rubbed her temples. This arrest comes from the top brass. Save your energy and stop screaming. He finally shut his mouth. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes. A blinding light roared toward them from the front. Boom! The projectile smashed into the windshield, forcing the vehicle to a halt. The car swerved violently, crashing off the road. Inside, Qing Yue was thrown against the door. Damn it! What now? A subordinate screamed. We're stuck. I can't move. Terrified, she looked up. Something was landing on the roof. Chu Kunshan slumped over, knocked unconscious by the impact. The door was ripped open. Tony dragged Chu Kunshan out like a sack of potatoes. Piece of cake. Mission accomplished. From the other vehicle, guards shouted, release the hostage, hands in the air or we shoot. Tony sneered. These government dogs still don't get it. The ambushers aimed their weapons. A man with a dark aura raised a massive hammer. Meteor fire strike. The hammer crashed down, obliterating the lead car. Flames roared to life, an inferno of destruction. Screams of agony echoed from the wreckage as the fire consumed everything. Tony whistled. That's some serious firepower. The bald man behind him grinned. Lord Theodore didn't lie to us. Zonghao stepped out of the flames, looking euphoric. Whatever. I just love killing these government lapdogs. This buff effect is insane. Lord Theodore's card boosted my stats 5-fold. I'm only level 10, but I wield the power of a level 50 master. He sighed mockingly. It's just a pity their lifespans are so pathetic. This whole bunch doesn't even add up to 100 years. Tony checked his watch. They are just insects. Once we finish the mission, Lord Theodore will grant us 1,000 years of life. Let's go. We have what we came for. With his help, killing Darkness and avenging Qianxi is only a matter of time. But inside the wrecked car, Qing Yue was still conscious, watching them. Suddenly, the woman in the villain's squad stopped. Wait. The bald man paused. What is it? A chilling aura radiated from her. I sense a rat. Someone is still breathing in there. Qing Yue's face went pale with terror. Whoosh. A massive fireball launched straight at her hiding spot. The explosion tore through the vehicle, sending sparks flying everywhere. The woman, Mei Jing, laughed coldly. Leave no dogs alive. She turned to her team with a twisted look. Do you guys still think about that girl, Qianxi? I'm actually getting jealous. Am I not crazy enough for you? The two men quickly sucked up to her. Miss Mei Jing is adorable in her own way. But Miss Qianxi, she was an old friend who gave us so much joy. According to Eastern tradition, we must remember her forever. We'll help her take revenge and help her ascend to Buddhahood. Thick black smoke rose into the night sky, carrying the stench of burning metal and flesh. But Qing Yue was gone. She crouched behind a distant tree, heart pounding. Her interface flashed. Hidden class demon hunter, passive skill triggered, death evasion. When sensing killing intent at the moment of death, the user automatically dodges. I survived. but the cooldown is 100 hours. She realized the truth. They are the remnants of the Alice Guild. A man named Theodore sent them to kidnap Chu Kunshan. My entire squad is wiped out. She gritted her teeth. I have to report this immediately. Qin Feng and his team are at the demon capital ruins, right in the line of fire. Qin Feng revealed the hidden lore. The guardian of this divine tower is simply known as Mother. Her true title, the Queen of the Waning Moon, Virginia. Before she became a soulless NPC guarding this tower, Virginia watched helplessly as her 2 children were slaughtered right before her eyes. The trauma shattered her mind completely. She fell into a deep delusion, believing her children were still alive. If a normal player challenges her, she demands they find her children. An impossible quest that leads to failure. But the truth is, that mission is a trap. The only way to truly unlock her rewards is to enter as a pair, a young man and a woman. In her madness, Virginia will mistake them for her deceased son and daughter. The battle difficulty plummets instantly, and the rewards? They become legendary. So remember, Qin Feng warned. Once we enter, call her Mother. That is the key. He signaled Guiling to move. Let's go. You handle the acting. I'll handle the rest. Virginia had been waiting in the darkness for a long time. Her voice echoed, trembling with emotion. My children, you have finally returned. You came back for the divine books, didn't you? Guiling didn't hesitate for a second. That's right, Mother. Tears welled up in her eyes, her acting flawless. Mom, I missed you so much. Virginia responded, her voice breaking. I missed you too, my child. I wish I could just hand it to you. But the laws of the Divine Tower are absolute. You must prove your strength. The system panel flashed. Boss, Queen of the Waning Moon, Virginia. Level 20 Emerald rank. Come, my children, defeat my avatars. Mother is cheering for you. Guiling stared in awe at the massive NPC manifestation before them. She's huge. System. Received Mother's blessing. All attributes increased by 20%. Qin Feng wasted no time. Shadows erupted from his body. The image of death surged forward, locking onto Virginia. Shadow severing slash. The damage numbers exploded. Critical hit. Negative 123,512 HP. System update. You have slain the Queen's avatars. Challenge successful. Guiling stood frozen, her jaw dropping. An instant kill? 3 shadow clones gone in a blink. She looked at Qin Feng, terrified by the suffocating dark aura surrounding him. She stammered, unable to process the power. Insta-killed. All 3 of them? Master, what kind of skill is that? That was too powerful. Virginia floated down toward them. Len, Anna, you've both grown so much. You have become strong and brave. She handed a stack of tomes to Guiling. Especially my little Anna. You've blossomed into a fine young woman. Here, take these 9 divine tomes I possess. Take them all. Guiling hugged the tragic NPC tightly. Thank you, Mother. Virginia's voice turned incredibly soft. I love you, little Anna. Qin Feng watched in silence. Virginia gave everything to her children without hesitation. That was why players ruthlessly exploited her. She would even trade her own lifespan to create items for them, until she eventually died for real. Virginia turned to him. Izen, my son, what do you desire? Qin Feng answered calmly. I need the divine tome. Communication bracelet. She nodded instantly. Done. Just wait a moment. Virginia began to gather her energy. Mother doesn't have that book on hand right now, so I will use my own lifespan to forge it for you. A glowing book floated toward him. Here, my son. System. Receive divine tome. Communication bracelet. Warning. You have lost 150 days of lifespan for the trade. Virginia smiled gently. Son, you didn't need to give me your lifespan. But Qin Feng shook his head. Take it, Mother. It is a gift from your son. We must go now. Virginia watched their retreating figures, calling out one last time. Take care on the road. My son. And little Anna. If you face danger, stay close to your brother. He will protect you. The words warmed Guiling's heart. Brother. Come to think of it, Master really is the perfect age to be my big brother. She chased after Qin Feng as they exited. Master, do you think I should call you Master or Brother from now on? Brother actually sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? Suddenly, the air turned ice cold. A terrifying killing intent exploded from Qin Feng. His voice was low and dangerous. Call me whatever you want, but never call me brother. Guiling froze. Why such a violent rejection? What tragic past was buried behind that word? At that exact moment, a message pinged from An Yu. Big boss, are you there? Qin Feng replied. And you? What's wrong? I need a huge favor. Can you show me your friend list? Qin Feng frowned in confusion. Why do you need to see that? And you dropped a bombshell. A serial killer has appeared in Jianghai City. 7 people are dead, and the rumors say that perverted killer is you. Qin Feng was stunned. What kind of nonsense is that? She continued. The investigation shows a pattern. The victims die exactly when you log out, and the killings stop when you log in. The killer knows the government's investigation methods too well. That's why everyone suspects you. But we know you, big boss. You would never do something so low. The realization hit him like a truck. So, you think someone is framing me? Anyone who can track my online and offline status in real time. It has to be someone on my friend list. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. The hunter had just become the hunted. Correct. Beyond her team, my connections are legendary. The guildmaster of the Holy Night Temple, Wu De Hui Huang, even the eccentric high-ranker, Milky Snow Savage. In the demon capital, there is Old Man Zhang, the leader of the Firmament Guild, and his granddaughter, Shi Li Qing Shan Yuan, a member of my own guild. Spirit Ghost and you accepted immediately. Understood. I'll deploy scouts. Qin Feng pressed for details. Ask and you. Where were the bodies found? She replied gravely. Scattered all over Jianghai City. The boss decided instantly. I will investigate this, personally. Hearing Qin Feng's hum of affirmation, An Yu cheered. Fantastic. If the boss moves, the killer doesn't stand a chance. I've sent the files to you. We're counting on you, boss. Qin Feng turned to his disciple. Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit. Log off. I have a mission for you. She bowed instantly. Your wish is my command, master. Back in reality, Qin Feng handed her an artifact. This is a communication bracelet. It bridges the gap between the game and reality, and this is the Nether Wolf mount I'm gifting you. Ride it to Jianghai City. Find the serial killer. She hesitated, staring at the beast. You're just giving me this mount? But master, I'm no detective. Qin Feng's expression darkened. Someone is setting a trap for me. They staged a murder perfectly timed with my logout. A calculated frame-up. I checked my friend list. None of them have the motive. His eyes narrowed. My online status. Wang Meng's group must have leaked it. There is a traitor in their ranks. Your skill. Yellow Spring's touch. It tracks targets by their aura. You are the perfect candidate for this hunt. The files have been sent to you. Use your abilities wisely, and the mission is yours. Ghost Spirit's eyes burned with determination. Understood, master. I will drag the culprit out of the shadows. Internally, she vowed. Master trusts me this much. I will not let him down. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel in the demon capital, Tony dragged Kunshan into the room. Theodore, sir, I brought him. The man smirked. Excellent work, Tony. Kunshan trembled. Theodore? The diplomat? Theodore turned slowly. Dear Kunshan, so you remember me. That embassy party. We had such a delightful chat. I couldn't stand seeing you treated unfairly, so I pulled some strings to rescue you. Cold sweat poured down Kunshan's face. It really is you, the embassy ghost. He realized the truth. You're all wanted criminals in Great Xi. Connected to Qian Shi. Are you targeting Shadow? Or the Great Xia government? Theodore shrugged. Is there a difference? Officials and Shadow. They are one and the same. Kunshan grit his teeth. My wife and child were butchered. Yet instead of hunting Shadow, they hunt me? A military staff officer? I know you didn't save me for charity. What do you want? Theodore grinned. My divination pointed to you. It says you hold the key to finding my treasure. Mr. Kunshan, what is your class? Realization struck him. Finding something? Is that why? He confessed. I possess the unique hidden class of the priest system. Feng Shui. Master. Skill 1. Yin-Yang Harmony. An active skill that manipulates enemy emotions. Passive effect. Bonus damage against ghost-type enemies. Skill 2. Earth Sense. It locates treasures, monsters, and ley lines. It determines the fortune of the land. A unique, hidden class, but purely support. Against Shadow, I am useless. Suddenly, a yin-yang symbol manifested at his fingertips. Yin-Yang Harmony. Activate. Tony barked at his subordinate. Idiot! Didn't you hear Mr. Theodore? He's helping us finding something. The grunt snapped back. Tony, say one more word and I'll end you, Tony roared. If not for the Qian Shishi mission, I would have crushed your skull. Rage consumed them both. I've had enough of you. Eyes glowing red, they lunged at each other. Die. I gave you face, now eat my fist. Fists flew in a blur of violence. Kunshan explained calmly. This is my power. They will not stop until one is dead. However, it fails against enemies 5 levels above me. Theodore clapped slowly. Impressive. Truly impressive. Mr. Kunshan, finding you was destiny. He drew a card. Enough. Our enemies are the government and Shadow. Infighting is wasteful. The card. Moon God Purification. Enlarged in midair. It drifted towards the 2 berserkers. Holy light bathed them, purging the negative status. Their fists froze mid-swing. Mei Jing gasped. Mr. Kunshan's skill is terrifying. The two men collapsed, heavily injured. Theodore commanded, "Miss Meijing, heal them." She nodded. "At once, Sir Theodore." He turned to the shadows. "Rest tonight. Once they recover, the hunt begins." Kunshan stood frozen in shock. He smirked internally. "My yin-yang harmony isn't some cheap trick. Ordinary purification spells won't even scratch the surface. Theo's true profession is." The deep voice of Mr. Chu cut through the silence, interrupting his train of thought. Mr. Chu produced an official card. "Welcome to the team. You hold the unique hidden class, Oracle Priest. You can divine the future, buff allies, purify curses, and use cards to teleport others a one-time trip." Meanwhile, in the heart of Jianghai City, Ghost Spirit descended on her netherwolf, scanning the area. She touched a crimson wisp floating in the air. "Got you. This is the killer's aura." Ghost Spirit stood tall, her eyes locking onto a trail of red motes drifting in the distance. She spurred the wolf forward. "The hunt is on. Let's go, wolf." Back at Qin Feng's old apartment in the real world, a heavy knock echoed against the door. Xiao Yu threw the door open, her face lighting up. Ran, you actually came." She glanced at the white-haired man standing beside Chu Ran. "Is this the buyer? You're amazing, Ran. I only mentioned selling the house yesterday, and you already found someone?" Ran shook her head. "No, Xiao Yu. This is a fortune teller I hired for you. I want him to help find your brother's location." Ren 2 stepped forward with a polite smile. "Greetings. I am the Oracle, Ren 2. Xiao, you blinked in confusion. "Divining my brother's location? Why?" Her friend sighed. "I'm moving out in 2 days. I won't be living with you anymore. Leaving you here alone. I just can't be at peace." She gripped Xiao Yu's shoulders. "Why the sudden move? Where are you going?" Chu Ran explained. "The Jianghai government discovered a platinum-rank sanctuary near the stadium. They invited the Dream Sand River Guild to garrison there, and I have to go with them." She gestured to the man. "Master Ren's predictions are legendary. He will find your brother." Ren 2 bowed slightly. "Qin Feng is a reliable man. If you ask sincerely, he will surely help." Xiao Yu crossed her arms, annoyed. Ran, I appreciate the thought, but I don't need it. 19 years of family ties, and he left just like that? Even if I find him, so what? Besides, I'm currently guarding the entrance for Lord Shadow. Shadow will definitely notice my talent soon. He'll recruit me into his Shadow Guild personally." Chu Ran tried to reason with her. "Shadow is a stranger. Your brother is family. I'd feel safer if Qin Feng was looking after you. Just try it, please. I haven't finished packing, so I need to head back." She poked her head out the door one last time. Ran, Ren 2 interrupted. "Miss Qin, do you have any of your brother's belongings? I need a medium for the divination." "Xiao, you blocked him. I told you, I don't want a reading." Ren 2 ignored her, stepping casually into the apartment. "Miss Chu mentioned you two live together. This house is soaked in his energy. That is more than enough. Xiao, you chased after him. Who gave you permission to enter?" "I don't need your magic tricks." He cut her off smoothly. "Miss Qin, I feel a destiny between us. This reading will be on the house." He whipped out a tarot card. "See the result for yourself. If you like it, good. If not, no harm done." The card glowed, projecting a spiritual image. A silhouette drifted silently in the crushing darkness of the deep sea. "Xiao." You stared, trembling. What does this mean?" Ren 2's voice turned grave. "I'm sorry, Miss Qin. Your brother was incinerated. His corpse has sunk to the bottom of the ocean." Her eyes went wide. "What?" Elsewhere, the subject of the conversation sneezed violently. The maid jumped. "Master, careful, you'll catch a cold." Back in the apartment, emotions crashed over Xiao Yu. "Qin Feng, you damn idiot. You just died like that? You useless trash. You were supposed to wait until I became incredibly powerful. I was going to trample you beneath my feet. I was going to make you beg for forgiveness." Ren 2 feigned sympathy. "Miss Qin, my condolences." He quickly shifted tactics. "I heard you have a connection to Lord Shadow. As it happens, I divined his location as well. Would you like to come with me?" Her grief vanished instantly. "Really?" He nodded. "Of course. If you agree to the teleportation, I can use this card to take you straight to him. Your brother may be dead, but if you can be adopted by Lord Shadow as a new brother, well, that would be a joyous occasion." "Xiao, you stepped into the portal without a second thought." "Yes. Screw that, Qin Feng. Who cares if he died early? Shadow knows how well I guarded his gate. He will definitely protect me." Space warped and twisted. They materialized in a dingy storage room. "Xiao." You looked around, confused. "Where are we? Where is Shadow?" Ren 2 tossed his coat aside, his friendly mask dissolving. "That is exactly what I want to ask you." Bam! A fist buried itself in her stomach. Before she could recover, he grabbed her ankle and hoisted her upside down. "Tell me everything you know about Shadow. Every single detail." Xiao Yu gasped for air, tears streaming down her face. I don't know him. Rentu rained punches into her gut. Still lying? Didn't you say you guard his gate? Didn't you say you see him often? Seeing her go limp, he scoffed in disappointment. Fainted already? Does she really have 0 stats? Didn't the system give her any durability? Rentu dragged her unconscious body across the floor by her leg, dialing his phone. The bait is secured. When do we start the operation? It has been 2 whole days since I last tasted blood. My blade is screaming with thirst. The voice on the other end issued a sharp warning. Play with her however you wish, but until I give the order, you are forbidden from taking her life. I cannot kill her yet? He scoffed. In his hand, a glint of cold steel appeared, a wicked dagger ready for work. Fine then. I will take my time and savor the game. Meanwhile, his contact stared intensely at the phone screen. A dark thought crossed his mind. Shadow has not gone offline for 2 full days. If the game's attributes are truly converting to reality, his metabolism would be skyrocketing. The demand for food should be overwhelming. It is physically impossible for Shadow to survive without logging off to eat. The only explanation is that NU stopped reporting his movements. Panic set in. Have they realized someone is setting a trap for Shadow? Damn it all. I need to accelerate the plan immediately. Just then, a subordinate approached Captain Ma Neliang. But Ma's mind was twisted with malice. Shadow, if every citizen believes you are a psychopathic killer, how will you handle the pressure? It won't be long before public opinion detonates like a bomb. Society will descend into absolute chaos. Even if the authorities want to ignore you, they will be forced to hunt you down. Miles away, Guiling suddenly froze in her tracks. Her eyes lit up with triumph as she sensed that blood-red aura. I found you. Gazing down at a specific room where the aura stagnated, she activated Hidden Shadow. Cloaked in invisibility, she leaped into the abyss to give chase. Guiling moved like a phantom through the silent corridor, following the trail of energy. As she drifted past a doorway, a sickening sound stopped her. A voice from inside moaned with twisted pleasure. Yes, this feels absolutely euphoric. Her eyes widened in pure horror at the hellscape within. Xiaoyu was hanging upside down, her legs severed at the knees. Below her, Rentu extended his tongue, catching the dripping blood like fine wine. It has been an eternity since I had a toy this entertaining. A desperate system notification flashed before Xiaoyu's eyes. Request failed combat state active. Unable to enter the divine game, she thrashed against her bonds, but the merciless notification only blinked again. Tears streamed down her face as despair took hold. Why is this happening? I only wanted to sell an apartment. Why did I end up in this nightmare? I am going to die. My life ends here. In the depths of her hopelessness, she grasped for a savior. Help me. How is anyone there? Suddenly, the image of one man flashed through her mind. If Qin Feng were here, he would save me. Qin Feng, you bastard. Why did you have to die? You were supposed to be the one protecting me. Suddenly, a vibrant green light enveloped Xiaoyu. Watching from the shadows, Guiling gasped. A healing art? Has someone come to save me? But it was the killer who spoke. My beautiful treasure, allow me to introduce myself properly. My ID in the game is Rentu. My class is a priest. The realization was sickening. He had cast the healing spell to prolong her suffering. Rest assured, darling. I have no intention of letting you die so quickly. A depraved grin stretched across his face, torturing prey to the absolute limit before granting them death. That is the only way to achieve the ultimate experience. That is precisely why I chose the path of the priest, Rentu declared, raising his blade. Now, my treasure, I think I shall slice off your chest next. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes rolled back as she passed out from sheer terror. He cackled maniacally. Fainted already? What a fragile and pathetic little thing. Swish. A blade tore through the air, straight at Rentu. Instantly, countless phantom blades erupted, binding his body like chains of hell. The force of the strike lifted Rentu off the ground. Guiling stepped out from the void, her voice dropping to 0 degrees. Why do you slaughter the innocent? And why are you trying to frame Shadow? He frantically attempted to cast a healing art to patch his wounds, but the energy bindings only tightened, choking off his magic. Guiling dashed forward, slamming her fist directly into his throat. Rentu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Spill everything you know, she threatened, or I will show you exactly what it feels like to have your legs sawed off. Terror finally broke him. Don't. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Jianghai City within the Divine Game, the team had gathered, and you broke the silence. Ever since we stopped reporting Shadow's log-in and log-out times, the murders have ceased. The fact that Shadow continues to log in and out proves one thing. Someone is actively manufacturing these crimes to frame him. Dalizi nodded with conviction. I knew it. There is no way the boss is a psycho killer. When the boss kills, he doesn't even leave bones behind. Why would he leave corpses for show? NU sighed. None of us believe he is a monster. But the public. They are a different story. Once the rumors spread, mass panic is inevitable. That chaotic instability is the killer's true objective. At that point, innocent or not, the government will have no choice but to eliminate Shadow to restore order. Dalizi frowned. But can the government actually defeat Shadow? And Yu smiled grimly. Absolutely not. A direct conflict would cripple the government's forces. Foreign nations would seize that opportunity to invade, plunging our country into peril. Wang Meng slammed his fist down. We have to clear Shadow's name immediately. It is certain now. The traitor setting this trap is hiding within the Jianghai city government. And Yu narrowed her eyes. Someone in the government with a grudge against Shadow. Only one name comes to mind. Back in reality, Ma Nieliang was losing his composure. Why is there still no report of Shadow logging off? He raged. It has been 2 damn days. That maniac. His bloodlust might have taken over. He could have killed the prey already. Damn it. Could An Yu and her team have discovered the truth? An Yu. Do your eyes see nothing but the darkness? Unless I extinguish that Shadow, I will never truly possess you, An Yu. For your sake, I didn't hesitate to make an enemy of the entire Great Xia. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. Ma Nieliang's eyes widen. A message. Did Shadow go offline? The text reads, the prey has escaped. I need 3 years of lifespan to extract the tracking skill. Come to this address and deliver the lifespan. He curses violently. Useless trash. Can't even handle a simple job like this. If this leaks out, it's game over. He has no choice. He has to go personally. Ma Nieliang teleports to Rentu's hideout. He storms to the gate, shouting, Killer, I'm here. What are you doing? How could you let the prey escape? But his voice dies in his throat. The scene before him freezes his blood. 2 figures are strung up high, including Rentu. He stares in shock. This is, suddenly, a blade flashes from the shadows. Before he can react, razor-sharp wires bind his body, rendering him helpless. Ma Nieliang is hoisted into the air alongside his accomplice. Rentu screams, You want to harm my master, don't you? Ma spits back. Master? You screw up. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Guiling steps from the dark. Of course I know. The killer told me everything. You are Ma Nieliang, son of Ma Gang, the mayor of Jianghai City. You ordered the hits, waiting for Shadow to go offline so you could ambush him in the real world. Killer, you kept your promise and lured the mastermind out. As a reward, I'll give you a chance to enjoy yourself. I order you. Kill Ma Nieliang. Use your favorite method. Rentu's eyes light up with madness. Thank you, milady. Ma Nieliang screams, Damn it! Killer, stop! Don't do this! Rentu rushes forward, knife in hand. Sorry, President Ma, I was forced to do this, but the blade halts inches from his face. An invisible force stops the strike cold. A hidden card activates. The wires binding Ma Nieliang loosen instantly, and Rentu is kicked flying across the room. Flames erupt in front of Guiling, blazing with intensity. 2 glowing orbs float around Rentu, while a speed card manifests on Ma Nieliang's forehead. Did you think I'd come here unprepared? So, you're that Shadow's little disciple, huh? Solar Divine Power. It boosts my stats based on player class for 3 minutes. He sneers, his aura exploding. I'll start by carving you up. I'll wipe out the Shadow and his running dogs. Energy blasts surge toward Guiling. Die. Multi-shot barrage. She activates stealth, fading into the gloom to dodge the onslaught. Ma Nieliang holds his bow, panic setting in. Where did she go? This movement. An assassin class. Just like Shadow. Suddenly, wires snake around him from behind. A blade pierces his arm. A scream of agony tears from his throat. Guiling's voice is ice cold. Weaklings like you deserve to die. That skill card. It definitely doesn't belong to you. Speak. Who is standing behind you? Ma Nieliang breaks down, sobbing in pain. It hurts. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was a group of foreigners. Them and the corpse sect. They sought me out. They wanted my help to kill Shadow. She presses the blade deeper. They gave you the cards? He nods frantically. Yes. They said a big shot is backing them. They told me to rest easy. Guiling narrows her eyes. Who is this big shot? I don't know. I swear. Please, spare me. My family will thank you. Guiling stays silent, her killing intent rising. Thorns pierce his body. He howls. You know my father is the mayor. He can give you anything you want. She sighs, annoyed. You're too loud. Guiling remembers the code. Master said, never show mercy to an enemy. She glances at Xiaoyu. Right. And there's this girl. Her legs are gone. How tragic. I've notified the authorities. Whether you live or die depends on your own luck. Moments later, Jianghai City officials rush the scene after receiving an anonymous tip. Officers sprint toward Xiaoyu. Medic, get the medical team over here. An officer examines the corpses. 2, confirmed dead. One is Ma Nieliang from our department. The other is unidentified. The injured girl is unconscious, but stable. A subordinate shouts from the back. Captain, we found a message left on the wall. This serial killer case involves two accomplices conspiring together. They intended to frame the vigilante known as Shadow. The evidence is on their phones, and the girl is a witness. Doing good without leaving a name. The captain is shocked. The phone has a recording. It's real. Mane Liang colluded with Ren Tu to kill people and frame an innocent party. There's more. Someone on the inside leaked Shadow's online status to Mane Liang. Send a team to arrest the mole immediately. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is enjoying a peaceful dinner when his phone buzzes. A message from An Yu. Big news, Mr. Shadow. The perverted serial killer case has made a huge breakthrough. Qin Feng raises an eyebrow. Found the culprit already? She replies, preliminary findings identify them as Mane Liang and a man named Ren Tu. You suspect it's only a temporary conclusion? And Yu confirmed with a grim nod. Correct. Because both suspects are already dead. However, we found the evidence and the victim. She continued, her voice heavy. The proof indicates a 99% probability they were the killers. But the girl, she lost both legs and endured unspeakable torture. She is currently lying in a deep coma at the hospital. To be safe, we must wait for her to awaken and provide testimony before we can officially close the case. Qin Feng understood immediately. It seemed Gui Ling had executed the mission with terrifying perfection. And Yu added, Boss, this matter caused you trouble. I am truly sorry. As an apology, I will offer you a piece of high-value intelligence. She revealed that a strange phenomenon had manifested in the novice town of Jianghai City. 5 flying demonic beasts were lurking in the sky, relentlessly hunting down players. Even stranger, whenever one was killed, the number did not decrease. It always maintained a count of 5. This mirrors the situation with the 7 bosses gathering at Dark Moon Town previously. Boss, I am certain there is a sign of a super treasure. You should go handle them quickly. Qin Feng smirked inwardly. Another ancient god's stone plate had appeared. He praised her. Not bad intel at all. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. Based on An Yu's description, this stone plate was definitely high in the sky. Players would need flight capabilities in the later stages of the game, which meant he needed a flying mount right now. He recalled that last time, at the Magic Tower, he had obtained the key to Skull City. That place was once part of the Morega Empire and the homeland of the dragon race. There was a high chance he could obtain a flying mount there. Qin Feng teleported immediately. Entry required level 20. He was currently level 19. Just one more level needed. Time to move. At the coast outside Skull City, waves crashed against the shore. He manifested his presence on this desolate, ruined beach. Suddenly, a disturbance behind him caught Qin Feng's attention. He glanced back and saw a group of people in the distance, locked in combat with a monster. A gigantic insectoid beast was radiating a massive aura of power. Qing Yue asked in shock, Bubbles? What kind of skill is this? A teammate beside her shouted, Watch me. He is activating the unique energy of the hidden class, Soul Walker. It is one of the strongest support classes. It can transform himself and his teammates into a soul state. In that state, we cannot launch any attacks, but we also won't take any damage, and physical objects can't even touch us. A wave of massive power rushed from the monster, passing harmlessly through them. He barked an order, planning to cancel the soul state right after the attack passed. Bro, hit it now. One of them drew a bowstring taut, aiming for the monster's head. Qin Feng observed from the shadows, his eyes narrowing. He remembered his past life. This man, Zuma, along with others, had conspired to deceive the Mado government. That incident caused heavy casualties for the Mado administration, destroying social order and causing 3 months of chaos that indirectly led to the deaths of over 100,000 citizens. Qing Yue warned her team, Careful. The boss's health is low. It is about to enter phase 2. Beneath the boss's body, strange bubbles began to glow. They were eggs, rapidly hatching into small, vicious insects. A teammate struggled to block with a shield. Damn it, how did it summon so many mobs? Qing Yue shouted her command. Hey Zuma, use soul swap on the mobs. If the rest of us focus fire on the boss, we will win. Zuma, hurry up. What are you doing? The swarm of small insects was rushing toward her. Qing Yue fired arrows desperately while cursing. Shit, there are too many. We can't hold them back. Zuma stood there, distracted and idle. One of the insects lunged, grabbing hold of her. Qing Yue screamed in pain, cold sweat drenching her as she stared at the vicious bug. Suddenly, sharp sword lights sliced through the air, weaving a net of death that shredded the swarm instantly. Qing Yue fell to the ground, safe. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was already attacking the boss. His Dark Knight ring blade spun like a crimson tornado. System notification. You have killed the Emerald Vine Shrimp. You have received 15,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have received 55 evolution points. You received 9.175 years of lifespan. Tradable. You received 13 pieces of equipment. You received 6 skill books. Zuma, hiding in the shadows, gasped in terror. Shadow? Why is he here? In a blink, Qin Feng appeared before him and slashed, sending Zuma's head flying instantly. System update. You have killed player Zuma. Qing Yue looked on with curiosity. Shadow, thank you for saving us, but why did you kill our teammate? Qin Feng asked coldly. Midnight Rain. Why does your Mado government team have a foreigner in it? She explained. He is foreign aid we hired. His class was the key to taking down this boss. Who could have thought he would lose focus at such a critical moment? Qin Feng pointed out the truth sharply. I saw it. He wasn't distracted at all. Haven't you heard the saying? His eyes darkened. If they are not of our kin, their hearts are sure to be different. He claims it was intentional, but what exactly does he gain from this chaos? Qin Feng replied coldly. That is a mystery for your government to solve. You may report this to the Demon City officials. If you encounter a boss you cannot handle, contact me directly. My price is simple. I claim all assassin-class gear and tradable lifespan. Everything else belongs to you. Mirroring my contract with Zhanghai City, the delegation erupted in cheers. Is that true? He cut through the noise. Remember, I only hunt platinum rank and above, and the right to loot the corpse is mine alone. Qing Yue nodded instantly. Agreed. I will transmit the order to the Pioneer team immediately. A system notification flashed before everyone's eyes. Attention all Pioneer squads. Report coordinates immediately upon sighting any boss of platinum rank or higher. Shadow has agreed to intervene. He only demands assassin equipment, lifespan, and first looting rights. Team members on the verge of death wept with joy. We're saved. We don't have to die here today. Has spring finally arrived for our dark and desperate Demon City? Across the battlefield, squads facing imminent doom realized the truth. Like Zhanghai, they would finally have access to high-tier equipment. Distress signals flooded the channels. Platinum boss spotted here. Hurry. Forget him. I'm farming an emerald boss. Come here first. We're about to be wiped out. Qing Yue reported. Great one. Coordinates are pouring in. The map is lighting up. Several targets are nearby. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. That fast? He mused silently. Zhanghai City's forces have improved their gear and levels thanks to our partnership, but Demon City is still living in a hellscape of fire and blood. He turned sharply. Send the coordinates. I'm moving out. Qing Yue beamed. Understood. Sending data now. The other members waved frantically. Thank you, Great One. May the winds guide your blade. Elsewhere, a massive boss scanned its surroundings. 2 team members crouched in the brush, whispering nervously. Captain Lin hissed. Shadow is en route to our location. Really? I've never actually seen Shadow in person. I wonder if he's handsome? A teammate nudged her, grinning. Fangirling at a time like this? No one knows what he looks like. She scoffed, blushing. I'm not. I'm just curious. They say Shadow soloed an emerald boss. Do you think this platinum freak can survive 2 of his strikes? The captain looked skeptical. Impossible. Platinum bosses aren't made of glass. With those stats, I'd say it takes at least 10 hits. Suddenly, a single blade of light crashed down from the heavens. The impact shook the ground, startling the squad. System notification. You have slain the platinum rank long-haired minotaur. XP gained, 72,000. Congratulations. Received 20 evolution points. Loot obtained, 5.17 years of tradable lifespan. Skill book acquired. Platinum assassin skill. Smoke bomb. Qin Feng was already calculating. Good. The minotaur is dust. Next target lies to the east. By the time the dust settled, he was gone. The trio stared in shock. What just happened? Where's the boss? Is it dead? Shadow was here? 1/ instant kill. And then he vanished? I didn't even see his silhouette. But the Great One is a man of his word. He didn't touch anything but the assassin gear. Meanwhile, Qin Feng arrived at a treacherous range of jagged cliffs. The battle here was catastrophic. An explosion sent an entire squad flying like ragdolls. A towering boss wielded a massive greatsword with terrifying force. A member screamed, "Damn it, I told you to keep your distance." Someone realized the horror. The aggro range of an emerald boss is double that of a platinum. We can't escape. The greatsword, dripping with molten lava, descended. The soldier closed his eyes in despair. It's over. I'm dead. Just as death seemed certain, a blinding sword ray cleaved through the air, striking the monster. The soldier stared, dumbfounded. The boss disintegrated into pixels. Shadow clone /4. 4 silhouettes of pure darkness materialized. You have slain the traitor Lu, Emerald rank noble. XP gained, 160,000. Congratulations. Received 60 evolution points. Loot obtained, 10.35 years of tradable lifespan. Skill book acquired. Emerald Assassin. Skill. Shadow Merge. The witnesses trembled. 4 shadows. And each one dealt over 310,000 damage? Am I dreaming? Are we even playing the same game as Shadow? One soldier fell to his knees. The gap between us isn't skill. It's the difference between a mortal and a god. From this day forth, Shadow is the only deity I pray to. System update. Congratulations. You have reached level 20. Qin Feng smirked. Farming bosses really is the fastest way to level up. System notification. The Ancient God's Calamity tablet is fully charged. His eyes lit up with anticipation. Finally, I can add a new affix. Let's see what divine power drops this time. System alert. Consumed 321 evolution points. Remaining balance, 252. Skill evolution. Platinum Shadow Merge has evolved to mythical rank. Effect. Grants the user and allies. Level 5. Absolute invisibility. System alert. Passive acquired. You have gained 20% damage immunity in dim conditions. Stealth mastery has ascended to level 10. Duration. Infinite. Qin Feng smirked, a predatory glint in his eyes. This was the perfect replacement for latent shadow. By using Blend into Darkness, his stealth proficiency could now skyrocket to level 21. At this tier, even diamond rank bosses would remain blind to his presence. Notification. You have consumed 251 evolution points. Remaining balance, 1 point. Target. Smoke Bomb. Platinum rank evolved to Legendary. The Assassin class skill now unleashes a smoke bomb that completely obliterates enemy vision. It even deals minor dark elemental damage over time. Qin Feng chuckled, staring at the swirling energy in his palm. A trash skill like Smoke Bomb. Quote, evolved instantly, only to be devoured. System alert. Bloodline ability. Activated Spirit Devourer. You have consumed the legendary rank Smoke Bomb. Your spirit attribute is undergoing a metamorphosis. Spirit conversion ratio increases from 3 to 5 points. All elemental resistances rise from 5 to 7 points. Elemental attack power surges from 1,373 to 1,895. Total elemental resistance locked at 1,623. Elemental damage reduction jumps from 61.8% to a staggering 2,145 base defense, with 68.2% reduction. Qin Feng's satisfaction grew with every notification. With stats like these, the Skull Citadel ruins would be a walk in the park. However, crossing the sea remained a problem. There were no boats, no transport devices in sight. Below the surface, hundreds of crimson eyes peered up at him from the abyss. He knew the truth. This ocean was a nest of nightmares, and in this godforsaken game, he had no water-walking ability or aquatic mount. Fighting underwater without preparation? That was nothing short of suicide. Qin Feng unfurled his map, eyes narrowing at a specific anomaly. Why was there a locked gate marked right here on the shoreline? Logically, there should be caves or tunnels nearby. Fate favored the bold. He decided to investigate the coordinates immediately. The massive structure loomed before him. He had found it. System alert. The Great Gate is sealed. Do you wish to use the Skull Citadel key to unlock it? Qin Feng paused, genuinely surprised. To think the key was meant for this exact location. System alert. Skull Citadel key used. As the heavy stone doors groaned open, curiosity gnawed at him. How could a gate on this shore possibly connect to the ruins across the ocean? Steeling his nerves, Qin Feng stepped into the gloomy corridor. But the path ahead? Was a dead end? Qin Feng halted, his senses on high alert as he analyzed the wall. Wait. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, so that was the trick. His silhouette dissolved, merging perfectly with the shadows. Far ahead, the illusion faded, revealing a deep, ominous tunnel radiating dark energy. He stepped out of the tunnel mouth, emerging into a new world. In the distance, a castle atop a jagged peak was being hammered by relentless lightning strikes. System alert. You have entered the Maliga Empire. Location: Skull Citadel ruins. Warning: this is a berserk danger zone. Lifespan consumption rate in this area is accelerated by 100 times. Qin Feng gazed at the architecture, impressed by the twisted ingenuity. Who would have guessed that a tunnel connecting the two shores lay buried deep beneath the seabed? The legendary Skull Citadel ruins. He remembered a madman from his past life, a lunatic who claimed there was a secret passage under the sea, though no one believed him then. Everyone dismissed it, claiming he was confusing it with another game called Jin. But the madman had been right all along. History was being rewritten before Qin Feng's eyes. Stepping out of stealth, he approached a massive skeletal frame lying dormant on the ground. Suddenly, the giant skeleton sprang to life. Qin Feng shifted instantly into a combat stance, eyes locking onto the creature. Identification complete. Target, Ruins Guardian, Thousand Blade Morven. Rank, Diamond. Her upper body retained a human form, but from the waist down, she was a monstrosity. The festering wounds on her skin mirrored those of the white dragon Atis. It was, as he feared. This was a citizen of Malaga, corrupted and twisted by the curse of Zaitus. Qin Feng analyzed the gruesome injuries on her torso. Even in life, she must have endured torture beyond human imagination. Bone spikes shot toward him like missiles. Qin Feng blurred into motion, dodging the barrage before launching himself high into the air. System alert. Skill granting release activated. Your next throat slash attack within 3 seconds will deal massive bonus true damage. He unleashed the Shadow Kill silhouette. Countless shield shadows multiplied, slashing toward the boss in a quadruple strike formation. The boss's health bar plummeted, instantly dropping below 50%. Shadow slash cooldown reset, granting release cooldown reset. The skill's effect caused the boss's aura to erupt into a blood-red frenzy. Sword lights wove a net of death around her. With a final, decisive strike, Qin Feng cleaved the monstrosity in two. System alert. You have slain the Ruins Guardian, Thousand Blade Morven. Rank, Emerald. Rewards, 180,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have gained 60 evolution points. You have gained 10.23 years of lifespan. Loot acquired, 16 tradable equipment pieces, 4 skill books. Qin Feng lowered his weapon, his voice solemn. Rest in peace, Morven. For a fleeting moment, her face seemed to soften, finding peace in liberation. Above, dark clouds swirled as thunder roared its requiem. Qin Feng extended his hand, firing a final sword shadow blade to ensure the threat was ended. The boss disintegrated into particles of light. System alert. You have killed the cursed Mori. You have received 180,000 experience points. System notification. Congratulations, you have acquired 60 evolution points. 10 years of tradable lifespan added. 15 pieces of equipment obtained. 3 skill books added to inventory. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes at the corpses. These demons, their upper halves were human, but their lower bodies were twisted, monstrous abominations. Even stranger, the system displayed human names for every single one. The surrounding skeletons were warped beyond recognition. They clearly resembled dragon skulls, yet they were grotesque, sprouting multiple eyes and jagged horns in a chaotic mess. This entire skull ruin felt like a twisted bio-experiment lab. Desperate to win the war, the people of Malaga had summoned the ancient entity, Cetus. But that old god of the ocean didn't bring salvation. He brought a curse, a plague that distorted their bodies and transformed the entire population into monsters. Qin Feng could feel the pressure mounting. The closer he got to the heart of Skull City, the thicker the curse hung in the air. His thoughts were cut short. A massive shadow lunged from the darkness. Boom! The figure crashed into the ground, blocking his path. The interface flashed red. Marin, Royal Guard Commander. Level 25. Platinum rank. Qin Feng frowned. A platinum boss? Why was its level and rank so suspiciously low? The boss didn't wait for introductions. It raised a massive arm and smashed it down. Qin Feng blurred backward, instantly launching his shadow blade to decapitate the enemy. The attack connected. The boss's health bar plummeted under the assault. But simultaneously, bam! An invisible force slammed into Qin Feng. His own health bar took a massive hit. Qin Feng stabilized himself as the boss rose from the dust unharmed. He finally saw the trap. God's Eye analyzed the anomaly instantly. This monster possessed 10 times the HP of a normal platinum boss. But worse, it had a passive damage reflection ability. Based on the impact, that was 100% damage return. If not for his dark light shield absorbing the blow, he would have killed himself just now. His eyes sharpened. No more playing around. This place was a death trap for the careless. Qin Feng soared into the sky, escaping the boss's reach. He maxed his dark light shield to the 10th layer and rained down shadow blade attacks. Damage numbers exploded, minus 2,284 times 10. He had a plan. Use low-damage rapid attacks to stack up his ultimate execution skill, relying on the shield to mitigate the reflected pain. Patience was key. The moment the charge meter filled, he unleashed the ultimate move, Grace of Liberation. The Crimson Rampage blade slashed through the air. The boss took a staggering 45,000 damage. Instantly, the same force rebounded onto Qin Feng. 45,000 damage reflected. The impact shuddered through him, cracking his shield. But Qin Feng didn't even flinch. He had calculated everything. His Crimson Rampage blade came with a 600% lifesteal effect. A recovery shield of 2.7 million HP enveloped him. 45,000 damage? That was barely a scratch. System. You have slain Marin, Platinum rank commander. Rewards flooded in. You have gained 250,000 experience points. Congratulations. 85 evolution points obtained. You have obtained 14.2 to 6 years of tradable lifespan. 13 items and 6 skill books dropped. But as the commander fell, a piercing alarm shrieked through the city. The royal guard had been alerted. Qin Feng paused, surprised by the sudden chaos. B.W. Wu, the horn of a war beast, echoed across the ruins. Countless monsters received the summons. They swarmed together, a tide of darkness closing in. Thud, thud. The earth trembled under the steps of giants. System alert. You have triggered the monster tide. Mission: annihilate all enemies to unlock the path forward. Surrounded by thousands of beasts, Qin Feng merely smirked. Fear? No. He looked ecstatic. This is perfect. The monsters paused, confused by his joy, just as he activated Dark Knight Ring. Blades of darkness sliced through the horde like a meat grinder. System: monster slain. Multiplier x32. System: all monsters eliminated. The passage to the central Skull City ruins is now open. You gained 500 experience points. 1 year of tradable lifespan added. Qin Feng scoffed. Only that much? It meant the curse was so potent, it continued to drain their lifespan even after they had become mindless beasts. Suddenly, glowing orbs of light rose from the corpses, dancing in the air before him. They wove together, forming a dazzling ribbon of energy that stretched from this peak to the mountain across the abyss. A path of light paved the way. Qin Feng realized these were the souls of the dead, finally free, uniting to guide him into the city. The radiant energy didn't just form a bridge, it swirled around Qin Feng, embracing him in a warm glow. System: buff acquired blessing of the Skull City citizens. Because you liberated the cursed souls, their gratitude grants you a probability to obtain the power of the dragon during combat in Skull City. Qin Feng stepped onto the bridge, a confident smile returning. Dragon power? Now things are getting interesting. These souls were banking on him to destroy the source of the curse. He strode toward the bridgehead. The dark cliffs of the inner city loomed ahead. The real nightmare was about to begin. Qin Feng steps onto the jagged peak, approaching the abyss. Below him, a sea of crimson eyes glares from the darkness. Without hesitation, he leaps. His coat snaps violently in the wind. The system flashes a red warning. Welcome to the cursed land of Skull City. Lifespan drain accelerated by 1,000 times. Splatter, Qin Feng crashes into the crater, landing knee-deep in a pool of glowing red sludge. He stands immovable, a lone figure amidst the swamp of blood. From the pulsing flesh walls, a monstrosity emerges. It stares in silence, furious at the intrusion. Facing Qin Feng's stoic expression, the boss opens its mouth and roars a word in the ancient tongue. Qin Feng's eyes widen in shock. That language. It's Morven? Why is the beast screaming that name like a madman? The twisted creature, Achilles, reveals its hideous, mutated true form. The interface flashes the enemy data. Target: Achilles, the last guardian of Skull City. Level 20. Emerald rank. Qin Feng instantly melds into the shadows. Stealth activated. But it's useless. Achilles' massive claw tears through the darkness, reaching straight for him. Boom! A devastating punch hammers the ground where Qin Feng stood, sending waves of crimson slime exploding into the air. Qin Feng triggers Ghost Shadow, dodging narrowly. Impossible. My stealth is level 21. How can he see me? The beast just keeps shrieking that name. Morven! The monster's palms slam together like thunder. Qin Feng backflips to safety. He realizes something strange. He won't stop chanting in the ancient tongue. A theory forms in Qin Feng's mind. Is it because I killed Morven earlier? I absorbed her lifespan. This beast must be locked onto Morven's life force within me to track my position. Qin Feng hesitates. The spikes protruding from Achilles. They look exactly like the armor on the Royal Guard captain he fought before. Does he have damage reflection too? Qin Feng tests it. Shadow Blade. The strike hits. Achilles takes 3,800 damage. And instantly, Qin Feng takes the exact same hit. Qin Feng smiles grimly. I knew it. Achilles roars, unleashing his Osa. Suddenly, pulsating eggs covered in razor-sharp spikes burst from the ground around Qin Feng. Those eggs must reflect damage too. If they hatch, they'll spawn elite monsters. He strikes 3,000 damage reflected instantly. Qin Feng calculates rapidly. It takes 3 shadow blades to destroy a single egg. That means sacrificing 3 layers of my dark shield. Even with his cooldown reduction, regenerating a shield layer takes 2 critical seconds. There's no safe way to clear them in time. Fine, let them hatch. His ultimate skill is fully charged. Crimson Arc Blade. A blood-red slash descends from the heavens like judgment. 45,000 damage. The boss's protective barrier cracks. But the eggs are mutating. The spikes are growing massive. Crack. From within, cursed young dragons, level 20 emerald rank, crawl into the light. Qin Feng touches down. The moment the dragons emerge, Qin Feng spins. Dark Knight Ringblade. Their health bars plummet in unison. System alert. Cursed young dragon slain. ×9. Qin Feng smirks cold. With my blood shield active, your damage reflection is nothing to me. But the battle isn't over. Orbs of light gather before him, coalescing into a new form. A voice booms. Outsider. A new boss manifests from the energy. Do not presume to destroy my kind. Blood Curse Achilles, Scaled Lancer, level 20, Emerald rank. The beast launches itself from the ground, spear point aimed straight at Qin Feng's heart. Danger. Qin Feng's eyes flash icy blue. Phantom slash. Countless blades intersect in a net of destruction. Clang. The attacks bounce off harmlessly. The boss has immunity ×9. It takes 0 damage. Qin Feng freezes. What? Immunity? A massive fist slams into him, launching him high into the air. -28,000 health. His body slams violently into the canyon wall. The boss's gloomy voice echoes through the chamber. As long as blood and soul remain, Skull City shall never fall. Qin Feng analyzes rapidly while recovering. In God's game, only monsters above zombie rank should possess speech. He's only Emerald rank. How is he sentient? The boss charges a blast. Skull City, Mare, and the citizens. Demon Dragon Cannon. A beam of pure energy tears through the air. I protect them all. Qin Feng scrambles to escape the blast zone. He counters with Shadow Blade, but it's useless. The immunity shield holds strong. Qin Feng grits his teeth. Damn it. How do I break that defense? The boss raises a mutated arm. Red tentacles erupt, weaving together a prison of flesh. A giant skeletal cage traps him instantly. System warning. Lifespan draining rapidly. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years gone. Qin Feng curses. He's sucking my life away. This is the power of Cetus. Unblockable, unavoidable. At this rate, he'll be a withered husk in seconds. Ding. System alert. Dragon power activated. Hidden skill detected. Shadow of Slaughter. Inherited from Dragon Guard 80s. Buff acquired. Flames of Ruin. When Shadow of Slaughter is active, all attacks are now infused with the destructive fire of 8s. The flames of destruction bypassed all defenses. They incinerated the enemy's very soul, dealing double the devastation in a single strike. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with a brilliant golden light. This was the true might of the dragon. He unleashed the dragon's counter. Shadow images danced as he combined the dragon shield slash, his blade cloaked in raging infernal energy. The destructive flames coiled around the boss like a serpent, and a cascade of damage numbers flooded the system interface. Consumed by the roaring fire, the beast shrieked in agony. No, I cannot fall here. Cetus, grant me power. I must preserve the dragon race. Qin Feng stood tall, radiating the aura of the war god Ates. What you have done was never protection. You trapped everyone in an eternal curse the moment you summoned that evil. Taste the flames of destruction and atone for your sins. The dragon rage slash crashed down on its burning body. A massive damage number exploded. -467,850. A system notification chimed. You have slain the final guardian of Skull City. You gained 100,000 experience points. Congratulations. You received 120 evolution points. You gained 39.8 years of tradable lifespan. Bonus received, 60 evolution points. Additional reward, 39.8 years of tradable lifespan. Item acquired. Diamond rank bone spike. The dragon's power faded from his body, leaving Qin Feng stunned. This boss was worth a staggering 1 million experience points. That meant every monster in the city had been funneling their power to him, but his remaining lifespan was only 39.8 years. Strange. Perhaps Cetus had drained his life force long ago. Another notification flashed. Because you utilized the power of the dragon to slay the beast, a hidden bonus has been unlocked. Qin Feng grinned. A secret reward? The screen populated with loot. Acquired. Withered Bone Rune. Acquired. Spirit Mount Epic rank. He checked the item details. Withered Bone Rune. A key to the tomb of the Withered Bone God. Collect 3 runes to enter the divine ruins. Qin Feng stored it away. Just 2 more, and the mysterious ruins would be his to explore. But what really caught his eye was the mount. Let's see what this epic rank beast looks like. A majestic creature materialized. Osiris, King of Predators. Level 20. Epic rank. Soulbound. Non-tradable. It was one of the ancient guardians of Skull City, a combat-ready flying mount. It mastered the elements of wind and death, and could even summon an army of lesser bone dragons. Osiris gazed around with intelligence in its empty sockets. Human. Did you purge the Skull City? Did you slay Ale? Qin Feng nodded. I did. Do you know the history of this place? The dragon lowered its head. I was the ancient guardian here, though I died eras ago. When the continent plunged into war with the Mara, I was resurrected by necromancy to serve as a weapon, but the war did not go well. Our forces suffered defeat after defeat. desperate to save us, the Lord of Skull City, Akalai. He made a forbidden pact to summon the dark god Citus. The price was the soul of his most beloved. At first, he intended to sacrifice his own daughter, but at the final moment, his heart wavered. He saved Morven, and instead, sacrificed every citizen in Skull City, including himself. The curse granted them immense power, but it twisted them into monsters. They repelled the invaders, yet slowly, their humanity rotted away. As the only remaining human, Morven could not escape the corruption forever. The citizens, now monsters, directed their hatred at her. They resented her survival. They treated her like a toy, inflicting unspeakable torture. Eventually, the curse claimed her too. Osiris bowed his skeletal head solemnly. That is why I thank you, human. You have granted these wretched souls the release of death and ended this tragedy. Furthermore, I sense a familiar aura upon you. I pledge to follow you for eternity. Please, tell me your name. Call me Shadow, Qin Feng replied. Osiris knelt. Lord Shadow, I submit to your command. From this day forth, you are my master. Qin Feng analyzed the creature. An epic rank mount, but its stats were peculiar. Look at its health points. A level 20 epic boss should have millions of HP, yet this one only has 100,000. He theorized it was a side effect of the necromancy. After all, the creature had died long ago. Its true power eroded over the centuries, only to be forcibly summoned in a weakened state. Its active skills, Bone Shield and Bone Spike, are fairly standard. But this passive, summoning 12 Jade rank wyverns? Now that is useful. It grants me total aerial superiority, and because it's purely skeletal structure, it's incredibly lightweight. Flight speed, 360%. It's the fastest mount in the game. That's nearly 450 meters per second. It breaks the sound barrier. All things considered, this is a god-tier acquisition. Combat power might be slightly lacking, but who cares? Supersonic speed alone makes this a legendary catch. A system notification shattered his thoughts. Conditions met. The path to power was open. Would he ascend? A grin tugged at his lips. Class advancement already? That skull ruin was a goldmine, granting a staggering 1 million experience points. Qin Feng made his choice instantly. Golden light erupted from his gaze as he accepted the evolution. Shadows swirled like a tornado, devouring him whole. Within the abyss, a crimson light pulsed like a heartbeat. Through the darkness, his eyes burned with intensity. A blood-red sphere materialized above his head, signaling the transformation. The system roared. Shadow class advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Strength exploded from 27 to 54. Constitution doubled. Agility skyrocketed from 72 to 144. Spirit doubled to 90. And a new passive skill emerged, Shadow Arc. When taking damage in stealth, reality bends. Negative effects and stealth-breaking hits are delayed by 1 critical second. While absolute laws still apply to higher-tier attributes, this 1 second is an eternity. It grants a window to unleash hidden skills before the veil breaks. In that frozen moment, he could activate healing or lifesteal before the stealth shatters. He could summon a shield to nullify incoming damage or use cleanse to wipe away debuffs, all within that single, defying second. Qin Feng smiled with absolute confidence. Shadow Arc. With god-tier reaction speed and flawless mechanics, he could neutralize any attack while remaining completely unseen. It all made sense now. In his past life, no Shadow class user survived the 3rd advancement. They lacked this very power. But with Shadow Arc, the survival rate in both the game and reality would skyrocket. This was the game changer. 1 second sounded short to the weak, but at high levels, reflexes and casting speeds operated in milliseconds. In the later stages of power, unleashing a barrage of skills within a single second was as natural as breathing. Suddenly, a weapon manifested before him, doubling his joy. A diamond-tier artifact, Drybone Spike, diamond rank, assassin class weapon, physical and elemental attack plus 255, strength and spirit plus 40, armor penetration plus 30%, elemental resistance ignored by 30%. Level requirement, 20. Unique effect. Hits reduce the target's physical defense and elemental resistance by an additional 30%. Note: effects diminish against diamond tier bosses or higher. Qin Feng gripped the bone spike, feeling its weight. Armor penetration? Perfect. He equipped it immediately. This expedition was a massive harvest. Osrius sensed his master's readiness. With Qin Feng standing proudly atop its skull, the beast prepared to launch. Qin Feng activated Merge with Darkness. Instantly, both he and the massive dragon vanished from sight. As they ascended, Osrius marveled. Level 21 stealth? That is higher than my own magic. Master, how did you achieve this? Qin Feng smirked mysteriously. The future holds many more surprises. Enough talk. Show me your true speed. Osrius obeyed. massive wings unfurled, beating against the air. With a thunderous flap, they surged toward the crater's mouth. The colossal body of Osrius shot upward like a phantom missile. In a heartbeat, they pierced the clouds. Wind screamed past his ears. Qin Feng nodded in approval. This speed was truly intoxicating. Moving like a gale, Osrius blurred past the ancient castle on the peak. Qin Feng calculated his next move. Time to hunt the sky monster, and you mentioned. The final piece of the ancient godstone would be his. First, back to the Mado ruins, then teleport to Lucky Town. What usually took hours would be a mere warm-up. Meanwhile, Ziqing's squad was locked in a desperate battle. Xiao Cui raised her staff, chanting Holy Light Fireball. She cheered from the backline as the spell flew. The tank raised his shield, bracing for the monster's impact. Suddenly, a shockwave tore through the air. An invisible force blasted past them at godlike speed. Xiao Cui screamed over the wind. Ziqing, what in the world just happened? The vanguard collapsed, dazed. A hurricane? Wait. The boss just impaled itself on my sword. It's dead. Qin Feng, lost in thought, didn't even notice the chaos he caused. With Osrius, the journey was trivial. 10 minutes. That was all it took to reach the Mado teleportation point. Nearby, a couple held hands in a dramatic display. The man pleaded, "Baby, it was one time with him. Even then, my heart was yours. Can't you forgive me?" The girl pouted. "Fine, but you must promise to cut ties with him forever." They leaned in, love blossoming. "I promise. I love you." She whispered back, "I love you too." Boom! Osrius rocketed past them like a meteor. The shockwave knocked the cheater unconscious and sent the girl face-planting into the dirt. Qin Feng touches down on the solid ground, a frown creasing his brow. "I think I just crashed into something." Shaking his head, he shrugs it off. "Forget it. Not my problem." He triggers his teleportation skill instantly. A staircase materializes before him. The system chimes. "You have consumed 5.4 years of lifespan. Welcome to Lucky Town." Qin Feng scoffs. The cost to return to the novice village doubles every time. Even with over 2,000 years in his bank, he remains ruthlessly frugal. 5 years is daylight robbery, he grumbles. "I need to avoid coming back here unless it's a life or death emergency." Cloaked in invisibility, Qin Feng scans the area. Government agents are everywhere. He notes that the town is heavily guarded. "I don't remember the military intervening this early," he muses. "They're actually supporting the rookies already. They're power leveling the new players and preventing player killing." Impressive organization. Strolling through the town, he recalls his past life. The government didn't focus on the novice village for months back then. My cooperation must have accelerated the timeline, he realizes. Even the elderly players are surviving comfortably thanks to this. An elderly couple flirts by the roadside. But the peace is shattered by a blood-curdling scream behind Qin Feng. "Help me, please." A winged beast snatches a victim into the air. A female agent sprints forward. "Hang on. I'm coming." She throws open her grimoire, chanting rapid incantations. A divine shield manifests, wrapping the victim in protective light. "Shan Yi, hit it now." Shan Yi leaps, his blade slashing down in a deadly arc toward the beast. Qing Shan adds her firepower, launching a holy fireball. Blasted by the dual assault, the monster shrieks and flees into the sky. "Damn it!" Shan Yi spits, landing heavily. "It got away again. Killing it is pointless," Qing Shan reminds him. "It just respawns instantly." Shan Yi clenches his fists in frustration. Qin Feng watches the scene with a critical eye. "That gold-tier beast isn't powerful," he analyzes. "Any government squad could crush it. The problem is the mechanics. The boss flies away when threatened. Without air superiority, the government team is completely helpless." Shan Yi rushes to the rescued woman. "Ma'am, are you hurt?" Instead of thanks, she wails, "You useless trash." The crowd erupts in anger. "You're all incompetent." Xiao Ying points a trembling finger. "Is this how you protect the elderly? You can't even handle one monster. I'm reporting your incompetence to your leaders immediately." Qing Shan tries to intervene. "Please calm down," she pleads. The notification said, "The shadow is coming to help." Shan Yi adds, "Ma'am, watch your words." Xiao Ying scoffs. "Respect? Where is this so-called shadow? I don't see anyone. Stop making up excuses." "Exactly," the crowd jeers. "How long do we have to wait? We haven't even seen his ghost." "Big shot, is he? Too busy to help us? With that much power, he should be serving the people," they complain. "I need to level up. My son is waiting to transfer lifespan to me. This is a complete waste of my time." Qing Shan grits her teeth. "He gave his word. He will be here. Just be patient. If you can't wait, just log off and rest." Shan Yi pulls her back. "Forget them. Let's go." But the mob blocks their path. "Oh, running away now? You haven't killed the monster yet. Shirkers. We pay taxes for this? You can't even squash a bug. Utter garbage. You need to give us an explanation today, Shan Yi snaps. We power leveled you all to level 3 for free. Level 3? They scoff. Useless. That's nothing. The elderly crowd closes in. What are you doing? You want to hit an old man? That's too much. A geezer named Wang Ba deliberately shoulder checks Shan Yi. He throws himself to the ground, writhing in fake agony. Murder. The government is killing civilians. My heart. Shan Yi backs away. I didn't touch him, the mob screams. Come on. Kill us all. Our lives are worthless anyway. The government is oppressing us. Instead of helping, they beat us. I warn you. Stay back. Come on, hit me. Do it. Pushed to the brink, Qing Shan's face flushes with rage. She lashes out, slapping the nearest agitator. The force sends him flying backward, crashing past Wang Ba. His body dissolves instantly into a stream of golden light. Chaos erupts. Murderer. They killed him. The government is killing people. Get them. No! Qing Shan gasps. Someone pushed me. Shan Yi deploys his shield, blocking the stampede. Damn it. They've lost their minds. Forget it. Let them hit the barrier. They can't break my defense anyway. Spittle flies toward Qing Shan. Xiao Ying leads the hateful chant, throwing filth at the shield. High above the chaos, Qin Feng watches the ugly scene unfold. He stands atop the skeletal head of Osiris, his invisible form shimmering as his eyes glow with a cold, golden light. Osiris unleashed the true might of a dragon. A tempest of raw energy exploded outward, surging toward the mob like a chaotic storm. The impact was devastating. The crowd was blasted away from the sphere, bodies scattering like rag dolls, while Xiao Ying slammed headfirst into a tree trunk with a sickening thud. Inside the protective barrier, Shan Yi stared up in sheer awe. There, amidst a sky consumed by firepower, Osiris dominated the heavens like a god of war. Swarms of insectoid beasts buzzed toward Qin Feng like a plague. Below, the duo watched in silence as the aerial symphony of destruction began. Osiris became a blur of speed, charging straight for the enemy. He spotted the source, a mysterious card fueling the monsters with endless energy. Violet light flared in Qin Feng's cold eyes. With a single motion, his blade sang, slicing the airborne swarm into ribbons of flesh. A gruesome rain of severed limbs and crimson blood poured down from the sky, painting the battlefield red. The two witnesses below stood paralyzed by the brutality. But the nightmare wasn't over. The enemy mob had already respawned, gathering like persistent cockroaches. Xiao Ying shrieked like a banshee. Who dared kill us just now? I am 80 years old. Have you no respect for the elderly? Another old geezer wailed, demanding payment for his lost lifespan. Shan Yi facepalmed, his soul tired. This nightmare really never ends. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The colossal corpse of the boss monster crashed to the earth with a tectonic boom, shaking the very ground. Clang! A stone shaped like a key dropped from the heavens, smacking one of the loudmouths right on the skull. Osiris landed gracefully next to his master. Strange, he mused. I only slew 5 kings, yet the loot is endless. Xiao Ying, sprawled on the dirt, screamed, Hey, you dare throw trash from up there? Is there no law left in this world? She pointed a trembling finger at him. Are you deaf, brat? I am talking to you. I have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Ignored, she flew into a rage and grabbed the mysterious stone key. Answer me when I speak to you. Zap! Lightning exploded from the relic, surging through her body and blasting her into the stratosphere. Loot orbs rained down like hail. Qin Feng casually retrieved the stone key. Osiris, he commanded, summon the legion. As you wish. Instantly, the sky turned black with skeletal dragons. Qing Shan gasped, her eyes wide. So many. An entire army of bone dragons. What is the Lord of Shadow planning? Xiao Ying, freshly revived again, started screeching. So it's you are Shadow. That talentless trash. Where are the authorities? Shadow is a murderer and a thief who steals our assets. I had 1,000 years of life on me, and Shadow stole it. Qing Shan snapped back. Stop lying, you hag. Who are you trying to fool? How could you possibly have a millennium of life? Xiao Ying spat back. My son gave it to me. What would you know about filial piety? You're defending him because you want a cut of the profits. She turned to the crowd, inciting a riot with her lies. Help me reclaim my years, and I will pay you each 1 year. We cannot let Shadow and the government oppress the elderly. The mob of shameless seniors roared in agreement. Justice. That is right. Shadow, return our lives. They swarmed toward Shan Yi like zombies. Thief, pay us back. Thief. Shan Yi's patience finally snapped. Damn it. I want to arrest every single one of them. Qing Shan shook her head. They're cunning. As long as they stay in the safe zone, they are immortal. They continued their chant until one voice cut out. A massive bone dragon had snatched one of the loudmouths from the ground. As they were hoisted into the heavens, panic set in. What is this monstrosity? A wyvern? Where did these monsters come from? Screams tore through the air. Help! Save me! Put me down! Whoosh. The dragon released Xiao Ying, letting her plummet. The others followed suit, wailing, I didn't mean let go like this. Catch me, I take it back. Don't drop me. I never asked to fall. Qin Feng approached the duo, his voice calm. The safe zone prevents damage, yes, but it cannot overrule the laws of physics. My dragons will patrol this sky. Anyone causing trouble gets ejected, whether you catch them or let them splatter. That is up to you. The boss is dead. My work here is done. He turned to leave, his cape fluttering in the wind. Shan Yi stared at the glowing sea of loot orbs. Wait, Lord Shadow, are you leaving all these treasures behind? Qin Feng waved his hand, gifting it all to the public. Shan Yi didn't hesitate to start collecting the spoils. The legends are true, he is generous beyond measure. These are all gold-tier items, he glanced at his partner. Qing Shan, grab what you can. But she stood frozen, eyes starry. Shan Yi frowned. Hello? Earth to Qing Shan? She whispered. I think my heart has been stolen. My soul flew away with him. Thwack! A loot orb smacked her squarely in the face. Ouch! She snapped back to reality, rubbing her nose. What was that for? Shan Yi scoffed. Stop dreaming. A god like him wouldn't look twice at a nobody like you. You're a toad lusting after swan meat. Furious, she hurled the orb back at him. Who are you calling a toad? You're the toad, Shan Yi shrugged, dodging. Fine, fine. I am the male toad, and you are the female toad. Happy? Qing Shan froze, her face flushing crimson. She lowered her hand, voice trembling. Wait, are you saying you are secretly in love with me? Shan Yi gagged. Stop, absolutely not. That's repulsive, don't be so full of yourself. But looking at her smirk, she wasn't buying it. Is this real? The sterile beep of machines echoed through the hospital room in Jianghai City. Xiao. You had finally awakened from her nightmare. Yi Qiao stood by the bedside, her voice void of warmth. Miss Qin, we know. Losing your legs is a tragedy. We are deeply sorry. However, business is business. Your treatment at the consumption hospital cost a total of 50 years of lifespan. The number hit Xiao. You like a physical blow. 50 years? She gasped in disbelief. Yi Qiao nodded coldly. The government covered 10 years as a subsidy. You are responsible for the remaining 40. Panic set in. I don't have that kind of lifespan. But I own 2 properties. Can I mortgage them to you? Ye Qiao checked her tablet, her expression flat. We already appraised your real estate. The total value comes to exactly 3 days of life. Xiao Yu froze, her eyes widening in shock. 3 days? I spent 200 tradable life days and 2 million cash on them. I still have 500,000 in cash here. Can't I use the money? Yi Qiao shook her head ruthlessly. Apologies, Miss Qin, but all old world currency is now obsolete trash. In this new era, all transactions are conducted using lifespan as the only standard currency. The reality of the world crashed down on her. Xiao, you stammered, her voice trembling. But I don't have enough tradable time to pay that much. Ye Qiao delivered the ultimatum. You have 3 days to gather the funds. If the medical bill remains unpaid, all treatment stops immediately. You will be transferred to the government logistics division. You will work there as an indentured servant until your debt is cleared. The work includes slaying monsters, gathering materials, cooking, and rebuilding ruins. It requires at least 15 hours of labor daily, but rest assured, the tasks are simple and relatively safe. Xiao, you clutched her face, tears streaming down. But I'm a cripple. How can you expect me to do hard labor in this state? Yi Qiao remained unmoved. In reality, you are disabled. However, in the game world, your body remains intact. Your attributes may be slightly reduced, but you are fully functional. Furthermore, future advancements in medical technology will likely restore your legs eventually. Xiao, you shrieked, hysteria taking over. No, I refuse. I won't do menial labor with those filthy, stinking lowlives. It's disgusting. I've suffered enough. Why are you treating me like this? None of this is my fault. The 2 staff members stood in silence, watching her throw a tantrum with cold indifference. Liu Xia finally spoke up. Miss Qin, do you have family or friends? Anyone who can stand as a guarantor for you? If someone qualifies, we can approve a loan of 40 years. The interest rate is only 3 points. With a loan, you just need to repay the debt over time. You would not be forced into the logistics division. Memories flashed through her mind. Qin Feng, he was already dead. And Chu Ran? Would she really help? Doubt gnawed at her heart. Xiao Yu curled into a ball, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't know. I don't think anyone will save me. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a violent bang. Xiao Yu, I am here to save you. Everyone jumped, turning toward the entrance. A figure stood there, bathed in light like a savior descending from the heavens. Wu Ming had arrived. Is it not just 40 years? Xiao, you stared, trembling. Guild leader? He smirked confidently. That's right. It is me. Oh, Xiao Yu. Hearing about your misfortune broke my heart. He tapped rapidly on his phone. A mechanical notification chimed. Transfer received. 100 years of tradable lifespan. Her eyes went wide. 100 years? You gave me so much? Thank you. Thank you so much. He sat on the bed, wrapping a comforting arm around her. No need for thanks. If it is not enough, I can give you more. She looked at the screen, stunned. It really is 100 years. But what does this 30% annual interest rate mean? He smiled smoothly. 30% is just 3 points. It means I am your guarantor. Just focus on healing and leaving the hospital. The Holy Temple Knights Guild will always be your strongest shield. We are your family. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Yes, thank you, guild leader. Wu Ming stood up to leave. Rest well. I have business to attend to. Just remember one thing. No matter what happens, we are waiting for your return. From the corner of the room, a subordinate kept a camera lens fixed on the scene. Xiao, you broke down again, this time weeping tears of joy for her savior. Once outside the room, Wu Ming's face shifted instantly. Did you record everything? The minion nodded. Naturally. Boss. Excellent. Edit it for maximum emotional impact and upload it immediately. We need to propagate this far and wide. The more pitiful Qin Xiaoyu looks, the better. Show the world that while others abandoned her, only our guild stepped up. The minion bowed. Understood. Inside the edited video, the audio played. 100 years? You gave me so much? Thank you, guild leader. Wu Ming calculated coldly in his mind. That useless woman caused us massive losses. Using her tragedy for marketing is the only way to recover value. Attracting new members through her misery. Now that is true waste recycling. The subordinate grinned. President Wu, you are truly brilliant. Let's go. He urged himself on. It was time to log in. His appointment with the darkness was fast approaching. Within the divine game, at the desolate ruins of Jiangxia City, the secret hideout of the Paladin Temple, Chen Wuming was baffled upon logging in. Why was the internet suddenly flooded with curses against Shadow? He smirked. It seemed that guy had offended half the world. Filthy Shadow. If you weren't 10 times stronger than me, I would have slaughtered you myself. Suddenly, Qin Feng materialized from the void. Chen Wuming. Are the remaining sacrifices ready? He dropped to his knees, his voice dripping with sycophancy. Ready. They've been ready for ages. I've been waiting for you, Boss Shadow. He pointed toward the latrine nearby. Look at you. Arriving without a single sound. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Boss. Please sit. Qin Feng cut him off. No need. Bring the prisoners. Wu Ming dragged out a group of bound captives. Boss. Do whatever you want with them. Qin Feng gave a cold grunt of acknowledgement. Darkness erupted from his body. In a flash, the captives were sliced into ribbons. A system notification pinged. Sin value reduced. Current slaughter layer, 2. Qin Feng declared, our debt is settled. I'm leaving. Wu Ming scrambled to stop him. Wait, boss. I have a report. He projected a forum post. Boss, did you step on someone's tail? The headline screamed. Shocking. The elderly lady of the 7 halls attacked by Shadow. Wu Ming continued. The forums are exploding with slander. They say you scammed money, seduced women, that you kill innocents and collude with officials. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Wasn't this that old hag from the beginner town? His expression darkened as he scanned the trending topics. His gaze landed on a post about Qin Xiaoyu, a poor girl who lost both legs to a serial killer, now receiving aid from the Paladin Temple. Qin Xiaoyu, so she was the girl Guiling saved back then. The world was truly too small. Such a coincidence. Qin Feng turned to leave. Understood. Wu Ming waved enthusiastically. Safe travels. Boss, take care, come back soon. He immediately messaged Guiling. Investigate who is spreading rumors about me. And kill them. To Qin Feng, this was a trivial annoyance, beneath his personal attention. But when Guiling received the order, she exploded. What? Someone dares to tarnish Master's name? Utter trash. I'm on my way. Back in reality. Jianghai City. Guiling had already arrived. She muttered furiously. They've gone too far. Spreading filth about Master. She read the headline in disbelief. Master. Sexually harassing an old woman? That is absolutely revolting. Her eyes burned with vengeance. I remember that old hag. Just you wait. She vanished, hunting down the IP address of the poster. Guiling moved like a phantom. I'm coming to educate you right now. She dashed across the street, her speed defying human limits. At the Lakeview Gardens in Jianghai City. Outside Feng Xiaoying's apartment, a heavy fist pounded on the door. Bang, bang. A man roared from the hallway. Feng Xiaoying, get your ass out here. Your damn dog pushed my son down the stairs. He's paralyzed. Don't think you can hide from this. Silence. He slammed his fists against the door in a frenzy. Open this door. I know you're inside. Get out here and give me an explanation. Feng Xiaoying ripped the door open and screeched. Are you still barking? Ma Dagan, I gave you an inch and you took a mile. You're always using that X-ray vision of yours to peep at me in the shower. I should call the cops on you. Your son is just a clumsy idiot who fell on his own. And you dare blame my dog? Do you have any proof? I have the footage. Surveillance evidence right here. Before he could show it, Feng Xiaoying kicked the phone out of his hand. Smack, she sneered arrogantly. What evidence? Where? Show me. Ma Dagan ground his teeth in pure fury. Feng Xiaoying, I'm done talking. My eagle eye is already locked on you. One move, and I'll blast you with lethal poison gas. If you keep acting like this, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Feng Xiaoying dramatically covered her chest. Oh look, a no-name actor from a village drama thinks he's a big shot? Come on then, if you have the guts, kill me right now. Ma Dagan's eyes glowed. You refused the toast, so now you drink the forfeit. Have it your way. System notification, target locked. Vision shared, all skills released. Homing mode activated. Feng Xiaoying could only scream insults. Insolent. Ma Dagan, I knew you had dirty thoughts about me. You pervert. Trying to peep. Suddenly, Ma Dagan froze. The blue glow in his pupils flickered and died. System alert, skill release failed. Skill release failed. He stumbled backward in shock. What? Why? Feng Xiaoying let out a sinister cackle as she realized his power had failed. She gloated, stepping closer. What's the matter, Ma Dagan? Where's that scary skill of yours? Why isn't it working? Did you really think I wasn't afraid because I'm stupid? Ma Dagan stared at his trembling palms. Damn it. Why won't the skill activate? Da Jian, what on earth is happening? His wife asked, trembling. From the side, the old woman sneered. It is time we laid our cards on the table. Listen closely, you trash. A menacing figure emerged from the shadows behind her. My son holds a legendary hidden class, the Forbidden Magic Warlock. He has already erected a forbidden magic barrier over this entire area. No one can activate skills here. The son stared coldly. Mother, what is all this noise about? It is that Da Jian, from next door. He is trying to bully me. He actually tried to threaten your poor mother. The son and the beast in his arms glared at Da Jian in unison. Is that so? We cannot have that. In a flash, he throttled Da Jian by the throat and delivered a devastating punch. Blood sprayed from Da Jian's mouth instantly. Terror seized his wife as she watched her husband crumble under the brutal assault. Da Jian! Xiao Shui rushed forward, attempting to cast a healing art on his wound. Hold on, I will heal you. But nothing happened. Damn it, the skills. They will not activate. Behind them, Feng Yu scoffed with utter contempt. With your trash-tier extraction levels, you actually dare to cause trouble at my home? He hoisted Xiao Shui into the air like a rag doll, watching the fear flood her eyes. Listen well. Feng Yu does not strike women. So take your idiot husband, get the hell out, and never appear before me again. Tears of indignation streamed down Xiao Shui's face. This is not right. Clearly, you people are the ones at fault. On what grounds are you forcing us to leave? You should be the ones taking responsibility for this. You must pay for what you did to my son and my husband. He dropped her to the ground. You just do not know when to quit. Killing intent flared as he prepared to strike. Do you still not understand? In this era, the strong devour the weak. Xiao Shui braced for the impact, covering her face in despair. Suddenly, a whip coiled around her waist and yanked her back just as the blow landed. Boom! His fist smashed into the wall instead. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed, shifting to the stranger who had dared to interrupt his fun. Guiling stepped forward. You freaks certainly made me run all over the place finding you. Feng, you snarled. Who are you? She smirked. You are not qualified to know my name, but I know exactly who you are. Xiao Shui stood up, trembling with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Guiling's expression remained icy. So, you are the ones spreading false rumors everywhere? Those who slander the shadow will pay the ultimate price. Feng, you misunderstood. Wait, are you the shadow? Xiao Ying quickly corrected him. Do not be afraid, my son. She is not Shadow. Shadow's physique is far larger than this little girl's. Hearing this, Feng Yu instantly relaxed. Even if the real Shadow comes, what of it? I am already level 16. I have dumped every single attribute point into Constitution and Strength. Inside my forbidden magic barrier, where only physical combat matters, I am a god. Guiling simply let her aura explode outward. Imbecile. Let me show you just how foolish you truly are. Feng. You took a defensive stance, arrogance dripping from his voice. I told you, in this domain, I am invincible. In response, Guiling's eyes began to glow with a terrifying spectral purple light. You are nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Whoosh! She vanished, her shadow flickering past him before he could even blink. So fast. Before he could guard, a heavy kick slammed into Feng Yu's chest. Insane agility. Is she an assassin class? He barely managed to twist his body to defend against the next strike. Gui Ling launched a vicious uppercut from below, but Feng Yu managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. However, it was a feint. A storm of punches rained down on him, striking too fast for him to counter. After absorbing the barrage, Feng Yu's eyes sharpened. He sensed the rhythm and predicted the next blow coming from behind. He threw his arm up and successfully blocked her strike, his iron grip clamped down on her fist. Humph. You have speed, I'll give you that. But without skills, your physical strength is pathetic. Your attacks are nothing more than scratching an itch. He pulled back his arm and unleashed a haymaker, returning the favor with interest. Bam! Gui Ling was sent flying across the room. Seeing her hit the ground, Feng Yu flexed his muscles, drunk on power. How did that taste? Now you understand the absolute gap between us. Xiao Ying cheered frantically from the sidelines. That is my son. Show her. Hey, do not die on me yet, Feng Yu called out. You work for Shadow, and you are an assassin class. You two definitely have a connection, don't you? I'm going to beat the answers out of you right now. He stalked towards Gui Ling. That bastard Shadow. He killed my mother multiple times inside the game. I swore I would slaughter him in reality. He hauled Gui Ling up by her collar, face twisted in rage. You have 10 seconds. Tell me everything about Shadow, or I snap your arm like a twig. But Gui Ling just laughed, a chilling, mocking sound. Huh, you truly are a moron. Why don't you take a closer look at your own body? Feng, you glanced down and his eyes bulged in sheer horror. Poison? But when did you? Gui Ling smirked. You idiot. You don't understand how divine artifacts work at all, do you? You actually thought you were invincible. Your forbidden magic barrier prevents casting new skills. But it does not cancel skills that were already active before entering. I activated my venom enchantment long before I stepped into your trap. Every single punch I landed applied a stack of lethal poison. You are currently sitting on 10 stacks. Feng, you collapsed, shrieking in agony. Mom, help me. It burns. My son. Oh God, what do I do? Xiao Ying screamed. Gui Ling stood over the writhing man, her eyes devoid of mercy. Screaming is useless. I have already investigated your entire background. Feng Xiao Ying, a trash level 3 mage who relies on age to bully others. And your son, Feng Yu, a healer class with the hidden class, forbidden magic warlock. He had lived as a self-proclaimed warlord, looking down on the priest class as trash, foolishly dumping every single stat point into raw strength. His arsenal was built solely for slaughtering players, anti-magic fields, silent spells, and lifesteal, without a single defensive countermeasure. Now, facing the consequences of his arrogance, he was helpless, leaving his mother to wail his name in despair. My son, my son. Gui Ling watched the life fade from his eyes, her voice cold as ice. If he had learned even a basic dispel skill, the poison wouldn't have been fatal, but he chose arrogance over survival. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoying snapped, snatching up her phone in a blind rage. You filthy mongrel, you murdered my boy. I am calling the federal government right now. You will rot on death row for this. Suddenly, a heavy boot lashed out of nowhere, kicking the phone from her grip and sending it skittering across the floor. It was Da General. He stood tall, fully recovered and radiating power. Your son is dead, old witch, and his silence domain has shattered along with his life. Xiao Shui stepped forward, her eyes gleaming. Feng Xiaoying, now it is your turn. The woman began flailing wildly, screaming at the top of her lungs. Stay back, help, murder, they're killing me. Even in defeat, she dared to slander them. But her cries were cut short as a massive foot stomped directly onto her mouth, crushing her screams into silence. Da Gen kicked her to the ground, standing over her like a towering judgment. Relax. I will hand you over to the government myself, but before that, I need to blow off some steam. Xiao Shui smiled darkly, raising her staff in support. Go ahead, Da General. Unleash hell. I will keep healing her so she doesn't die too quickly. With a roar, Da Gen activated his transformation, muscles swelling as he morphed into a hulking giant. Excellent. With a healer watching my back, I have nothing to fear. He triggered his ultimate technique, Toxic Berserker, drastically boosting his stats while putting himself in a poisoned state. But he didn't care. Da Gen unleashed a devastating barrage of punches, his fists raining down like meteors, hitting harder and faster with every heal Xiao Shui cast. I can take the poison damage. Da Gen laughed, his fists flying. But let's see how much damage this hag can take. Feng Xiaoying was reduced to a bloody pulp, her mouth destroyed beyond recognition. Finally satisfied, Da Gen powered down, returning to his human form, gasping for air as the adrenaline faded. That felt incredible. He glanced at the healer. Xiao Shui, are you sure she is still breathing? Feng Xiaoying was battered into a vegetative state, her spirit barely clinging to her body thanks to the healer's intervention. Xiao Shui nodded calmly. She lives. At the very last second, I cast Heart of the Archangel to sustain her life force. Da Gen grinned, thoroughly pleased. Perfect. Call the authorities. Let them clean up the trash. And thank you, really. I would be dead without your heals. He turned to thank the assassin, but the spot where she stood was empty. He blinked in confusion. Huh? Where did our benefactor go? Xiao Shui shrugged helplessly. She vanished without a sound. The scene shifts to the city skyline, where a shadow leaps effortlessly from rooftop to rooftop. It is Gui Ling. She tapped her comms, reporting in. Master, the mission is accomplished. Qin Feng's voice came through, surprised and impressed. Already? Excellent work. Gui Ling giggled, basking in the praise. Hey, thank you, Master. Meanwhile, far away from the city, over 300 kilometers out in the desolate wastelands, a group of explorers trudged through the harsh terrain. Taylor wiped sweat from his brow. Mr. Su, are you sure we are in the right place? He complained bitterly. This hellhole is filled with toxic gas. Our HP is dropping just by standing here. No living creature could survive this environment. The heat was intense, the ground cracking with flowing magma, making everyone drench in sweat. Kunshan narrowed his eyes, focused on his senses. My geomancy arts are never wrong. We are close. There is a cave ahead. The treasure we seek lies within. They pushed forward, and moments later, Kunshan stopped. We have arrived. It is right beneath us. Taylor turned to his support mage, his face serious. Juma, listen closely. If anything goes wrong, immediately activate Spirit Walker. We need that invulnerability state to survive. Juma bowed, ready for command. Understood, Boss Taylor. Stealing their nerves, the group descended into the cavern. At the end of the path, searing heat rolled over them in waves. Kunshan pointed forward. Look, over there. Taylor's eyes went wide with pure ecstasy. That is it. Before them, surrounded by a pool of bubbling magma, a crimson flower bloomed with ominous energy. Taylor trembled with excitement, his voice rising to a shout. Finally, the Hell's Nightmare flower. With this power, Shadow is as good as dead.